Chapter 801. We will meet again. Meng Hao's father and mother didn't hesitate for even a moment. As long as there was a chance for Meng Hao to get better, they were willing to pay any price. If that price was a loss of freedom and required them to relinquish their status and prestige and go to planet South Heaven to guard it for 100,000 years, then they were willing. They would leave planet East Victory and take Meng Hao and his older sister with them. They would leave the Fong clan. On the eve of their departure, the entire elder generation of the Fong clan emerged to see them. Because they could not take anything with them that was contaminated with their karma, Meng Hao's father was forced to leave everything behind. The only thing he took was an iron sword. They did not take Meng Hao's 2 nirvana fruits with them. The clan's elder generation, including the patriarch, chose to hold them in safekeeping. When Meng Hao recovered and returned, the 2 nirvana fruits would belong to him. Meng Hao's father sneered coldly in response to this. How could he not understand the true meaning behind the directive? Originally, he hadn't planned to leave the nirvana fruits behind. Very well, the nirvana fruits will be left here with the clan chief, he said, his eyes glittering with a sharp light. In a few years, Hao will personally return to retrieve them. With that, he tossed out the precious treasures that were the nirvana fruits. Of course, what the elders didn't know was that to Meng Hao's father, these 2 precious treasures were actually the source of incredible sorrow. They left a few days later, taking Meng Hao and his older sister with them. Ever since the most recent nirvanic rebirth, he had been lethargic and somewhat blank. When they arrived at planet South Heaven, they went to the remote state of Zhao beneath Mount Daqing and settled down in Yunjie County. Meng Hao's sister didn't stay with them. She went to the Eastern Lands, where she joined the Eastern Lands division of the Fong clan and focused on cultivation. She wanted to leave her father and mother alone to spend what remained of the 7 years with her little brother. During those 7 years, Meng Hao was actually very happy. He gradually grew to be very intelligent and began to focus on studying. On the eve of his 7th birthday, a violent wind gusted outside. His parents were heartbroken and anxious, but in order to save his life, they left. They had no other choice. When he awoke and began to weep, his parents broke down. Meng Hao opened his eyes. The tears streaming down his face had soaked his garments. The vision faded away, and he saw his father and mother sitting there in front of him. He could now see some white hairs on his mother's head that hadn't been there before. His father's face looked older than it had in the past. They were looking at Meng Hao with a love that made his heart tremble. Now, he understood everything. His doubts were reso.
Leved.
His questions were answered. When he saw the events that had taken place in his previous 2 lifetimes, they seemed like a dream. Yet now he had awakened, and still, everything that had happened during the dream remained in his head and would never be wiped away. 7th year tribulation, he thought. My parents agreed to guard this place for 100,000 years.
For me.
100,000 years. Meng Hao couldn't even wrap his head around such an incredible period of time. The twisted feeling in his heart was completely gone. He no longer felt wronged, and in fact, felt a bit of pain and regret. His parents did not deserve blame. They had paid far, far too much, and never complained even once. They did not make any demands of him, nor ask for any compensation. They only wanted for him to be able to live. Meng Hao trembled, and even more tears began to stream down his face. Mom, he said softly. Dad. Trembling, his mom stepped forward and took him into her arms. She was crying too. Hao, everything's going to be fine. You transcended the tribulation. Everything will be okay. Meng Hao's father, who was once the eldest son and direct bloodline descendant of the Fong clan, an astonishing chosen who was still marveled at in the outside world, stepped forward and wrapped his arms around his wife and son. It's past us now, Hao. It's all in the past now. His voice quavered a bit, and he was crying too. This was only the 2nd time he had ever cried as an adult. The first time was when Meng Hao had experienced nirvanic rebirth for the 2nd time. When he watched his son revert from being 7 to an infant, when he saw the pain on Meng Hao's tiny face, when he saw his eyes slowly grow listless, he had cried. What about my big sister? Meng Hao asked softly. He would never be able to forget the image of his stern older sister protecting him in his 2nd lifetime. Nor would he ever forget the words she had spoken. Don't be scared, little brother. Your big sister is here to protect you. Weeping happily, his mother responded. She's been in secluded meditation in the Eastern Lands for some time. After we go back, we'll wait for her to emerge, and then we can have a big reunion. What about Grandpa Meng and Grandpa Fong? Asked Meng Hao. When he asked the question, his father stood there silently for a moment. Meng Hao's heart began to thump. He remembered that his 2 grandfathers had left together to go search for an outsider. The outsider came, but his 2 grandfathers had never returned. After a long moment, his father said, All things come with a price. Your Grandpa Meng's and Grandpa Fong's life lamps still burn. They are still alive, but we don't know where they are. Meng Hao sat there silently, and his heart twinged painfully. Now that he knew the reason for everything, he felt deep guilt regarding his two grandfathers. Were it not for them, that outsider would never have appeared, and he would have long since returned to the dust, with only 4 nirvana fruits left behind. It was because of him that his two grandfathers had never returned. Furthermore, his parents were stuck guarding South Heaven for 100,000 years. When he thought about this, Meng Hao felt even worse. He looked at his parents, and although he didn't say anything, his feelings were already etched deeply in his heart. He would never be able to pay back the kindness shown to him by his parents and relatives. Patriarch Blood Demon never awoke, and soon it came time for Meng Hao to leave with his father and mother. His father and mother faced to Mount Blood Demon, clasped hands and bowed deeply. A few days later, when the restoration work was well underway in the southern domain, Meng Hao and his parents left. Before returning to the eastern lands, they went to visit his master, Pill Demon. His mother and father were very grateful for everything Pill Demon had done, and even offered expensive gifts. In response, however, Pill Demon's face darkened. It didn't matter that he was facing people with mighty cultivation bases, he refused to accept the gifts. Meng Hao is my disciple. How could I accept gifts from you? He said. Meng Hao's father clasped hands and bowed deeply to him, then sent out a strand of his Tao Will, which solidified inside of Pill Demon's body and caused a tremor to run through him. Tao Will such as this was something very important to Pill Demon, and would help him to verify his path of cultivation. How rude of us, said Meng Hao's father. Forgive me, Grandmaster. Please accept this strand of Tao Will. Hao was not born in the lands of South Heaven, so the immortal destiny for this 10,000-year period cannot belong to him. Grandmaster, I very much admire your aspirations regarding the Tao. When your true immortal tribulation arrives, I will personally act as a Tao protector for you. They stayed in the Violet Fate sect for several days. Chu Yuyan continuously avoided Meng Hao, which caused him to sigh. However, he didn't force the matter, and eventually left with his parents. They went to visit Patriarch Song, and then finally left the southern domain. When they transformed into beams of prismatic light that shot off into the distance, Chu Yuyan was standing proudly on a mountain peak in the Violet Fate sect. She said nothing, but merely stood there, looking somewhat desolate. When Pill Demon caught sight of her, he sighed. It was in this fashion that Meng Hao left the southern domain with his parents. On the way, Meng Hao mentioned that he wanted to stop by the Milky Way Sea to look for that old turtle patriarch Reliance. Meng Hao's mother shook her head, with a smile. The turtle you're talking about left a long time ago. He's not in the lands of South Heaven anymore. Meng Hao gaped, and then a hateful expression appeared on his face. It's a good thing he left so quickly, he thought to himself. Otherwise I would have tracked him down and shown him a thing or two. Meanwhile, out in the starry sky, an enormous turtle was drifting among the stars. He had an entire continent on his back, upon which existed countless lives, including numerous cultivators and sects. Of course, they didn't realize that they were floating out among the stars. When they looked up, what they saw was a magically produced sky. The turtle, of course, was none other than Patriarch Reliance. Currently, his head was tucked inside of his shell, and he was humming a little tune. He looked incredibly happy and proud of himself. Ha ha ha. The Patriarch is the most incredible. Yet again. Now that I've fled out here, that little bastard will never be able to find me. Ha ha ha. From now on, my future is as boundless as the sea and sky. The Patriarch has freedom at last. Let's see how that little bastard reacts when he finds out that I'm no longer on planet South Heaven. He'll be struck dumb. Ha ha ha. The thought of Meng Hao going to the Milky Way Sea to look for him, only to be unable to find him, caused Patriarch Reliance's spirits to instantly be lifted even higher. He continued to muse on how he was vastly more intelligent than Meng Hao. You want the Patriarch to be your Tao protector? Impossible. AI, it's all the fault of those old bastards from the League of Demon Sealers. They must have damaged my brain somehow. How come it didn't occur to me before that I could simply fly away from planet South Heaven? Although, it's better late than never. Now that I've finally flown away from South Heaven, I feel like I've actually gotten smarter. Iowa, where should I go now? It doesn't really matter. I remember that years ago I had a beloved on planet East Victory. I wonder how she's doing after all these years? I should go see my old sweetheart. Sighing somewhat emotionally, Patriarch Reliance flickered as he shot toward planet East Victory, taking the state of Zhao with him. As he flew, he hummed his little tune, feeling extremely happy. There was someone else speeding along through the starry sky. It was a crazy old man who was clearly not immortal. However, for some reason, he emanated a strong immortal chi and was capable of flying among the stars. Immortal Ascension. Immortal Ascension. As his voice echoed out, a strange transformation seemed to be occurring. His face was ancient for a moment, but then looked young all of a sudden. However, the old face and the young face looked different from each other. They were two different people. This was the 10th Wang clan patriarch. As for the transformation to his appearance, were Meng Hao here, he would recognize that young face. It was none other than Wang Tingfei, whose soul had been swallowed up by his ancestor. Meanwhile, two figures appeared on the border between the northern reaches and the eastern lands, creeping forward stealthily. One of them was a young man in black robes who looked delicate and pretty, almost like a scholar. If you looked closely, he actually resembled Meng Hao. However, there was a perverted expression in his eyes that completely ruined the entire image. Next to him was a tall, fat man, who occasionally mumbled complaints. Run, run, run away. All you know how to do is run away. I've been telling you all along this is wrong. It's immoral. It's very, very shameless. We should never have fled back then. We're finished. Completely finished. Meng Hao has become incredibly powerful. What do we do now? What is Lord Third supposed to do now? Shut the hell up. The young man replied loftily, looking at the fat man out of the corner of his eye. Lord Fifth hasn't even said anything yet. What are you flapping your gums for? What the hell do you want? Let me ask you, do you know what comes after 3? Can you count all the way to 5? Well, Lord Fifth can. Have faith in the Lord Fifth. Gain eternal life. Lord Fifth is taking you to the eastern lands. With this feather that fell from the sky, we're definitely going to be able to live the good life. The young man shook his body in much the same way that a bird does when straightening out its feathers. Chapter 802. Immortal Ancient Dao Medallion. In the vast eastern lands was the ancient city of Chang'an. It was a place that countless scholars in the lands of South Heaven dreamed of. All of them hungered to pay homage to the Great Tang and to stroll through Chang'an. The military strength of the Great Tang was incredible and even possessed garrison states populated entirely by cultivators. There was no location in the mortal worlds of South Heaven in which people did not pay homage to the Great Tang. It was no surprise that there were great numbers of sects and clans in the eastern lands. Their strength and influence exceeded that of any of the powers that existed in the northern reaches, southern domain, or western desert. In terms of sects alone, there were 9 major ones. In addition, there were 7 great clans with vast numbers of disciples, followers, and clan members. The eastern lands were a flourishing place with countless chosen, many of whom were famous even in the other continents. Even the imperial family had its own Taoist teachings and doctrines, which they used to exercise control over the whole continent. The Tang Emperor himself possessed a powerful cultivation base, and although he rarely made public appearances, his power held sway over all the land. Chang'an was the center of it all, and was encircled by 10 defensive fortresses. Of those, 8 belonged directly to the Great Tang, with the remaining fortresses belonging to 2 different clans. One was the Fang clan, and the other was the Ji clan. Just because they occupied the defensive fortresses didn't mean that these 2 clans bowed their heads to the power of the emperor. They were independent, and in fact, above everyone else. It was the other sects and clans who bowed their heads to them. This was a species. Ally true of the Ji clan. The heavens themselves belonged to the Ji clan, so who was there that could possibly surpass them? As for the Fang clan, they had vast and powerful resources at their disposal. Although they were only a subdivision of the main clan, they were still deep and immeasurable. Of course, in compliance with their clan rules, they respected the Great Tang and would protect the Tang dynasty for all time. After all, the Tang Emperor was surnamed Li. 1. However, despite the fact that these were the circumstances surrounding Meng Hao at the moment, they were far distant from his daily life. Currently, Meng Hao sat cross-legged in a courtyard in the Fang clan, underneath an ancient tree. Sitting next to him was a trembling little crocodile who was oh so cautiously looking at the man sitting cross-legged in front of Meng Hao. That man was none other than Meng Hao's father. Hao, he said, your future path is your own to tread. As to what you do and how you do it, your mother and I can assist from the sidelines, but will not help you directly. The most important thing you should focus on is immortal ascension. You're already halfway into true immortality, lacking only that final half step. Then you will be in the immortal realm. The chance to gain true immortality is something that comes along once every 10,000 years. There are many cultivators of the elder generation and even current chosen who are willing to suppress their own cultivation bases, all for the chance to get that true immortal destiny. During this 10,000-year period, the true immortal destiny lies in the lands of South Heaven. However, since you weren't born on South Heaven, it cannot belong to you. The location of your true immortality is on planet East Victory. The simplest way to achieve true immortal ascension is by means of the rarely seen immortality illumination vine. Use that to gain enlightenment regarding the meaning of immortality, and you can achieve true immortal ascension. Although immortality illumination vines are rare, it is not impossible to acquire them. In fact, there are enough that, during each 10,000-year period, most powerful sects manage to produce 1 or 2 true immortals. However, the vines are only effective in the 1,000 years after the true immortal destiny appears. The second way to achieve true immortal ascension is very difficult, and that is to acquire the immortal destiny that appears once every 10,000 years and use it to tread the path to true immortality. That is the path your master Pill Demon must take. Both of these types of immortals are true immortals. Your master is going about it the most difficult way. If he succeeds, then he will most certainly be taken away by some powerful organization and made a conclave disciple. Therefore, when the time comes for your master's true immortal ascension, the lands of South Heaven are going to be a very lively place. The various chosen of other sects and clans who have left South Heaven will return to fight for their chance. When that time comes, I will act as Tao protector for your master. As for you, after you help your master transcend his tribulation, then you'll go to Planet East Victory. Father has already prepared an Immortality Illumination Vine for you there. Initially, using the Immortality Illumination Vine produces a slightly inferior result. However, cultivation isn't always dependent on the first steps, and using that method can also lead you to great glory. So there are only these two ways to achieve true immortal ascension? Asked Meng Hao, a bit surprised. Why could the Resurrection Lily achieve it? People aren't flowers and flowers aren't people. The path of the Resurrection Lily can be learned from, but if cultivators try to follow it, they will find it very difficult to realize their Tao. There is a third path which is not dependent on any of the planets or any immortal lands. It is to achieve true immortality by your own power. This is a very rare thing. According to the legends, only Patriarch Ksitigarbha, the Earth Store Bodhisattva of the Fourth Mountain too, has ever traveled that path. Other than him, no one has ever pulled it off. When he did, it caused all of the immortal chi in the mountain and sea realm to surge and swirl towards him, such that everyone knew about it. As to how to tread that path, even I don't know. Meng Hao's father shook his head. Even though he had a high opinion of Meng Hao, he didn't think it was possible for him to tread that third path. For now, he said, looking at Meng Hao sternly, focus on my 9 sword forms. Make sure you understand them thoroughly. Sadly, Meng Hao's older sister Fang Yu was still unable to emerge from secluded meditation. Meng Hao's return had caused many in South Heaven's Fang clan to act with great caution. They were unfamiliar with him and didn't dare to even try to probe him for information. Word of Meng Hao's deeds in the southern domain had long since spread amongst the cultivators of the vast eastern lands. When it came to the Ji clan, there were quite a few people there who were currently vacillating nervously. Those people were the chosen who owed Meng Hao spirit stones from back in the demon immortal sect. There were chosen from other sects in the eastern lands as well, all of whom had mixed feelings about Meng Hao. As they sat there beneath the tree, Meng Hao's father waved his hand, causing a scintillating command medallion to fly out toward Meng Hao. It came to rest in front of him, where it floated in the air. It only took a glance for Meng Hao to be able to sense the vast ancientness pulsing off of it. This is an immortal ancient Tao medallion, said Meng Hao's father. In the future, when you leave the lands of South Heaven, you could return home to the clan to continue your cultivation, or you could use this medallion to join the 9th Mountain's immortal ancient Taoist rite and cultiva. Their Taoist magic. In the 9th Mountain and Sea, there are many immortal ancient Taoist rite temples. Whenever one of those temples opens its doors, it will attract a lot of attention. Currently, only the immortal ancient Taoist rite of the 9th Mountain continues to pass on its legacies. Many cultivators practice cultivation among them, making them one of the most superlative Taoist societies in the 9th Mountain. By the time any Taoist rite temple is revealed to the world, it will already long since been left untended and abandoned. Only the most powerful of chosen can join the immortal ancient Taoist rite. Lord Li joined, as did Lord Ji. The Fang patriarch of that era also joined. Their requirements for accepting disciples are very strict. However, if you possess an immortal ancient Tao medallion, then you can join directly as a conclave disciple. Take good care of this medallion. The medallion has another function. I happen to discover an immortal ancient Taoist rite temple. Although it's deserted, if you enter it, the temple will automatically come to life. Accept the medallion's guidance, and you can cultivate enlightenment in the temple. It will greatly improve your chances at achieving immortal ascension. However, after the immortal ancient Taoist rite temple comes to life, others will detect it. Therefore, chosen from the sects and clans of the other planets will come to try to seize the luck and good fortune in the temple. What they will be most interested in obtaining is the immortal ancient Tao medallion. That will be your chance to hone your skills. Meng Hao looked closer at the medallion, and inside, he could just barely make out an immortal ancient Taoist rite temple, filled with countless figures practicing cultivation. There was also a glowing immortal, who was giving a sermon regarding the Tao. The music of a great Tao floated through the air, which Meng Hao couldn't hear clearly. However, it caused him to perceive an unusual sensation of being bathed in celestial radiance, with immortal chi swirling around him. After a long moment, he trembled and recovered his senses. He quickly reached out to take hold of the immortal ancient Tao medallion. Keep the Tao medallion safe and achieve immortal ascension. Those are my tests for you. If you can't accomplish these things, then it would be better for you to stay here with me and your mother. If you can fight with all your might against the chosen of the sects and clans of the other planets, if you can protect this medallion, if you can achieve true immortal ascension, then your mother and I will be confident that you are ready to leave us and forge your own glorious future. Meng Hao clutched the immortal ancient Dao medallion, looked up at his father, and slowly nodded. Meng Hao's father looked back and then smiled. It was a smile full of love and encouragement. Go, he said. Leave this crocodile here. When you achieve immortal ascension, it will be the mount you can use when you leave. However, you did not have me and your mother at your side in this lifetime. You've reached your current stage by relying only on your own efforts. Likewise, I believe that in the future, you won't need help from me or your mother. Your path will lead you much further, and you can do it on your own. Meng Hao took a deep breath and then bowed to his father. Now go. We cultivators don't focus on the trifles in life. Besides, you've grown up. His father's smile grew wider. From the look in his eye, you could see that he wished for his son to be a dragon, to truly succeed. It was a look similar to the one Meng Hao had seen in the eyes of Ko Yunhai. Meng Hao rose to his feet and caught sight of his mother approaching. She walked up to him, adjusted his clothes, and then looked at him lovingly. She clearly did not wish to part with him, and was also worried. Mom, I'm fine, he said with a bashful smile. When she saw his smile, his mother shook her head. That's the same smile you used to make when you were little, she said, whenever you were about to get into mischief. Meng Hao's smile grew even more bashful. He chatted a bit more with his parents, then clasped hands and bowed. Giving them a final deep look, he turned and made his way off into the distance. They watched him leaving, and Meng Hao's mother sighed. This is how cultivators were meant to practice cultivation, his father said calmly. Hauer is a dragon amongst men. His path is his own to tread. I'm still worried though, his mother said. It was without our help that he stepped halfway into true immortality, his father replied proudly. He's grown up, and given his personality, it would be impossible for him to stay with us here for 100,000 years. Since we can't leave, he needs to temper himself with appropriate challenges. Moreover, in all the 9th mountain and sea, there truly are few who have achieved a cultivation base like his at such an age. I'm just afraid that this immortal ancient Taoist right temple that you've activated will attract people above the spirit realm, his mother said softly. Meng Hao's father laughed coolly. Feng Xiufeng makes the rules here on planet South Heaven, and I say if anyone above the spirit realm dares to enter, I'll just kill them. Meng Hao left the Feng clan, the first time he had done so since arriving. The streets were busy, and as he looked around at the bustle, it was clear that this was a city of mortals. There were cultivators present too, but they didn't dare to act superior to others. Apparently, cultivators were not permitted to act aggressively in the lands controlled by the Great Tang. Meng Hao looked up, and off in the distance he could see an enormous city. That was Chang'an. At first glance, it looked ordinary, but when Meng Hao circulated his immortal qi, he was shocked to find that there were 95 gold dragons spiraling through the air above the city. Occasionally, they would let out shocking roars. Of course, it was something that everyone else could not see or hear. Gradually, the 95 dragons merged together into a figure sitting there in midair. When Meng Hao looked at it, the figure seemed to sense his gaze, and then looked back at him. Suddenly, a majestic voice filled Meng Hao's mind. The son of elder brother Feng. As expected, you are quite extraordinary. It's a pleasure to meet you. Allow me to bless you with some qi reserves to incorporate into your body. The 95 dragons each spit streams of draconic qi, which merged together into an extremely lifelike golden dragon. It turned into a golden beam of light that shot through the air and merged into Meng Hao. As it swirled through his body, an incredibly refreshing feeling filled him. Cracking sounds could be heard from inside him, and an otherworldly aura seemed to be washing over him, like a baptism. It almost seemed as if he had formed a resonance with the land, and could now see various Taoist magics and natural laws wherever he looked. Meng Hao's mind trembled as the figure looked away from him. The Tang Emperor, gasped Meng Hao. He was certain that the person just now was the Emperor of the Great Tang. The lands of South Heaven are filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers, he thought. The Emperor of the Great Tang has an unfathomable cultivation base. Is South Heaven the only place like this, or are the other planets similar? Perhaps only people in the same realm as father can understand such things. Meng Hao clasped hands and bowed toward Chang'an. Then, he transformed into a beam of colorful light as he followed the immortal ancient Dao medallion's guidance toward the temple. His second true self became the shadow beneath him, following him wherever he went. Meng Hao had just appeared outside the city and was about to head off into the distance when his eyes glittered. I heard Mom say that the Ji clan isn't too far away from here. A bashful smile appeared on his face, and he rubbed his bag of holding. He still had many promissory notes inside, some of which were written by chosen of the Ji clan. I think it's time to go settle accounts. Meng Hao thought with a dry cough. He took out a jade slip which contained a detailed map of the vast eastern lands. After examining it for a moment, he headed toward the Ji clan's fortress. 1. The character in the surname of the Tang Emperor is Li, the same as Lord Li, previous ruler of the Ninth Mountain, as well as the Li clan, which we know exists on planet Northreed, and whose auxiliary branch was destroyed by Meng Hao. 2. Xidagarbo was previously mentioned in Chapter 702. Chapter 803. Going to the Ji clan to collect debts. The Ji clan didn't just have one ancestral mansion, but many. The one located within the fortress was just one of those. It was enormous and sprawling, taking up roughly 30% of the entire fortress. On the OU side, it looked relatively ordinary, but once you stepped foot inside, you would catch sight of indescribably beautiful carved balustrades and marble steps. An ancient, aged wool emanated out in all directions, making every block of wood and stone seem sentient. It was something completely extraordinary that even the Eastern Lands Fong clan couldn't equal. Meng Hao navigated his way through the fortress using the map, and eventually found the Ji clan's main gate. He walked up the gate and cleared his throat. As he looked around, he didn't see anyone around standing guard. He knocked, and, seeing that there was no reaction from within, flew up into the air and prepared to simply fly into the mansion. However, a massive pressure bore down on him as soon as he rose up into the air. Clearly, the airspace here was restricted. Meng Hao suddenly heard someone chuckling behind him. "Fellow Daoist, don't waste your time. People like you come here every day hoping to pay respects to the Ji clan." There were 2 cultivators there who had caught sight of Meng Hao as they were passing by. "The Ji clan is the #1 clan in the lands of South Heaven," said the first one, "and this is one of their ancestral mansions. You think you can just waltz right in? The only way to get inside is if you're invited by the Ji clan." "Why even try?" chuckled the second one. "You might end up irritating one of the Ji clan members, and then you'd be in grave danger." Actually, Meng Hao's handsome appearance and down-to-earth disposition left these 2 cultivators with a good impression, so they really were trying to help him out. "I'm not here to pay respects," said Meng Hao, coughing lightly. "I'm here to collect some debts." His eyes suddenly glittered brightly as he caught sight of the 2 iron hoop handles that adorned the main gate. The 2 iron hoops seemed ordinary, but by using his celestial vision technique, he could instantly sense the aura of ancient magical symbols pulsing off of them. These things are magical treasures, Meng Hao thought. Taking a step forward, he grabbed one of the iron hoops and then yanked hard on it. Unfortunately, the gate didn't budge an inch. The 2 startled cultivators looked on in shock. "Fellow Daoist, what are you doing?" Meng Hao took a deep breath, and strange gleam appeared in his eyes. As he prepared to yank on the iron hoop a second time, the wide-eyed cultivators behind him began to back up. They came to the Citadel frequently to go shopping, and often saw cultivators pacing back and forth in front of the Ji clan's main gate, hoping to gain entrance to offer respects. However, they had never, ever seen someone covet the iron hoops on the main gate. The mere sight of it made their scalps numb. As they backed up, Meng Hao wrenched at the iron hoop with full force. Some distance away, a group of 7 or 8 youths were loitering on the street corner, chatting and laughing. When they noticed what Meng Hao was doing, one of their number gaped for a moment and then let out a roar of fury. He instantly flew into the air toward Meng Hao. "How brazen! Did you just eat a dragon heart? How dare you behave so boorishly in front of the Ji clan?" The 2 cultivators near Meng Hao were so scared they could barely speak, and began to back up even faster. "Not good. It's Ji Xueming. He's a quasi-array disciple of the Ji clan." Ji Xueming's hands flashed in an incantation gesture as he whistled through the air. Bright light pulsed off of his body, which then transformed into a long spear that emanated a strong force, like a tornado. He stabbed the spear toward Meng Hao without hesitation. As Meng Hao stood there at the entrance to the Ji clan, he turned his head to look at the incoming spear, then gave a cold snort. He waved his right index finger, causing the long spear to tremble and then explode into pieces. The shockwave didn't even lift a hair on Meng Hao's head, but Ji Xueming was sent tumbling backward through the air. He slammed into the ground about 300 meters away, coughing up blood, his face ashen. His companions' faces filled with rage as they looked over at Meng Hao. "Looking to die?" Ji Xueming howled, crawling to his feet. His cultivation base was at the late nascent soul stage, and although Meng Hao's cultivation base was not visible to him, he raged at him nonetheless. "You're Ji Xueming?" Meng Hao asked. "Okay, hold on a second." With that, Meng Hao slapped his bag of holding to produce a large stack of promissory notes. After flipping through them for a moment, his eyes sparkled and pulled out one in particular. "Are you related to Ji Xuelin?" he continued, sounding hopeful. "1. He's my big brother. How dare you act so wildly in the Ji clan? You're dead." With a shrill cry, he waved his right hand, causing spiritual energy to surge in midair, giving rise to ripples that only a cultivator could see. Meng Hao smiled bashfully, then proceeded to ignore Ji Xueming and look back at the iron hoops. He was getting even more excited about them. This is really a lovely treasure, he thought, causing his cultivation base to begin to rotate. His Dharma idol flickered into being behind him, which then reached down to grab an iron ring and yank on it. A boom could be heard as the entire main gate shuddered. Even the ground quaked as the iron ring was ripped off the door by Meng Hao. The two cultivators who had just been trying to persuade Meng Hao to leave were now watching with wide eyes. Ji Xueming's companion's eyes went even wider with disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. As for Ji Xueming, his shrill cry gurgled to a stop, and he gaped at Meng Hao in shock. The huge boom just now had echoed throughout the city, and quite a few cultivators had hurried over to see what was happening. When they saw what was going on, they instantly began to cry out in shock. He ripped off a door hoop? That's impossible. Is that guy crazy? How could he possibly dare to provoke the Ji clan? This is the Ji clan's ancestral mansion, a representation of the whole clan's face. And yet he actually ripped a door hoop off. He's poking the heavens in the eye. A buzz of conversation immediately echoed out. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever as he hefted the iron hoop in his hand to get a sense of its weight. Then, his eyes shone with a gleam of pleasure. Truly a lovely treasure, he thought. It was at this point that his head swiveled to look at the other iron hoop. He was just about to reach out and grab it when a cold snort echoed out from inside the Ji clan. Next, the gates silently swung open, and a young man walked out. His long hair draped down over his shoulders, and his features were handsome, albeit cold. A spirit-severing aura swirled around him as he strode out. Instantly, a rumbling sound filled the air, as if bizarre ripples were spreading out from his body. According to the clan rules, the young man said as he walked out, anyone who damages the clan gate will be exterminated to the 9th degree of kinship. He looked over coldly at Meng Hao, and then suddenly, his jaw dropped. 300 meters away, Ji Xueming didn't notice that point. He was extremely excited and cried out, "Big brother, kill that guy." Meng Hao's eyes gleamed with a strange light. As soon as he laid eyes on this newcomer, he couldn't help but feel happy. He laughed loudly and then said, "Fellow Daoist Xuelin, do you remember me?" At first, the young man's bearing had been cold and aloof, but after looking closely at Meng Hao and hearing his words, his face went deathly white. Even if he had a more steely will, he would still have cried out hoarsely in alarm. As it was, he couldn't prevent himself from staggering backwards several paces. "No, I don't remember," he cried out, then slammed the gate shut. Eyes glittering, Meng Hao lifted his right foot up and then kicked hard onto the huge gate. A boom echoed out as the gate crashed open. Ji Xuelin was on the other side and was sent tumbling backward, blood spurting out of his mouth. Then he began to cry out loudly, "Meng Hao's here! Meng Hao's here!" His urgent call immediately caused the faces of numerous Ji clan old-timers to flicker. As for the chosen who happened to be in the mansion, they didn't comprise all of the Ji clan chosen. However, there were 4 or 5 who happened to own Meng Hao's spirit stones, and their faces filled with shock. When the people gathered outside the Ji clan heard Ji Xuelin's call, they were completely taken aback. Many weren't able to put the pieces together, but there were some whose expressions flickered with understanding. Meng Hao? That's the guy who ended the war between the Southern Domain and the Northern Reaches. He's half a step into true immortality and is the #1 figure in his generation. It's him, he's actually in the Eastern Lands. Damn it. Now that I think about it, the sect issued orders recently that we are not to offend Meng Hao in any way. I didn't understand before because I thought he was in the Southern Domain. But it turns out he's already in the Eastern Lands. So, he really is Meng Hao. Stories of the War of the Southern Domain had long since spread widely throughout all the lands, and Meng Hao's name could be heard everywhere. He had sealed the cultivation bases of more than 100,000 Northern Reaches cultivators, cutting off their path to the nascent soul stage and reducing them to felon citizens. Furthermore, he had summoned a huge mountain to suppress 5-peak Dao-seeking experts. Because of all of that, Meng Hao is now thoroughly famous in all the lands of South Heaven. Ji Xueming stood there quivering, face pale and eyes wide. He vaguely remembered that some time ago, word had been passed down through the clan forbidding anyone from provoking Meng Hao. Everything trembled as Meng Hao entered the Ji clan. As he passed the nearly destroyed gate, he casually reached down to wrench off the other iron hoop, which he put in his bag of holding. The sight of him doing so caused gasps to rise up from the people who stood outside watching. Meng Hao's domineering manner had already left them with a deep impression. On the other hand, flames of rage could be seen burning in the Ji clan members' eyes. After all, there were only a few people who actually owed him spirit stones. To all the other members of the Ji clan, Meng Hao's actions just now were nothing short of blasphemous. Immediately, 8 older members of the clan snorted coldly and then stepped forward. Hands were waved, and divine abilities appeared. However, when they neared Meng Hao, his eyes flickered, and he flicked his sleeve. Rumbling echoed out as a storm wind rose up. It blasted out in all directions, causing the 8 older clan members to tumble back with blood spraying from their mouths. Meng Hao cleared his throat and pulled out some promissory notes. "I'm not here to cause a ruckus," he said, as he began leafing through the notes. "I just want to collect some debts. Ji Xuelin, Ji Tianyi, Ji Xiaoxiao." In a brief moment, he recited 7 or 8 names. Finally, he looked up. "When exactly were you people planning on paying me back the tens of millions of spirit stones you owe me? Hand them over." His voice roared out to be heard not only by the entire Ji clan, but also everyone on the outside. Instantly, all of the people whose names he recited, with the exception of those not present, suddenly grew incredibly wrathful. How could they not? After all, the sheer amount of spirit stones owed made it impossible for them to pay off the debt. "You're shameless, Meng Hao. You forced us to write those promissory notes. We didn't want to write them. You made us." "Yeah, you threatened us. We had no choice but to sign the promissory notes so they don't count." When the other Ji clan members heard what was being cried out, they couldn't help but be shocked. The cultivators on the outside were also looking on with wide eyes. I can't believe Meng Hao was so daring back then. He actually forced Ji clan chosen to write promissory notes. Tens of millions of spirit stones. How do you force someone to the point of signing that kind of promissory note? Meng Hao's eyes went dark. "Not going to acknowledge your debt." 1. In traditional Chinese culture, all males of the same generation in a family will have the same first character in their given name. In this case, it would be logical to assume that since the first character in Ji Xueming's name is Shui, that he would be related to Ji Xuelin, who also has the character Shui. Incidentally, Madame Deathblade's family follows this tradition, so her brother and cousins all have the character Ji Zhi in their given name. Chapter 804. Debts must be repaid. The Ji clan members glared furiously at Meng Hao, their eyes brimming with killing intent. For years on end, no one had ever dared to crash through the Ji clan's gate. Well, except for a certain husband and wife. Now, Meng Hao was the third person to do so. "What a pack of lies," a voice said from among the Ji clan members. At the same time, a surge of energy burst out, accompanied by 3 older clan members. They moved with incredible speed and were in front of Meng Hao in the space of one breath. Their cultivation bases emanated the shocking power of Dao seeking, and even as they arrived in front of Meng Hao, they snorted and launched attacks. They knew Meng Hao was extraordinary, which was why they joined forces to attack in unison. Everything trembled violently, even the sun and moon. The illusory image of an altar appeared which rumbled toward Meng Hao, exuding incredible pressure. "For the sake of your parents, we won't kill you today, but that doesn't mean we'll let you off without teaching you a lesson." The ground quaked as the altar descended toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao's expression was calm. He smiled and glanced at the incoming altar, then suddenly clenched his fist. Even as his punch sailed through the air, the 9th mountain materialized, which then slammed into the altar. A huge boom rattled out, and the altar was sent spinning backward. The 9th mountain floated there, emanating shocking pressure, and most shocking of all, surrounded by swirling immortal qi. The 3 Ji clan members staggered backward, blood oozing out of their mouths, their faces filled with shock. In the same moment that they fell into retreat, 7 more older clan members flew up into the air. They also joined forces, shoving their hands down from above to summon an enormous lake. There were fish swimming to and fro within the lake, one of which leapt out and transformed into a red dragon that roared and headed toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao lifted his foot up and took a step forward. The ground quaked as a massive force rippled out. In all directions, the 3 Dao-seeking experts coughed up blood and fell back once more, astonishment written on their faces. As for the 7 old clan members who had summoned the red dragon, blood sprayed from their mouths and they tumbled back through the air like kites with their strings cut. Then there were the ordinary clan members, whose faces fell as they felt themselves being shoved back violently, their bodies completely beyond their own control. They looked over in shock at Meng Hao, who stood there, towering above everyone. The people on the outside continued to watch with wide eyes and gaping mouths. To them, Meng Hao looked like a paragon, standing there unmatched and invincible. "Debts must be repaid," Meng Hao said, walking forward again. "It's a law of heaven and a principle of earth. If you renege on your debt, then I'll just have to come take it myself." As he advanced, the Ji clan members were forced to fall back. It was almost like they couldn't even control their own bodies and were literally being forced back by an incredible power. One of their number was a young man who suddenly felt an incredible force wrapping around his body. He was suddenly hauled out from the other Ji clan members and pulled directly in front of Meng Hao. It was Ji Xuelin. "Meng Hao, you're pushing things way too far," he cried shrilly, glaring furiously at Meng Hao. He looked like he was about to fly into a rage, but inwardly, he was trembling. Even as the words left his mouth, he braced himself for something horrible to happen. However, he had no choice but to speak such words. After all, This was the Ji clan, and if he didn't say something, how could he possibly hold his head up in front of his fellow clan members? You owe me money, and I'm here to collect. How is that pushing things too far? In the face of all the nearby Ji clan members, Meng Hao grabbed Ji Xuelin's bag of holding and opened it up. He frowned. You barely have more than 1 million spirit stones? How could that be? Meng Hao's tone turned stern. Ji Xuelin, that's simply not enough. Okay, let me see. You owe me 7,650,000 spirit stones. He reached out, stuck his hand into Ji Xuelin's robe, and started to loosen it. Meng Hao. Why you? Ji Xuelin let out a roar. Meng Hao had just snatched away his bag of holding, and then taken away some of his other personal belongings. After that, shockingly, Meng Hao began to disrobe him. This caused Ji Xuelin to be frightened out of his wits, filled with unprecedented terror and astonishment. Why you, what are you doing? He wasn't the only frightened one. The other Ji clan members looked on with wide, disbelieving eyes as Meng Hao pulled Ji Xuelin's robes off. You owe me money. These clothes are pretty nice. I bet I could sell them for a few spirit stones. Meng Hao put the robes away and then looked at the shivering Ji Xuelin. Finally, he heaved a sigh of pity. If I had known things would turn out this way, Meng Hao said, shaking his head sympathetically, I would have done things differently back then. Young people. You shouldn't write promissory notes so easily, you know? I hope that in the future, you keep that in mind. Turn over a new leaf. Although, don't forget that you still have to pay me back what you owe me. This little bit today can just be considered interest. Ji Xuelin let out a mighty roar and then coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was so enraged that he then passed out and flopped over onto the ground, although it was hard to say whether it was real or an act. It was at this point that a cold snort echoed through the air. A shadow passed over the mansion, and an incredibly cold aura spread out. Boundless killing intent roiled through the air as an enormous black hand appeared up above. Rumbling pressure weighed down in all directions, transforming into the power of peak Dao seeking. As Meng Hao looked up, the hand descended toward him. Just barely visible behind the huge hand was an old man wearing a black robe. He was thin and emaciated, and emanated an aura of decay and rot, as if he had just climbed up from a grave. You don't qualify to run amok in the Ji clan. Rumbling filled heaven and earth, and astonishing killing intent filled the air. It seemed evil to the extreme, and caused the bright spring day to suddenly become as cold as dead winter. Black snowflakes began to flutter down, and the entire place appeared to have turned into a midwinter battlefield. Suddenly, countless corpses appeared on the battlefield, as well as innumerable cultivators locked in deadly combat. All of was incredibly realistic. It was a Dao-seeking region. It was a peak Dao-seeking region. As Meng Hao stood there in the middle of the region, his face grew dark and grim. Anyone who saw the expression found their hearts suddenly thumping. This version of Meng Hao seemed completely different, a vicious version which had been hiding inside him all along. Killing intent? You can't have more than I do, he said coolly. Suddenly, the shadow beneath his feet rippled, and his second true self emerged. At first, his eyes were closed, but as he stepped out, they opened and blood-colored light spilled out. A killing intent radiated out that was exponentially stronger than the previous killing intent. It caused the sky to change color and the clouds to seethe. The sun and moon trembled as the intensity of the killing intent caused everything in the area to shake. The emaciated man up in midair gasped, and his face filled with disbelief. The surrounding Ji clan members were all shaking in astonishment, and many of them were coughing up mouthfuls of blood. Everyone on the outside felt as if they were frozen in place by icy coldness and were shivering violently. This was Meng Hao's second true self, who had absorbed his boundless devilish will. The devilish will was shocking. A black aura exploded out from Meng Hao's second true self, transform. Into roiling black clouds that then formed into the image of an enormous face. The face was matchlessly savage and seemed to contain a madness that wished to exterminate all forms of life. The intense killing intent immediately exerted incredible pressure on the emaciated old man, who felt his scalp go completely numb. This. His mind was reeling. This ferocious spirit, this killing intent, this madness were something rarely seen in life. Meng Hao's mood had turned sour. His voice level, he said, as for this battlefield illusion, let me ask you, have you ever seen a real battlefield before? His second true self's body distorted, causing what looked like beams of light to shoot out in all directions, causing a different battlefield to appear. It was a battlefield of complete carnage, with rivers of blood flowing everywhere. A mountain-like giant roared, and a woman was hidden in ball of mist. Fierce fighting raged as people chose to self-detonate rather than see their home be overrun. The ground was stained bright red, and up above in the sky, peak Dao-seeking experts fought at close quarters. One of them laughed uproariously and self-detonated. The scene was incredibly realistic because these were images of things that had actually occurred in the war between the Southern Domain and the Northern Reaches. "Have you ever been on a battlefield like that?" asked Meng Hao. His second true self's eyes flickered, and he took a step forward. His ferocious spirit merged with the energy of the battlefield, which then rose up into the air to meet the descending pitch-black hand and the emaciated old man. A huge boom rang out as the black hand collapsed into pieces. The emaciated man coughed up blood and was flung backward. As he flew through the air, he coughed up 3 more mouthfuls of blood. His cultivation base dropped, and cracking sounds rang out as a life-protecting jade slip was destroyed. Without that jade slip, he would most certainly have been dead. Everything was dead silent. The Ji clan members were completely shaken as they stared at Meng Hao. It was the same with the cultivators on the outside. Now that is Meng Hao. He is a chosen who rose to fame during the war between the Southern Domain and the Northern Reaches. He's the #1 figure of this generation in the lands of South Heaven. That battlefield just now must have been images from the war. A sharp inhalation could be heard, followed by the image of Meng Hao shaking his head. "Couldn't control it fully," he said. With that, he made a beckoning motion, and his second true self vanished, once again turning into a shadow. From what everyone watching could see, it appeared as if Meng Hao was once again calm and tranquil. "That's enough, you little punk." The next voice that echoed out was ancient and archaic. It came from deep within the Ji clan ancestral mansion, from a location that looked very different from the beautifully decorated buildings around it. It was a thatched cottage that seemed completely ordinary in every respect. Suddenly, the cottage's door opened, and a teenager stepped out. He appeared to be about 15 or 16, but had a full head of white hair. His expression was the type you would see on an old man. Clearly, he cultivated some technique that allowed the body to reverse the effects of aging. As soon as he stepped out, everything in front of him trembled. Shockingly, an enormous Dharma idol appeared behind him. The Dharma idol was not humanoid, but rather was an enormous bottle gourd which was a swirl of red, blue, and yellow colors. As soon as it appeared, shocking light spread out to cover over the entire fortress. As soon as the Ji clan cultivators saw the bottle gourd and heard the ancient voice, their spirits were lifted. Regardless of age, they all turned toward the gourd, clasped hands, and bowed. "Greetings, Patriarch 9. It's Patriarch 9. Greetings, Patriarch 9. Simultaneously, the teenager strode forward a single step. It was as if the entire Ji clan fortress shrunk. In the blink of an eye, he was directly in front of the crowd of Ji clan cultivators. His hands were clasped behind his back, and his white hair floated around him as he stared icily at Meng Hao. Chapter 805. We'll pay you back. A false immortal. This was a false immortal. The teenager made his appearance coldly, and as he stood in front of the other Ji clan members, his eyes fell onto Meng Hao. "Screw off," he said. He was well aware that Meng Hao had powerful backing and didn't want to provoke him. However, the ancestral mansion was under his personal command. If Feng Xiufeng showed up, he wouldn't do anything to offend him. But for a member of the junior generation to dare to act in this way filled his heart with rage. His appearance on the scene immediately caused the surrounding Ji clan members to grow excited. Ji Xuelin instantly regained consciousness and looked excitedly at Patriarch 9. Then he looked back at Meng Hao with anticipation regarding his imminent vengeance. "You're definitely going to get put in place this time," he thought. Meng Hao cleared his throat and looked up at the enormous bottle gourd Dharma idol floating there. "Dharma idol, huh?" Meng Hao smiled. "Well, I have one too." Eyes glittering, he took a step forward. Up to this point, he hadn't called on the full extent of his power. Now he rotated his cultivation base, and immortal chi emerged. As soon as it did, everything trembled and shook, and an enormous Dharma idol appeared that seemed capable of holding up the sky. The strength of this Dharma idol was extraordinarily shocking. It was like some primordial giant whose face was that of Meng Hao. The sky shook and the ground quaked the moment the Dharma idol appeared. Natural law spread out, along with a vast pressure that weighed down on everything. The bottle gourd began to quiver, and it seemed to be expending all of its energy as it struggled to fight back against Meng Hao's Dharma idol. The sky looked like it was on the verge of being torn to shreds, and ear-shattering booms filled the air. The incredible pressure seemed capable of tearing heaven and earth apart from each other, and the land looked as if it were about to shatter into pieces. Almost instantly, Meng Hao and the teenager were in a deadlock. The Ji clan members looked on, panting, their expressions blank. Their scalps were numb, and their minds reeled. They knew that Meng Hao was strong, but how could they ever have imagined that he would be this strong? He could even fight Patriarch 9 to a standstill, and their Patriarch 9 was an immortal. The teenager's face sank, and a strange light appeared in his eyes as he looked at Meng Hao. Inwardly, he let out a long sigh. He had known before that Meng Hao was extraordinary, but it wasn't until he actually faced up against him that he realized he had underestimated him. So it's true that he's actually half a step into true immortality. By now, the nearby cultivators had spread the news that Meng Hao had charged into the Ji clan fortress. The news reached other sects, and soon all of the powerful experts of the Eastern lands knew. Divine sense streamed forth, and gasps could be heard in the various sects throughout the Eastern lands when they saw that Meng Hao could grapple with a false immortal. This Meng Hao is incredible. His father is extraordinary, and so is he. The Fan clan. Countless eyes throughout the Eastern lands were now fixed on the Ji clan and Meng Hao. Meng Hao's eyes blazed with the desire to do battle. Ever since his incredible cultivation-based breakthrough, he had not battled a false immortal. He truly wished to know how such a battle would turn out. He reached out his hand and pointed toward the teenager, and his desire to fight was clear. "Make your move," he said. The Ji clan cultivators were panting, especially those who normally flaunted their status as chosen. Their faces were pale, and they were forced to admit that there was now a vast, unimaginable gap between themselves and Meng Hao. It was like the difference between heaven and earth, and was a chasm that could not easily be crossed. He is so much stronger than us. It's laughable to say that we are of the same generation. We can shake things up, but he can battle with our patriarch. We don't even qualify to be his opponent. This fact was quite a blow to the chosen. Earlier, they had heard about Meng Hao's strength, but to witness it with their own eyes was shocking to the soul. As he faced up against a bristling Meng Hao, Patriarch 9 realized that he was in somewhat of a dilemma. As the saying goes, if you ride a tiger, it's hard to get off. Even as he hesitated, an archaic voice suddenly rang out from thin air to fill the Ji clan. The Ji clan cultivates karma. Spirit stones are material objects and can be considered heir to seed of karma. The Ji clan must not be infected by such karma. Anyone who owes this person spirit stones must pay them back. All of you, pay heed. The Ji clan's cultivation is different than that of the masses. To cultivate karma, we must revere karma. If you do not have the power to sever karma, then you must yield to it. Give it to him. Him coming here to ask for his spirit stones is in fact an aid to you in severing karma with him. Do you still not understand? Once the karma is severed, your cultivation will surely flourish. As these few sentences reverberated through the air, the voice vanished. Patriarch 9's body jerked to a stop as he realized that the voice had come from the true patriarch of the Ji clan here in the Eastern lands. His energy immediately dissipated along with the Dharma idol, and he clasped hands and bowed to Meng Hao. "Many thanks for the assistance you have provided to these children of the Ji clan in severing karma, my young friend. Please inform me of exactly how many spirit stones are owed, and I will give them to you." There were many people who appeared to be enlightened and not just members of the Ji clan. As for the handful of chosen who owned spirit stones to Meng Hao, their bodies trembled as brilliant Tao light shone out from them. What seemed to be the music of a great Tao swirled around them, as if in this moment, their Tao heart was nudged forward. Meng Hao gaped in shock at this sudden reversal. That was especially so when he saw that the Tao light shining off of Ji Xuelin had intensified. From the look of it, he was experiencing a cultivation-based breakthrough, which caused Meng Hao to breathe deeply. I can't believe the Ji clan's magic is so heaven-defying, he thought. Cultivate karma, revere karma, sever karma. He watched wide-eyed as Ji Xuelin suddenly clasped hands and bowed to him. "Elder brother Meng, many thanks for helping me to sever the karma from that year." The chosen who owed Meng Hao spirit stones immediately began to clasp hands toward him and bow in thanks. "Many thanks, elder brother Meng. Many thanks, fellow Taoist Meng Hao." Meng Hao abruptly took a few steps back. He was actually a bit angry. He had merely come here to collect some debts. How could it have ended with him helping them? Who was that old geezer who was talking just now, he thought, frowning. He's so powerful. With just a few words, not only was he able to settle the dispute, he provided his clan members with good fortune and turned me into the grindstone to help them polish their understanding of severing karma. Damn it. Meng Hao was just about to leave when Patriarch 9 hurried forward, smiling. "Young friend, what are you doing?" he asked. "How many spirit stones do they owe you? Tell me, and I'll hand them over to you." No, that's fine," Meng Hao said hastily. "All of us are actually good friends, and I was just pulling a little prank. Let's leave the dead in place, alright. I'm in no hurry." By this point, he was already back at the huge gate. "No, that won't do," said the youthful-looking Patriarch 9. "There's no need to say anything more, young friend. You're being too magnanimous." He turned to the chosen. "All of you, tell me how much you owe. And tell me how much Xiao Xiao and the other two owe, too." Patriarch 9 had also been somewhat enlightened now. He knew that to sever a karma infection was something of great importance to these chosen. To Ji Xuelin and the others, it was clear that great fortune had just arrived. Having just been enlightened about such a great truth, they immediately responded. 7,650,000. 9,180,000. 14 million. 8,330,000. Altogether, Xiao Xiao and the other two probably don't owe more than 30,000,000. When the youthful-looking patriarch Nine heard how many spirit stones were involved, he stared in shock, then looked deeply at Meng Hao. Young friend, you really are very magnanimous. In the future, you'll surely be incredibly rich. You're too kind, really, said Meng Hao, clearing his throat and backing up. Since Ji Xiaoxiao and the other two aren't here, they can't return what they owe personally, and it doesn't count as them settling the debt. As far as he was concerned, these people from the Ji clan were a bunch of lunatics. Who would possibly offer to pay back so many spirit stones? If he owed so many spirit stones to someone, he sure wouldn't pay them back, even if he were beaten to death. Really, he said, there's no need to be hasty. How about this, you people get back to what you were doing? My dad asked me to help out around the house, so I'll head home now. By this point, he was outside the main gate. However, just as he was about to leave, a bag of holding flew out and landed in his hand. Inside that bag are all the spirit stones owed to you from the people here. As of now, they have no karma connected to you. There was a booming sound as the Ji clan's main gate slammed shut. Meng Hao chuckled bitterly. The promissory notes in his bag of holding instantly turned to ash. Luckily, there were still 3 remaining, the ones belonging to Ji Xiaoxiao and the others. Since they weren't here, they wouldn't be able to resolve their karma. Meng Hao had his money, but was actually a bit depressed. Of course, what he didn't know is that his matter of collecting his debts had actually shaken the entire Eastern lands. Countless gazes were being cast in his direction at that very moment. He looked at the Ji clan's main gate, then recalled the iron hoops in his bag of holding. He hesitated for a moment. Fudge, who cares about all that crap he said about karma? I'm keeping the iron hoops. With that, he turned, clasped hands to the surrounding cultivators, then turned into a beam of prismatic light that shot off into the distance. He moved with such speed that in the blink of an eye, no trace of him remained. He reappeared far off in the distance in the sky above the eastern lands. He sent some divine sense out to make sure that no one was watching him, and then his expression darkened. After a long moment, his eyes flickered. I think that in the future I should get more people to write promissory notes. Getting them to personally write the notes is karma. Interesting. Perhaps these promissory notes will be of some use in the future. Eyes glittering, Meng Hao was just about to allow the immortal ancient Dao medallion to guide him to the Daoist Rite Temple when suddenly, he stopped in place. If I remember correctly, I still owe money to some people too. I owe Steward Zhou 3 pieces of silver. When he considered the matter, something about it didn't seem right. But when went looking for him before, Steward Zhou was already dead. Should I go find his descendants? That damned Patriarch Reliance has the state of Zhao on his back. And he left the lands of South Heaven. How am I supposed to settle that karma? After a moment, he smiled bitterly. Shaking his head, he sighed, then sent some divine sense into the immortal ancient Dao medallion. Following its guidance, he headed off into the distance. Several days later, Meng Hao appeared at the edge of a boundless mountain range in the depths of the eastern lands. He then vanished as he entered the mountains. As he proceeded along, he saw no signs of life. He passed many treacherous locations and faced quite a few dangers. As he traveled further into the mountains, the air up above became restricted, and eruptions of black mist would occur frequently. Despite Meng Hao's incredibly powerful fleshly body, he could still be injured by that black mist, which filled his heart with trepidation after it happened a few times. They don't seem like restrictive spells, he thought. Could it be that somebody buried something here? Whatever they are, they're incredibly dangerous. After some careful examination, Meng Hao was certain that there were items buried beneath the ground that would explode if stepped on. There were also naturally occurring restrictive spells which, if he got caught in their explosions, would certainly cause his cultivation base to drop. Thankfully, the immortal ancient Dao medallion was very effective in avoiding both the restrictive spells and the objects buried underground. Using the medallion's guidance, he was able to proceed onward for several days with no incident. Finally, he found himself on a narrow path which cut deep through the mountains in such a way that he could only see a sliver of the sky up above. This path also was laced with the buried, explosive objects. Thankfully, by means of the medallion and utmost caution, he was able to proceed along the path for some time without incident. 3 times, eruptions occurred, but in the end, he finally found himself in front of a rundown old temple. Chapter 806. The Wind Stirs in the Ninth Mountain and Sea. 20 days earlier. On planet South Heaven, Meng Hao's father had slashed out with his sword, causing sword chi to descend on the eastern lands. It had pierced into a mountain range, to a dilapidated old temple, whereupon the illusory images of a Daoist Rite Temple had appeared. The whole thing had been unsealed by Meng Hao's father. When such a thing happened, it was only the beginning. The invisible ripples that spread out were very difficult to conceal, and in fact made their way from planet South Heaven out into the starry sky, whereupon many almighty figures sensed them. On planet East Victory, about half of the entire planet belonged to the Fong clan. Actually, if the Fong clan wished it, they could easily take control of the entire planet. When the invisible ripples spread out from the immortal ancient Taoist right temple on planet South Heaven, an ancient voice floated out from inside of an archaic temple on planet East Victory. So, another immortal ancient Taoist right temple has been unsealed, and in the lands of South Heaven. Have the array chosen of the clan go to acquire good fortune. Fong Xiangshan, Fong Yuni, Fong Donghan. You three have a predestined connection to go seek your fortunes there. Your clan uncle Fong Xiufeng is there on South Heaven, so he might be able to provide you with some assistance. As for the other clan disciples, although you might not have the destiny, if you wish to go, you may. The voice echoed out throughout the entire planet, and in response, incredible energy surged up from 3 specific locations. One such location was a lake, on the surface of which was a solitary boat. Sitting cross-legged in the boat was a woman wearing white garments, who seemed graceful in an otherworldly way. Her long, lustrous hair fell like a cape down her back, and she seemed ethereal, beyond that which was mortal. On either side of her were 2 indistinct figures, guards who were there to protect her at all times. The woman's eyelashes fluttered as her eyes opened. If this is your order, Patriarch, then Xiang'e will definitely make the trip. In another location was a wild stretch of mountains that was constantly filled by roars of wild beasts, so shocking they seemed capable of ripping the sky apart. This place was actually referred to as a restricted area, and was incredibly dangerous. Standing there in the mountains was a young, bare-chested young man currently locked in deadly combat with a gigantic ape that glowed with glittering, golden light. The ape roared, and shockingly, a Dharma idol appeared. However, the vicious young man still managed to rip the ape in half, showering himself with copious amounts of blood. Immortal ancient Taoist right temple? Said the young man. That means that an immortal ancient Taoist medallion will certainly appear. Fong Wei is out training, and won't be back anytime soon. This good fortune will certainly fall to me, Fong Donghan. The young man drank a huge mouthful of ape blood, then rose to his feet. 2 beautiful women materialized, not with physical bodies, but with spirit bodies. Any worldly wise person would know at a single glance that these were wind spirit bodies, something that only members of the wind spirit people could possess. Few members of their people existed like this. Only a handful would be born in any given generation that were suitable to cultivate this type of wind magic. The 2 women picked up a cloak, which they draped over the young man. The third location was an enormous basin filled with countless chunks of broken stone. These were no ordinary stones. Each and every one came from outside in the starry sky, and had fallen to this place as meteors. As a result, the basin was filled with incredible pressure, and any cultivator inside would find it hard to even take just a few steps. When inside, it felt as if one's entire body were bound tightly, and if you managed to force yourself to be able to walk, your body might explode. Currently, a young man could be seen sitting cross-legged in the depths of the basin. He had no hair and wore golden clothing. Cracking sounds could be heard ringing out from inside of him. His fleshly body was powerful to the extreme. In fact, he could rely on that power alone to resist the shocking pressure that surrounded him. After a few moments passed, he opened his eyes. Within each of his eyes was the image of what appeared to be a planet, bizarre and strange. Interesting. An immortal ancient Tao medallion. If I could acquire that and give it to Goddess Jixiang, it would probably improve her impression of me. The bald young man smiled and rose to his feet. He walked out of the basin, where he was met by 2 old men who stood guard at his side. In addition to these 3 people, there were more than 10 others from Planet East Victory who chose to compete for this particular opportunity. Meanwhile, a slender young man stood in the middle of a desert on Planet West Felicity 1. He wore a green robe which swayed in the wind, and the sword strapped to his back emanated a monstrous sword aura that caused the desert around him to seem like a lake of swords. The music of a Tao floated in the air, and the entire area seemed like a holy land. As he stood there, he appeared to be respectfully listening to someone. After a moment, a brilliant glow appeared in his eyes. Immortal ancient Taoist right temple. I have the strange feeling that if I don't go, I'll regret it. In that case, I'll just have to go check it out. He smiled faintly, then transformed into a sword beam that shot off into the distance. In another location on Planet West Felicity, a veiled woman sat cross-legged on a mountain peak. Demonic chi swirled about, causing wind and thunder to roll through the air. The woman's eyes were closed, and her aura seemed demonic, and yet not. Immortal, and yet not. Immortal ancient Taoist right temple, she murmured softly, her voice mesmerizing and charming. The Southern Dew. Maine. She smiled as she seemed to visualize the image of a young man. Why not go and see some old friends, she said. I wonder if that little punk succeeded in spirit severing. At the same time, on planet North Reed, a shocking scene was playing out. The Lee clan of the Southern Domain had merely been a collateral branch. The real Lee clan was extremely famous in the Ninth Mountain and Sea. Currently, a massive airship was flying out of the Lee clan. It was fully 30,000 meters long, and at the front of the ship stood 10 clan members, who looked out as the ship shot through the starry sky. One of those clan members was an icily arrogant woman who sat ramrod straight at the head of the group. Moonlight flickered in her eyes, and the mark of a willow leaf could be seen on her forehead. Her expression was as cold as freezing ice. The immortal ancient Tao medallion must be mine. There were 2 other locations on planet North Reed where similarly shocking sights could be seen. In one location, an old man suddenly materialized outside the mouth of an enormous volcano. He clasped hands and bowed deeply. Young Lord Luodan, the patriarch has issued a command. He wants you to lead some people to planet South Heaven. An immortal ancient Taoist Rite Temple has been activated. He wants you to go do your best to seize the good fortune. A flame-cloaked figure strode out from inside the volcano. He stopped in front of the old man, whereupon the flames that surrounded him merged together to form a flame crow that perched on his shoulder. He was a tall, strapping young man with a scar that ran from his forehead all the way down to his neck, giving him a thoroughly fearsome appearance. His garments were composed of magical flame symbols, merged together into robes. "I understand," he said coolly, then made his way off into the distance. In another location was a pitch-black bamboo forest, within which lurked numerous recently deceased souls that flew back and forth wildly. A young man sat cross-legged on a bamboo stem. He was handsome, with eyebrows like swords and eyes like stars. His eyes shone brightly as he looked over at another nearby bamboo stem. On that other piece of bamboo was an old man who looked like a monkey. He was staring at the young man with arrogance and contempt, and the young man was staring back at him. "You're coming with me," the young man said. "Like hell I am," the old man replied with arrogant disdain. "Your grandpa, Sue, has been famous for years. You think I'm going to go around with a wimpy little brat like yourself? Scram. If I was like the old me, I would already have beaten the crap out of you. I'll remind you I'm surnamed Wang," the young man through gritted teeth said. "Wang Shmeng. You bastard," the old man said impatiently. He waved his hand, sending the young man flailing backward, blood spraying from his mouth. When he rose to his feet, a ghost flitted over, came to a stop next to the young man, and whispered in his ear. The young man's eyes flickered with irritation. "You just wait, you crotchety scoundrel. After your young master gets the immortal ancient Tao medallion, I'm gonna come back here and boil you to death. You belong to me." "Screw OFF," echoed the old man's impatient voice. "Listen to Grandpa Sue and screw the hell off." The unsealing of South Heaven's immortal ancient Taoist Rite Temple sent great waves crashing throughout the entire Ninth Mountain and Sea. In addition to the superplanets, there were many other smaller powers who detected the matter. Orders were issued, sending the disciples of many sects to planet South Heaven to fight for good fortune. Even the G clan of the Ninth Mountain was sent into motion. Their clan was located on the peak of the Ninth Mountain, where they ruled over all of the Ninth Mountain and Sea. Inside the G clan, several figures approached a teleportation portal. One of them was a tall, slender man who was surrounded by boundless, swirling karma. It was difficult to clearly make out his features, but the other G clan members backed up as he neared, expressions of reverence and fanaticism on their faces. He said nothing as he entered the teleportation portal and sat down cross-legged. When he closed his eyes, boundless karma surged around him, transforming into thin strands that glowed with brilliant light when they touched each other. Everyone who looked at the scene was dazzled and felt as if their souls were being tugged over, completely beyond their control. This immortal ancient Taoist Rite Temple was activated when the son of Ji is in secluded meditation and can emerge. I never thought that Ji-in would choose to go. 2. The year when those 3 fought over the title of son of Ji, the heavens and earth fell into darkness. Even the sun and moon trembled. The whole Ninth Mountain and Sea was shaken, and countless people looked on. In the end, Ji-in was defeated, and yet, he is still so powerful that he is viewed as a major rival by the chosen of the 3 churches and 6 sects, the 3 great clans, and the 5 great holy lands. In this generation, not many could stand up to people like him. Although I heard that in the Fong clan there's someone named Prince Wei who beat Ji-in in a fight once. I'm not sure if that's a true story though. The whole Ninth Mountain and Sea was in a stir. Countless sects and clans were spurred into motion and sent chosen disciples toward the lands of the South Heaven to try to acquire good fortune in the immortal ancient Taoist Rite Temple. Even the Ninth Sea, which was located between the Ninth Mountain and the 8th Mountain, was included in the commotion. You could say that it was a sea, but actually, it was composed of countless fragments of heavenly bodies that emanated spiritual energy, which then turned into a sea of mist. Rumbling could be heard within that starry sea as an enormous door rose up. As the door appeared above the surface of the sea, countless sea dragons flew out. Trembling, they prostrated themselves in front of the door, which emanated a boundless light, as well as the music of a great Tao. It almost seemed like countless immortal divinities were sitting cross-legged in meditation, surrounding the door. The energy was completely shocking. Slowly, the door opened, giving view to an entire world. A woman walked out from that world. She had long hair that stretched all the way to her calves. She was incredibly beautiful, as if all the charm in heaven and earth were collected on her person. She emanated the air of an orchid as she waved her hand, causing the door to close behind her and then sink back down to the bottom of the sea. Currently, the three great Taoist societies' immortal ancient Taoist rite only has 4 conclave disciples, murmured the woman. That's one less than my 9th sea god world. I can't let that Taoist medallion fall into anyone else's hands. She took a step forward, and a roaring sea dragon flew out obediently beneath her feet, then carried her off into the distance at top speed. In the great 9th mountain and sea, the ancient Fong clan, the 3 great clans, the 3 great Taoist societies, the 5 great holy lands, the 3 churches and 6 sects were all mobilized into action. A vast group of chosen were all heading toward planet South Heaven. 1. When the 4 planets were originally mentioned in Chapter 407, this one was called West Ox. Obviously, Air Gen opted to change the name. 2. This Een is the same Een from Enyang, which connotes aspects such as the moon, darkness, hidden things, female thing, negative things. Chapter 807. Ancient Immortal Taoist Rite Temple. Planet South Heaven. The vast eastern lands. In the middle of a seemingly endless range of mountains was an area that was considered a forbidden zone by eastern lands cultivators. Even Taoist-seeking cultivators who entered it would never come back out. According to rumor, there were fearsome entities inside that stopped countless explorers in their tracks and made it so that no one dared to ever enter. Even a patriarch of the Ji clan had on one occasion led a group into search for the karma within. However, the entire force was completely wiped out except for the patriarch, who fled back to warn the Eastern Lands Ji clan to never again set foot inside the area. Actually, that patriarch still resided in the Ji clan. He was the peak immortal realm young man who had just recently lost his arms. Even he was incapable of penetrating the depths of the mountain range. En route, his force was completely rocked by the restrictive spells. This place was a mystery relating to the lands of South Heaven, and as such, the Ji clan patriarch did not report the matter to his superiors. He knew that there were far too many terrifying aspects to the place. He never attempted to enter the place again. As far as he was concerned, the only way to do so was by incredibly powerful clan treasures. Without such treasures, it was simply impossible. However, such powerful clan treasures were few and far between. Furthermore, considering his status in the clan, it didn't matter that he was in charge of the forces on planet South Heaven. He still did not have access to such things. The Immortality Bestowal Dais was one such treasure, but it possessed its own consciousness and was not something that he could wield by means of force. Other treasures were only bestowed upon chosen disciples of the clan. No one really understood why planet South Heaven was so unique. There was actually no single power that held complete sway. Even the Ji clan's dominant position was maintained only by the threat of their clan's military might. It was a sharp contrast to Planet East victory, where the Fong clan occupied half of the planet, and yet could easily take over the entire planet if they wished. In the lands of South Heaven there were 4 main areas, each with their own core Taoist teachings and doctrines. If one investigated the matter, it became obvious that most of the sects on South Heaven did not actually originate there. The majority were auxiliary branches of sects that existed outside the lands of South Heaven. It was as if most major powers wished to leave some of their core Taoist teachings and doctrines behind there. Furthermore, it was in the lands of South Heaven that Meng Hao's father had become the prison warden of the 9th mountain. At first, the word prison seemed to explain a lot. And yet, when Meng Hao asked about it, his father told him that the word prison actually didn't carry the usual meaning of the word. Regarding the particulars, he offered no further explanation. His expression was vague, as if he himself felt that the truth was so unbelievable that it caused him to be at a loss for words. In any case, the lands of South Heaven were completely unique. Meng Hao had transcended his 7th-year tribulation there, and the League of Demon Sealers had also passed down their legacy there. Patriarch Blood Demon had hidden there when the ancient demon immortal sect was destroyed. Even more unbelievable to Meng Hao was that there was a mighty mortal empire, the Great Tang. Meng Hao was even more astonished when he thought about the Tang Emperor. One thing that Meng Hao was very perplexed about was the area beneath the ancient Dao Lakes, where he had participated in the trial by fire and heard the overseer mention an ancient treaty. And there was the terrifying experience of the final level, the essence of the divine flame. All of it left Meng Hao feeling quite at a loss. Now, here he was, having followed the guidance of the immortal ancient Tao medallion to this place deep in the mountains. When he caught sight of that ancient temple, his heart trembled. That was because, all of a sudden, his vision swam, and he saw a completely different and unbelievable place. It was a Maja's Taoist Rite temple that stretched seemingly without end. Mountain peaks, vegetation, everything around him vanished. He now stood on the green limestone-paved main square of that enormous temple. Countless figures sat cross-legged around him, and each was so powerful that Meng Hao couldn't help but gasp. They seemed like innumerable immortal divinities, sitting there in meditation. The music of great Daos floated around in all directions, and the sun and moon trembled in the sky as if here, in this place, they were incapable of emitting any light. In the middle of the Taoist Rite temple was an altar, upon which an old man sat cross-legged. He exuded the air of a transcendent being, and a faint smile could be seen on his lips as he gave a sermon on the Tao. His voice was muffled and indistinct, and seemed to harmonize with and meld into heaven and earth. Meng Hao couldn't quite make out what he was saying, but he could see that many of the people who were listening to his sermon seemed to be gaining enlightenment. It was at this point that the old man lifted his right hand up into the air, waved it about, and caused an enormous Immortal Shen character to appear. It was an azure Immortal Shen character. It was simply a character, and yet it caused all the colors in heaven and earth to fade. The sun and moon dimmed, and heaven and earth seemed to prostrate themselves in worship to it in much the same way that people would. Meng Hao trembled as he looked around at the terrifying world around him. Each green slab of limestone beneath his feet seemed to emanate an indescribable energy, filled with immortal qi. The intensity of that immortal qi was difficult to even comprehend. Also visible in the Taoist Rite temple were 9 gigantic cauldrons scattered about in different locations. Puffs of green smoke wafted out of them, and numerous worlds could be seen inside the smoke as it swirled up into the air. Up in the sky were heavenly bodies. A river of stars flowed. The sun and moon rose and fell. Even more unbelievable was that almighty figures could be seen flying about up in the sky. Occasionally, they would stretch out a hand and pluck a star out of the river of stars. It would then be refined by a massive illusory hand. When the hand returned to its owner, the star would be a glittering treasure in that person's palm. There were other people who stamped their feet onto the ground, causing massive rifts to appear. Subterranean fire would rise up and transform into living creatures which resembled earth spirits. The cultivators would snatch them up and then use them to pull war chariots that screamed through the sky, chariots to which were harnessed thousands of earth spirits. There was one man up in the sky who laughed heartily, then spoke a few words. Popping sounds could be heard as his body grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he was so large that you couldn't even see his entire body. The only thing that could be seen was a toe that seemed to fill the entire world, as far as the eye could see. As for how large his body was, it was impossible to even imagine. Flying about and plucking stars, refining spirits from the depths of the earth, rising up to shoulder the universe. All of these images swirled together in Meng Hao's eyes, finally merging into one, into a dilapidated temple. The temple's main door was shut, and the grounds were in a state of complete disrepair. Portions of the outer wall were collapsed, making it so that you wouldn't even need to pass through the gate as there were entrances all around. Through these gaps the inner temple hall could be seen, where there should have been glorious statues of deities. Presently, though, all of the statues were in various states of disintegration. Their former glory now existed only in the praises uttered by later generations, and their eternal legends had long since crumbled into a void of nothingness. There was a bronze oil lamp, covered in layers of rust that told the story of its ancientness. Oil burned within the lamp, emanating faint popping sounds. Lamplight shone out in all directions, within which could be seen the projections of numerous shadowy figures. Other than that, everything was completely still and silent. A well could be seen in the courtyard, the bottom of which was pitch black. Perhaps evil spirits lurked there, but it was impossible to tell. However, a single glance at the well would leave anyone scared stiff. Next to the well was a bamboo trellis, covered with dried-up vines. From the look of it, a grapevine had grown up to cover the bamboo trellis many, many years ago, providing a shady and cool place to rest one's head. Underneath the bamboo trellis were some dried-up white flowers, which were completely unremarkable in appearance. Meng Hao stood there quietly. Everything he had seen amidst the silence suddenly caused his scalp to grow numb. Were it not for the fact that his father had instructed him to come here, he would immediately turn around and get as far away from this place as possible. His heart trembled, and although he felt no pressure weighing down him, he found it difficult to breathe. There was no visible danger, yet he felt an unprecedented sense of crisis in his heart. Everything about this place was completely bizarre. Why was there a temple in these mountains? Clearly the temple was not in harmony with its surroundings. It was as if it had flown here from some distant place in some age-long past. Meng Hao took a breath, steeling himself, and then stepped forward. After only walking a few steps, he suddenly heard the sound of weeping. It was woman, choked with sobs, the sound of which caused Meng Hao's hair to stand on end as it floated past. His cultivation base surged with power, and he whipped his head around to look behind him. However, he saw nothing strange. There wasn't even a wind blowing. After a moment's silence, his eyes flickered, and he slapped his G of holding. Instantly, the immortal ancient Dao medallion appeared in his hand. Meng Hao wasn't sure whether or not it was specifically because of the medallion, but now, the place didn't seem as cold and sinister as it had. He carefully proceeded forward until he was in front of the main gate. The strangeness of this place made him feel that it would be best not to jump over the wall or find alternate routes to enter. The best way to go in would be the straightforward and above-board way. He waved his sleeve, pushing the door of the temple open. He had assumed the door would actually be difficult to open, but it wasn't. It creaked open, revealing the courtyard, the main temple hall, and the well. A cold wind blew, making it seem as if something was walking past him. Meng Hao's face flickered as the feeling grew stronger. He circulated the immortal qi inside his body, focusing it on his right eyes. After blinking several times, he looked around. There was nothing except for ruins. Meng Hao chuckled bitterly. Dad, what the hell kind of place did you send me to? He took a deep breath and then stepped inside. Overall, the temple wasn't very large, nor was the courtyard. Meng Hao glanced over at the well and couldn't shake the feeling that there was something very strange about it. He studied the bamboo trellis for a moment and was just about to walk further into the courtyard when suddenly his scalp vibrated. He stopped in place and jerked his head to look back at the bamboo trellis. Panting, he walked over to the trellis and looked closely at the dried-up little flowers beneath it. He couldn't prevent a look of astonishment from appearing on his face. These are resurrection lilies. Meng Hao was more than familiar with resurrection lilies and was completely astonished to find that all of the little flowers were resurrection lilies. However, these resurrection lilies were apparently just garden variety flowers in this place. The scene caused him to breathe heavily. This place really was completely veiled in mystery. Currently, the sky was darkening as evening fell. Meng Hao hesitated for a moment as he looked around at the dilapidated statues of deities and the dust that covered everything. Even the prayer mats that could be seen were old and worn out, but after a moment of thought, he knelt down on one of them and began to offer worship to one of the broken statues. Bless and protect me, divine immortal. Bless and protect me, divine immortal. After murmuring his worship, Meng Hao felt as if the sinister air around him had again faded a bit. Apparently his prayers were effective. As he rose to his feet, a wind blew, and the lamplight flickered. Dust was lifted up from the ground, causing Meng Hao's eyes to narrow. Now that some of the dust had been moved, he could see that the ground had an enormous character carved into it. Immortal Shan. It was the same character he had seen in the vision he had experienced months ago, when the old man had waved his hand. It looked completely identical. When he saw the character, a crude and ancient aura blasted against his face, almost as if someone was whispering something to him. It almost sounded like someone giving a sermon about the Tao, an archaic voice echoing out from ancient times. However, Meng Hao's heart lightened at the thought of his good luck. He sat down cross-legged and retrieved the immortal ancient Dao medallion, then focused all of his attention on the character. A. I think it's the hardest chapter I've ever translated. B. I think the translation probably sucks. C. Chapters often have a WTF moment or two. This chapter is essentially a string of boundless WTF moments that shake heaven and earth, cause the sky to dim, and the land to quake. After reading it, my scalp went numb, and my eyes were filled with a look of unprecedented disbelief. I coughed up 7 or 8 mouthfuls of blood as I thought about the chapter that seemingly contained many truths, as if the emanations of countless Daos floated through the void to the ether of another world that exists in my eyes, like the shining of 9 suns in a land of shadows and leaves, thoughtless and yet brimming with a life that seems to surge with apparent realism that is in fact false, and yet true. Thanks, too, to Azuki, who made memes for every single chapter, even though I let him off the hook and told him he only had to make one. I also added one. So, quite the gallery awaits you in the sneak peek chapter. Chapter 808, Projections Passing Down Daos. It was difficult to say how much time passed. It seemed both long and short. Outside, the sky gradually darkened, and faint moonlight spread out into the blackness. Under the darkness of night, the flame in the bronze oil lamp danced back and forth, and it almost seemed as if the shadow of a person existed in the wick, looking up at the moon. Shadows began to appear inside the temple, revealed by the lamplight. As the lamp's flame danced, the shadows seemed to sway back and forth gracefully. Meng Hao didn't realize it, but the color of his garments were fading into a gray color and were actually becoming tattered. It was as if his clothes were passing through time, becoming ancient even as he sat there cross-legged. His whole person exuded this same feeling, as if his soul were being transported back through time to the ancient Taoist Rite Temple to listen to the music of the Tao. At the same time, the effects to his soul spread to his body, causing it to become ancient. Deep night. Suddenly, the sound of weeping floated out. It drifted out through the night air, clear and vivid. As the weeping echoed about, it gradually transformed into faint sighing. "Do immortals still exist in this world?" asked a voice. Then there was silence, broken only by the rustling of the leaves in the trees. At the same time, wisps of smoke began to rise up from the well. If there were someone standing next to the well, they would surely be shocked to find that it was filled with countless long strands of hair. The black hair swirled out from within the well and then sank to the ground, where they spread out quickly to fill the entirety of the courtyard. It was at this point that cracking sounds could be heard coming from the bamboo trellis. A dried-up vine sagged down, making an arc-like shape that almost resembled a swing. It began to rock back and forth, almost as if there were a person sitting on the vine, using it as a swing. The sound of wailing drifted out from within the well, and laughter could be heard from the swing. They mixed together to fill the courtyard with an eerie sense of bizarreness. As for Meng Hao, he sat there in the courtyard, eyes closed, completely motionless. He was surrounded by the flickering lamplight and the shadowy projections it revealed. The projections distorted and rippled, and then began to move, walking to and fro in the courtyard. Some sat down cross-legged, some prostrated themselves in worship. Some concocted medicinal pills, some held brooms in their hands that they used to sweep the floor. Some of them even approached the area where Meng Hao sat and peered at him curiously. As for the dilapidated statue of the god, it now stood tall and straight like it had in the past. The statue's shadow, which stretched out beneath it, suddenly separated from the statue and transformed into an old man. The old man's clothing looked very similar to Meng Hao's long, worn-out robe. The man's face was ashen, and blood oozed out from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Severe injuries could be seen on his head. He looked like an evil spirit as he approached Meng Hao. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking as he floated to a position behind him, where he stood and looked down at the top of Meng Hao's head. A moment later, all of the projections within the courtyard turned and looked at Meng Hao. They approached, crowding around to stare at him closely. Up above in the sky, black clouds covered half of the moon, and a soft wind blew across the land, along with an intermittent wail that sounded like mournful, choked sobbing. It was at this point that the ground trembled, and muffled moaning sounds could be heard coming from deep within the temple. "Home. This place isn't my home. I want to go home. Take me home. Take me home. Paragon, take me home." When the voice drifted out, the projections in the temple all trembled. In the temple's courtyard, the black hair spreading out from the well suddenly flew up into the air. The swinging vine suddenly stopped moving. At the same time, a head emerged from the well. It was illusory and pallid, and the expression on its face was incredibly terrifying and ferocious. Apparently this was a head that had been soaking in the well's water for millions of years, and yet had not decomposed. It was the head of a woman, whose listless, pupilless eyes stared at the Gru. ND. No figure was visible on the swing, and yet drops of black blood dropped down onto the ground beneath it. It was at this point that a tremor ran through Meng Hao's body. A hair-raising sense of terror filled him, and he opened his eyes. When he looked up, his scalp went numb as he realized that a pitch-black figure was standing directly in front of him. In fact, he was completely surrounded by shadowy projections, all of whom appeared to be on the verge of touching him. His mind was sent completely spinning. The shades seemed to know that Meng Hao had awakened, and they floated backward and then sat down cross-legged some distance away from him. Meng Hao could clearly see all of the projections, as well as the black hair in the courtyard. He saw the swinging vine and the floating head. Feeling more creeped out than ever, he slowly rose to his feet to leave the temple. He was filled with the feeling that this place wasn't somewhere he should continue loitering about in. As he stood, he suddenly felt a coldness behind him. Without thinking about it, he turned his head and caught sight of an ancient face only an inch away from his own, blood flowing out of its eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Completely startled, Meng Hao staggered backward a few steps, his eyes widening. "Who are you?" he cried, sending his cultivation base rotating rapidly. His Dharma idol appeared behind him, and his heart began to pound rapidly. The strangeness of this place left him feeling completely and utterly unsafe. The old man's expressionless eyes completely ignored Meng Hao. He turned and walked back toward the statue of the deity. As he neared it, his body gradually faded and then disappeared altogether. The other projections in the area were still there, some sitting in meditation, some walking about, some practicing cultivation. Meng Hao was panting rapidly as he began to leave. However, When he reached the threshold of the temple, he stopped in place and looked over to see a shadowy projection sitting cross-legged off to the side. It had a pill furnace in its hand and was apparently concocting pills. Furthermore, Meng Hao had never seen this method of pill concoction before. It was as if through absorbing the power of heaven and earth, no medicinal plants or other physical ingredients were needed. Meng Hao gaped in shock. After looking more closely for a moment, his eyes began to shine with a strange light. He was a grandmaster of the Tao of alchemy, and his skill in concocting pills could be considered the highest in the lands of South Heaven, with the exception of Pill Demon. Creating something from nothing, murmured Meng Hao, his eyes shining brightly. Back in the ancient demon immortal sect, he had created a pill from nothing, and it still remained in his bag of holding. He had never consumed it. Meng Hao felt that it was a miracle that he had even succeeded in concocting that one pill, and he had even tried on one occasion to duplicate it the copper mirror, but had failed. Now he saw this dark projection concocting pills here, in this place. Its hands moved with adept proficiency, calm and unhurried. Meng Hao blinked, and then decided not to leave. He looked around at the projections around him. Some were practicing cultivation, some were walking to and fro, some were utilizing incantation gestures to perform various Taoist magics. The scene caused Meng Hao's mind to tremble. Passing down Daos, he murmured. They're passing down Daos. His heart trembled even more than before. A Dao was not something to pass down lightly, but that was exactly what these projections were doing. It was as if all he had to do was go observe and contemplate them, and he would have the opportunity to acquire them. Meng Hao took a deep breath, then looked back at the dark projection who was concocting pills. He walked over and sat down cross-legged in front of it and watched as it worked. The light in his eyes grew brighter and more brilliant. After a while, he pulled out his own pill furnace and began to imitate the dark figure's pill concocting technique. A night passed. It wasn't a long time, but it felt very, very long to Meng Hao. It felt like such a long time that he couldn't properly wrap his head around it. Finally, when the sky began to grow bright, the shadowy figure finished concocting a single pill, which it casually tossed out into the mountain range outside of the temple. At some point, Meng Hao became aware that he had also successfully concocted his own pill. The sky was light now. The projections in the temple faded away. The strands of hair in the courtyard vanished, and the vines returned to their original state, as if none of it had ever happened. Panting, Meng Hao looked down at the medicinal pill in his hand, which was surrounded by swirling blackness. Actually, it was not really a pill. It was only a mass of swirling black mist. However, when the sunlight touched it, a black peel formed around it, and then it turned into a black-peeled medical pill. There was no medicinal aroma to it, but rather an explosive power. Meng Hao frowned as he looked at the black-peeled pill. After a moment of thought, he squeezed it, whereupon his face instantly fell. Without hesitation, he threw the pill away from him. In midair, it began to emanate black mist, and then suddenly exploded. A shockwave swept about in all directions. An incomplete concoction, and this is the botched product, he thought. But it was still creating something from nothing. He was actually quite shocked. The explosive power caused by the medicinal pill's explosion was like an attack. It's too bad it's so unstable. Simply touching it causes it to explode. Although now that I think about it, something about it seems familiar. Eyes flickering, he thought back to the path he had trod up to this ancient temple. He had encountered many areas where the ground exploded. All of a sudden, he thought about how the figure had thrown out the medicinal pill just now, and everything clicked. This thing has another use. Eyes glittering, he thought for a moment, then produced his pill furnace and began to use the same method he had learned the previous night to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and use it to concoct more pills. After several failures, he finally succeeded in producing 2 of the same swirling masses of black mist. When the sun touched them, they were covered over with a black peel. Holding the pills in his hand, he flew out of the temple. After a bit of experimentation, he found that the explosive effect would be activated simply by throwing it out. It could be used as a trump card. Burying it seems like a waste. I can't really control it. Throwing it out directly is the best way to use it. With something like this, I have another life-saving technique at my disposal. It's too bad though. This thing is pretty explosive, but appears to be connected to the unique aura of this place. I doubt I'll be able to concoct them outside. After some more thought, he returned to the temple and continued to concoct pills. Several days passed. At night, Meng Hao would seek enlightenment regarding the Daos being passed down by the projections. During the day, he would concoct medicinal pills. Soon he had several dozen. He tried to imbue them with divine sense, but it was a failure and he eventually gave up on the idea. He even left the mountains at one point to try to concoct the pills on the outside, but it didn't work. That confirmed his theory. This type of pill could only be concocted using the spiritual energy that existed inside the temple. After returning to the temple, he continued to concoct the unusual black-peeled explosive medicinal pills. I imagine that the chosen from the other worlds will be arriving soon. His eyes glittered with anticipation regarding the fighting that would break out when they came. He keenly desired to see how he measured up to them, and exactly how strong or weak he was. Chapter 809. Immortal Ancient Tao Meridian. Time passed. During the nights, Meng Hao closely observed the projections in the temple. Upon deeper examination, it became clear that all of them were different from each other. There were men and women, old people and young. Some of the figures weren't even human, but were strange and beast-like. After the passage of so much time, Meng Hao had long since lost any sense of fear toward the place. He was also used to all the bizarre scenes that played out. Every day at nightfall, the black strands of hair would emerge from the well. Eventually, Meng Hao found that sitting cross-legged in the hair would fill his body with an incredible coldness that benefited his attempts to gain enlightenment from the figures passing down their daos. As for the weeping which came from within the well, after listening to it for some time, Meng Hao realized that there was a bit of charm within tea. He wails. Then there was the vine swing. Meng Hao had the feeling that some great Tao existed within the swinging motion. An image appeared in his mind of a swing, swaying endlessly back and forth. Meng Hao even got used to the voices calling out about going home. Occasionally, he would impulsively stamp his feet on the ground in annoyance when the voices disturbed his cultivation. Essentially, he got used to everything that went on in the temple. That included the old man with blood oozing from his orifices. Whenever Meng Hao sought enlightenment, the old man would stand behind him and look at the top of his head. After a while, he simply allowed the man to continue to do so. Meng Hao changed his clothes several times, but no matter how new they were, whenever he awoke after having sunk into enlightenment, the clothes would be tattered and old. Finally, he gave up and stopped changing them. Recently, Meng Hao had been observing one particular figure who sat cross-legged in meditation. However, powerful ripples emanated off of the figure's body. After observing for quite some time, the air in front of Meng Hao grew blurry, and a black rock appeared that emanated a savage energy. This is a Taoist magic form. It made Meng Hao think of his battle with the Northern Reach's Imperial Bloodline clan chief, and the bizarre divine ability he'd used to transform into various wild beasts. In Meng Hao's opinion, it had been completely extraordinary. He continued his contemplation, losing himself to it. It was as if he actually returned to that ancient Taoist rites temple to hear the music of the great Tao. He awoke when the sky turned bright, having been significantly enlightened. Everything in the temple returned to normal around him. Meng Hao could sense that he had made great strides in terms of his cultivation base. His personal Tao seeking did not contain discrete stages. According to what his father told him, the result of using the mist blade to perform his severing turned his Tao seeking into a single stage and put him at the very peak of the entire spirit realm. His next step would be true immortality. To Meng Hao, the imparting of these strange Taos was incredibly suitable to his current situation. After working with the Taoist magic of rock transformation, he proceeded on to another Tao projection after gaining some enlightenment. Unfortunately, he could not gain enlightenment regarding all of the Tao projections. Many were in conflict with his personal direction, which made it impossible for him to understand them. Meng Hao was now watching a Tao projection near the wall of the temple. The image that flickered in his eyes was that of a man floating in a clear sky. The man's hand formed into the shape of a claw, which he stretched out, causing the land beneath him to shatter into pieces. It's a claw attack method. Meng Hao's consciousness trembled as he imprinted the image into his mind. A few days later, Meng Hao had just gained enlightenment regarding another Tao projection when he saw a Taoist off in the distance stretching his hand out and grabbing onto a star. He then pulled down violently, causing the star to tremble and transform into a resplendent glow in the palm of his hand. That's a magic of star plucking. Meng Hao immersed himself in gaining enlightenment from the Taoist legacies in the temple. Eventually, he realized that the flame in the bronze oil lamp was showing signs of flickering out. He could tell that when that happened, the good fortune in this particular immortal ancient Taoist rite temple would be over. Several days later, Meng Hao took a deep breath as he woke from meditation. By this point, he had identified all of the Taoist projections that he could gain enlightenment from. Unfortunately, they were quite miscellaneous. There were only 3 that Meng Hao truly had a basic understanding of: the claw attack, the rock transformation, and the star-plucking magic. However, these were just types of magic, not Taos. There are millions upon millions of magics, but the Tao can only exist in the heart. Where exactly is the Tao of this immortal ancient Taoist rite temple? Meng Hao looked around until his gaze finally came to rest on the dilapidated statue of the deity. Finally, he stood and approached the deity. After sitting down cross-legged, he looked up at the broken statue. The deity statue was more than half destroyed. It had no head, and its torso was half gone. It was only possible to tell that it was sitting cross-legged, with its right hand extended to form an incantation gesture. Meng Hao could make the same gesture, but when he did, he got no special feeling at all from the statue. Feeling a bit annoyed, he turned to the old man behind him and said, "You've been following me around for half a month already. Is my head that interesting to stare at?" Looking at the man, Meng Hao didn't think he looked fierce or frightening at all anymore, just dull and lifeless. "You're formed from the shadow cast by the fire of that oil lamp. Don't tell me you've been watching me this half-month for no reason at all." "Immortal," the old man suddenly said, his voice hoarse and scratchy. Meng Hao's eyes widened. This was the first time the old man had spoken in the entire half-month. "What did you just say?" "Immortal," repeated the old man. "This statue is an immortal. Do you wish to become immortal?" the old man blurted. His eyes glowed with a strange light as he stared at Meng Hao. Meng Hao was now starting to once again feel that this old man was very strange. His eyes narrowed slightly as he said, "I only have half a step to take and I'll be a true immortal." How could immortal be split between true and false? That's an incorrect path. The old man shook his head, and from the look in his eyes, he seemed to be recalling the past. Then he murmured, "An incorrect path. Has the legacy been cut off?" Too many years have passed since that war. All of a sudden the old man started laughing crazily. "They're all dead. The land is shattered. The river of stars is cut off." The man continued to laugh, then started to pace back and forth in the temple, weeping. "Cut off. I can't suppress the living, I can only suppress the ghosts. Gone. Everything's gone." Meng Hao's mind was spinning. He looked at the projected image of the demented old man and realized he seemed to be filled with an ancient forlorn sadness. The weeping from the well grew more shrill, and more blood dripped down from the swinging vine. "Senior, which war are you talking about?" Meng Hao asked. The old man laughed and wailed. The flame in the bronze oil lamp danced wildly, and the projections all rose trembling to their feet and walked around Meng Hao in circles, laughing and weeping. Meng Hao was panting and was on the verge of saying something when suddenly a popping sound rang out as the bronze lamp was extinguished. Everything vanished. Darkness reigned. Meng Hao looked around in shock before noticing that far off in the distance, the sun was just beginning to rise. Meng Hao was in a bit of a daze for the rest of the day. The old man's words, and all the other events of the previous night, left him feeling that there was some incredible mystery pertaining to this immortal ancient Taoist Right Temple. It was a secret that perhaps related to all the lands of South Heaven. Why did the enormous Taoist Right Temple disappear just now? All of those projections, where did they go to? Why is the temple hall in such a state of ruin? The day passed, and when night fell, the bronze lamp burned once again, although the flame was dimmer than it had been at the beginning. The old man appeared again. This time, he positioned himself next to the door of the temple hall. He was no longer weeping or crying, but rather stood there silently. After a moment, the man suddenly looked over at Meng Hao. "Your father is powerful. Even in the era in which I lived, he would be considered a powerful expert. He is also aware that his path is the incorrect one. However, he can do nothing to change that. If he could, he would be even more powerful. You have a good foundation, even better than many of the cultivators from my era. Do you wish to become immortal?" "I do not speak of any sort of false or true immortal. Just immortal. A full 100 meridian immortal. Only by opening all 100 meridians can one truly be considered immortal. Even in past ages, full 100 meridian immortals were few and far between. Only those who inherit great Daos might be able to reach that state, and with great difficulty at that." Meng Hao's heart trembled. According to his father, 80 meridians made one chosen, 90 meridians were rarely seen, and 100 meridians supposedly didn't exist. Meng Hao nodded in response to the man, his eyes glittering. Magic cannot be spoken of lightly, and Daos cannot be passed down recklessly.
No.
West that this place has been unsealed, the whole 9th mountain and sea will be set astir. This bronze oil lamp was kindled in ancient times, but what it illuminates is the present. It has already burned for more than 10 days, and will soon be extinguished. Use your blood as the oil and ensure that it continues to burn unceasingly for 7 cycles of 7 days, 49 days. Do not allow anyone to set foot into the temple hall and touch it. Ensure that only your aura is present in it from beginning to end. If you do these things, if the flame burns for 7 cycles of 7 days, 49 days, then it will emit a strand of immortal ancient Dao Qi. Fuse that into your body, and it will become an immortal ancient Dao Meridian. If you have that Dao Meridian, given the proper circumstances, you can gain enlightenment of the Dao of immortality." The old man gave Meng Hao a profound look, then turned and merged back into the deity statue. As Meng Hao stood there silently, a glow of determination filled his eyes. He looked down at the immortality character carved into the ground, and an ancient aura suddenly rose up from within his heart to fill his whole body. False immortal. True immortal. Immortal, he murmured. The bronze lamp abruptly became dimmer and showed signs of being extinguished. Meng Hao walked forward, cut a slice into his wrist, and poured some of his blood into the lamp. Crackling noises could be heard as the flame, instead of being extinguished, actually burned brighter. Meng Hao sat down cross-legged in front of the lamp, feeling an unprecedented level of clarity in his mind. A few more days passed. Suddenly, brilliant beams of light appeared in the starry sky outside of planet South Heaven. An enormous teleportation portal could be seen, which caused all of the stars to dim. A glow of starlight spread out in all directions as several dozen figures appeared in the middle of the teleportation portal. The first three were the chosen from the Fong clan. Behind them were more than 10 additional Fong clan members, as well as their accompanying Dao protectors from the clan. Their appearance caused the starry sky to shudder. However, most of them were not in the immortal realm, and thus could not stay out in the starry sky for long periods of time, requiring others to protect and escort them. Their cultivation bases were in between Dao seeking and the immortal realm, as were those of the three chosen. However, there were some clan members who were beyond the spirit realm, and although they were not chosen, their cultivation bases were immortal. Their appearance on the scene was completely shocking. We're here. This is planet South Heaven. It seems the Fong clan is the first party to arrive on the scene. Let's go. It's time to acquire some good fortune. The group of a dozen or so people, including the Dao protectors, immediately shot toward planet South Heaven at top speed. The three chosen among the group kept air distance from each other. Each one of them was a person who the other clan members looked up to with reverence. The woman was Fong Xiangshan, and the other two included the bald young man with stars in his eyes and the incredible fleshly body, Fong Yuni. The other was the one who bathed in the blood of wild beasts, Fong Donghan. 1. These three were known as the three great chosen of the Fong clan. They had not yet reached the immortal realm because they were suppressing their cultivation bases in the hopes of building a solid foundation and breaking into true immortality. They were people who refused to become false immortals. 1. These three members of the Fong clan were introduced in Chapter 806. Here are their names in Chinese. Fong Xiangshan is Fong Shangsun Fong Xiangshan. Xiang means fragrant and Shan means live. Fong Yuni is Fong Yunyi Fong Yuni. Yun means cloud and Yi means easy or amiable.
Fang Donghan is Fang Donghan FNG ZNG Han.
Dong means east and Han means cold. Chapter 810. 2 restrictions. Just as the group from the Fong clan was about to enter planet South Heaven, a cool voice echoed out from down below. Now that the immortal ancient Taoist Right Temple has been unsealed, there are 2 rules here on planet South Heaven.
1.
Only cultivators in the spirit realm may enter planet South Heaven.
2.
The door to South Heaven will only open once. All who wish to enter must wait to do so together with everyone else. As the voice echoed into the Fong clan members' ears, their facial expressions flickered. That was Clan Uncle Fong Xiufeng. Clan Uncle, can you please bend the rules a bit? The patriarch commanded us to come here for good fortune. Clan Uncle, please assist us in acquiring it. Immortals can't enter? That's a good rule for others, but we're all from the same clan. We demand to be allowed to enter. The calm voice once again rang out from the lands of South Heaven. I am the prison warden of the 9th mountain, and I guard planet South Heaven. Anyone who breaks one of these 2 rules will be struck down. Killing intent bubbled up, causing the Fong clan members' minds to spin. Many were actually enraged. One of the Immortal Realm clan members frowned, and then, relying on the protection his status earned him in the clan, flew directly towards South Heaven. However, before he could even get close, a beam of sword chi shot up and sliced through him like a sharp knife cutting a blade of grass. Blood spurted out in all directions, and the man's eyes went wide as his body was slashed completely in half. He didn't even have a chance to say anything before he was dead. Immediately, the Fong clan members all went silent. The eyes of Fong Xiangshan, Fong Yuni, and Fong Donghan went wide, and their faces fell. Fong Xiufeng, are you saying that we Dao protectors are not allowed to enter South Heaven? The voice that spoke was an ancient one. It belonged to an old woman who was positioned behind Fong Xiangshan and who, Essie eyes glowed with a brilliant light as she spoke. You may not. What happens if some accident befalls these members of the younger generation? What then? They are chosen, and have come to acquire good fortune. They should be prepared to die an early death. Life and death are determined by fate. Just because your son is a cripple doesn't mean you should make it hard for other clan members. No matter what you say, they are your juniors. I dare you to call my son a cripple again. Fong Xiufeng's voice was suddenly ice cold, causing the old woman to shiver. Beads of cold sweat began to drip down her forehead, and she didn't speak another word. It was at this point that an airship could be seen speeding through the void some distance away. More than 100 people could be seen on board. This was the Li clan from North Reed. Sitting in the lead position was the extraordinary woman with the glittering willow leaf mark on her head. That's Li Ling.
1.
They say that she's the Dao daughter of this generation of the Li clan. Her cultivation base is extraordinary and even exceeds peak Dao seeking. She could face immortal tribulation at any time. Next, another figure appeared in the starry sky. It was a young man who stood on a flying sword. Sword light spread out in all directions as he sped forward. His expression was placid, his features handsome. Just barely visible on his forehead was a third eye. As he neared, quite a few members of the Fong clan and Li clan looked over, and their eyes flickered. That's Zhao Yifan from the Sublime Flow Sword Grotto, one of the 3 great Taoist societies. Every generation, they only send 2 disciples out into the world. People say that he once fought Song Luodan from the Song clan and defeated him. As the buzz of conversation rose up, a cold snort echoed out. A sea of flames appeared in the starry sky off in the distance, within which could be seen dozens of figures. In the lead position was a young man in a red robe. Perched on his shoulder was a flame crow, and his expression was one of fury. He seemed to emanate the air of a paragon, and as he flew, the area around him twisted and distorted. "Zhao Yifan," he cried. "We didn't finish fighting last time. Why not pick things up where we left off?" This young man was none other than Song Luodan of the Song clan. As he looked at Zhao Yifan, his eyes brimmed with the desire to do battle. Fong Donghan of the Fong clan stepped forward, his energy surging. Li Linger, daughter of the Li clan, looked on with a calm expression, but the willow leaf on her forehead emanated an astonishing moon-like glow. It was at this point that rumbling could be heard from off in the distance, as 2 more teleportation portals appeared in the starry sky outside of South Heaven. Dozens of people appeared within each of the 2 teleportation portals. In one of them, a veiled woman could be seen. She was slender and graceful, and a bizarre aura emanated out as soon as she appeared on the scene. Quite a few people looked over at this veiled woman. In the other teleportation portal, a young man could be seen with eyebrows like swords and eyes like stars. His features were plain, his expression cold. As he stepped forward, his energy surged up with each step. It almost seemed like he wished to exert pressure on the other chosen, all of whom snorted coldly. Demoness Jixiang from the Demon Immortal Sect. That's Clan Prince Wang Mu from the Wang clan. They say that he has energy from the Wang clan patriarch, and that he can even force the Wang clan's ancient sword spirit to capitulate to him. Next, one teleportation portal after another appeared. Rumbling could be heard as people from the 5 great holy lands, the 3 churches and 6 religions, essentially every major power in the 9th mountain and sea, all appeared in the starry sky above South Heaven. Ripples flowed out in all directions, and energy surged that seemed capable of repressing the entire planet. Cries of astonishment could be heard from all directions. Each one of these groups contained chosen who were already famous in the 9th mountain and sea, so their appearance here was completely sensational. It was at this point that suddenly, a scroll painting swirled out through the starry sky toward the congregated cultivators. It was fully 30,000 meters long, completely shocking, and depicted an enormous mountain. Countless figures were seated cross-legged on that mountain. One of those figures was surrounded by a swirling karma blade. When he opened his eyes, everything around that he looked at instantly began to tremble mentally. The Ji clan. The Ji clan is here. That's Ji Yin. The year that the 3 Ji clan members fought over the title of Son of Ji, Ji Yin was defeated. However, he is still considered chosen, and few people of this generation could possibly contend with him. Everyone was shaken by the appearance of the Ji clan. However, the desire to do battle could clearly be seen glowing in the eyes of the various chosen. The scroll painting flashed by all of the other cultivators, completely ignoring them as it headed directly toward planet South Heaven. Before it reached the planet, a beam of sword chi flew out toward it. However, an old man then stepped out from within the scroll painting. He waved his arm to block the sword chi, but then coughed up a huge mouthful of blood and staggered backward 3,000 meters. He looked up, shaken. Fong Xiufeng, what is the meaning of this? The voice of Meng Hao's father could be heard from planet South Heaven. 2 things are not permitted. Anyone above the spirit realm, and anyone entering ahead of the appointed time. Rule violators will be beheaded. The old man's face flickered. You. The faces of the cultivators from the other powers also flickered, and then stared down at planet South Heaven. Fong Xiufeng. I heard that he was honored with the position of top chosen in the Fong clan. He was a consummately powerful expert who could shake even the patriarchs of the various sects. It's too bad that for the sake of his crippled son, he agreed to guard planet South Heaven for 100,000 years and not leave it. I also heard about his story. It's been a few hundred years, so presumably, his crippled son is long since dead. That's probably why he's not too happy with all these chosen. Humph. Even if his crippled son isn't dead, there's no way he could compare to the chosen of all the sects. Why the hell is Fong Xiufeng not allowing immortal realm cultivators to enter? Even as the standoff continued, a sea dragon appeared, floating through the void. It roared, and the stars seemed to become a sea. Everyone looked over at the woman who sat cross-legged atop the sea dragon, her long hair floating around her. That's Fandonga from the 9th sea god world. It's goddess Fandong. I can't believe she's here. Everyone was looking over at her, most notably Fang Xiangshan and Li Linger. Fang Donghan's eyes gleamed brightly, and Zhao Yifan's expression brightened. The eyes of Wang Mu from the Wang clan also flickered brightly. As of this point, all of the chosen from the Ninth Mountain and Sea who could come were present. Meng Hao's father's voice once again drifted up from South Heaven. The immortal ancient Taoist Right Temple has been unsealed. All of you may enter. Someone immediately asked, if those of us in the immortal realm seal our cultivation bases and limit ourselves to the spirit realm, can we enter? Meng Hao's father was silent for a moment and was apparently thinking. Then he said, if you seal yourself, then yes, you may enter. But if you exceed the spirit realm, you will be destroyed in body and soul. Very well. Although the various groups weren't happy, this was the mysterious planet South Heaven, and they didn't dare to piss off Fang Xiufeng in his capacity as prison warden. Furthermore, before coming to South Heaven, all of the patriarchs from their various organizations had instructed them to be cautious in all matters. There were well over 1,000 people who now flew toward planet South Heaven. Those in the immortal realm sealed their cultivation bases so that they were at the peak of the spirit realm. Together, they formed a cluster of light beams that shot toward the planet. On that day, the cultivators in the lands of South Heaven looked up to see over 1,000 shooting stars flying across the sky. They descended like meteors, emanating astonishing energy that caused the minds of all South Heaven cultivators to tremble. Many sects immediately ordered their disciples to remain indoors and not emerge. There were some sect patriarchs who came out from secluded meditation. There were precious treasures within their sects that emitted brightly shining light, apparently having formed resonances with some of the approaching stranger. The lands of South Heaven were shaken, but the newcomers did nothing to interfere with the planet itself. Before coming here, they had been strictly instructed that because of the unfathomable mysteriousness of planet South Heaven, it was not to be unnecessarily disturbed. Therefore, the over 1,000 beams of light whistled through the air, but did not near any of the sects there. Relying on the auguries from the clan and sect patriarchs, they headed directly for the eastern lands. They charged into the deep mountains of the vast eastern lands, toward the mountain range that housed the immortal ancient Taoist Right Temple. In the blink of an eye, the sky trembled and the land shook, almost as if it were on the verge of tearing itself to pieces. Countless numbers of cultivators noticed the shocking display. There were some great sects in the eastern lands who came to the conclusion that some valuable treasure had appeared. That was the only thing that would cause such an incredible display of power. However, nobody emerged. As they looked out from within their sects, they could see that many of the most terrifying figures emitted ripples that were only of the Tao-seeking stage. However, some were very close to being immortal and were obviously there to protect the younger members. As for the young people, the feeling they gave people was that they were like gods. Soon they would be respected immortals with flourishing energy, completely shocking to everyone. Therefore, the sects of the eastern lands were all struck with fear. These are definitely chosen from outside of South Heaven. Not even the Ji clan has emerged, they're just watching. I wonder what sort of precious treasure appeared to attract so many fearsome chosen. They look young, and not because of some art of bodily preservation but because they truly haven't practiced cultivation for very long. And yet, their cultivation bases are incredible. As a reminder, all of these characters were introduced in Chapter 806, in which there were physical descriptions as well as other backstory information given. One, you may remember someone named Linga mentioned in Chapter 800. Chapter 811, I've been waiting. The sects were shaken, and even the Ji clans simply looked on from the sidelines. Not a single group from the eastern lands made a move. Some of the newcomers, upon passing through the eastern lands, were shaken by the draconic chi of the Great Tang. A few even looked a bit greedy and headed in that direction. However, as soon as they neared, the Great Tang's 95 golden dragons roared, and those people exploded into hazes of blood. That, of course, shocked all of the outsiders. Even Fan Donger's eyes widened. After that incident, no one dared to even get near the Great Tang, but steered clear as they headed toward the mountain range that was their destination. During all the commotion, two figures could be seen lurking in one of the mortal cities that exists. Ted in the vast eastern lands. They sat there slurping noodles and looking around with shifty eyes. The mortals could not see all the beams of light that whistled through the air up above, but these two men could. In fact, they were looking at them quite closely, studying them in detail. They noted the location of their bags of holding, as well as any pendants or jewelry they wore. It's too bad none of them have fur or feathers, said one of the two, a young man. He shook his head and then slurped up a mouthful of broth. Pay attention, little third. These people are definitely easy marks. In the days to come, we're going to eat and drink to our fill, all thanks to these fat sheep, ripe for the plucking.
Come.
Let's pick one of them. Next to the young man was a fat man who suddenly pointed up into the air. I pick him. One look, and I can tell he's a bad person. Immoral and completely shameless. He is obviously steeped in wicked deeds. Lord Third must convert him. The person he pointed at was a young man with an arrogant expression on his face. He wore silks and satins and was surrounded by an entourage of attendants. He even wore a violet crown, making him look extremely powerful and extraordinary. Him?
All right.
Now use the method I taught you to turn into a hot babe. The fat man's young companion looked at the target with a wily glint as the two of them vanished. Back in the deep mountains, Meng Hao sat cross-legged in the temple. His eyes suddenly snapped open, and he looked up into the sky. The time has come to begin the tempering that father talked about, he murmured. The immortal ancient Taoist rites temple is a test. If I can pass it and keep the bronze lantern from being extinguished, then a genuine immortal meridian will form in my body. I also want to see exactly how awesome these chosen from outside of South Heaven actually are. A bashful smile appeared as he thought about all the black-peeled pills he had arranged outside of the temple. He closed his eyes and continued to wait. Time passed. A few days later, many chosen of the 9th mountain and sea were now gathered outside the mountain range, studying the place from afar. Their expressions were somber. In their view, this place was full of mysteries. As they neared, they realized that the airspace up above was restricted, and as they proceeded onwards the restrictions on their movement grew even stronger. There were fatal dangers hidden around every corner that would lead to calamitous results at the slightest inattention. Of course, anyone who came to this place had made some advanced preparations. The various sects and clans split up and spread out, choosing different routes as they made their way into the mountain range. Some disciples among the crowd had grim looks on their faces. Apparently something had happened to them in the past few days that had nearly driven them mad. Whatever it was, they weren't willing to talk to anyone about it and I'd only grit their teeth and endure their frustration as they followed the other clans and sects into the mountains. There were quite a few such disciples, several dozen in fact. The Holy Fang clan, the 3 great clans, the 3 great Taoist societies, the 3 churches and 6 sects, and the 5 great holy lands had all sent people here, with the exception of the immortal ancient Taoist rite. In total, there were over 1,000 people entering the mountains, clutching magical items in their hands as they attempted to be the first to make their way into the unsealed immortal ancient Taoist rite temple. It didn't take long for the mountains to begin to echo, with the sound of magical techniques being employed. Soon, the restrictions in the air above made flight impossible for everyone. Of course, they were prepared for this. However, injuries and deaths still occurred. Nonetheless, as a whole, the group made its way ever closer to Meng Hao. The real contest isn't on the road, but at the actual immortal ancient Taoist rite temple itself. Whoever gets inside first will have the best chance at getting the immortal ancient Taoist rite medallion. Other than the medallion, the immortal ancient Taoist rite temples always have Tao projections passing down Taos. There will definitely be chances to get divine abilities and Taoist magics. I'll kill anyone who tries to compete with me. The chosen of the various sects and clans proceeded forward with glittering eyes. One of the 5 great holy lands was Mount Sunday. According to the legends, the mountain had actually been magically transformed from a sun that had fallen out of the sky. All of the people in that area had experienced a sort of baptism and were blessed with a special bloodline. That was how the Mount Sun Holy Land came to be. When Lord Ji fought the heavens, Mount Sun offered powerful support. Therefore, in later days Ji Tian conferred on Mount Sun the status of Holy Land. There were a few dozen cultivators from Mount Sun in the group that had come to planet South Heaven. The most impressive of all of them was a young man who was named Taiyang Ziwan. He wore a golden robe that made him look like an actual sun and radiated intense heat that caused the land around him to burst into flames wherever he went. Quite a few fellow clan members accompanied him, as well as some elder Tao protectors. This powerful group charged forward at top speed, and were one of the first to get close to the temple itself. Eventually, they found themselves in a valley. One of the clan members that was in the lead checked the surroundings and determined that it was free of any obstruction. However, as soon as they set foot inside, a huge explosion rippled out, and a black light shot into the air. The Mount Sun cultivator, who was caught up in the blackness, screamed miserably and coughed up a mouthful of blood as his body was tossed backwards. At the same time, 7 or 8 additional explosions could be heard echoing out through the mountains in quick succession. More blood-curdling screams echoed out. This gave rise to instant shock on the part of everyone. Taiyang Zi's eyes flickered with a serious expression. Everyone exchanged glances, then proceeded forward even more cautiously than before. All of the forces that had come to South Heaven were the same. Among the Fang clan cultivators, Fang Donghan's face was grim, and blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth. He was the one who had just been injured by stepping in the wrong place. If he hadn't leapt to the side as quickly as he had, he would barely be alive. In another area, one of the Li clan cultivators wasn't so lucky and was torn to pieces, destroyed in body and spirit. This filled the other Li clan members' hearts with horror. The Ji clan was moving very quickly until one of their clan members made a misstep and was ripped to shreds. Explosions rang out among the sects and churches, followed by bellows of rage. All of these things were caused by the power of the restrictive spells that only grew stronger and more numerous as they neared the temple. Meng Hao himself had faced dangerous situations several times on his journey to the place, but with the help of the immortal ancient Taoist medallion, had been able to avoid most of them with ease. By now, Meng Hao could hear the explosions from his position inside the temple hall. He knew that this was a struggle over good fortune, and that hostilities were certain to occur. He took a deep breath, and the desire to do battle gleamed in his eyes. Finally, he stood up and poured some more of his blood into the oil lamp. It was something he had to do on virtually a daily basis, lest the flame flicker out. Next, he left his second true self sitting cross-legged in the temple hall and walked out into the courtyard. When he reached the main gate and was just about to push it open, he paused, then headed back to the door that led into the temple hall. There, he dug a few holes and carefully placed some of the black-peeled medicinal pills inside. Satisfied with the results, he walked outside of the courtyard gate and sat down cross-legged. It was time to wait for everyone to arrive. If there's going to be a battle, then I'll fight to my heart's content, he thought. He steadied his breathing, and as he did, the glow of a great Tao began to emanate off of him. There were no distracting thoughts in his head, only the increasingly strong desire to do battle. His current state formed something of a resonance with his surroundings. All of a sudden, he saw images of cultivators fighting a decisive battle in the ancient Taoist Rite Temple. As of this moment, Meng Hao almost didn't seem to belong to the current world. He was back in ancient times, and was inundated by its aura. His entire person emanated an archaic air. Coupled with his tattered gray garments, he seemed to be a part of the ancient temple which lay behind him. Anyone who looked at him would have a hard time telling whether or not he was from the modern age or ancient times. Several hours passed, during which time explosions rang out constantly. On a few occasions, 7 or 8 explosions could be heard at exactly the same time, causing the ground to tremble. Because of all these things, the pace of the powerful clan members and chosen of the various sects had slowed down to a crawl. Further, the closer they got to the temple, the fewer available paths existed, until there was only one left. Of the over 1,000 people who had come, many were dead or severely injured. The survivors now looked at the tiny path that led up into the distance. Nobody seemed willing to go first. The fact that there are restrictive spells in this place isn't surprising. However, a mere step activates the explosive devices under the ground. For some reason, they don't seem like restrictive spells to me. Is it possible that someone buried these things here on purpose? From the looks of it, that's exactly the case. That means that the person who buried these things must be up ahead. Damn it. How pernicious. How many of those things did he set up? I don't care who did it. When we get to the temple, he's dead. As more people joined the crowd, more and more enraged curses could be heard. Finally, Taiyangzi of Mount Sun snorted coldly and stepped forward. His body shone with brilliant light, and his expression was indifferent. Quite a few people looked over. Of course they aren't restrictive spells, he said coolly. They are black-peeled medicinal pills. With that, he extended his hand. A bright glow appeared in his palm, within which was a black-peeled medicinal pill. I happened to dig this pill up from a location further back. There is a chaotic qi inside of it, very unstable. It's obvious that someone buried them here on purpose. At this point, Zhao Yifan from the Sublime Flow Sword Grotto coolly said, "Ladies and gentlemen, these black-peeled pills do indeed contain extremely unstable chaotic qi, and it is certain that the path up ahead is riddled with pills just like this one. Why don't we all join forces to clear the way?" As a representative of one of the 3 great Taoist societies, his words carried a lot of weight. "The chaotic qi in that medicinal pill is very dense," said Fan Donger from the 9th Sea God world. Her voice was calm and pleasing to the ear, and when the chosen of the other sects heard her words, they exchanged glances and then began to nod. Since everyone was in agreement, people began to produce magical items. Ripples that resembled a great Tao flowed out, and a sound like the roaring of dragons and phoenixes could be heard. Beams of light intersected, and the ripples merged together to become a powerful force that surged ahead across the ground. As it passed, it seemed to scrape away the ground itself, cutting out a path about a meter deep. Figures shot forward as the chosen employed all the speed they could muster to follow the path toward the temple that could be seen at its end. When they arrived, they saw a figure sitting cross-legged outside the temple, wearing a tattered robe. He emanated an ancient aura and seemed as archaic as the temple itself. Within the temple behind him could be seen the manifestation of an ancient Taoist Rite Temple, leaving everyone completely shocked. The cross-legged man opened his eyes, and he almost seemed to be looking out at ancient times. When he spoke, his voice echoed out, bolstered by an archaic aura. "I've been waiting for you." Everyone gasped and stopped in their tracks. 1. Taiyangzi's name in Chinese is Kaiyangzi Taiyangzi. Taiyang literally means sun. Zi means son or child. Therefore, his name could also be translated Sun Child, or Son of the Sun, or something similar. However, it's literally his name, not a title, so I'm going with Tai Yongzi. Chapter 812. I'm the groundskeeper. There were already more than 10 chosen, who came to a stop when they saw Meng Hao. They had come to the conclusion that someone might have come to this place before them. But when they caught sight of Meng Hao, their thought process was turned on end. He looks young, but from the feeling he gives off, he seems to have existed from ancient times all the way until now. Who is he? Look at his robes. They've obviously passed through countless years of time.
Just look at them.
He obviously didn't just put on some random tattered robes as a disguise. Those clothes rotted away while he was wearing them. Could it be that he's the Tao protector of this immortal ancient Taoist right temple? That archaic air about him is something you can't fake. It's definitely real. It really was true that the feeling Meng Hao gave off was not that of a cultivator belonging to their current age. By now, the elder members of the various sects and clans from the Ninth Mountain and Sea were arriving. When they saw Meng Hao sitting cross-legged in front of the ancient temple, they couldn't help but gasp. This man's ancient aura is exactly the same as that of the ancient temple. Could it be that he really is a Tao protector? I once heard a story that in the Ninth Mountain and Sea, when those 4 other immortal ancient Taoist right temples were unsealed, there were always strange aspects to them. In one, a person like a Tao protector appeared. But he looks too young. What if he got here before us and is just trying to pull a fast one on us? Various comments could be heard. Some people were shaken, and some were suspicious. As for the chosen, they were very intelligent people, adept in the arts of scheming. After all, one could not rely on latent talent alone to become an outstanding chosen. Although they had received a bit of a shock, they quickly began to look closely at Meng Hao, and strange gleams could be seen in their eyes. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever, but inwardly he was shocked. When he heard their discussions, his heart began to thump with eagerness, and then a bit of a bashful expression appeared deep in his eyes. After a moment, though, it turned serious, and his dispassionate gaze swept over the crowds. His tattered robes rippled despite the lack of a breeze, and the ancient aura grew stronger. As he intentionally caused the music of the great Tao to grow stronger, Meng Hao slowly began to speak in a very ancient-sounding voice. The immortal ancient has been unsealed, and the great Tao has descended. In this place of legacies, you must decide which path is the correct one. Cultivators of the junior generation, step forward. I have been waiting for you, for quite some time. He lifted his right arm and then flicked his sleeve. However, the flicking of his sleeve caused nothing to happen. The crowds looked around cautiously, eyes flickering. Seeing that nothing untoward was occurring, Tai Yongzi snorted. You're an imposter, he said, striding forward. A deceitful mischief maker? However, he only made it 3 steps before he suddenly stopped in place and stared with unprecedented shock at something up ahead of him. When the crowd saw this happen, their eyes flickered. Feng Xiangshan took a step forward, as did Feng Yuni and Feng Donghan. After 3 steps, all of them trembled and stopped in place, then began to pant as they stared at something up ahead. A strange gleam could be seen in the eyes of Zhao Yifan from the Sublime Flow Sword Grotto. He, along with Wang Mu and Song Luodan from the Song clan, all stepped forward. They also stopped after only 3 steps. Li Linger's eyes flickered as she stepped forward, along with Ji Yin, around whose body swirled Ji Clan Karma. They were followed by Fan Donger from the 9th Sea God World. Eventually, all of the chosen stepped forward, as well as their Tao protectors. Only Zhixiang remained behind as she stared in shock at Meng Hao sitting there cross-legged in front of the temple. She blinked a few times in disbelief and then almost laughed.
1.
By now, just about everyone had stepped forward. As soon as they passed into the 300-meter area surrounding the temple, they experienced the same shocking vision Meng Hao had seen when he first visited this place. It was a vision of a grand square made of green limestone. Countless figures practiced cultivation, and on a tall altar, an old man was giving a sermon about the Tao. His voice was impossible to hear clearly, but when he waved his sleeve, a huge, immortal character appeared. A river of stars flowed through the sky, and the moon and sun rose and set. People plucked stars from the sky and stamped onto the ground to extract spirits. A rumbling battleground could be seen, and people gained Tao enlightenment. One man rose to his feet laughing, and his body grew unimaginably large until only a toe was visible. The rest of his body couldn't be seen. Everyone was shaken by what they saw. They almost felt as if they had been transported back into ancient times, and it left their minds spinning. What they saw in the end was a figure sitting cross-legged in front of them, a person that looked like Meng Hao. Before they could look closely, the vision faded away and everything returned to normal. Everyone was breathing heavily. Even Tai Yongzi trembled as he looked over at Meng Hao. Now, he didn't dare to speak in the same way he had before. Now, it seemed obvious to them that when Meng Hao had flicked his sleeve earlier, it wasn't that a divine ability hadn't manifested. Instead, it was a Taoist magic that was too profound for them to understand. The people in the crowd exchanged glances. They didn't want to believe, but the shocking images they had just witnessed felt too real. A random female disciple clasped hands and bowed deeply to Meng Hao. "Senior, are you the Tao protector of this place?" Having heard her question, everyone looked expectantly at Meng Hao. As for Zhixiang, a strange expression appeared on her face. The chosen were completely focused. They might have received a shock just now, but their eyes glittered exactly as they had before. Zhao Yifan looked closely at Meng Hao, and the glow of swords could be seen in his eyes. Fan Donger's expression was tranquil, but a sharp gleam could be seen in her eyes as she looked from Meng Hao to the temple behind him. Ji Yin had an icy look. He said nothing as he stood there, and yet a strange pressure radiated off of him, and karma swirled around him the same as ever. They were all looking at Meng Hao. Meng Hao was now the center of attention of all the chosen of the sects and clans of the Ninth Mountain. Many of the people who looked at him did so with narrowed eyes. "I am not the Tao protector of this Taoist right temple," said Meng Hao, his voice quavering. "I am merely the groundskeeper." A look of reminiscence appeared on his face, something he had learned from the crazy old man in the temple hall. Hi's words instantly caused many people to inhale sharply. "The groundskeeper? I heard a story once that in many ancient places like this, the most powerful people aren't the Tao protectors, but rather, the unassuming groundskeepers." I heard the same thing. Even as people discussed the matter, an arrogant-looking young man stepped out, a dark expression on his face. He wore splendidly decorated garments and a crown. The power of the stars seemed to swirl around him as he walked out from the crowd. "That's the Quasi-Tao child from the Church of the Immortal Emperor. I heard that he once killed a false immortal. Of course, he got injured in the process, but that's something an ordinary spirit realm cultivator could never do." More discussions buzzed as the young man walked in Meng Hao's direction. He was followed by dozens of disciples of the Church of the Immortal Emperor, as well as several old men who had sealed their cultivation bases. All of these people wore cold gazes and clearly didn't believe anything that Meng Hao said. "I don't care if you're a Tao protector, a groundskeeper, or even if you're just running a scam. Step aside. I'm going into that temple." As they neared, Meng Hao's face darkened. He raised his hand, and even though there was no wind in the area, his clothes rippled. Shockingly, the black-white pearls appeared in his hand, transforming into an ancient, archaic power that spread out in all directions. Meng Hao then recalled how the old man on the boat had looked all those years ago, and mimicked the same look. His eyes filled with an archaic aura as he looked at the young man from the Church of the Immortal Emperor. "Stop right there," he said coolly. The black-white pearls emanated a brilliant glow, and in the blink of an eye, Meng Hao seemed to radiate an intense, archaic will. The Quasi-Tao child from the Church of the Immortal Emperor stopped in place, his face flickering. Then he stared dead on at Meng Hao. The people who were following him, and in fact, everyone present, were all staring at Meng Hao. Each and every one of them weren't sure what to make of Meng Hao, and didn't want to rashly attempt to make a move against him. The Immortal Ancient has been unsealed, but that does not mean just anyone can enter and be enlightened regarding this Taoist right temple. Any who are capable of achieving their Tao may approach. The Quasi-Tao child from the Church of the Immortal Emperor hesitated. As he looked at Meng Hao, he got the feeling that he was filled with some mysterious energy, although it was difficult to be sure about the matter. He looked back at the others in the crowd and saw that they had similar expressions. Nobody said a word. Currently, the sky was growing dark, and the moon had appeared. Suddenly a wind began to blow, and whimpering sounds could be heard. Darkness began to stretch out across the land. It was at this point that Fang Donghan chuckled coldly and stepped forward. His energy surged, and intense power rose up from his cultivation base. "It doesn't matter who you are. It's time for you to give me some feedback on my combat skills." He sped up and was just on the verge of attacking Meng Hao when Meng Hao muttered something to himself. The sky was getting dark, and the whimpering of the wind had given him an idea. He suddenly glared at Fang Donghan. He rose up from his cross-legged position, instantly attracting the attention of all the onlookers. Many of them were skeptical about the whole situation and didn't quite believe he was telling the truth. Even Fang Donghan's eyes widened. Superficially, his actions seemed impulsive, but he was actually a very cautious person. As everyone looked on, Meng Hao suddenly threw his head back and laughed uproariously. "An incorrect path. Has the legacy been cut off? Too many years have passed since that war." He continued to laugh, and soon the laughter was tinged with madness. "They're all dead. The land is shattered. The river of stars is cut off." Suddenly, he seemed to be weeping, and began to pace back and forth. His words seemed to provoke a reaction from his surroundings. The wind became cold and strong, and the sound of a weeping woman could be heard drifting about. The land trembled, and everyone's faces flickered as complete darkness fell. It was at this point that, "Save me, I want to go home. Paragon, save me. Save me, Paragon." Dismal voices rose up from the ground, and a shocking coldness filled the air. Black hair roiled out from the well inside the temple. The vines drooped down and began to swing back and forth. The sounds of weeping and laughing filled the air. The only faint light that could be seen was from the bronze oil lamp's flickering flame. When you added in Meng Hao's voice, it all turned into a terrifying scene that would make anyone's hair stand on end. All of the chosen who had doubted Meng Hao before were now completely shocked. Fang Donghan's scalp went numb, and he immediately backed up. The Quasi-Dao child from the Church of the Immortal Emperor gasped and staggered backward in astonishment. Meng Hao continued to weep and laugh in front of the temple, feeling very pleased with himself. 1. By way of reminder, Meng Hao helped Zhixiang in the ancient demon immortal sect. She then said that the new demon immortal sect would owe him a favor. Chapter 813. Inky and Lily. With the exception of Zhixiang, all of the chosen who had come to the immortal ancient Taoist Rite Temple were shaken. They were now starting to feel convinced about Meng Hao. Some had been skeptical before, but then one bizarre thing after another appeared. The strange sights, the cold wind, the shocking aura made it so they had no choice but to believe. This was especially true when apparently Meng Hao's crazed weeping and laughing resonated with his surroundings. It left the onlookers with tingling scalps. The bizarre phenomena in the place, the inky black hair, the swinging vine, the voices rising up from the ground, all of it appeared to them to have been caused by Meng Hao. Even Zhixiang stared with eyes wide from disbelief. If she didn't already know Meng Hao, she would have been completely astonished. If everything went as planned, it might be able to buy Meng Hao some time, but not much. The people here were all extraordinary, and the slightest misstep could arouse their suspicions. All it would take would be for one person to attack him, and the charade would be broken. In fact, it was at this moment that an elder member of the Ji clan suddenly moved forward, eyes glittering, clearly with the intent of testing Meng Hao out. Meng Hao sighed as he realized that these people really weren't easy to fool. However, it was at this point that the old man from the Ji clan suddenly stopped in place, and his face filled with astonishment. Everyone else's expressions also flickered. And not a few people actually gasped. Meng Hao was taken aback and wondered what he had done to provoke such a reaction. It was at this point that a cold wind gusted against his back. It almost felt like ice on the nape of his neck. Reflexively, he turned around to see a head floating up from the well behind him. It was a head that looked like it had been rotting away in the waters of the well for millions of years. When Meng Hao turned around, the head floated over toward him, and just when it seemed it would touch him, he blinked. Then he turned back to the crowds and his voice placid said, "This is Inky. There's no need to fear her." He cleared his throat, and then pointed over to the swinging vine that dripped with black blood. "Over there is Lily. Come on, Lily, say hello to everyone." As soon as he spoke, the vines stopped moving. Then the dripping blood began to move, as if an invisible figure were walking over to stand next to Meng Hao. Even Meng Hao was shocked by this. He looked at the black blood dripping to the ground next to him and could just barely make out the image of a little girl standing there, but it was unclear whether she was staring at the crowds of people or at him. Meng Hao wasn't sure how much longer he could keep this up. Giving a firm look at the crowd of nearly 1,000 people, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to meditate. He was starting to feel that he might have taken things a bit too far. In the eyes of all the onlookers, Meng Hao, with his tattered robe, placid expression, and ancient air, seemed to be at one with the temple. As he sat there cross-legged, the pale white head floated behind him, surrounded by drifting strands of inky blackness. Next to Meng Hao was some invisible being that dripped black blood down onto the ground. Each drop that splashed onto the ground echoed with strange power that filled their hearts with shock. No one dared to move a muscle, not even Zhao Yifan from the Sublime Flow Sword Grotto, who stood there hesitating. Further off, Fan Donga was staring at Meng Hao, a brilliant light flickering in her eyes. Ji Yin sat cross-legged some distance away, karma swirling around him in such a way that it was impossible to even see him clearly. The three chosen from the Fang clan all sat down. Occasionally, Fang Yuni would look over at Zhixiang with a look of adoration. Fang Donghan stared the temple, his eyes flickering with desire. Song Luodan sat with the Song clan, proud and aloof. Occasionally, he would look at Meng Hao, and the desire to fight could be seen flickering in his eyes. As for Li Linger, it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. Her head was bowed, and she seemed to be studying the earth in front of her. Occasionally, she would gently stroke her hand across the surface of the ground, apparently performing some type of augury. Wang Mu sat there with flickering eyes that made it impossible to read his thoughts. The chosen of the other CTS, churches and holy lands were all lost in thought in the darkness of night. Shockingly, they sat there in front of the immortal ancient Taoist Rite Temple for an entire night. At dawn, the oil lamp winked out. Meng Hao knew that once night ended, the lamp would stop burning. However, only when it was truly extinguished would the trial by fire actually be over. The instant the sky became bright, Meng Hao opened his eyes. The floating head had vanished, and the dripping blood was gone. Everything returned to its normal state. Many people in the crowd opened their eyes to look at Meng Hao. Zhao Yifan was the first person to stand up and approach Meng Hao. Fan Dong arose to her feet at almost the same time and approached from a different direction. Li Linger looked coldly over at Meng Hao and also moved toward him. In addition, Ji Yin stood, karma swirling around him as he began to stride in Meng Hao's direction. There were other chosen who also began to approach Meng Hao, angry looks on their faces. "Stop right there," said Meng Hao coolly. The others said nothing in response, but rather sped up. Zhao Yifan was the fastest, and he waved his hand as he closed in on Meng Hao, causing a stream of sword chi to appear. The dragon-like sword chi spread out, transforming into 9 shocking sword dragons. Their roaring caused the air to vibrate as they twirled together to shoot toward Meng Hao. "Fellow Daoist," said Zhao Yifan, "I can sense the aura of South Heaven on you. You're no groundskeeper." By the time he finished speaking, the sword dragons were almost upon Meng Hao. "The Tao of the sword exists in the heart, and within one's will," continued Zhao Yifan. The 9 sword dragons had transformed into 9 swords that stabbed down toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao's eyes flickered as his desire to fight exploded up. As he rose to his feet, his right hand clenched into a fist that punched out toward the 9 swords. As he punched out, a mountain appeared in front of his fist, which rumbled through the air to slam into the 9 swords. A huge boom rattled out, and massive ripples spread out in every direction. "Your karma is not that of someone from ancient times." The cold voice belonged to Ji Yin. As it echoed about, his body went blurry, then reappeared behind Meng Hao. His right hand flashed in an incantation gesture and then pushed out toward Meng Hao's back with lightning speed. The motion caused Meng Hao's soul to tremble. All the memories in his life seemed to appear, which transformed into karma that stirred his mind. Meng Hao's expression was calm, and he snorted coldly. Since his act had been seen through, there was no point in continuing with the facade. His left hand flashed in an incantation gesture, and he pointed toward Ji Yin. The withering character incantation erupted out, and the air between Meng Hao and Ji Yin seemed to collapse as a huge black hole appeared. It instantly exerted an incredible gravitational force that rumbled loudly. Meng Hao leapt backward as Li Linger appeared in front of him, her beautiful face twisted with the desire to kill. "The memories of this land say you only got here a month earlier than us," she said. Her graceful hands performed an incantation, and the willow leaf mark on her forehead flickered. Suddenly, a willow leaf appeared in her hand. As soon as the willow leaf appeared, a boundless life force exploded out of it. When it reached its pinnacle, it suddenly began to show signs of death. The willow leaf turned black, and then flitted out into the air toward Meng Hao. "Seal," said Li Linger coolly. The willow leaf emitted a rumbling sound as it exploded. It transformed into a network of black veins that almost looked like a net, which then descended toward Meng Hao. Seeing that he was about to be sealed, Meng Hao snorted coldly and then stretched out both arms. He lifted his head up and shouted, invoking some Taoist magics he had learned that enabled him to sprout feathers and grow hide. Shockingly, he transformed into a huge black rock, cruel and savage in appearance, that escaped the enveloping black veins. As soon as he shot into the air, he heard a melodious voice speaking in his ear. "Taoist brother, you're quite exceptional. You almost had Donga here fooled." As the voice was transmitted to him, Meng Hao suddenly felt his hair stand up on end as a profound sense of danger filled him. Without hesitation, he produced the lightning cauldron. Lightning covered his body, and he switched places with Li Linger. As soon as he switched places, he looked over at Fan Donger and saw that she had a blue lotus in her hand. A moment ago, a young boy could be seen standing on the lotus, beckoning to him as if he wanted to turn him into a lotus seed to pop into his mouth. There was also a rusted black needle that emanated an aura of rot, which had been thrown toward him by one of the old men standing next to Song Luodan of the Song clan. If that needle had stabbed into him, he would have been transformed into a puddle of blood. All of these things take some time to describe, but actually happened in the time it takes a spark to fly off of a piece of flint. Meng Hao had just exchanged blows with Zhao Yifan of the Sublime Flow Sword Grotto, one of the 3 great Taoist societies, Ji Yin of the Ji clan, Li Linger of the Li clan, and Fan Donger of the 9th Sea God world. It seemed like a simple encounter, but in actuality, it brimmed with killing intent. The slightest misstep, and Meng Hao's blood would have showered down like rain. Even as the desire to fight burned in his eyes, Li Linger's face fell. The willow leaf mark on her forehead glittered rapidly, and Fan Donger made a surprised grunt and held back her attack. Because of that, Li Linger was able to avoid the deadly blue lotus magic. Everyone watching the encounter was completely shocked. Strange gleams appeared in some of the chosen's eyes as they flew into the air toward Meng Hao. "Who is this guy?" Zhao Yifan and those others all attacked at the same time, and he still didn't seem to be in a bad position. He can't just be some random person. I wonder how long he's been practicing cultivation. If it's less than 1,000 years, then he's definitely extraordinary. He just avoided the blue lotus magic of goddess Fandonger from the 9th sea god world. That lightning cauldron has the power of form displacement transposition. You're missing the most important part, which is he got here before us. He must be in possession of the good fortune of the immortal ancient Taoist right temple. Chapter 814. Call me Meng Hao. At the same moment in which such words were spoken, Meng Hao fell back. Simultaneously, a cold snort could be heard echoing out from some distance away. Last night, I could see the clues, said Song Luodan. However, despite your fakery, the apparition behind you is real. Now, I will cut you down and show you that nobody makes a fool of me. Song Luodan was the Song clan cultivator with the scar that ran from his forehead down to his neck. Flaming magical symbols burst out around him, and the flame crow on his shoulder stared coldly at Meng Hao. When Song Luodan stepped forward, the energy of peak Dao seeking erupted out. However, this was not the ordinary power of peak Dao seeking, but rather something that exceeded that. He was even more powerful than the Imperial Bloodline clan chief, who Meng Hao had fought. He had immortal will swirling around him. Shockingly, despite still being in Dao seeking, he cultivated a battle prowess comparable to a false immortal. Behind him was an emaciated old man who appeared to be nothing more than skin and bones. His face was expressionless, but his eyes were icy cold. He gave off a terrifying feeling that made him seem like a powerful immortal that could suppress Meng Hao in a single move. His body seemed to have numerous open meridians, but clearly they had been sealed and could not be used. Now, he was only able to wield the power of a false immortal. Actually, false immortals were the highest level of cultivation that Meng Hao's father had permitted into South Heaven. In the moment that Song Luodan stepped forward, Meng Hao spun in midair and looked at him and the old man, killing intent flickering in his eyes. The vicious needle thrown out by the Song clan just now had been incredibly sinister. I'm gonna kill you, said Meng Hao, transforming into a huge rock that sped towards Song Luodan. Shocking rumbling filled the air as the rock and Song Luodan exchanged more than 100 moves in the blink of an eye. Fire rippled everywhere, and a sea of flames roiled off of Song Luodan. It transformed into the shape of a flame crow that attacked Meng Hao. Their attacks were shocking and caused everything to tremble. Although they were fighting in midair, Meng Hao didn't want to get too far away from the temple's main gate. As for other locations along the wall where it seemed possible to go in, he ignored those. He remembered from his initial premonition that if someone tried to enter in that fashion, they would be struck dead. Booms echoed out. Zhao Yifan and the others stopped in place to watch the fighting, as did everyone else. That guy is incredible. He was at a bit of a disadvantage earlier when he was up against Fandonger and the others, but now that he's fighting Song Luodan alone, it's hard to say who's going to win. It's got to be Song Luodan. He was able to fight with Zhao Yifan from the Sublime Flow Sword Grotto. Supposedly he lost, but he's also very smart, which is his strong point. Everything shook, and brilliant lights flashed about. Within his sea of flames, Song Luodan looked like a flame immortal, calm yet threatening. At one point, he flew into the air, lifted his right foot, and violently kicked down toward Meng Hao. The kick gave rise to a flame sea, which then transformed into another flame crow that seemed capable of ripping the air apart. Flames spread out in all directions and seemed to be on the verge of sealing Meng Hao. At the same time, the old Dao protector at his side laughed coldly and waved his hand. Another decaying needle appeared, which shot toward Meng Hao. Immediately, Meng Hao's eyes flickered with killing intent. He snorted coldly, raising his right hand into the air and pointing at Song Luodan. Immediately, the blood demon grand magic appeared, and a rumbling vortex formed around Song Luodan. Like a dragon gulping down water, it sucked in the flame sea and left Song Luodan completely revealed out in the open. Song Luodan's face flickered with astonishment. His right foot began to wither, and he let out a roar. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, he fell back at full speed. Somehow, in this moment of grave crisis, he actually managed to escape the blood demon grand magic vortex. He retreated, face pale, looking at Meng Hao with an expression of both shock and the cold desire to kill. All of the observers were shaken. Amongst the crowd, Zhixiang's eyes were wide, and she was panting. The divine ability vortex she had just seen reminded her of a legendary Taoist magic she had read about in the ancient records of her sect, something that had long since been lost to the passage of time. Zhao Yifan from the Sublime Flow Sword Grotto was looking on with shining eyes, the flames of battle flickered in his pupils. Li Linger from the Li clan of Planet North Reed was also panting. Her expression was one of extreme concentration as she stared at Meng Hao. The four who had attacked just now did not do so with all their strength. Therefore, the fact that Meng Hao was able to evade those attacks merely left them thinking that there was more to him than met the eye. Nothing had happened that in any way left them thinking that he was worth paying attention to. Karma swirled around Ji Yin, and although it was impossible to see his ex-praise shone clearly, he was surely surprised. As for Fan Donger, a strange light shone in her eyes, but her expression was placid. She radiated a sense of pureness and holiness, and at the same time, seemed cold and distant. However, her incredible beauty made it so that anyone who looked at her couldn't help but be instantly attracted to her and would want to embrace her as a wife. The person who Meng Hao resented was not Song Luodan, but rather, the old man next to him. Twice so far, he had used sinister needles to attack Meng Hao. Meng Hao suddenly stretched his hand out in a claw-like motion which seemed similar to that used by the people he had seen plucking stars. Immediately, his hand seemed to become enormous, and he grabbed the needle out of the air. Meng Hao had only gained a smattering of enlightenment about the star-plucking magic. If he completely came to understand it, and also had a sufficient cultivation base, he would actually be able to reach up and pluck heavenly bodies out of the starry sky. As soon as he grabbed the deadly needle, Meng Hao's body flickered, and he shot toward the old man. The old man laughed coldly. Instead of retreating, he began to move toward Meng Hao. Don't know the difference between life and death? Allow me to educate you. Old codger, growled Meng Hao, summoning the rock. In response, the old man waved his hand, causing a gray aura to spread out that contained immortal qi. Suppress, said the old man. I'll be doing the suppressing, replied Meng Hao. His cultivation base rumbled, and his immortal qi roared as it filled his body. Immediately, everyone in the area was completely shocked. The immortal qi caused a huge rumbling roar to fill the air, and the old man's face flickered with astonishment. What sect or clan are you from? Meng Hao didn't respond. As the immortal qi swirled, he performed an incantation gesture and then pushed his hand out in front of him. The ninth mountain rumbled out, crushing down toward the old man. Not gonna tell me, snorted the old man. Well, don't blame me for eradicating you. Suddenly, a Dharma idol appeared behind him, the image of some powerful deity, a middle-aged man with an incredible bearing. Immediately, everything around him was thrown into chaos. As Meng Hao and the old man closed in on each other in midair, Meng Hao let out a shout, and his own Dharma idol appeared. The power that came from being half a step into true immortality erupted out, transforming into an incredible pressure that weighed down on the old man. His face fell, and he shot backward using a magical technique. The killing intent in Meng Hao's eyes flickered, and he waved his right hand, causing 8 black-colored medicinal pills to fly out. As soon as they hit the old man, they exploded. Blood sprayed from his mouth, and his face fell. He had been seriously injured and was just about to flee, when Meng Hao, moving at incredible speed, descended upon him. His right hand unleashed Ash the star-plucking magic, and the old man let out a furious howl. He raised his right hand, and what appeared to be the sun, moon, and other heavenly bodies could be seen in the palm that he sent surging toward Meng Hao. The man let out a miserable howl. At the same time, Meng Hao coughed up blood and staggered backward. The lightning cauldron appeared in his hand, lightning danced, and he vanished as he switched places with Fan Donger, who had been attempting to sneak into the temple during the chaos of the fighting. When he reappeared, Meng Hao stood tall and straight in front of the main gate of the temple, blood oozing out of his mouth. He seemed to be in command of everything, and when he stamped his foot onto the ground, everything trembled. At this point, he stretched out his right hand and made a claw-like gesture. 3 claw images appeared. It almost looked as if some ancient beast were awakening. The claws shot up into the air along with his Dharma idol. The huge attack surged toward Li Linger and Fong Donghan of the Fong clan, who had just been preparing to charge toward him. Amidst the rumbling booms, Song Luodan's Dao protector up in midair suddenly let out a miserable shriek. He had just noticed that, shockingly, a needle was sticking out of his hand. It was the same needle he had just tried to use to kill Meng Hao. The decaying power of the needle was just as effective on the old man. And oh! He shrieked, terrified. The flesh on his face was already starting to decay and fall off into bits of ash. Terror filled him. He was well aware of how quickly the vicious poison on the needle worked. In the blink of an eye, the poison contaminated all of his aura. As his screams echoed out, the crowds gasped. The old man's body collapsed. All of his flesh and blood turned into nothing but drifting ash. Instantly, complete silence fell. This old man was no ordinary person. He was a Dao protector of the Song clan, a powerful expert with an immortal realm cultivation base. He had opened dozens of meridians, and yet now, he died in this place at the hands of a spirit realm cultivator. It was only an accident, only a chance occurrence had only occurred because his cultivation base was sealed. But regardless of those things, he was dead. Dead at the hands of Meng Hao. Song Luodan's Dao protector just died? He actually killed a Dao protector. Who is this guy? He can't be some random person, and he's definitely not from the lands of South Heaven. He must be a chosen from some outside sect. But he doesn't look familiar. I've never seen him before. Even as the buzz of conversation rose up, Zhixiang looked on with wide eyes, astonished. Her cultivation base had originally been in the immortal realm, but after acquiring the demon immortal body, she had pushed herself down into the spirit realm to re-establish her cultivation and gain a chance at even more power in the future. As such, she was far more powerful than she had been last time she was in the spirit realm. Even still, there was no way she could attack and kill a false immortal. Who are you? Zhao Yifan suddenly asked. Ji Yin looked at Meng Hao, as did Li Linger, as well as Wang Mu, who still hadn't made a move yet. All of the chosen from the various sects and clans, including Tai Yongzi, were all staring over at Meng Hao. As for Song Luodan, he was panting in shock. His Dao protector had just been shockingly killed, causing Song Luodan's killing intent to grow even stronger. Fan Dong hovered in midair, now in the position that Meng Hao had occupied moments before. Fury burned in her heart, but her face was placid as she calmly said, Daoist brother, who exactly are you? Would you mind telling us? Meng Hao looked out at the chosen. He had to admit that these people were strong. However, he still felt like fighting, and in fact, was looking forward to something in particular. He was looking forward to when he left the lands of South Heaven and entered the world of the chosen outside. He couldn't wait to see what kind of waves he would stir up then. He looked calmly at the chosen of the Ninth Mountain and Sea, well aware that after this decisive battle, his name would surely spread rapidly until everyone knew who he was. Call me Meng Hao. Chapter 815. Fandonger. All cultivators in the lands of South Heaven knew Meng Hao's name. If the chosen of the sects and clans of the Ninth Mountain and Sea had spent more time there, they would also know the name. This was their first time hearing it, though, and it would remain in their memories for all eternity. Zhixiang gazed absent-mindedly over at Meng Hao standing there by the main gate of the temple. She seemed to be recalling that young cultivator she had pushed around all those years ago, and then everything that had happened in the ancient demon immortal sect. Recalling all the memories, she couldn't help but take a deep breath. At the moment, she was the only one who knew that Meng Hao hadn't even been practicing cultivation for 500 years. Not even 500 years, and he already has immortal qi. Furthermore, he's half a step into true immortality. His Dharma idol depicts himself. His immortality is not false. He walks the path of true immortality. He has high aspirations. Like all of us, he is not willing to become a false immortal. He wishes to transcend true immortal tribulation and become a true immortal. I wonder which sect he represents here. Immortality illumination vines are quite rare in the Ninth Mountain and Sea. Without one, his only option is to go all out for immortal destiny and then wait for the once, in 10,000 years chance to achieve true immortal ascension. Amidst the rumbling that filled the air, Wang Mu from the Wang clan of planet North Reed suddenly said, How long have you been here? Meng Hao looked over at him, but didn't respond. He stood there in front of the temple gate, his desire to fight burning as hot as ever. He's obviously been here for several days, said Song Luodan, hovering in midair, and now he wants to prevent us from entering the Daoist Rite Temple. Instantly, several chosen flew out from the crowd, including Tai Yongzi. Multicolored lights flashed, and energy surged as they transformed into 8 beams of light that shot toward Meng Hao. Get the hell out of the way. The voices of these 8 people were like crackling thunder. Behind them flew Dao protectors from their respective sects and clans, who observed the proceedings with flickering eyes. In total, a few dozen people were now closing in on Meng Hao. Even were Meng Hao more powerful, it would be impossible to do much against so many peak experts. Even Meng Hao's father could never have imagined that going to the immortal ancient Daoist Rite Temple would end him up in such a trial by fire. Meng Hao's father had assumed he would end up fighting alongside everyone. He had also assumed that arriving early would provide Meng Hao with some advantages, but he'd never imagined that the primary good fortune of the entire place could be acquired in less than a month. And yet, Meng Hao had done exactly that. Right now, he couldn't back down. He couldn't allow people to enter the temple itself. As the dozens of people bore down on him, Meng Hao suddenly slapped his bag of holding to produce several dozen black-peeled pills, which he immediately threw out in front of him. As they banged against each other in the air, they exploded violently. Any one of those medicinal pills could produce an astonishing level of power, but dozens exploding together caused the ground to quake and the mountains to tremble. A deafening roar filled the air as blood sprayed out of the mouths of everyone near the explosion. There were even 2 people whose bodies were ripped to pieces. Blood-curdling screams filled the air. It was him. It was him, cried Tai Yongzi, his voice shrill. He's the one who buried all those black-peeled medicinal pills that we encountered. Tai Yongzi's arm had been completely vaporized in the explosion. The people who had been injured on the path to the temple looked over at Meng Hao with killing intent flickering in their eyes. They had had their suspicions when Song Luodong's Dao protector died, but everything had happened so fast that there was no way to confirm the details. Now, though, they immediately recognized the black-peeled medicinal pills, which were the same as those buried outside. New hatreds piled onto old ones. Immediately, more people flew into the air to attack Meng Hao. There were quite a few others, including Fang Yuni, who flew toward the wall of the temple in an attempt to enter that way. Just before entering, Fang Yuni was overwhelmed by a terrifying sensation and stopped in place. The others, however, more than 10 of them, unhesitatingly flew through the gaps in the walls. As soon as they entered the rundown courtyard, they began to tremble and then screamed miserably. Their bodies instantly began to decay, and in the blink of an eye, they had transformed into pools of black liquid. Seeing this caused all the onlookers' minds to spin and their faces to fall. Some of the people who had just died were Dao protectors, and even they had been powerless to fight back and been killed instantly. You can only get in through the main gate. No other way is permitted. The main gate is the only path. Meng Hao is blocking the main gate, and all the incredible stuff is obviously on the other side. Kill him so we can get in. Now that it was revealed that there was only one entrance, the pressure on Meng Hao was even greater. Booms rang out constantly. Even with the powerful black-peeled medicinal pills, Meng Hao would be incapable of holding out for much longer. After all, he didn't have very many pills left. Killing intent bore down on him from all sides, but Meng Hao didn't retreat. Instead, he stayed as close to the main gate as possible. Zhao Yifan's sword qi surged mightily and then transformed into the shape of a sword, surrounded by a lake of smaller swords. He then shot toward Meng Hao at top speed, causing everyone else to move to the side to make way for him. As for Meng Hao, he immediately felt an intense sense of deadly crisis. This guy is strong, he thought. Blood oozed out of his mouth, and he was injured in several places. Seeing that this was not the time to make a final stand, Meng Hao glanced at the incoming Zhao Yifan, and then his eyes flickered as he retreated back through the gate. As soon as Meng Hao entered the temple gate, Zhao Yifan's sword arrived like a blazing sun, sword qi glittering magnificently. Those behind him looked on with gleaming eyes as the temple gate was opened. Immediately, everyone surged forward to enter the temple. However, in the instant that Meng Hao entered the temple, a monstrously murderous aura exploded up next to him. Killing intent and icy coldness appeared, along with a devilish will. Writhing black smoke appeared underneath the evening sky. A figure that looked exactly like Meng Hao suddenly walked out from behind him. Meng Hao's second true self. He walked out of the temple gate and waved his hand, causing the wooden time sword to appear. Time power rippled out in all directions as the time sword met Zhao Yifan's sword. A boom echoed out. Zhao Yifan's face flickered, and he fell into retreat. The second true self gave a muffled snort as he advanced. Time power spread out, causing looks of shock to appear on all of the onlookers' faces. All of them could clearly sense their longevity withering. A time cultivator. Damn it, there's 2 of them, not just one. As his second true self stood outside the temple, Meng Hao produced some medicinal pills. After consuming them, he sat cross-legged in meditation for about 10 breaths worth of time. Then he opened his eyes and walked out of tea. He main gate to stand next to this second true self. Booms echoed out as the 2 of them began to fight. Astonishing power was unleashed as a massive battle unfolded. The first person to attack his second true self was Fandonger. At the same time, others attempted to charge into the main gate. Meng Hao growled, and a blood-colored vortex appeared. The blood demon grand magic was finally completely unleashed. Instantly, everyone's faces fell, and they fell back in retreat. Meng Hao was really an annoying headache to everyone present. His second true self had monstrous killing intent and sinister coldness. His attacks were ruthless, and he was surrounded by swirling devilish will, as well as the power of time. All of it was very hard to deal with. Meng Hao fought back and forth with Fang Donghan, and explosions filled the air. In any situation where Meng Hao was on the verge of being forced away from his position in front of the gate, he would throw out black-peeled medicinal pills, which always resulted in countless angry curses. He even used the lightning cauldron. Whenever any chosen were on the verge of being able to enter the temple, Meng Hao would quickly switch positions with them. He switched places with Zhao Yifan, Fandonger, Li Linge, Wang Mu, Taiyanzi, Ji Yin, Fang Xiangshan. Virtually all of the chosen had opportunities to enter the temple, but Meng Hao seemed to be made of eyes, and whenever one of them got close, lighting would crackle, and he would use form displacement transposition. By now, it was getting dark, and a cold wind sprang up. The vine in the courtyard once again drooped down and began to swing back and forth. Black blood dripped onto the ground, and tendrils of green smoke began to rise up from inside the well. The oil lamp once again began to burn tenuously inside the temple hall, and countless projected images appeared. When all the newcomers saw this, they gasped. As for Meng Hao, he could feel the pulsing cold coming from behind him. It was at this point that Fandonger's eyes glittered. Suddenly, the image of a door appeared in her pupils. In the gap between yin and yang, ninth sea god. Suddenly, her entire body appeared to be sucked into her own pupils. She vanished, and when she reappeared, she was inside of the courtyard. In that instant, Meng Hao's expression flickered. He tried to use form displacement transposition, but for the first time ever, it failed. Fan Donger's expression was one of indifference as she prepared to enter the temple hall. Meng Hao immediately flew toward her, extending his hand in a claw-like gesture. This left the main gate exposed, and his second true self was incapable of holding his position alone. In that short bit of time, one of the Dao protectors managed to slip into the courtyard. When that happened, he immediately screamed and vanished into a pool of black liquid. This sudden turn of events caused everyone on the outside to gasp and cease any aspiration of entering. Meng Hao didn't have time to consider what had just happened. He transformed into a huge rock that shot aggressively toward Fan Donger. Damn it, he thought. I forgot whether that crazy old man said to prevent people from entering the temple as a whole, or just the temple hall. Furious, he called his second true self to join him in his attack. His second true self's eyes glittered. Everyone looked on raptly as the second true self entered the main gate without any problem. Seeing Meng Hao's second true self nearing, Fan Donger's face flickered. How can he get in here too? She said. He's not a cultivator. He's your clone. Rumbling filled the air. Fan Donger's face was as indifferent as ever as she began to fight back and forth with Meng Hao. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 100 exchanges. Everyone on the outside watched with glittering eyes. A random cultivator tried to use a special magical technique to enter through the main gate, but the result was that he died screaming. By now, everyone understood the situation. You can enter during the daytime, but not during nighttime. Damn it, Fan Donger realized this earlier, so she didn't use her divine ability until yin and yang transposed, and night replaced day. That's when she entered. She let Meng Hao use form displacement transposition on her a few times before to get him used to thinking it would work on her. Her scheming ability is so profound. I hate those people from the ninth sea god world. Chapter 8:16. Battling the Goddess. Everyone stood outside the courtyard, looking in with glittering eyes. Within the courtyard, Meng Hao and his second true self were locked in combat with Goddess Fan Donger of the ninth sea god world. Off to the side, the vines swung back and forth, and laughter could be heard as the black blood dripped onto the ground. At the same time, strands of black hair danced through the air. Countless Dao projections appeared. Some sat in meditation, some concocted medicinal pills, and some employed Daoist magic. The copper lamp flickered weakly, illuminating the area. The crumbling statue of the divinity appeared to be emitting some faint, divine aura. This was not the first night that these people had spent in the vicinity of the immortal ancient Daoist Right Temple. However, when they caught sight of the Dao projections, many people made hoarse exclamations. Passing down Daos. Those Dao projections are passing down Daos. If we can just get inside, we can acquire new Daos. The immortal ancient Daoist Right Temple is full of good fortune. Damn it. I wonder how many days Meng Hao was here for before we arrived. From the look of it, he already got the greatest good fortune of all, the immortal ancient Daoist medallion. Outside, conversations buzzed. Inside, Meng Hao and his second true self had already fought over 100 rounds with Fan Donger. Booming echoed out, and Fan Donger frowned as she was instantly pushed back in retreat, unable to get close to the temple hall. Not only that, she was actually being forced to the point where she might get shoved out the main gate. Meng Hao had originally been extremely nervous. However, after seeing that everything in the temple hall remained the same even after Fan Donger entered the courtyard, he was able to let out a sigh of relief. The crazy old man must have meant the temple hall, and not the courtyard, he thought. Eyes gleaming, he stretched out his hand toward Fan Donger in a claw-like gesture. Fan Donger was getting angry. She snorted lightly, and then lifted the blue lotus in her hand. Brilliant light shone out that seemed to contain blessings. It formed immortal qi, which she sucked in through her eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Then, golden light began to shine out from her eyes. She looked at Meng Hao and said a single word. Suppress. That single word caused Meng Hao's pupils to constrict as he felt an incredible force come into existence around him. It instantly began to entangle him. Even his second true self could feel its interference. Fan Donger's expression was cool as she prepared to enter the temple hall. Emerge! Meng Hao shouted, and rumbling could be heard as his Dharma idol appeared, shining with boundless radiance and surrounded by a great Dao. The Dharma idol's light shone up into the sky, and it seemed as if countless immortal divinities were sitting cross-legged around it, meditating. A snapping sound rang out as the invisible fetters were destroyed. Meng Hao shook himself free, then stretched his right hand out to use the star-plucking magic. All it took was one snatching motion, and Fan Donger, who was still in mid-stride heading toward the temple hall, was dragged back to him. Her body was completely beyond her own control as she flew through the air. Just when she seemed about to slam into Meng Hao's hand, she gave a cold snort and performed an incantation with her left hand. She pointed to the ground, and a vast sea appeared beneath her, from within which more than 10 roaring sea dragons burst out. Meng Hao's star-plucking magic dissipated, but by that point, his second true self had closed in. He waved his sleeve, and a boom could be heard as the air around Fan Donga shattered. Blood oozed from the corners of her mouth as she was sent staggering backward. In the meantime, Meng Hao performed an incantation gesture and pointed out. The Blood Demon Grand Magic Vortex instantly appeared. Both Meng Hao and his second true self were on the attack. All of the rapid changes in the battle were dazzling to the eye. There was no hesitation on anyone's part, and attacks were made with complete confidence and speed. Grumble. Fan Donger's face fell. Meng Hao's Blood Demon Grand Magic filled her with dread. She performed a double-handed incantation, causing a bright light to appear that seemed to shine down from the sky above. It descended to form the eye. Mage of a mermaid behind Fan Donger. The mermaid had extremely long hair and was incredibly beautiful and actually resembled Fan Donger somewhat, except that she wasn't wearing any clothes whatsoever. Her bottom half was covered with scales, but as a whole, she emanated an enticing aura that would cause anyone to be attracted to her. So high and mighty, yet you summon something without clothes, said Meng Hao sternly, glancing at the Dharma idol. How scandalous. You glib lowlife, she replied evenly. One look, and I could tell that you were a lecher. She performed an incantation, causing her Dharma idol's eyes to shine with golden light. Ninth Sea God Lightning. The 4 words echoed like thunder, and immediately caused 4 bolts of golden lightning to crackle down toward Meng Hao. His eyes narrowed. These chosen from the 9th mountain and sea were all incredibly powerful. He had long since ceased to look down on them. He knew that he couldn't view them as being ordinary peak Dao-seeking cultivators. These were all people who had high aspirations. They wanted to achieve true immortal ascension. There were even some of them who had clearly practiced cultivation for many years, but were intentionally holding their cultivation bases back to wait for immortal destiny. Some of them gave Meng Hao a feeling of impending crisis. One was Zhao Yifan, and another was Fan Donger. There are many chosen, and powerful experts are as numerous as the clouds, he thought. My path of cultivation has just begun. The vast world is just now opening up to me. The desire to fight burned hot in his eyes. He truly couldn't wait to step foot out of the lands of South Heaven into the starry sky, to contend with the chosen of the 9th mountain and sea. Today is just a sneak peek, he thought. His body flickered as he sprang into motion. His Dharma idol roared and grew even larger than before, and then sent a right hand speeding toward Fan Donger. The 4 bolts of golden lightning sent out shocking ripples, but they were all obstructed Meng Hao's Dharma idol. Echoes rattled out, and Fan Donger's face fell. The second true self closed in along with a river of time power, bursting with a murderous aura. Killing intent raged as he launched a vicious attack that very nearly sliced Fan Donger's neck open. Just who is this Meng Hao? She thought. There's no need to even mention this clone of his. He himself is incredibly powerful, plus he has a Dharma idol that depicts himself. Based on his power, he must be half a step into true immortality. At the moment, he still hasn't merged back with his clone. When that happens, Fan Donger's eyes flickered. He seems to be concerned with people entering the temple hall. Could it be that there is some legacy process underway inside and he doesn't want anyone to interfere? I must disrupt that legacy. I can't let a 5th conclave disciple appear in this immortal ancient Taoist right temple.
Her eyes
Flickered with coldness. 9th Sea God will, she said, retrieving a conch shell from her bag of holding. The conch shell immediately began to blaze with intense light that caused everything to tremble. The music of a great Tao began to spread out in all directions. Everyone on the outside had long since been shaken by the intensity of the fighting inside. In addition, dread of Meng Hao had taken root in their hearts. To be able to fight with Fan Donger of the 9th Sea God world means that this Meng Hao is definitely a chosen too. That's a precious treasure of the 9th Sea God world, the 9 gods conch. According to legend, that conch once slew an almighty Tao realm expert. That's not the real thing, it's only a copy. However, it's still shockingly powerful. As the buzz of conversation filled the air outside, Meng Hao's face flickered. He could sense that this conch was intensely dangerous. His eyes flickered, and he performed another incantation gesture, causing the 6th level of the Blood Demon Grand Magic to appear. At the same time, Fan Donger's eyes became ice cold as she raised the conch up and blew into it. As soon as her breath entered the conch, it began to emanate a golden light, within which was a strand of Tao music. As the music drifted through the air, it sounded like a woman singing. It expanded out amorphously, transforming into 3 colorful bubbles, within each of which appeared to be a magical symbol. The sky grew dark, and wind screamed as one of the bubbles floated gently toward Meng Hao. He began to tremble, and his second true self seemed to lose control of his body and stopped in mid-motion. It was at this point that bubble popped. Blood sprayed from the mouth of the second true self as a roaring sound filled his ears. As he fell back, the second bubble floated forward and then popped. Meng Hao coughed up blood and suddenly found that he was covered with countless strips of seaweed which were growing out from his skin to cover his whole body. At the same time, the seaweed bursting from his skin caused him to bleed profusely. His second true self trembled as he too was covered with seaweed. The flourishing seaweed sucked away at Meng Hao's life force, causing it to grow longer and even take root in the ground. As a result, Meng Hao and his second true self were rapidly being rooted in place. People outside of the courtyard gasped. The curse of the ninth sea. This Meng Hao is going to perish. Fan Donger coughed up a mouthful of blood and staggered backward a few steps, her face pale. She had paid an incredible price in order to blow on the conch shell. She took a deep breath as she looked over at Meng Hao and his second true self entangled in the seaweed. Her expression calm, she turned and hurried toward the temple hall. Just when she was on the verge of stepping into the temple hall, a tremor ran through Fan Donger. The mud beneath her feet suddenly began to emanate a black mist. At the same time, a huge rumbling sound filled the entire area. The courtyard trembled from the force of the explosion, and Fan Donger coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her body was completely beyond her control as she was sent flying into the air, more blood spurting out from her mouth. Meng Hao, she cried, her heart filled with rage. She had been incredibly cautious in everything, but could never have imagined that Meng Hao would have buried black-peeled medicinal pills in front of the temple hall's door. Those pills had been secretly placed there by Meng Hao as a failsafe against the people from the outside. At the same time that Fan Donger was sent flying backward, the third bubble neared Meng Hao. He trembled, and his eyes filled with a cold gleam. His second true self shuddered. He slowly began to fade away and turn into Meng Hao's shadow, merging together with him. Fuse. As he merged with his second true self, Meng Hao's left eye was icy cold, whereas his right eye burned with murderous desire. The Dharma idol behind him then changed. Shockingly, half of it became completely black. To everyone looking at it, it no longer looked holy, but rather like a mixture between an immortal and a devil. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the third bubble popped. However, at the same time, Meng Hao freed himself from the seaweed and launched a counterattack in the form of a punch. A huge explosion filled the air, and Meng Hao coughed up a mouthful of blood. Nonetheless, a bright gleam could be seen in his eyes as his hand snaked out toward the beautiful Fan Donger. Fan Donger's face flickered. She had been seriously injured, and now that Meng Hao had freed himself, she had no choice but to retreat from the courtyard. It was then that Meng Hao's hand latched onto her. Trying to get away? Chapter 817. Here you go, Inky. The star-plucking magic suddenly sprang to life, and Fan Donger was snatched up and dragged back by Meng Hao before she could escape from the courtyard. A look of vicious hatred could be seen on her face, and she quickly performed a double-handed incantation, causing the conch shell to appear again. Just when she was about to blow it, Meng Hao flung her forcefully toward the well in the courtyard. "Why don't you get in that well and blow your shell for my Inky?" he said. Fan Donger's face filled with shock as, before she could blow the conch, she descended into the well, her body completely out of her control. At the same time, Meng Hao performed an incantation, summoning the ninth mountain and sending it rumbling down toward the well. A miserable shriek rang out from inside the well as the ninth mountain slammed down and sealed the mouth of the well, followed by rumbling booms. Meng Hao flitted up to the peak of the mountain, where he sat down cross-legged, his face somewhat pale. The murderous gleam in his right eye vanished, and boundless black mist surged out from within him, which then transformed ONCE again into his second true self. Blood oozed out from the sides of Meng Hao's mouth, and his second true self's eyes were somewhat dimmer than usual. This was a result of the backlash from forcing a separation before fully fusing. Everyone outside the courtyard was thoroughly shocked and stared at Meng Hao in amazement. He actually sealed the goddess of the ninth sea god world inside a well? If I remember correctly, that head which looks like it's been soaking in water for millions of years came out from that well. Damn it, I should kill him for treating the goddess like that. As the buzz of conversation filled the air, Zhao Yifan's eyes flickered. He stared at Meng Hao, his desire for combat growing ever stronger. After all, he lived to fight. If you're good enough to suppress Fan Donger, he thought, then I can't wait for day to break, so that we can fight. Song Luodan couldn't help but gasp in response to what had happened, as did Wang Mu, Li Linger, Feng Donghan, and many others. When they saw Meng Hao fight Fan Donger and then seal her up, it instantly left an indelible impression in their minds. Tai Yongzi's face flickered, but, not willing to be outshone, he snorted coldly and said, "You finagled your way to victory. If you step foot outside, I'll fuse your bones and blood, burn your soul, and then kill you. The chosen from the other holy lands and sects now had a much clearer understanding of who Meng Hao was, as did the Dao protectors, whose eyes glittered brightly. The night grew deeper. Meng Hao sat on top of the mountain, listening to Fan Donger's shrieks echoing out from down below. She was inside the well, half submerged in water. Her scalp was numb with terror as inky black hair swirled around her. Although her surroundings were pitch black, because of her incredible cultivation base, she could just barely see the water-soaked head gazing steadily in her direction. If you think about it, anyone in this situation would feel their blood run cold and their hair stand on end. Fan Donger couldn't hold back from screaming. The tendrils of black hair began to wrap around her, and the soaking had got closer and closer. Meng Hao, I won't let you get away with this, she screamed. However, it didn't matter what divine abilities or magical techniques she used. There was nothing that could get her out of the well. In fact, the more magic she used, the more the black hair wrapped around her, and at one point, the floating head even touched her own head. An icy sensation spread out across her skin, and Fan Donger's scream was even shriller than before. As Meng Hao sat on top of the mountain, he snorted and said, Inky, if you take care of this wench for me, then you can have her. By now, he had recovered most of his wounds, and he glanced over to look into the temple hall at the bronze lamp which, thanks to Fan Donger's failure to enter the temple hall, had not been extinguished. A strange light shone in his eyes, and suddenly a bashful gleam could be seen within. These chosen all have lovely treasures on them, don't they? He licked his lips and smiled, which the crowds on the outside found very surprising. What is Meng Hao smiling like that for? That smile looks bashful. Is something fishy going on? Meng Hao flew down off of the mountain and, as everyone watched, dug a hole and carefully put some black-peeled medicinal pills in it. Then, he cautiously stood on top of it, looked up, and extended his hand. The lightning cauldron appeared. Electric light glittered, spreading out across his body, and the bashfulness in his smile grew even more apparent as he looked out at the crowd with anticipation. Damn it, Meng Hao's about to pull a con. He has that form displacement transposition cauldron and black-peeled medicinal pills under his feet. If you step on that pill lightly, nothing happens. But when he switches positions with someone, the slightest force will cause it to explode. Fudge. How could someone be so evil? Shameless. I've never seen a bastard as shameless as him. Everyone in the crowd began to back up, their faces flickering with various expressions. Meng Hao's eyes finally came to rest on Taiyangzi, whose face instantly went white and his eyes wide. Before he could say anything, lighting from Meng Hao's cauldron flashed, and he switched places with Taiyangzi. The instant the change occurred, Taiyangzi appeared in the middle of the courtyard, screaming. Apparently, this method of entering the courtyard did not violate the restrictive spells, so he was not instantly transformed into a pool of blood. However, as soon as his foot made contact with the medicinal pills, 4 or 5 of them instantly exploded, and he was engulfed in black mist. Taiyangzi let out a blood-curdling shriek, along with a spray of blood. Meng Hao's second true self instantly closed in on him. As for Meng Hao, as soon as he appeared outside the courtyard, he instantly produced his war chariot. Rumbling filled the air as he shot back into the courtyard. Only an afterimage remained in the spot he had just occupied, which was then instantly inundated by various divine abilities and magical techniques. Don't be so polite, fellow Taoists, he called out, looking back at the crowd and waving. I don't need your gifts, really. The ripples from the explosions couldn't catch up with him, leaving the onlookers so frustrated that their gums itched. How could he have such a high cultivation base, but be so despicable? Numerous such curses filled the air. Meng Hao just smiled nonchalantly and hummed a little tune as he watched his second true self grab hold of Taiyangzi and restrain him. When Taiyangzi saw Meng Hao approaching, he began to tremble, and his eyes shone with a brilliant light. I'm from the holy land of Mount Sun. Our founder was Patriarch Sun. Smack. Meng Hao walloped Taiyangzi directly across the side of the face, causing blood to spray from his mouth, along with a couple teeth. He turned back to look at Meng Hao, a vicious expression of madness on his face. From the moment I started practicing cultivation, said Meng Hao, I've heard chosen like you say things like that when they're about to die. Do you know how annoying it is? Thinking about how often he had heard words similar to those uttered by Taiyangzi, he kicked Taiyangzi sharply with his right foot. Didn't you just say you were going to burn my bones and blood, then roast my soul? Meng Hao kicked down again. The shocked crowd looked on, trembling, as Taiyangzi's howls entered their ears. The Dao protectors and other cultivators from Mount Sun were enraged, and several of them flew forward. Stay your hand. Damn it, if you harm him, you'll call a great disaster down on yourself that will affect your entire clan. Once the sun comes up, you're dead. No one will be able to save you. The 2 Mount Sun Dao protectors stood outside the courtyard, glaring at Meng Hao and threatening him with gruesome words. In response, Meng Hao kicked Tai Yongzi again, provoking another miserable shriek, then turned and stared at the two Dao protectors. I'm from the archaic immortal ancient Daoist rite. My dad is. Meng Hao suddenly stopped talking and cleared his throat. Quite a few hateful looks appeared among the crowd, especially from the people from Mount Sunday. It was quite obvious that Meng Hao had just been mocking Tai Yongzi's words from moments ago. Meng Hao grabbed Tai Yongzi and dragged him over to the well. He lifted the mountain and then said, "Why don't you and the wench fool around together down there?" Tai Yongzi's eyes went wide, and he let out a panic-stricken yelp as he struggled against Meng Hao. Meng Hao cleared his throat and then said, "All right, I'll give you one last chance. You probably have a lot of magical items on you, right? Let me go, and you can have them all." Tai Yongzi blurted. He was truly frightened. Down below, he could see Fandonger and the Soaking Head, which was obviously a mysterious evil spirit connected to the Daoist Rite Temple. "Hey, I'm a gentleman and a man of my word," replied Meng Hao sternly. "What makes you think that I would contaminate my karma by stealing your magical items?" His expression became colder so quickly that Tai Yongzi gaped in shock. However, it only took a moment for his mind to flash with understanding, and he quickly unfastened his bag of holding and held it aloft. "Here, I'm giving it to you as a gift." Meng Hao took it, opened it up, and looked through its contents. His eyes lit up, after which he turned to look at the command medallion hanging at Tai Yongzi's waist. "Actually, that looks pretty nice," he said. "You can have it." "This thing is pretty nice too." You can have it. I've never seen one of these before." "You can have it." Tai Yongzi was on the verge of tears as he handed his belongings over to Meng Hao one by one. Meng Hao's hand closed around a fist-sized chunk of golden-colored stone which emanated an intense heat and blinding light. From the feeling it gave off, it almost seemed like something was sleeping inside. When Meng Hao swept it with his divine sense, the music of a great Dao filled his mind, and he sensed a pulsating aura of danger. It almost seemed like this rock was a sun. Meng Hao's eyes widened as he looked it over. He had never seen anything quite like this particular item. He slowly pulled the rock out of Tai Yongzi's bag of holding. Immediately, people on the outside began to comment in astonishment. "A treasured magical item. It's a treasured magical item from Mount Sun. Mount Sun is really getting the short end of the stick today." Tai Yongzi's face was pale, white, as he looked bitterly at the rock in Meng Hao's hand. He had never even had a chance to take it out and use it before Meng Hao took it away from him. Meng Hao closed his eyes as he examined the rock with his senses. After a moment, the heat emanating off of the rock seemed to decrease, and Meng Hao put it away. Then he opened his eyes and looked at Tai Yongzi. Eyes narrowing, he pulled out a piece of paper and a pen from within his robe, then handed them over to Tai Yongzi, whose eyes went wide with shock. Chapter 8:18. Changing Fate. "What are you staring at? Write out a promissory note. However much you think your life's worth, write down that many spirit stones. Although, if the amount you write down is too small, don't forget that I have a lot of spirit stones in my bag of holding, and I might just fork them over to buy you." "You!" cried Tai Yongzi, almost coughing up a mouthful of blood as he glared at Meng Hao. After a long moment, he sighed, and then wrote down a huge sum onto the promissory note. Meng Hao carefully placed it with his collection of other promissory notes. When the people in the crowd and Tai Yongzi saw how many promissory notes Meng Hao had in his bag of holding, they gasped. How many people has he conned in the past? I can't believe he has so many promissory notes. Just where exactly is he from? He couldn't be a cultivator from the lands of South Heaven, could he? There's no way. South Heaven is a strange place, but how could it produce a shameless bastard like that? Tai Yongzi looked at all the promissory notes and suddenly felt a bit better about his situation. With a forced smile, he looked at Meng Hao. "Elder brother Meng." "Don't worry," Meng Hao said earnestly. "Meng Hao is honest with all customers and open and above board in all matters. I would definitely never use the promissory note to coerce you." Suddenly, he lowered his voice to a whisper. "All right, you've been very cooperative. Come, tell me who among all those bastards out there you have a beef with. I'll grab that person next. Choose carefully." With that, Meng Hao stepped to the side, dug our hole, and then put some medicinal pills in it. Tai Yongzi stared at Meng Hao with wide eyes. The crowds outside gasped, and quite a few of their number began to back away. There were even a few who directly flew away. Tai Yongzi was in a daze for a moment, until finally his eyes flickered, and he turned to look out at the crowds. Then, his gaze locked with that of Wang Mu from the Wang clan. "Wang Mu," cried Tai Yongzi, his face twisting with hatred. "He's the one. He stole my good fortune that year. Him." When Wang Mu, who stood off in the distance, heard what Tai Yongzi said, his eyes flickered. The Dao protectors near him stepped forward, their eyes radiating coldness. "Got it," said Meng Hao. He quickly reached out and tied Tai Yongzi up, then tossed him over to the grapevine trellis. Then he produced the lightning cauldron, which glittered with electricity as he looked over at Wang Mu. Wang Mu instantly rotated his cultivation base with all his power. However, in the next instant, Meng Hao shifted his gaze to Song Luodan. Instantly, the two of them vanished. Then, Song Luodan reappeared in the courtyard. However, he remained hovering in the air and didn't touch the ground. Do you really think it's worth it to play such ridiculous games? Song Luodan chuckled coldly. Most of the people in the crowd outside were now prepared for Meng Hao to use the lightning cauldron. However, it was at this moment that Meng Hao's second true self violently stamped his foot onto the ground. Immediately, a boom could be heard as the medicinal pills beneath Song Luodan's feet exploded. Song Luodan coughed up blood as the explosion rippled out. He had no time to evade. His hair was thrown into disarray, and he let out a miserable shriek. At the same time, Meng Hao's second true self closed in. As soon as Meng Hao appeared outside, booms filled the air as Li Linger, Fang Yuni, Fang Xiangshan, as well as the Ji clan members, and even chosen from other sects, along with their Dao protectors, all attacked. The gleam of spell formations appeared on the ground, which had been set up in secret earlier in order to cause problems for Meng Hao. Some people even used magical items. Massive roaring filled the area in the blink of an eye. Meng Hao coughed up a mouthful of blood and then sped backward in the war chariot. Lightning flickered as he switched positions several times in a row before he was finally able to extricate himself. Just when he was almost back into the courtyard, a sword shot through the air toward him. The sword filled the darkness with brilliant light and left a bright streak in the air as it bore down on Meng Hao. The shocking sword caused Meng Hao's face to flicker. He quickly performed an incantation gesture, causing divine abilities to explode out. At the same time, his Dharma idol appeared and blocked the sword. Rumbling shook everything as the sword unexpectedly sliced through the Dharma idol and then slashed down onto the war siege. Ariad. A huge boom filled the air, and blood sprayed out of Meng Hao's mouth. However, he borrowed the momentum from the blast to shoot back into the courtyard. Once inside, he coughed up another mouthful of blood and then suddenly looked up. At some point, Ji Yin had appeared right in front of the temple gate. His right hand stretched out, surrounded by swirling karma power, clearly on the verge of passing into the courtyard. Then, it did pass into the courtyard itself, apparently completely unaffected by the restrictive spells. Rumbling like thunder rippled out as he stretched his hand out about 3 inches into the courtyard. However, at that point, he could proceed no further, and he slowly retracted his hand. Many gasps could be heard from the crowd as they looked at Ji Yin, whose back was to them all, making it impossible for them to see his facial expression. Meng Hao's pupils constricted, and his heart trembled. As of this point, he was now aware of how incredibly powerful Ji Yin was. "Let me in, and I'll spare your life," said Ji Yin. It was hard to tell whether his voice was that of a man or a woman. However, it was completely cold-blooded and filled with a lust for battle. Meng Hao smiled and wiped the blood off of his mouth. He then turned and walked over to the seriously wounded Song Luodan, who had already been restrained and tied up by his second true self. Song Luo glared hatefully at Meng Hao, killing intent flickering in his eyes. Meng Hao wasn't in the mood for chattering, so he simply slapped Song Luodan in the face a few times, which of course caused his rage to surge even higher. Without another word, he took Song Luodan's bag of holdings, rifled through them, and then pulled out a piece of paper and a pen. "I won't sign that thing even if you kill me," raged Song Luodan, looking especially ferocious because of the scar running down his face. "Won't sign it," Meng Hao responded coolly. He turned to look over at the swinging vine, from which the sounds of faint laughter and the drip of black blood could be heard. "Lily, weren't you looking for a friend to swing with you?" From what Meng Hao could tell, Inky and Lily had changed quite a bit ever since the crazy old man gave Meng Hao his approval. As soon as Meng Hao spoke, the swing stopped moving. Then, the astonished Song Luodan flew up into the air, his body clearly completely out of his own control. Next, his body began to shrink. In the blink of an eye, he looked like he was 7 or 8 years old. Finally, he floated down to land on the vine, where he began to swing back and forth. His expression was numb, but intense terror could be seen in his eyes. At this point, the faint glow of dawn was just becoming visible. Soon, the strange phenomena inside the courtyard would disappear. Killing intent flickered in the eyes of the crowd outside. This was especially true of the cultivators from Mount Sun and the Song clan, and the various chosen who were smitten with Fandonger from the 9th Sea God world. Meng Hao frowned. After looking up at the sky, he walked back into the temple hall, where he looked around at the Dao projections and the ancient bronze lamp. Finally, he sighed. 49 days total, but only half of them have gone by. Obviously, there's no way I can keep people out of this place for that long. There are simply too many of them outside. So far, I've only been able to stretch things out for 2 days. He stood in front of the bronze lamp and looked at the flickering flame. During the day, the flame would go out, But after having observed the item for so long, Meng Hao knew that the flame itself wasn't truly extinguished. The heart of the flame still existed. The lamp itself only burned brightly at night. Muttering, Meng Hao once again poured some blood into the flames, which hissed and then emitted a delicate fragrance that left him feeling enlivened after smelling it. I'm not supposed to let anyone come inside to touch the lamp and contaminate it with their aura. It's fundamentally impossible to meet that requirement. Meng Hao sighed. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed completely unfeasible. Furthermore, the sky was almost bright. Meng Hao could sense the killing intent coming from the groups outside the courtyard. He was like a thorn in their sides, someone blocking their path to good fortune. Furthermore, some of that killing intent resulted directly from him offending people. Well, if I have to ask for help from Dad and Mom because of something as trivial as this, then I'm not Meng Hao. His eyes began to shine with a cold gleam. Before reaching Dao seeking, he had not relied on any assistance from his father and mother. He had stepped halfway into true immortality all by himself. He had experienced multiple deadly situations, had battled the 10th Wang clan patriarch in the Milky Way Sea, had tread the narrow gap between life and death, had fought in the Great War of the Southern Domain, and had risen to the pinnacle of prominence. Those were all things that made Meng Hao feel quite proud of himself. Besides, my road leads beyond South Heaven, whereas Dad and Mom must stay here for 100,000 years. I have to walk my path alone. If I want good fortune, I'll take the risks myself and earn it myself. If I did it any differently, I'd be the same as all of those people out there. The desire to fight gleamed in his eyes. He took a deep breath when suddenly a new idea appeared in his mind. He stopped in place, and a strange expression filled his face. Wait a second. That crazy old man said that I couldn't let the flame be extinguished for 49 nights. He also said that I couldn't let anyone come in here to touch the lamp. In other words, actually stepping foot into this place isn't the problem. As long as no one touches the lamp, then the requirement will be met, right? Meng Hao's eyes sparkled. If that's true, then it also goes to us. That it doesn't matter what I do. I could even take the bronze lamp away from here. As long as nobody else touches it, and it remains unextinguished, then everything will be fine. Having reached this point in his train of thought, he began to pant. A gleam of determination appeared in his eyes, and he decided that since he couldn't prevent everyone from entering this place, he might as well try out his new idea. He immediately stretched his hand out and grabbed the lamp. The instant he tried to actually pick it up, he realized that the lamp was completely immovable. There was no way for him to put it in his bag of holding. A strange light flickered in his eyes as he rotated his cultivation base at full power. His Dharma idol appeared behind him, and Meng Hao used all the power he could muster to try to pull up the bronze lamp. Shocking rumbles could be heard coming from within the temple hall. The ground trembled, and the entire temple shook. A deep, subterranean rumble could be heard, as well as the sound of laughing and crying from the courtyard. The mountain range, and in fact, the entire land, was shaking violently. The crowds outside the courtyard stared at the temple hall in shock. In that instant, all of the lands of South Heaven were shaken, to the extent that the entire planet temporarily ceased to rotate. The Milky Way Sea roared, and all the continents trembled. All the powerful experts in South Heaven were shaking in astonishment. In the Tower of Tang, Meng Hao's father and mother were in the middle of playing a game of Go, when suddenly his father's face flickered. Even as he looked up, Meng Hao's mother's face also flickered. The immortal ancient is in motion. Not good. There must have been some kind of accident. Meng Hao's father rose to his feet and was just about to fly up into the air when both he and Meng Hao's mother stopped in place. Their expressions flickered as they saw a figure approaching from off in the distance. He had long gray hair, an ordinary-looking robe, and looked completely archaic. His eyes were filled with the glow of heavenly bodies. Not only did he look like a person who existed inside a painting, he looked like the type of person who could paint a multitude of universes with a wave of his hand. Meng Hao's parents were immediately shaken. They clasped hands and bowed. Xiufeng offers greetings, senior. Meng Li offers respectful greetings, senior. This was the same man who had appeared to them on planet East Victory and had indicated that they should come to planet South Heaven. He was the one who had directed them to guard the planet for 100,000 years. He was an outsider. If Meng Hao were here, he would immediately recognize that this person was Shui Donglu.
1.
The chance for immortality was consumed by the Tao of Heaven, he murmured. The Tao path has overlapped with the ancient. I saw 9 fluttering butterflies once again flying and approached too. I saw the one who has vanished. And the look in his eyes as he turned his head to look back. It can't be predicted anymore, and I can't see through it anymore. He actually managed to change his fate. A strange gleam appeared in his eyes as he gazed toward the immortal ancient Taoist Right Temple in the distant mountains. 1. Here is a brief refresher about Shui Donglu. He was introduced in chapters 194 and 197 during the Song clan search for a son-in-law. He helped Meng Hao seal the Resurrection Lily into a painting in Chapter 208. Jen joked about him in the interlude after Chapter 222. He made a super brief appearance in Chapter 383 when Meng Hao refined the eyeless larva. He prevented G19 from severing Meng Hao's karma in Chapter 425. Finally, he helped Meng Hao acquire the Eternal Stratum in Chapter 693. 2. This is not the first time 9 butterflies have been mentioned in the story. If you don't remember, you can check out Chapters 555, 587, 613, 652, and Chapter 664. Chapter 819, A Flickering Vision of Ancient Times. At the same time, within the inner ring of the Milky Way Sea, the water was boiling. A gray fog suddenly rose up, which spread out in all directions, filled with an aura of death. An ancient ship slowly pierced through the fog, and as it did, it seemed to cause flickering images of countless worlds to appear within the fog. It almost seemed like the ship had just come from ancient times and was now making an appearance in this day and age. At the prow of the ship was an old man wearing a dilapidated suit of armor. His long hair was the color of silver, and it was impossible to see his facial features. It was only possible to see a pair of blank eyes that seemed to be staring off into eternity, looking for the answer to some unanswerable question. Suddenly, the old man raised his head up and looked in the direction of the ancient Taoist Right Temple off in the eastern lands. Who has shaken the world? All of the ripples which were spreading out throughout planet South Heaven suddenly vanished. Outside the Tower of Tang, Meng Hao's parents listened to Shui Donglio's words and were shaken. Impossible to predict. He has changed his destiny. You two must not interfere. Too many karmic connections would be detrimental to him. He is connected to South Heaven by destiny. Senior, said Meng Hao's father, his voice anxious as he looked at Shui Donglu. The tribulation is coming, murmured Shui Donglu. I have seen countless corpses and endless rivers of blood. I have seen the calamity which will leave only 9 mountains in the starry sky. That calamity is not very far off. The existences that were once subdued cannot cross over from ancient times, but the ones who escaped subdual will return full of vengeance. When was the enmity created? What was its root cause? Forgotten. They've all forgotten everything. Nobody remembers anymore. They enslaved the Tao of Heaven, and they are on their way. He shook his head slowly. Meanwhile, in the depths of the mountains, in the immortal ancient Taoist Right Temple, the ground was quaking outside of the temple. Everyone was astonished as they listened to the shrill sound of weeping mixed with laughter and the incredible roaring coming from deep beneath the ground. Then they saw the temple itself shaking. Cracks spread out, and suddenly, an illusory Taoist Right Temple appeared once again. Inside the temple hall, Meng Hao's face was pale. All he had wanted to do was to pick up the bronze lantern, so the intense rumbling and the quaking of the land caused his eyes to go wide. Furthermore, he now could not separate his hand from the bronze lantern. Intense pain stabbed into his hand, causing the skin to be slit open and blood to spray out, which was then absorbed by the bronze lantern. After absorbing the blood, the lantern's flame burned even more radiantly. It emanated a red glow which seemed capable of piercing the air and tearing open the barrier to ancient times. Meng Hao was suddenly able to sense that everything was in motion. The images around him began to rotate, spinning faster and faster, until they were roaring violently in the form of a vortex. It was hard to say how long it lasted, but at a certain point the vortex suddenly ceased moving. Shaking, Meng Hao looked around to see the exact same ancient Taoist Right Temple that he had seen before. He could hear the sound of a sermon being given about the Tao, and everyone sat cross-legged beneath a river of stars. On the altar was an old man who waved his hand, causing everything in heaven and earth to suddenly reverse. An enormous, immortal Shan character appeared. Shockingly, the immortal superimposed over Meng Hao. It was as if the oil lamp in his hand had turned into the mountain, while he was the person. Together, they transformed into the character. Immortal. 1. Countless eyes fell upon him, and Meng Hao's mind spun. Everything that was happening was far too incredible, and he could barely believe it. Next, the lamp began to absorb more and more of his blood. His face went pale as the world around him spun. Rumbling filled the air as everything once again ceased moving. Shockingly, Meng Hao found himself looking at yet another world. An enormous hand could be seen in the sky, which smashed directly into the ground. There were countless cultivators locked in deadly combat. They attacked by hauling stars out of the sky and transforming them into divine abilities. To defend, enormous swaths of earth were ripped up and hurled into the sky. There was an enormous, amorphous figure who had stars shining in its forehead. Next to it were innumerable furred creatures with long tentacles, as large as planets, wreaking death in all directions. It was impossible for Meng Hao to tell who was friend or foe. There were multiple powers all fighting each other. Far off in the distance, he saw an enormous rift tearing open to reveal 9 suns. They were Nin. suns that caused the starry sky to tremble, caused the void to shatter into fragments, and caused all life to be extinguished. Unexpectedly, the 9 suns were hauling an enormous stone statue through the rift. The statue depicted a man who had ordinary features and yet emanated an unforgettable aura. An indescribably large shadow began to spread out, seemingly intent on covering up the entire starry sky. From the look of it, it was possible to see that it was something completely unique and bizarre. People began to cry out in alarm, to shout about the Tao of Heaven. Even more shocking, from a different direction, 9 butterflies could be seen flying in approach. They were indescribably gargantuan, larger than anything else. In the moment they appeared, what seemed like portals that led to other worlds opened up on their bodies, from within which emerged clouds of figures. Meng Hao was completely shocked. These 9 butterflies were incredibly large, like continents, and they were slowly moving in his direction. The world of immortals is the source of all chaos. Immortals are the pinnacle of evil. It was impossible to tell who this voice that rang out in Meng Hao's vision belonged to. The only thing that he could see were the 9 suns, the 9 butterflies, and below them, 9 shocking mountains. Massive rumbling filled everything, and then the vision faded away. Meng Hao's mind was reeling, and everything around him was shattered to pieces. Once again, a vortex formed, with Meng Hao in the middle of it. He reappeared from ancient times and stepped out into the temple hall. Almost all of his blood had been sucked out of his body into the bronze lantern. As for the lantern, it had of its own volition floated up into the air above Meng Hao's head, where it was now flickering dimly. It was at this point that the sky outside grew bright. In the moment in which dawn broke, the bronze lamp above Meng Hao's head flickered and transformed into an ember. It was not extinguished, but rather turned into a weak, green smoke that bored into Meng Hao's mouth, nose, ears, and eyes. All of a sudden, he experienced an unprecedented clarity. Meng Hao's mind trembled, and his eyes glittered brightly. He knew that now was not the time to hesitate. Followed by the shadow that was his second true self, Meng Hao emerged from the temple hall, flicking his sleeve to collect up Taiyangzi and Song Luodan, who he then tossed into his bag of holding. He glanced at the well, which was still sealed by the 9th mountain, and then unhesitatingly left the courtyard. When he emerged from the main gate, he saw that everyone outside had blank expressions on their faces. Apparently, they were still caught up in the vision of ancient times. Even the sons of Ji were trembling. Meng Hao immediately started flying. However, a beam of sword light screamed through the air toward him before he could get very far. It was none other than Zhao Yifan. As it turned out, he was the first to awaken. More people began to wake up, and when they saw Meng Hao, they instantly unleashed magical techniques as they chased after him. "Hey, the Taoist Right Temple is all yours," he called. The war chariot appeared and instantly shot forward at incredible speed. The incoming magic from his pursuers very nearly overwhelmed him. Thankfully, he hadn't paused for even the slightest moment. Furthermore, his mind was incredibly clear because of the bronze lantern. Everyone else, even Zhao Yifan, had just come to their senses, and as such, found it difficult to employ the full power of their cultivation bases. Rumbling filled the air, and Meng Hao coughed up a mouthful of blood. However, he was being doggedly pursued, so he shot forward at top speed toward that narrow path surrounded on either sides by high cliffs. Unfortunately, the airspace was restricted, and it quickly became apparent that the war chariot was having difficulty staying aloft. It began to slow down rapidly as soon as he entered the narrow path, until Meng Hao was finally forced to put it away. As soon as he touched down onto the ground, he shot away like an arrow from a bow. A whizzing sound could be heard as he shot off into the distance. There were hundreds of people pursuing him, although none of them were chosen. Instead, they were the Tao protectors from the various sects and clans. Only Mount Sun and the Song clan sent all of their forces after him. The other chosen, after awakening, looked at the empty temple and then charged in. As soon as they entered the place, the mountain above the well collapsed into pieces, and the desolate wail of a woman could be heard. "Meng Hao, things are not finished between us." Fan Donger flowed up from within the well, her face pale and her hair disheveled. All of the other chosen who were so smitten with her were just about to rush forward to her when suddenly, they gasped. They looked at Fan Donger with astonishment, and slowly began to back up. Fan Donger gaped, and her face fell. It was then that she raised her right hand. A bright light flashed, and a mirror appeared. When she looked into the mirror, she could see that her face, although somewhat pale, was still as beautiful as ever. She breathed a sigh of relief. Except then, "Donger, be behind you. There's someone behind you. Why did you carry a corpse up here on your back?" It was at this point that Fan Donger caught sight of something else in the mirror's reflection. Behind her floated the corpse of a woman, the exact same corpse which had tormented her inside the well. Fan Donger felt like her head was going to explode. She immediately flew up into the air, only to find that the corpse did exactly the same thing. It was almost as if their souls were connected. Apparently, it would follow her no matter where she went. Fan Donger could only imagine what it would be like if, no matter where she went, she was followed by a corpse that had been fermenting in water for millions of years. Such a matter would completely shock the entire Ninth Mountain and sea once word got out. Fan Donger screamed, "Meng Hao, I'm going to kill you. Kill you." By this point, the other chosen had already entered the temple hall. They looked around in shock for a moment, then immediately fled out of the temple complex. Cracks spread out rapidly, and the ground shattered into a chasm, into which the entire temple immediately fell. Thankfully, everyone moved with enough speed that no one was caught up in the destruction. However, they all looked back in shock as the remains of the temple were sucked down into the ground. After that, the ground returned to its normal state, as if nothing had ever been there. Damn it. That bronze lamp that Meng Hao took was obviously a precious treasure from the immortal ancient Taoist Right Temple. He definitely has the immortal ancient Tao medallion. Get him. The airspace here is restricted, so he can't have gotten far. Seal the entire mountain range. Lock down the air. Dig up the earth until we find him. 1. You may remember that Air Gen once broke down the character Immortal Shan as being made up of a person and a mountain sun. Chapter 820, Who's Trying to Steal My Business? It took only a moment for everyone from all of the various sects and clans of the Ninth Mountain and Sea to be sent into a blur of motion. They used a variety of techniques to lock down the mountain range. They used shocking divine will, secret magics, and various divine abilities as they spread out in all directions to search for Meng Hao. This was especially true of Fan Donger, who cried out shrilly as she sped through the air. Normally, she was surrounded with a calm, holy air. That was gone now. Any beautiful woman would be incapable of doing so when being constantly followed around by a corpse. She could imagine how soon news of the matter would spread throughout the entire Ninth Mountain and Sea, which made her hatred for Meng Hao rise to new heights. As for the chosen from the rest of the sects and clans, they were proud people and were the type who didn't like to show inferiority to anyone. Although they were used to the constant competition and fighting with other chosen and the dangers that came along with that, they were not used to coming up empty-handed in their endeavors. Instead, they usually compared amongst themselves to see who ended up with more good fortune than the others. But this time in the lands of South Heaven, when meeting Meng Hao for the first time, they also encountered another first. They came face to face with incredible good fortune, but were unable to get even a scrap of it. And when they thought of how Meng Hao had hoodwinked them all, had run a deadly con on them, it caused them to hate him so much that their gums itched. Too shameless. That guy is evil to the marrow. For someone as extreme as that to not be famous in the outset, E-World is simply impossible. He's most likely a cultivator from planet South Heaven. It doesn't matter who he is. We'll make him cough up the good fortune he stole from us. Whooshing sounds filled the air as hundreds of cultivators employed their top speed to spread out through the boundless mountains. They formed something like a huge web as they searched for Meng Hao. Meng Hao proceeded along cautiously. Despite employing a variety of methods, he was unable to get the bronze lamp into his bag of holding. He was forced to just deal with it floating there, flickering above his head. The land around him trembled, and divine scents swept about. Meng Hao increased his speed. These mountains were huge, and were also dotted with restrictive spells that, if accidentally triggered, would very likely kill him. Because of that, he wasn't able to maintain top speed. As he proceeded along cautiously, his eyes gleamed brightly. Before, he had moved around in the area in front of the temple, but now the whole sprawling mountain range was open to him. Now that they'll be forced to come at me one by one, I'm curious to see which of these chosen from the outside is actually the most powerful. Time passed by. Soon it was midday. Meng Hao happened to be in a forested area when suddenly his expression flickered, and he shot backward. A black arrow slammed into the ground where he had just been standing. The ground exploded, sending dirt and vegetation showering into the air. Then a cold snort could be heard. "So, this is where you've been hiding," someone said. A young man appeared, wearing a magnificent violet robe embroidered with dragons. He wore a crown on his head, and his cultivation base was incredible, beyond the peak of Dao seeking. As soon as he appeared, his gaze locked onto the bronze lamp above Meng Hao's head. "If I can subdue you, then I, Sun Hai, will achieve even more fame than before. The good fortune of the immortal ancient Taoist Right Temple will belong to me." Next to Sun Hai was an old man who radiated an archaic aura. He seemed extremely ancient, and although he was initially unprepossessing in appearance, his eyes suddenly began to shine brightly like two suns. Sun Hai turned to the old man and said, "Subdue him." The old man looked at Meng Hao and smiled. His body then surged with energy, almost as if an immortal were inside him, sitting in meditation. As he stepped forward, ripples spread out, distorting the air around him. Meng Hao silently turned to face the two people, and his eyes narrowed. He remembered these too. The young man was one of the chosen he had seen back at the temple, one of the group of 7 or 8 who had attacked him. Let's see if you've got the skill to suppress Meng Hao, he said with a slight smile. As the old man stepped forward, the world in front of Meng Hao seemed to stretch out, and then suddenly shrink back to normal. When the interchange was completed, the old man was standing direct. Ly in front of Meng Hao. Die, he said coolly, extending his right hand. Something like a sun appeared in his hand, which began to emanate brilliant light. As the light enveloped Meng Hao snorted coldly. Not only did he not retreat, he actually advanced, and as he stepped forward, a shadow appeared behind him that turned into his second true self. It radiated a murderous aura as it headed toward the violet-robed Sun Hai. Kill the old one first, then cut down the young one, said Meng Hao coolly. His Dharma idol appeared, bursting with the energy of a cultivation base half a step into true immortality. The Dharma idol's hands lifted up and pushed out to fight back against the old man. Rumbling filled the air, and the old man's arms trembled. A cold light appeared in his eye that was filled with a murderous aura. His body suddenly seemed to turn weak and skinny, but an incredible energy surged out from within him. He clenched his palm into a fist, and then punched out toward Meng Hao. Off to the side, Meng Hao's second true self was already fighting with the violet-robed Sun Hai. Booms echoed and ripples spread out in all directions. In 10 short breaths of time, Meng Hao and the old man exchanged over 100 moves. Suddenly, a blood-colored vortex appeared beneath Meng Hao, and the old man's face flickered in response. Meng Hao then shot backward, and the vortex began to speed toward the old man, apparently capable of sucking in any physical object in the area. The old man's eyes flashed, and he performed an incantation gesture. Shockingly, the illusory image of an emperor appeared behind the old man, who then waved his hand toward Meng Hao. A look of scorn appeared on Meng Hao's face, and in the blink of an eye, he shape-shifted into a huge rock. With shocking speed, he flew past the old man toward his second true self and the violet-robed Sun Hai. The old man's face fell, and he immediately shot after him in pursuit. Sun Hai's face flickered, and he roared. Wherever the emperor stands is sovereign territory. He performed a double-handed incantation and spit out a mouthful of blood. An emperor identical to the one behind the old man appeared behind him and took a step forward, causing the entire area to be locked down. Meng Hao didn't say anything. He slapped his bag of holding with his right hand, causing a beast claw to appear. Using his superficial knowledge of its workings, he sent it slashing forward. Sky and land darkened, and the screech of a cat filled the air. A black illusory cat appeared, which then clawed at the sealing power that had locked down the area. A boom filled the air as the sealing power was shattered. In that instant, rock form Meng Hao moved like lightning to appear directly in front of Sun Hai, whose eyes narrowed. Even as he backed up, Meng Hao closed in and slashed a claw-like hand at him, and they began to fight. The 9th mountain appeared next to Meng Hao, blocking an attack from the old man. At the same time, Meng Hao unleashed the star-plucking magic. An enormous hand appeared which grabbed Sun Hai. Blood sprayed from his mouth, and he struggled mightily, but Meng Hao closed in on him and pushed down onto his chest. The blood demon grand magic surged, and Sun Hai screamed as his body withered up. Then Meng Hao quickly sealed him and tossed him into his bag of holding. As he turned, the old man let out a roar of rage. His eyes were completely bloodshot as he watched Meng Hao capture the young Lord Sun Hai. He was instantly sent into a violent rage. Shouting isn't going to do any good, said Meng Hao with a cold laugh. You're not strong enough to suppress me, and yet you provoke me anyway? You've brought your death upon yourself. As Meng Hao sped backward, the old man shot toward him, howling furiously. The emperor image behind him let off a shocking pressure, causing Meng Hao's face to flicker. This old man was a Dao protector and, despite his sealed cultivation base, was still incredibly powerful. Meng Hao snorted coldly, and his eyes flickered. It was at this point that, all of a sudden, Wang Mu burst out from the forest behind Meng Hao. He had already been in the area when he sensed the ripples emanating out from the fighting. As soon as he appeared, his vision suddenly rippled, and electricity flashed all around him. In the next breath, he and Meng Hao had switched positions. Many thanks, little brother Wang, Meng Hao laughed. He instantly disappeared into the forest. His second true self transformed into a shadow and then vanished. Wang Mu and the enraged old man slammed into each other, causing a huge boom to rattle out. Then they turned their heads in the direction Meng Hao had disappeared, and killing intent surged. Without another word, they shot after him in pursuit. Meng Hao grumbled to himself in irritation, then gritted his teeth and sped onward. 2 hours passed in a flash. In addition to his incredible speed, Meng Hao also had the lightning cauldron. As he flitted through the forest, he sent his divine sense out. The forested area was not small, and although he was being pursued, it was relatively easy for him to make his way freely through the trees. After a while, he slapped his bag of holding with his right hand, causing the crown-wearing Sun Hai to appear. I'm from the Church of the Immortal EMP.
Pow.
Meng Hao slapped him across the side of the face. Sun Hai's eyes turned red, and he glared at Meng Hao, panting. However, he didn't say anything further. Meng Hao completely ignored him and instead looked through Sun Hai's bag of holding and then patted Sun Hai down. In the end, his eyes went wide. You have nothing at all, he said angrily. What happened on your way here? Did you get robbed or something? He felt as if he had been fooled into snatching someone who was actually poorer than himself. Sun Hai's bag of holding had absolutely nothing in it. Sun Hai wanted to howl with rage. As a chosen from the Church of the Immortal Emperor, he had come to South Heaven with vast quantities of magical items, and even some very rare items. In fact, some of the magical weapons were specifically useful because of his type of cultivation base and could push his divine abilities to the peak of their power. However, before meeting Meng Hao, he actually had been robbed in a very humiliating fashion. That was one reason why it had been so easy for Meng Hao to capture him. Are all of you people from planet South Heaven bandits? Said Sun Hai through gritted teeth, his heart dripping with blood. Meng Hao stared in shock. All it took was one question, and Sun Hai revealed the truth. Meng Hao thought about it and couldn't recall anyone in the lands of South Heaven who had tried to steal business from him. However, now that a competitor had appeared, he realized he needed to be on guard. Well, whatever, Meng Hao said with a slight sigh. I guess it's just my bad luck. Now, write up a promissory note. Why you? Forget about it. I'm not writing any promissory note. You don't give me any magical items, and you won't write a promissory note. You useless piece of crap. If it weren't for the fact that I don't want to cause any unnecessary problems for my dad and mom, I would just cut you down. Glaring, Meng Hao reached out and grabbed him by the hair, then sealed his mouth and cultivation base and finally cast a minor magical spell on him that he had learned in the ancient demon immortal sect. Then, he sped off, dragging Sun Hai by the hair behind him on the ground. Sun Hai was trembling. His cultivation base was sealed, as was his mouth. Whatever magical technique it was that Meng Hao had just used on him caused his sensitivity to pain to increase several-fold, making it so that being dragged across the ground felt like death by 1,000 cuts. Chapter 8:21. Mopping up Li Ling. As he was dragged along, Sun Hai lost consciousness from the pain several times. However, the misery quickly caused him to reawaken. This was a feeling the likes of which he had never experienced before in his entire life. Were he able to shout, he would definitely scream with incredible bitterness. Meng Hao didn't even look at him. He gripped his hair tightly as he dragged him along, intentionally choosing a rough and difficult path to tread. Sun Hai had no choice but to bump along behind him on the ground like a writhing snake. Soon, darkness began to fall. When everything was pitch black, the bronze lamp above Meng Hao's head suddenly trembled. Meng Hao stopped in his tracks as he sensed the blood in his body being absorbed by the lamp. His face went pale as the lamp's flame hissed to life. The flame was dim, but it cast countless shadows in all directions. Someone far away would not be able to see it, but anyone nearby would definitely notice. Meng Hao frowned, but after trying everything he could to prevent the light from shining out and fail, he sighed lightly and proceeded forward with glittering eyes. Instead of leaving the mountain range, he headed deeper in, proceeding along as fast as possible. Here, there were many more restrictive spells. Everything was silent. There was wind, but it made absolutely no noise as it brushed across his face. Sun Hai's pain caused him to hover between life and death as Meng Hao dragged him around for several hours. By now, it was the middle of the night, and as Meng Hao walked along, he suddenly stopped in place. A sense of deadly crisis rose up, and he turned to find a woman approaching through the trees. She was incredibly beautiful, and as she walked out from the darkness, she looked as if she were descending from an immortal paradise. She wore a long gown and had mark on her forehead in the shape of a willow leaf. Everything seemed to fade in comparison to her beauty, as if she were the only thing worth looking at in the world. Give me the immortal ancient Dao medallion, she said calmly. This was none other than Li Ling from planet North Reed. When she looked over at Meng Hao, her eyes seemed to be filled with heavenly bodies. As she walked along, the grass swayed gently and grew taller, and flowers bloomed, as if her aura breathed life into everything around her. When Fan Dong was around, I didn't notice that you were also really quite pretty, said Meng Hao, his eyes widening. Li Ling was another of the people who had ganged up to attack him earlier, and in the brief interchange with her, he could tell that she was beyond ordinary. There was something dreadful lurking within her aura, although the only physical thing that drew Meng Hao's attention was the willow mark on her forehead. However, what caused his eyes to become like sharp blades was the fact that there were no Dao protectors standing next to her. He clearly remembered that back when she stood outside of the courtyard, she had been followed by Dao protectors. That there were none with her now indicated that she was extremely self-confident. Apparently, there were quite a few other chosen who possessed such confidence. Zhao Yifan was the same, as was Ji Yin. Fan Dong'e was like that, and now this Li Linger. Li Linger's expression didn't change at all in response to Meng Hao's words, as if she didn't care about them at all. She continued to walk forward, an intense energy surging out that caused an enormous, shocking tree to appear behind her. The tree was wizened and withered, and a vine wrapped around it that looked like a flood dragon. The tree itself was pitch black, but its leaves were emerald green. "Are you going to give it to me or not?" she asked. Her expression seemed calm, but her eyes were filled with arrogant pride as she gazed at Meng Hao. Meng Hao sighed, and then said, "I want to give it to you, but I'm already married." His words caused Li Linger's jaw to involuntarily drop. Meng Hao's response had absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with her actual question. Even as she gaped in shock, Meng Hao's eyes began to glow brightly. His Dharma idol appeared behind him, and he shot forward in a flash, clenching his hand into a fist and punching toward Li Linger. Sun Hai had already been tossed off to the side. He was bound up, so all he could do was look on with anticipation as Meng Hao and Li Linger began to fight. "You Aboriginal South Heaven cultivators are incompetent insects," she said coolly. The vine on the huge tree behind her began to glow, and then countless branches shot out, slamming into Meng Hao's Dharma idol with a boom. At the same time, Meng Hao's punch slammed into a huge leaf, which blocked his way. However, before Li Linger's expression could even change, Meng Hao snorted and then lifted up his left hand, within which appeared the lightning cauldron. As electricity danced, a scornful smile appeared on Li Linger's face. "You can't get away," she said. As the words left her mouth, countless branches sprouted up around Sun Hai, completely locking him in place. "I wasn't planning to run," he said, almost simultaneously. Electricity flashed, and Meng Hao and Li Linger switched places. Meng Hao really hadn't planned to flee, but instead switched locations with Li Linger instead of Sun Hai. Li Linger was shocked, and before she could react, a rumbling echoed out as, in the blink of an eye, she and Meng Hao switched places 7 or 8 more times. The rapid frequency of the transpositioning was something Li Linger couldn't deal with. 1 time was fine, and 2 could be dealt with. But after the 3rd time, being shuttled back and forth left her feeling as if she would be ripped apart. Thankfully, Meng Hao had an incredibly tough fleshly body, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to handle it either. What caused Li Linger's face to fall more than anything else was how Meng Hao was able to launch attacks even in the middle of switching back and forth. He was able to use his divine abilities exactly as he normally could, but often Li Linger's attacks would be interrupted. Boom! In the blink of an eye, a brilliant light began to shine out from Li Linger. A vine flew out, which transformed into a flood dragon that shot between her and Meng Hao, tearing a rift into the air itself, pushing them completely apart. Li Linger shot back rapidly, blood spurting out of her mouth. She looked up to glare at Meng Hao, shocked at the incredible power of his fleshly body. "Despicable," she said. However, electricity crackled around Meng Hao even as the words left her mouth, causing her face to fall. However, Meng Hao did not switch positions. He was merely using the dancing lightning to startle her. He punched out again, followed by his Dharma idol. At the same time, his second true self appeared and was just about to assist in suppressing Li Linger when, shockingly, a Dharma clone of Li Linger stepped out of thin air. The Dharma clone immediately began to battle with Meng Hao's second true self. Booms filled the air, and Meng Hao roared as he turned into a rock, which flew forward as fast as lightning. Li Linger had already been injured, and now she was being forced back bit by bit. Meng Hao was incredibly ferocious, and his attacks provoked peals thunder and flashes of lightning. There was an aura of invincibility surrounding him that caused Li Linger to feel suppressed. In a short period of time, the space of only a few breaths, they fought back and forth viciously. The blood demon Grand Magic reappeared. In response, Li Linger clasped her hands together above her, causing her entire body to glow with brilliant emerald green light that transformed into the shape of a magical bottle which fought back against the blood demon Grand Magic. Meng Hao transformed from a rock to the form of a blood demon head, slammed into the magical bottle, causing it to explode. At the same time, Li Linger waved her right hand, causing the image of a vine to materialize, which then slapped into Meng Hao. The blood demon head shattered, causing blood to ooze from Meng Hao's mouth. However, he didn't retreat in the least. Instead, he charged forward, his fleshly body bursting with intense power. He waved a hand, causing countless enormous mountains to appear one after another. They became a mountain range that forced Li Linger to retreat, her heart filled with shock. From what she could tell, Meng Hao was actually more powerful now than he had been when fighting Fan Dong'e. In fact, he seemed to be building up his energy. He could actually become invincible, she thought. I can't let him finish building up that energy. Otherwise, this battle will end with my defeat. Eyes flickering, she backed up, performing a double-handed incantation, her expression unprecedentedly solemn. World Tree, detonate. Rebuke the heavens with your spirit. Transform for me. Stifle all the earth. As she spoke, she shoved both of her hands out in front of her. A sound could be heard that seemed explosive, and yet at the same time, stifled, like the thump of a heartbeat. Meng Hao's face flickered. A second sound rang out, then a third and a fourth. It was at that point that the huge tree behind Li Linger collapsed into pieces, as if it had just passed through countless years of time. The pieces transformed into a 300-meter log that then passed through Li Linger to shoot toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao immediately sensed critical danger as the log neared him, as if it were filled with death itself. In that critical moment, he slapped his bag of holding to produce a rock. It was a golden-colored rock that looked like a sun, which he shoved out toward the incoming log, filling it with all the power of his cultivation base. Even his Dharma idol faded as he called upon all the power he could muster. A brilliant light exploded out, illuminating everything in the entire area in a way that everyone in the entire mountain range could see. Something that looked like a burning sun slammed into the log, causing the ground to quake and the heavenly bodies up above to tremble. The log melted, and the stone's light faded away. Blood oozed out of Meng Hao's mouth, and Li Linger convulsed violently. Blood sprayed from her mouth, and she retreated backward with an expression of complete disbelief on her face. "Trying to run away," said Meng Hao, eyes flickering with killing intent. "My mom is no maidservant, and you'll do just fine." With that he extended his hand and pointed toward Li Linger. The 8th demon sealing hex immediately surged out. In that instant, Li Linger's face fell. All of a sudden, it was as if she had no cultivation base. Although it only lasted for a moment, in the middle of magical battle, a moment could change everything. She stopped in midair, and Meng Hao appeared next to her. He was just about to reach out and grab her when a vicious expression appeared on her face. The air behind her flickered as she prepared to once again utilize the same magic she had used moments before. However, there was no way Meng Hao would allow that. The lightning cauldron appeared, and they once again switched places. Then, again and again, until they had switched places dozens of times. Even Meng Hao was having difficulty enduring, and his skin began to split and tear. Li Linger was even worse off. She coughed up blood as she sustained serious internal injuries. Gritting her teeth, she crushed a jade slip, causing ripples to spread out into the air. Clearly, she was just on the verge of teleporting away. Meng Hao snorted, then lifted his right hand and employed the star-plucking magic to suddenly viciously grab Li Linger's firm rear end and drag her back toward him. Li Linger trembled, and her entire body went numb. Goosebumps spread out over her skin as she was pulled back to Meng Hao. He sealed her cultivation base, and then everything went dark as she was shoved into his bag of holding. Chapter 822. From now on, call me Lil Hai. Off to the side, Sun Hai's eyes were wide with astonishment as he watched Meng Hao tuck Li Linger into his bag of holding. The attacks he had seen just now left his scalp tingling. This guy's just one of those aboriginal local cultivators. How could he be so powerful? Meanwhile, a roar of rage drifted out from some distance off. The voice belonged to Fandonger, who was followed by a large group of people. Meng Hao's body flickered as he once again put Sun Hai into his bag of holding. His second true self turned into a shadow as he then sped off into the distance. The burning lamp floating above his head let off a weak light as Meng Hao proceeded forward. He wiped the blood off of his mouth and then produced some medicinal pills to consume. His eyes shone with a brilliant gleam as a beam of sword chi flew down from a nearby mountain peak, where a single silhouette could be seen.
It was Zhao Yifan, Hua.
Separated from Meng Hao by a mountainous valley. The airspace in this area was restricted, so he was incapable of flying directly over. However, his sword chi could slice through the air, and its incredible energy caused huge ripples to spread out in all directions as it descended on Meng Hao. Everyone to whom it was visible found it completely shocking. Meng Hao looked up at the incoming sword chi, and couldn't help but recall the 9 sword forms taught to him by his father. Although the incoming sword was nothing compared to his father's, he could see some clues regarding the Tao of the sword within it. His eyes shone with a strange gleam as he took a deep breath, then extended his left leg. His body bent like a bow, and in his mind, he could visualize the breathing technique his father had passed down to him. In that instant, multi-layered ripples spread out, and the ground seemed to shrink. Meng Hao himself suddenly seemed to grow rapidly. As he breathed, it seemed as if all the energy in the entire area were being sucked into him. Popping sounds could be heard as, although his hand did not hold a sword, shockingly scattered bits of sword chi appeared. Meng Hao felt like his body was about to explode. He knew that the next movement involved moving his right foot forward, and that it must be executed rapidly along with a powerful gust of wind. Unfortunately, he wasn't capable of executing the movement properly. His body was already at its limit, filled with incredible, and in fact too much, power. He decided not to go into the second movement, and instead, swept his arm up into the sky like an arrow. Immediately, All the hair on his body stood on end, and the incredible energy within him, along with all the power of his cultivation base, exploded out. Rumbling filled the air as the onlookers saw a shocking sword chi on the mountain Meng Hao stood on. Although it was unfocused, it was still able to surge out and meet the incoming sword chi from Zhao Yifan. Cries of surprise instantly rang out throughout the mountains. The Tao of the sword. What? He's proficient in the Tao of the sword too. The sword? Only people with benevolent hearts can cultivate that Tao. This guy is shameless to the extreme. How is it possible for him to utilize the Tao of the sword? Rumbling filled the air as the two beams of sword chi slammed into each other. Brilliant, resplendent light flashed in the air, brightening the entire area. On the mountain opposite Meng Hao, Zhao Yifan stood there trembling. Although he was not injured, he was excited. His eyes gleamed more than ever with the desire to do battle. It's you. You are the grindstone to polish my sword. Zhixiang was off in the distance, and when she saw what was happening, her delicate mouth went wide with shock. The more she learned about Meng Hao, the more enigmatic he seemed to be. In fact, he almost seemed to be completely different than the Meng Hao she remembered. How could he have changed so much? She thought, gasping. It was at this point that Fan Donger's enraged voice could be heard echoing off in the distance. Meng Hao, I'm gonna kill you, she screamed, seemingly on the verge of going mad. The female corpse floated behind her like a shadow. During the day, it wasn't so bad. It was frightening, but at least it didn't make any noises. However, at nighttime, the corpse's hair would fly about, and its eyes would shine with a strange light. It would begin to weep with choked, horrifying sobs that penetrated deep into Fan Donger's soul. When she sat down and meditated, the weeping would wrench her out of her trance. The Mount Sun Holy Land and the Song clan especially wanted to kill Meng Hao. However, they were worried because he had taken their young lords captive, and they weren't sure whether they were alive or dead. Therefore, it was with both great anxiety and deadly intent that they pursued Meng Hao. The three members of the Fong clan had spread out in different directions to search. Fong Donghan was somber and rarely made any moves in public. In fact, many people actually overlooked him. However, were it not for the inhuman Fong Wei, the blazing sun of the Fong clan would actually be Fong Donghan. Fong Yunyi saw nothing unusual about Meng Hao's sword chi, and as for Fong Xiangshan, she was completely focused on cultivation and didn't pay much attention to the outside world. If it weren't for the fact that the patriarch had made the request, she would not have come to this place. Therefore, although she didn't have negative feelings toward Meng Hao, neither did she have a good impression. However, Fong Donghan was currently staring at Meng Hao disappearing into the mountains, and his mind was buzzing. He actually recognized that sword move. It was a mysterious Taoist magic recorded in the ancient records of the Fong clan. The Heaven-Severing Sword. In all of the Fong clan, the only person who had mastered the Heaven-Severing Sword and forged his own Tao was Fong Xiufeng. Meng Hao, that kid from all those years ago, would actually be my older cousin. He was the oldest grandson of my generation. His name was Fong Hao. Fong Hao. Meng Hao. Fong Donghan took a deep breath, and his eyes glittered brightly. By the time everyone rushed over to the mountain where Meng Hao had just been seen, he was long gone and nowhere to be found. However, it didn't take long for the members of the Li clan to discover that their holy daughter Li Linghe was missing. Soon, people from the Church of the Immortal Emperor realized that their chosen had also vanished. After double-checking, they came to the conclusion that Li Linghe and Sun Hai had in fact disappeared. Obviously, the person responsible for this was most likely Meng Hao. Heavens! Tai Yongzi, Song Luodan, Li Lingler, and Sun Hai were all captured by Meng Hao. Don't forget Fan Dong. Although she wasn't taken captive, she's actually in a much more bitter position than if she had. This Meng Hao wishes to defy the heavens. Few words were spoken for the rest of the night. There were many people searching for Meng Hao, but the mountain range was simply too vast. The various sects and clans even used some secret powers at their disposal, but because they couldn't utilize flight, they were unable to find Meng Hao, at least temporarily. Mysteriously, the restriction on the airspace actually did not decrease when the ancient temple disappeared, and actually grew more intense and covered an even wider area.
Soon it was dawn.
Meng Hao stood beneath an ancient tree, his eyes gleaming brightly. After resting for a few hours, his energy was completely restored, and he was just about to continue onward when suddenly he decided to slap his bag of holding and take out Li Linghe and Sun Hai. Their cultivation bases were sealed, so all Li Linghe could do was glare at Meng Hao. Her hair was a mess, and she was grinding her teeth. As of this moment, there was no aloof pride to her whatsoever. Sun Hai was shivering, and when he saw that Meng Hao was about to grab him by the hair, he immediately wailed, "I'll write the promissory note." He did not dare to oppose Meng Hao any further. His clothing had long since been torn to shreds, and his flesh had become a mass of scrapes and wounds. After that, he had witnessed Meng Hao's fight with Li Linger, and he immediately decided to yield. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" said Meng Hao, smiling happily. He immediately produced a paper and pen and handed it to Sun Hai, who sighed, and then began to write down a huge sum. He looked sullenly at Meng Hao, and then inwardly swore that if he survived this ordeal, he would never forget Meng Hao's face for the rest of his life. Having taken care of Sun Hai, Meng Hao next turned to look at Li Linger. She stared back at him furiously, causing him to clear his throat. "Don't look at me that way," he said. "I really am married already, and my wife is way prettier than you." With that, he took a look into Li Linger's bag of holding, and instantly, his eyes began to shine brightly. "You Chosen are really stinking rich." He took a deep breath as he glanced over the vast quantities of spirit stones in the bag of holding. There were also rare medicinal pills and a jade box. Inside the jade box was a deep gold short sword, upon which was affixed a magical talisman. The pressure it exuded was comparable to the sunstone he had acquired earlier. It was definitely a very precious item. The sword was something that required advanced preparation to wield. Meng Hao's incredible power had put her in such a bad position during their battle that she never had time to focus on using it. "I really hate to say it, but I'm going to need to take this sword," he said, clearing his throat. Flames seemed to be on the verge of bursting out of Li Linger's eyes. Meng Hao put her bag of holding away, then reached out and put his hand into her robe, and after searching for a while came out with a jade slip and a few other miscellaneous objects. Off to the side, Sun Hai looked on wide-eyed, feeling a bit envious of Meng Hao. Li Linger's face went bright red, and her murderous intent and rage burned even harder. Even as Meng Hao took away all her miscellaneous items, her body suddenly flashed. Shockingly, she still had a bit of cultivation base accessible. She leaned to the side, and then reached out toward the bronze lamp. She moved with lightning speed, having waited patiently for this one moment to make her move. As her hand closed in on the lamp, the flame dimmed, as if it were about to be extinguished. "What a patient little wench," Meng Hao said coolly. He then lifted his right hand up and spanked her rear end. A slapping sound rang out, and Li Linger let out a miserable squeal. Her entire body went numb, and she crumpled to the ground in pain, completely incapable of reaching out to touch the ancient bronze lamp. Her face went pale, and cold sweat began to drop down her forehead. Meng Hao had struck her far too viciously. In fact, from Sun Hai's vantage point, it was obvious that Li Linger's buttocks were now uneven. "You've been bad," Meng Hao said somberly. He lifted his right hand up into the air again, and as Sun Hai looked on in shock, Sun Hai's mind was now completely blank as he realized that Li Linger's rear end was now even once again. Li Linger was in such pain that tears rolled down her face, and she couldn't see clearly. Somehow, that made her look even more beautiful than before in a way that could cause people to fall in love with her. Meng Hao looked like he was smiling, but actually, his eyes were completely calm. After everything he had experienced in his life, he wasn't the type of person to be moved easily by those kinds of things. After thoroughly sealing Li Linger, he put her back into his bag of holding and then looked at Sun Hai. "Let's see, your fellow Dawa-san, right?" Sun Hai began to shiver when he realized Meng Hao was staring at him. His heart trembled, and he put a very fawning expression onto his face. "Elder brother Meng, I still haven't introduced myself. In the future, you can just call me Lil Hai." "Elder brother Meng, you know, as soon as we all caught sight of you for the first time outside the temple, I could tell that you were a dragon amongst men, a Dao child amongst chosen, a prodigy amongst Dao children. Your eyes are like two seas of stars, and from the moment I saw you, my esteem for you was burned deep into the recesses of my soul. In fact, I, Lil Hai, could not be more grateful for the painstaking instruction you have provided me with these past few days. That gratitude is etched upon my very heart, filling its every nook and cranny. Every bit of my soul is filled with respect for you, sir." Meng Hao gaped at him. "Please," Sun Hai repeated somberly, "from now on, call me Lil Hai." Chapter 823. Ambush. Although Meng Hao had experienced a lifetime of volatile situations, to see Sun Hai from the Church of the Immortal Emperor so quickly change his tone, to put on such a flattering air and to speak such fawning words, caused him to first gape and then sigh, emotionally. He suddenly missed the shameful and degenerate meat jelly and parrot. After Sun Hai finished talking, Meng Hao cleared his throat. Although he was actually inwardly pleased, he glared solemnly at Sun Hai and said, "Well, aren't we glib? Do you really think I'm the type of person who likes to be flattered?" Sun Hai's heart began to pound, and he muttered to himself that things were not looking good. In his entire life, he had only met a few people with personalities as strong as this, and he knew that they were the most difficult of all to deal with. He hesitated for a moment, and then Meng Hao suddenly sighed. "However," Meng Hao said, "considering that everything you said is completely true, I'll forgive you just this once." With that, he grabbed Sun Hai by the hair and made to toss him back into his bag of holding. Sun Hai was inwardly outraged. It seemed to him that his hair was on the verge of falling out completely. However, he didn't dare to struggle and actually put on a thankful expression. Inside, he was cursing with grief and indignation. After putting Sun Hai away, Meng Hao coughed lightly. Gratitude etched upon the very heart, filling its every nook and cranny. Every bit of the soul filled with respect. Well said. Meng Hao looked up into the sky, then flickered into a blur as he headed deeper into the mountains. His expression was the same, but his eyes gleamed coldly as he proceeded along, completely soundless. Considering the level of Dad's cultivation base, he could have prevented these people from even coming here. This is a trial by fire for me. Therefore, it won't exceed the limits of what I can handle. All those old bastards are actually immortals. Their cultivation bases definitely exceed the spirit realm, but they've obviously sealed themselves. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he considered the speculations he could put together with the clues he had. They don't dare to unseal themselves, otherwise they would face a complete catastrophe. One by one, several days passed. Meng Hao would alternate between resting and traveling. When he would encounter pursuers every so often, he would often flee after a bit of fighting. Sometimes he would intentionally show up in order to baffle them and throw off their predictions of where he would be. More days passed. Eventually, all of the injuries he had sustained during his battle with Li Linger were healed. The bronze lamp floating above his head continued to burn. By this point, he was able to vaguely sense traces of immortal might swirling around inside of it. That got him very excited and fueled his determination to endure for the entire 49 days. The end is in sight, he thought. Taking a deep breath, he once again sped off into the distance. 3 more days passed. It was evening, and Meng Hao was moving along as usual, when suddenly, he stopped in place, then dashed backward. A ghostly figure was closing in on him, seemingly heading directly toward his forehead. At the same time, a person approached from off in the distance. Every step he took caused the ground to quake, as if he weren't a person, but rather, some ancient wild beast. He had no hair and was incredibly well built. His body emanated incredible pressure, and his eyes seemed to be filled with glittering stars. Blinding, brilliant light swirled around him. These were signs that his fleshly body had been cultivated to the peak. This person was Fong Yuni from the Fong clan. "Sure enough, I find you here," he said with a proud smile. "Sure enough," replied Meng Hao, his eyes glittering like swords. The words "sure enough" carried a lot of meaning, and this Fong Yuni was not unfamiliar to Meng Hao. He was one of the 3 members of the Fong clan that Meng Hao had taken special notice of back outside the temple. Meng Hao had complicated feelings regarding the Fong clan. "I don't care about your good fortune. What I'm interested in is you yourself." As he spoke, he rushed forward like the wind, rapidly closing the gap between him and Meng Hao. "Join my entourage or die." As he spoke, the heavenly bodies in his eyes grew more apparent, and his energy surged up to the pinnacle. The last word he spoke echoed out like thunder in all directions, causing everything to ripple. Amorphous rifts were torn into the air, and in the blink of an eye, Meng Hao turned into a tiny rowboat in a raging sea. The intense pressure weighing down seemed as if it would crush him at any moment. "Screw off," said Meng Hao, looking coldly at Fong Yuni. His simple words rang out as shocking as massive peals of thunder, creating a sound wave that shattered the pressure formed by Fong Yuni's invisible energy. "Looking to die?" Fong Yuni said with a cold laugh. He took a step forward, clenched his right hand into a fist, and then punched out with the energy of a fleshly body that exceeded peak Dao seeking. Massive power exploded out. Furthermore, a huge, illusory Dharma idol appeared behind him. It was blurry, making it difficult to clearly make out what exactly it was, but it was clearly humanoid. Meng Hao's eyes grew colder, and he said nothing further. He strode forward, and the power of his own fleshly body exploded out as he punched out with his right fist, meeting Fong Yuni's attack directly. A rumbling boom echoed out as Meng Hao transformed into a rock. The mountain-consuming incantation became numerous mountains that linked together into a mountain range that swept across the area. Fong Yuni's face flickered, and in the blink of an eye, nearly 100 exchanges had occurred. Booms rang out, and the air was ripped to pieces. Finally, they both Sipa. Rated. Fong Yuni's face was pale, and he was unable to prevent the blood from oozing out of the corners of his mouth. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever as he prepared to leave. "Stop annoying me," he said. Fong Yuni's eyes were bloodshot, and blue veins bulged on his neck and face. "Heaven sundering," he suddenly roared. Rumbling filled the air as the blurry image of the Dharma idol behind him suddenly became clear. Shockingly, it was a 2-headed giant. The giant emanated an archaic aura, as if the Dharma idol itself had originated in ancient times and had traveled through time to appear here. The 2 heads tilted back and a shocking, soundless roar filled the air. At the same time, Fong Yuni's energy shifted and became completely different than before. It now possessed a shocking savagery. He roared again as he shot forward, aiming another punch directly at Meng Hao. Meng Hao's pupils constricted from the sense of grave crisis he felt from Fang Yuni. His expression was solemn as his own Dharma idol appeared, an equally shocking giant whose appearance caused everything to tremble. Meng Hao clenched his hand into a fist as he moved to intercept Fang Yuni. Even as the two of them closed in on each other, the sound of wailing filled the air as a figure appeared, shooting like lightning toward Meng Hao. In addition to the wails of grief, the figure howled shrilly, Meng Hao. The voice was filled with boundless hatred, and its owner was a woman. It was none other than Fan Donger, and the wailing did not come from her, but rather Inky, who was only a few inches behind her. At the same time, two more figures neared. They were older cultivators, one from Mount Sun, and the other from the Li clan. From the method of their arrival, it seemed as if they knew Meng Hao would appear here. As the three newcomers neared, Fang Yuni's mouth twisted into a derisive smile. Although he looked crude and impetuous, he was actually very capable of crafty scheming. His right fist opened up into a palm that moved to grab hold of Meng Hao's fist. He was convinced that all he had to do was delay Meng Hao for a few breaths of time, and he would be defeated. At this critical juncture, Meng Hao's eyes flickered. His right index finger pointed out as the 8th demon sealing hex was unleashed. Demonic chi swept about and Fang Yuni trembled. His face fell as he realized he was suddenly completely locked in place. Next, Meng Hao touched the tips of his 5 fingers together to form the shape of a mountain. A vicious expression could be seen on his face as his hand stabbed directly into Fang Yuni's palm. At the same time, his Dharma idol roared as it slammed into Fang Yuni's Dharma idol up in midair. Rumbling filled the air as mountains crumbled. Blood sprayed out of Fang Yuni's mouth. Shock filled his face, but before he could retreat, Meng Hao turned into a rock that slammed into his chest. A cracking sound could be heard, and Fang Yuni's face fell. It felt like a star was slamming into him. Even as his breastbone shattered, Meng Hao unleashed the blood demon grand magic, which began to suck away at Fang Yuni. At the same time, his second true self emerged and shot toward Fan Donger. Meng Hao was now borrowing the strength of Fang Yuni's fleshly body to replenish himself. At the same time, he endured the powerful incoming attacks from the two old cultivators. A shocking boom could be heard, and Meng Hao coughed up a mouthful of blood. Fang Yuni let out a miserable shriek as his body withered up. He was just on the verge of passing into death when Meng Hao tossed him into his bag of holding and then began to speed off into the distance. The lightning cauldron appeared, crackling with electricity. He was just on the verge of using its powers when suddenly, a beam of starlight appeared. The electricity was snuffed out, and Meng Hao's form displacement transposition failed. Shockingly, Fan Donger held a chunk of starstone in her hand, which radiated glittering starlight. It was in that moment that a shocking beam of sword chi shot down from up ahead, heading directly toward Meng Hao. That was none other than Zhao Yifan. So, somebody figured out that I would pass by this way, and they set up an ambush. Were Meng Hao unable to put the pieces of this puzzle together, he would never have been able to rise to prominence in the lands of South Heaven. The flame in the bronze lamp above his head was still burning, but was much weaker than before. It looked like it might wink out at any moment. Furthermore, Meng Hao was in a very difficult position. Not only was everyone attacking him all at once, but at this time he was also the more seriously injured than he had been this entire time. There was sword chi blocking his path forward, which came from Zhao Yifan, who stood there looking like a sword immortal. Behind him was Fan Donger, who was tangling with his second true self. Her eyes radiated killing intent, and the sea of stars surrounding her surged toward Meng Hao to smash him. On the left and right respectively were the two old cultivators. Their faces were cold and grim, and their sealed cultivation bases gave them power similar to false immortals. Meng Hao was surrounded on all sides, and was the target of a deadly attack that would surely kill him. Starlight filled the area, restricting the airspace completely and sealing his surroundings. At the same time, Ji-in from the Ji clan sat cross-legged on a nearby mountaintop, surrounded by boundless, swirling karma that made it difficult to make out his appearance. However, his eyes obviously glowed with merciless coldness, piercing out through the layers of karma to look at the bronze oil lamp hanging over Meng Hao's head. That lamp does not exist within karma, he murmured. An unprecedented burning fervor gradually appeared within the coldness of his eyes. The main reason I came to the lands of South Heaven was because I could sense through karma that there was an object here clearly connected to me by destiny. This Meng Hao is extraordinary, but that destiny belongs to me. Chapter 8:24. Wrecking the Ambush. It was a deadly ambush. Meng Hao didn't even have the time to try and take Li Linger and the others out of his bag of holding to use as hostages. Power bore down on him from all sides, and in any case, Fan Donger and Zhao Yifan wouldn't withhold from attacking him because of hostages. In the time it takes a spark to fly up from a piece of flint, a threatening, cold gleam appeared in Meng Hao's eyes, and he stopped in place. He took a deep breath and then extended his right hand, within which was the sunstone he had acquired. Boundless blinding heat waves instantly exploded out in all directions. Rumbling could be heard, and everything distorted as ripples spread out. The two old Dao protectors stopped in their tracks, and Zhao Yifan's eyes exuded a penetrating glow. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into the shape of a great sword that slashed down toward Meng Hao. At the same time, starlight from Fan Donger's starstone shot out to resist Meng Hao's sunstone. A mere sunstone was in no way capable of doing anything to stop the combined attack of 4 experts. All it could do was make them pause for a moment. However, Meng Hao used that moment of time to spin around and transform into a prismatic beam of light that shot toward Fan Donger. He moved with incredible speed, and as he closed in, his Dharma idol appeared and attacked. In the blink of an eye, he exchanged several moves with Fan Donger. Meng Hao was shaken, and blood even spilled out of his mouth, but he did not back up. A vicious gleam appeared in his eyes, and he suddenly swung his leg in a kick that screamed through the air like a cyclone. A series of booms echoed out, and Fan Donger's face fell. Meng Hao felt completely different to her than he had before. Now he attacked relentlessly, consumed with boundless, bloody fiendishness. Fan Donger performed a double-handed incantation, and an enormous conch shell appeared behind her. As the susurrating droning sound of the conch filled the air, Meng Hao produced his beast claw. The image of a black cat materialized, and a piercing screech filled the air as it slashed toward Fan Donger. A snapping sound could be heard as the image of the black cat was destroyed. However, the conch also trembled and then exploded. Fan Donger gave a cold snort, performed another double-handed incantation gesture, and pushed forward. The shattered pieces of the conch then swirled together into a cyclone that shot toward Meng Hao. Fan Donger herself backed up rapidly, then faced off against Meng Hao's second true self. Meng Hao's expression became even more vicious. Behind him was Zhao Yifan's monstrous sword chi. The two old Dao protectors' killing intent was even more intense than before as they sped toward him. The ripples of power fro. Meng Hao's sunstone were now incapable of restraining them in any way. Meng Hao shouted as he relied on the strength of his extraordinary fleshly body to slam headfirst into the incoming cyclone of conch shell fragments. He became a golden rock that moved with lightning-like speed as he smashed through the cyclone. He came out the other side slashed and bleeding, and before Zhao Yifan or the two Dao protectors could get near, was speeding in pursuit of Fan Dong. Fan Donger's face fell. She had never imagined that Meng Hao could be so vicious. In their previous encounter, she had taken him to be shameless and nothing more. But in this fight, she could sense an unprecedented level of savagery on his person. Such savagery wasn't something most people could possess. It was something earned from events that ordinary people couldn't experience, and that gave rise to incredible power. Meng Hao's eyes flickered with killing intent. The golden rock's wings spread as it swept toward Fan Donger. Rumbling filled the air as she hastily made a counterattack. A boom rattled out, and blood sprayed from Fan Donger's mouth. She instantly fell into retreat, her eyes filled with hatred as she crushed the starstone she held in her hand. The stone shattered, causing boundless starlight to spread out and envelop Meng Hao. In the blink of an eye, Meng Hao was rendered motionless. Because of that pause, the incoming sword chi from Zhao Yifan slashed down onto Meng Hao. He trembled as the attack slashed a huge bloody gash down his back, revealing the bones within. Were it not for his powerful fleshly body and the ripples of the sunstone causing everything in the area to be weakened, that sword would have completely cut Meng Hao in half. Blood sprayed out of Meng Hao's mouth. In the same moment in which he was slashed by the sword, the two old Dao protectors closed in from either side. Divine abilities and magical techniques slammed directly into Meng Hao. A huge boom filled the air, and more blood sprayed out of Meng Hao's mouth. Thankfully, he was well prepared. A mountain range materialized around him, along with the black-white pearls. The sunstone was weakened, but Meng Hao was not dead. However, he was sent spinning like a kite with its string cut. He flew through the air and then slammed into the ground some distance off. He struggled to his feet, coughing up more blood. "Die!" cried Fan Donger, flickering as she charged toward him. A divine sea appeared around her, within which were countless roaring sea dragons that sped toward Meng Hao. Zhao Yifan's expression was calm, albeit slightly disappointed. As for the two old Dao protectors, they approached Meng Hao with cold smiles, clearly intent on cutting him down. Meng Hao's vision was swimming, and the bronze lamp over his head was dim, and seemed to be on the verge of being extinguished. When he saw that, Meng Hao suddenly smiled coldly. Second true self. Devilish will. Return. When his words rang out, the sky and the land began to rumble. The air twisted as his second true self closed his eyes. Immediately, black mist began to pour out of his nose, ears, and mouth. Shockingly, it transformed into an enormous head which radiated an indescribable murderous desire as it shot forward. This was Meng Hao's devil construct, formed from the murderous desire that had led him to kill countless enemies. Back when he stepped into Dao's seeking, he had severed it, then fused it into his second true self, having believed that he would never need it again. The devilish will could make him even more powerful, although the consequences would be immense. It was even possible that it might influence him on a psychological level. In this critical moment, though, it was without hesitation that he took a deep breath, causing the boundless black mist to shoot toward him. It moved with incredible speed, merging into him in the blink of an eye. Instantly, black veins appeared all over his skin. At the same time, an unprecedented murderous aura exploded out from him. This was the aura of a devil. This was an aura of murder. This was Meng Hao's previous pinnacle. Countless evil spirits suddenly surrounded Meng Hao, ferocious and savage, as they emitted soundless howls. These were the ghosts of all the people Meng Hao had slaughtered. The entire area suddenly became incredibly cold and filled with fluttering black snowflakes. Meng Hao's hair whipped around him as his energy rocketed up. A cold mercilessness appeared in his eyes, and he suddenly gave off the feeling that he was a god of death. Fan Donger started trembling, and her eyes went wide with disbelief. Who is this guy, she thought. For such a murderous aura to appear all of a sudden means just how many people has he killed? Only a powerful expert who has climbed mountains of corpses and swam through seas of blood could have a devilish, murderous aura like that. Zhao Yifan's eyes once again began to shine brightly. The two old Dao protectors stared in shock, but it was without hesitation that they charged toward Meng Hao, their killing intent even stronger than before. As they closed in, Meng Hao suddenly looked up. Then he started laughing. A blood demon grand magic vortex appeared, causing the vegetation and trees in the area to wither. Even the ground began to crack and split. Meng Hao's energy was still soaring upward, and as his four enemies closed in on him, he rose to his feet and took a step forward. He extended his right hand and used the 8th demon sealing hex at full power. The 8th hex coalesced all of the murderous aura and devilish will inside of him. Explosive power caused everything to shake as invisible demonic chi caused the four other cultivators to instantly stop in place. Meng Hao took another step and was then standing in front of Fan Donger. He raised his right hand and punched Fan Donger in the stomach, causing blood to spray from her mouth.
Crack.
ING sounds could be heard as 3 separate jade slips on her person were shattered, as if they took her place in passing away into death. Meng Hao's face was cold and merciless as his right hand suddenly snaked out to latch onto Fan Donger's arm. He violently wrenched down, and a ripping sound could be heard as Fan Donger, her eyes filled with determination, allowed her arm to be ripped off as she herself shot backward at top speed. Meng Hao looked at her coldly, but didn't pursue. Instead, his body flickered, and he appeared in front of Zhao Yifan. Another punch was sent out, and Zhao Yifan was sent tumbling backward, blood spraying from his mouth. At that moment, Meng Hao raised his hand, holding the sunstone aloft. "Shatter," he said, his voice raspy. The sunstone shuddered and then exploded, causing a wave of intense heat to billow out in all directions, instantly enveloping Zhao Yifan. Zhao Yifan's entire body burst into flames, and he let out a muffled grunt, then sped backward at top speed, blood spraying from his mouth. At the same time, Meng Hao delivered a third punch. This punch landed on Li Linger's Dao Protector. Backed by the full power of the devilish will, his blow caused the old man to cough up blood. He instantly sagged weakly, his expression one of astonishment. As of this moment, it appeared as if Meng Hao had borrowed the power of the devil construct to temporarily break past the peak power of the spirit realm. He did not land a fourth blow, as his vision had begun to swim. He could recall his devilish will, but if too much time passed, the effects would be irreversible. It was at this moment that, all of a sudden, a figure appeared off in the distance. "Stay away!" cried Fan Donger, her facial expression flickering. The most important aspect of their ambush had been to restrict Meng Hao's ability to use his lightning cauldron. In addition to using the Starstone to suppress it, it was also important that there be nobody in the area that he could switch places with. This was something that everyone understood, and also why only 4 people were attacking him, while everyone else waited off in the distance, out of Meng Hao's field of view. As soon as the approaching figure heard Fan Donger's words, it sped backward at top speed. However, Meng Hao's eyes flickered as he looked at the figure off in the distance. Suddenly, the lightning cauldron appeared in his hand. Electricity danced, and Meng Hao used form displacement transposition on the distant figure. The instant they switched places, Meng Hao heard a voice speaking in his ear. "Elder brother Meng, Jian is the one who figured out that you would pass by here." Meng Hao ignored the voice, almost as if he hadn't even heard the words being spoken. His eyes were dark, and he almost didn't seem to be conscious. However, an almost undetectable flicker could be seen in his eyes when he realized that the person he had switched locations with was none other than Fang Donghan. After switching places with him, Meng Hao was free of the ambush. Electricity danced around him as he looked toward the crowds of shocked people off in the distance. He quickly found another target to switch places with. As long as he could see someone, he could switch places and would not find himself locked down in an ambush like he had been. Because of the repeated use of form displacement transposition, his body was on the verge of collapse, and his eternal stratum was hard at work. However, because it was still recovering from its earlier depletion, it was unable to provide its previous high-speed regeneration until it had fully been restored. And that would require time. Chapter 825. Zhixiang pays her debt. Unfortunately, time was a luxury that Meng Hao did not have. He was surrounded by chosen and Dao protectors from the various clans and sects of the Ninth Mountain and Sea. Virtually all were present, and even though he could use form displacement transposition, he still had his limits. Furthermore, the chosen and Dao protectors had now recovered from being stunned at Meng Hao's escape from their ambush and were once again racing to catch up to him. Meng Hao's face was pale as he sped along, pursued by Wang Mu and some other chosen. Gradually, more and more figures began to gather in pursuit around him. Although Meng Hao couldn't actually see any of them, he could sense them and knew that there were many. The one-armed Fandonga was clearly visible behind him giving chase, although Zhao Yifan was nowhere to be seen. Meng Hao could also see the Fang clan's Fang Xiangshan in the crowd. From the look of things, a grand battle was about to break out. However, it was at this point that a huge boom rang out. The ground beneath Meng Hao's feet quaked, and massive fissures spread out as a mountain peak up ahead of Meng Hao collapsed into pieces. As it exploded, a huge beam of majestic light shot out from the ruins of the mountain. It appeared to be some sort of precious treasure manifesting itself, and it immediately attracted the attention of all of Meng Hao's pursuers. At the same time, the ground seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. A huge depression appeared as an enormous yellow loach suddenly exploded out of the ground that was nearly 1,000 meters long. Actually, it was not one but a total of 9 that appeared. In an instant, the situation on the battlefield had completely changed. A demon loach. How could there be a demon loach in this place? Damn it. Aren't demon loaches native to planet North Reed? The entire area was thrown into an uproar as the 9 demon loaches roared onto the scene. The ground quaked, and all of a sudden, an urgent voice transmitted into Meng Hao's mind. Meng Hao, head toward the 3rd demon loach. Because of the voice, Meng Hao awoke somewhat from his previously hazy mental state. He looked over at the 3rd demon loach, and then instantly began to speed
toward it.
As he neared it, the enormous demon loach opened its mouth and swallowed him up, then dove back down toward the ground. People on ground level in the area began to call out, and several attempted to block the diving loach. However, it was at this point that the rest of the demon loaches spontaneously exploded. Massive booms rattled out over the land. At the same time, the bright light shining from the mountain reached a pinnacle of intensity, covering all the land until no one could see anything except the light. Eventually, the light got so bright that it turned into blackness. As for Meng Hao, everything went dark after being swallowed by the demon loach. However, he could feel that the creature was moving along at high speed, so he sat down cross-legged and rotated his cultivation base. He quickly began to exorcise the demonic will, then consumed large quantities of medicinal pills to begin his healing process. Meng Hao had been quite seriously injured in the battle just now. However, throughout his life, he had been seriously injured on many occasions, so from beginning to end, he was calm inside. Time passed. A few days later, the demon loach finally stopped moving and instead sank downward into the earth. Meng Hao's eyes opened, and he saw that there were 3 people with him inside of the demon loach's tunnel-like body. The person in the lead position was a woman wearing a veil. It was impossible to see her features clearly, but her eyes were beautiful, and from that it was possible to tell that the woman herself was stunning. Standing on either side of her were 2 old women, both of whom were ancient, with faces covered with wrinkles. They seemed to have seen many years between them, and their eyes were dim. Of course, within that dimness was hidden storm-like violence. Meng Hao looked at the woman and calmly said, "We haven't seen each other for years." The woman was none other than Zhixiang. One of the old women standing next to Zhixiang coolly said, "The kindness you showed to the Demon Immortal sect has been paid back to you by us to this day. Our demon loach has already taken you away from the deadly ambush set for you by Ji-in." The woman glanced at the bronze lamp above Meng Hao's head, then looked away and said nothing further. She, along with the other Dao protector, sat down cross-legged. Zhixiang stepped forward to stand in front of Meng Hao. After looking him over for a moment, she covered her mouth with her hand and laughed. Despite the fact that her face was covered by a veil, her laughter was sweet and attractive. "Like I said, the Demon Immortal sect was deeply in your debt," she said. She extended her right hand toward Meng Hao, within which was a jade bottle. "This is a medicinal pill, an ancient medicine from the Demon Immortal sect. It should heal your wounds rapidly." Meng Hao didn't respond, nor was he surprised by any of this. The urgent voice he had heard transmitted into his min. D earlier had belonged to her. He took the jade bottle and opened it up. There was a red medicinal pill inside, which, based on his skill in the Tao of alchemy, he could instantly tell was extraordinary. After a moment of consideration, he picked up the medicinal pill, examined it closely, then swallowed it. "You're not afraid?" Zhixiang asked suddenly. "There is nobody in the lands of South Heaven who can harm me," Meng Hao said calmly. "Oh, what about that deadly ambush just now? I was tempering myself through training. If there was really a chance that I was going to die, things would have changed." With that, he closed his eyes, which caused the two old women to open their own eyes and look at him. The pill contained no poison, and as soon as he consumed it, it transformed into a warm current that flowed through his body. The injury on his back immediately healed up, and black mist slowly seeped out of the palm of his right hand. A few days passed, and by the time Meng Hao opened his eyes again, his hand was filled with a black mist that was the devil construct, which was now completely forced out of his body. Having expelled the devil construct, Meng Hao felt his heart pounding in trepidation. The danger he had faced in this incident was not the threat to his life, but rather, the influence of the devilish will. Although the devil construct could give him access to incredible power, he had to pay a steep price for that. Now that the devil construct was taken care of, Meng Hao's injuries were nearly completely recovered. "Thank you," he said to the two seated old women and Zhixiang. Zhixiang looked at the devil construct in Meng Hao's hand, thought for a moment, and then looked at Meng Hao. "Ji-in sealed your second true self and took him away." Meng Hao's eyes glittered coldly. "That's fine," he replied. "I'll just have to go get him back." With that, he rose to his feet, clasped hands, and bowed deeply to Zhixiang and the two old women. "Many thanks to you." "There's no need to be so polite," replied Zhixiang. "We were simply repaying you for the favor from that year." The two old women merely looked deeply at Meng Hao. Zhixiang smiled. Seeing that Meng Hao wished to depart, she waved her hand, causing a spinning vortex to appear behind him. Within the vortex could be seen the mountain range in the outside world. "Regardless, I will remember what you have done for me this day," said Meng Hao. He bowed again, then gave Zhixiang one final look. Zhixiang couldn't prevent her heart from quivering a bit as she recalled everything that had happened back in the ancient demon immortal sect. Meng Hao turned and walked toward the portal. "I heard you got married. Is it true?" asked Zhixiang. Meng Hao stopped walking. "It's true." "Congratulations," Zhixiang said with the same calm smile as ever. "Oh, there's one other bit of news that I wanted to tell you. It won't be long now before something big happens in the 9th Mountain. N and C. The 3 great Taoist societies will be hosting a disciple recruitment event, which will be supported by the 5 great holy lands and the 3 churches and 6 sects. This sort of thing happens every so often, and when the time comes, any cultivator in the 9th Mountain and C who is above the nascent soul stage and below the immortal realm may participate. Some people do it in the hopes of joining a sect. Others do it for the precious treasures that are prepared as rewards for the momentous occasion." Meng Hao's eyes filled with a look of concentration. After a moment of thought, he nodded his head and then walked into the vortex, whereupon he vanished. Silence reigned inside the demon loach. The two old women's eyes flickered as they exchanged a hesitant glance. "He did me a great favor," said Zhixiang calmly. The two old women nodded. "Oh well. He appeared to be injured, but he is obviously as cautious as ever. A chosen like him would definitely have other tricks up his sleeve. Besides, after he woke up, he appeared to be confident in having someone to back him. Now that I think about it, that makes sense, especially considering he was able to get into the immortal ancient Taoist right temple before everyone else." Meng Hao left the demon loach via the vortex, emerging beneath an evening sky. A tongue of flame appeared in the bronze lamp above his head, which caused Meng Hao to breathe a sigh of relief. The lamp was still unextinguished, and if Meng Hao's calculations were correct, there were only 4 more days left of the 49-day period. For days, he thought, a cold gleam appearing in his eyes. In 4 days, the good fortune of the bronze lamp will be completed. When that happens, I won't have anything holding me back from making all of these people pay the price for coming here. He snorted coldly and then disappeared as he flashed off into the distance. The first thing he did was find a suitable place to act as a hidden immortal's cave. He sat down cross-legged to meditate and wait for time to pass. As the days went by, the situation in the outside world reached a frenzy. In the boundless mountain range, numerous chosen and Tao protectors had spread out in all directions in their search for Meng Hao. They had set up sealing spells all over the mountains to ensure that Meng Hao couldn't flee. They literally did everything in their power to find traces of him. The battle that had resulted from the ambush made it so that none of his pursuers looked down on him anymore. In fact, to them, he was now viewed as the cream of the crop when it came to the chosen. After all, any other chosen who ended up trapped in an ambush like he had been would surely have been killed. In contrast, Meng Hao had seriously injured Zhao Yifan, severed Fan Dong's limb, and severely hurt a Dao protector. During the process, he himself had been seriously injured, and yet had managed to escape from the ambush.
Although quite
a few people could tell that he had received aid in the end, his reputation was still rapidly growing. One could imagine how, after all these people left planet South Heaven, they would spread word of Meng Hao's escapades throughout the Ninth Mountain and Sea. He had suppressed Tai Yongzi, sealed Song Luodan, captured Li Linger and crushed Sun Hai and Fong Yuni. Because of him, Fan Dong was transformed from being a goddess into a woman haunted by a ghost, and had also lost a limb. Zhao Yifan was seriously injured, and had retreated from battle. He had injured a Dao protector, and evaded the search of roughly 1,000 people for days. All of that was enough to leave any chosen completely shaken. As of this point, Meng Hao's tempering was complete, and yet he wasn't satisfied. The end is almost here. The 4-day period was over. As the search continued in the outside world, Meng Hao's eyes opened and were filled with anticipation regarding the bronze lamp. Chapter 8:26-1. This day was the 49th day Meng Hao had kept the bronze lamp alight. This day was the last day. It was currently nighttime and the moon wasn't visible. The entire mountain range was swathed in pitch black, without the slightest bit of light anywhere. The only light in the entire land was in Meng Hao's immortal cave from that flickering flame. The bronze lamp burned with Meng Hao's blood, creating an immortal flame that had flickered to the very end. Meng Hao was staring at the bronze lamp, waiting. He had experienced much carnage to reach this point, and now, the moment was here. Keep the lamp burning for 49 days, he murmured, and then, in the moment that it's extinguished, it will form an immortal meridian inside me. Gain enlightenment about that immortal meridian, and my path will be the path of ancient times. By this point, the chosen and Dao protectors of the various sects and clans had sensed that something strange was going on. A pressure had gradually arisen that weighed down on the entire mountain range. At the same time, the restrictions on the airspace had suddenly been loosened. Gradually, a sensation of imminent crisis could be sensed. Ji Yin stood atop a mountain, looking at the surrounding lands. Karma swirled around him, making it impossible for anyone to see him clearly. However, his eyes shone with intense light. Damn it, this karma wasn't supposed to be his. Ji Yin abruptly vanished, transformed into countless strands of light that merged into the mountain range. This was a unique search method that he hoped would be able to locate Meng Hao. The other chosen in the mountain range used various other methods to try to track him down. This was especially true of Fan Dong. Her arm had been recovered by this point, but having been thwarted twice by Meng Hao, her pride had suffered nearly irrecoverably. Only by defeating him can I confirm my Dao heart, she thought, her eyes gleaming with killing intent. Fong Donga, and was sitting quietly off in another location, watching everything play out, a smile on his face. His actions earlier had made him the subject of suspicion, but he didn't care. Fong Hao. Meng Hao. Interesting. I can't wait until he runs into Fong Wei. Wang Mu's face was grim. He felt that he was always a step too slow to catch Meng Hao. Every time they crossed paths, he hadn't had the chance to truly engage him in combat. Currently, he sat with his right hand placed onto the ground in front of him. He closed his eyes, and his face went slack as he employed a secret technique. His soul was now merged into the land as he used his divine sense to search for Meng Hao. Most anxious of all were the cultivators from Mount Sun, the Song clan, the Li clan, and the Church of the Immortal Emperor. Their chosen had been captured by Meng Hao, which was a complete humiliation. Glum expressions could be seen on their Dao protectors' faces as they carried out their search. Damn it, if our cultivation bases weren't sealed, then Meng Hao would never dare to be so arrogant.
he's dead.
Once we find him, he'll be dead without a doubt. Everyone was looking for Meng Hao, and gradually, the search perimeter grew smaller. Everyone was getting closer to Meng Hao and his Immortal's cave. Nighttime began to turn into dawn. The bronze lamp's flames suddenly grew incredibly intense. It became a torch that illuminated the entire Immortal's cave. In fact, the light seeped out through the walls of the cave to shine brightly in the outside world. Meng Hao trembled as his blood suddenly began to flow in reverse. He started to bleed from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth, drops of which flew up and merged into the flame, causing it to burn even brighter. The entire mountain range was shaking, and a roaring sound filled it as incredible pressure radiated out. Many of the cultivators began to tremble, and were forced by the incredible pressure to sit down cross-legged and begin meditating. A second roaring sound rose up. At the same time, Meng Hao's Immortal's cave began to melt as a burning light rose up into the sky. The ground was quaking even more severely, almost as if giants were running across it, and the intense pressure increased exponentially. On one particular mountain, countless karma threads suddenly appeared, which then merged together into the shape of a person. It was Ji-in, and blood was oozing out of his mouth. He had no choice but to immediately sit down cross-legged and fight back with all the power he could muster. As for Wang Mu, blood sprayed out of his mouth and he immediately began to meditate. Fan Donger and all the other chosen were shaken and forced to meditate. Next, a third roaring sound filled the air, and without exception, all of the Dao protectors in the mountain range coughed up blood and sat down in meditation. The mountains were trembling, and what seemed like a never-ending vortex appeared up above. Massive roaring sounds show. Okay, heaven and earth, and it was even possible to see the shape of the land changing. Outside the mountains, in the eastern lands, Meng Hao's father and mother hovered in midair with Shui Donglu, staring off at the mountains. A strange light could be seen gleaming in Shui Dongliu's eyes. The moment in which fate is changed. In the Milky Way Sea, the old man sat cross-legged on the ship. He slowly opened his eyes and looked toward the mountain range. Back in the mountain range, in the location previously occupied by the immortal ancient Taoist Right Temple, there was only a crater. However, at this moment, a figure slowly coalesced in the middle of that crater. It was an old man wearing a dilapidated gray robe, and he was looking off in Meng Hao's direction. A fourth sound spread out, and this time it was filled with power that could tear open the sky. The blackness of night changed as the vast sky above the mountain range distorted, and then became a starry sky, seemingly that of ancient times. Up in that starry sky, blurry figures could be seen, speeding along. There were numerous true dragons and mighty immortal beasts, one after another. A fifth sound echoed out. The land quaked, and countless mountains vanished as a Taoist Right Temple suddenly appeared. This was the real Taoist Right Temple, with countless figures seated cross-legged in meditation. A towering pillar could be seen, seated atop which was an old man, giving a sermon on the Tao. Astonishingly, on top of his head was a bronze oil lamp. The flames emitted green smoke that rose up into the sky, and, as the man flicked his sleeve, the smoke transformed into a huge character. Immortal. In response to the materialization of the character, all of the figures in the Taoist Right Temple began to prostrate themselves toward the old man. The stars in the sky dimmed, and countless figures up above began to kowtow. In that instant, the sun and moon stopped shining, and even the stars bowed their heads. All living things knelt in worship, and it seemed as if all creation were bowing down. It was then that the sixth roaring sound blasted out. Boundless, dazzling flames surrounded Meng Hao, sending an indescribably brilliant light shining out in all directions. All of the cultivators in the entire mountain range could now see Meng Hao as he slowly rose up into the air, surrounded by boundless light. He was cross-legged, and shockingly, a bronze lamp could be seen above his head. He looked almost exactly like the old man. That was especially the case when Meng Hao, bathed in light, rose up to superimpose over the image of the old man. Everyone was completely shocked. Meng Hao's mind was blank, and his body was currently withering. All of the blood in his veins poured into the bronze lamp, which then began to burn with the final vestiges of his life force. From the onlooker's perspective, Meng Hao was now replacing that old man. All of the figures who were bowed in worship were no longer worshipping the old man, but rather, Meng Hao. The sun and moon trembled, and the stars went dim. All of the dragons and other immortal beasts kowtowed in worship. Everyone was prostrated in worship, even the almighty beings who plucked stars, the enormous giant who shouldered the starry sky, even heaven and the earth. It was in this moment that a seventh roaring sound could be heard. It filled all of the lands of South Heaven, almost like the tolling of a bell. It did not pass out of planet South Heaven, and yet, in the other immortal ancient Taoist Right Temple on the 9th mountain, the temple where incense still burned and its legacy still existed, the tolling of the bell could be heard, and countless immortal figures appeared, astonishing everyone on the 9th mountain. At the same time, back in the lands of South Heaven, in midair above the mountain range, the bronze lamp on Meng Hao's head faded away completely in response to the seventh roaring sound. The flame was extinguished, but light still spread out. A wisp of green smoke rose up above the bronze lamp, a smoke that seemed to embody a great Tao. In the moment that it appeared, it transformed into the character Immortal. A single character made up of green smoke, causing the minds of all onlookers to reel. Next, the immortal character once again dissipated into green smoke, which then rushed toward Meng Hao. It poured in through his nose, mouth, and ears, then circulated through his body, linking together to become an illusory meridian. It was an immortal meridian. The moment the immortal meridian appeared, Meng Hao felt a tremor run through his body. Everything in his body felt as if it were changing. His bones, his flesh, his blood. All of it was completely transforming. Rumbling filled the air, as if an immortal were being born inside of him. His energy surged, and the sky and land darkened. His Dharma idol appeared behind him, and his cultivation base experienced an astonishing transformation. 50% of a true immortal, 60% of a true immortal, 70% of a true immortal, 80% of a true immortal. Meng Hao's cultivation base rose in shocking fashion, and his immortal qi grew more intense. His flesh and blood were reaching the pinnacle of power. As he sat there cross-legged, he looked almost exactly like an immortal. The immortal meridian was complete, and the path to immortality was open. He did not need some true immortal destiny that appeared once every 10,000 years. He did not need some immortality illumination vine. Meng Hao's immortality was completely his own. He would tread his own path of true immortality. He was not a true immortal yet. However, based on the path he was treading, once that illusory immortal meridian became true and complete, then he would, beyond a doubt, be a true immortal. When the day came that he opened 100 meridians, because he had this extra immortal meridian, he would have more immortal meridians than others. He would be a 101 meridian immortal. When it came to those 100 meridians, whether you had 1 extra or 10,000 extra, they were all extra. Thus, having 1 extra was the same as having 10,000, which was the same as having 100 million, which was the same as having an infinite amount. Everything rumbled as Meng Hao's eyes snapped open. The brilliant light that filled the world suddenly faded, and Meng Hao's voice filled the entire mountain range. Fan Donger, Ji Yin, Zhao Yifan, who of you will fight me? 1. Yes, the title of this chapter is a mere exclamation point. Either it was intentional, or maybe Air Jen accidentally hit the delete key at the wrong point. He doesn't tend to go back to fix mistakes. Join the contest to come up with good title by leaving your idea in the comments. Chapter 8:27. Never Too Late for Revenge. Meng Hao's voice echoed out through the vast expanse of the sky. He hovered in midair, filled with power that held all under heaven in contempt. A brilliant light surrounded him, and the Dharma idol behind him did not look illusory in any way. Furthermore, he emanated pulses of immortal might. That was a pressure that exceeded that of a false immortal. That was 80% of the power of a true immortal. He hovered cross-legged in midair, looking every bit like an immortal. His eyes appeared to contain stars, and his voice was awe-inspiring as it echoed through the lands like thunder. Wild colors flashed in the sky, and the wind screamed. The cultivators in the surrounding rugged mountains could only watch, their minds filled with roaring. This was especially true of the 3 whose names Meng Hao had called out. Their minds were filled with panic and shock. Fan Donger's face had completely fallen, and she was panting as she stared at Meng Hao. Her heart was in tumult, and her face was a mass of disbelief. True immortal might. He actually has true immortal might. Furthest away of the 3 was Zhao Yifan, who stood on a far-off mountain, his face pale. He had suffered severe injuries, and had had no choice but to withdraw from this struggle for good fortune. Now, he gazed silently at Meng Hao hovering in midair, and began to breathe heavily. The desire to fight burned in his eyes, but his pupils constricted, and it was easy to see that inwardly, he was anything but calm. The last person who Meng Hao called out was Ji Yin. He sat cross-legged on another mountaintop, looking at Meng Hao, face expressionless, but hands clenched tightly at his side. The entire mountain range was completely silent except for the sound of Meng Hao's voice echoing about. Countless chosen and innumerable Dao protectors looked on with trembling minds. It was in this moment that the restriction on the airspace suddenly vanished. It was as if the restriction on the airspace had been in place only in preparation for good fortune to appear within Meng Hao. "I'll fight you," someone bellowed. AF. Igor flew out from the mountains, a young man with eyebrows like swords and eyes like stars. It was none other than Wang Mu. When he flew out, his fighting spirit burned brightly, and his heart was filled with rage. None of the 3 names Meng Hao had called out were his, which he took to be a personal humiliation. As he flew, he performed a double-handed incantation, calling the wind and summoning the rain. Everything trembled as it all transformed into black dragons that roared as they shot toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao looked over coldly at the incoming Wang Mu. As he neared, Meng Hao waved his hand to unleash the star-plucking magic. Backed by Meng Hao's 80% true immortal cultivation base, the star-plucking magic caused everything to grow dark as an enormous hand appeared and shot toward Wang Mu. Rumbling filled the air, and Wang Mu let out a shout, extended his hand and pointed out with his index finger. An incredible power exploded out that caused the descending, illusory hand to suddenly stop in place. Wang Mu chuckled coldly and continued to charge toward Meng Hao. He performed another incantation gesture, and then pointed toward Meng Hao. A will of extermination exploded out, turning into a shocking energy that seemed to contain infinite destructive power.
1.
Before that power could even get near, Meng Hao took a step forward, appearing directly in front of Wang Mu, whereupon his hand slapped out with incredible speed. Wang Mu's face filled with shock as Meng Hao completely ignored his extermination attack, and in fact, allowed it to land on him. At the same time, his slap connected with Wang Mu. A boom rang out, and Wang Mu gave a muffled grunt. Blood sprayed out of his mouth, and he tumbled backward. A manic look appeared on his face, and he was just about to charge back into the fight when Meng Hao snorted and transformed into a golden rock. The golden rock spread its wings, causing golden light to explode out. Then the rock disappeared as it transformed into a golden beam that shot toward Wang Mu. Numerous mountains appeared, which linked together into a mountain range that also slammed down toward Wang Mu. Incredible rumbling sounds rose up. Wang Mu roared angrily and struggled with all of his might, but Meng Hao spun toward him like a tornado. Suddenly, a blood-colored glow ignited and bashed into Wang Mu's shoulder. A cracking sound rang out as Wang Mu's right shoulder was shattered. Intense pain filled him, and a cold sweat instantly broke out all over his body. In the blink of an eye, he began to wither up, and yet, he gritted his teeth, clearly not willing to give up the fight. "Screw off," said Meng Hao, punching Wang Mu in the middle of his stomach with 80% of the power of a true immortal. Blood showered out of Wang Mu's mouth, and his entire body trembled. Meng Hao grabbed Wang Mu's bag of holding as Wang Mu himself shot like a meteor down to the ground, where he slammed into the earth. He coughed more blood, and his mind was filled with anxiety. He was completely shocked by the level of Meng Hao's power. All of the surrounding cultivators, looking on, gasped. The Chosen's eyes were wide, and the Dao Protectors were watching with serious expressions. He's almost a true immortal. He got all of the good fortune of the immortal ancient Daoist Right Temple. Damn it. As the onlookers' expressions flickered, Meng Hao gave a cold snort and then swept his gaze across the crowds until he found the Dao Protectors from Mount Sun and the Li clan. Killing intent flickered in his eyes as he looked at the two men. Their faces fell as Meng Hao extended his right hand, within which was the lightning cauldron. Electricity danced as Meng Hao suddenly switched positions with someone standing near the Li clan Dao Protector. As soon as he appeared, he stamped his right foot viciously onto the ground. A boom rattled out, and the ground was shattered. A blood-colored vortex sprang up, and just as the old man was about to flee, Meng Hao pointed out with his right index finger. The 8th demon sealing hex was unleashed, and the old man's face fell. He instantly froze in place, and Meng Hao closed in. Meng Hao had an incredible fleshly body and 80% of the power of a true immortal, all of which he poured into 3 powerful punches that slammed into the old man in quick succession. Blood sprayed from the old man's mouth, and his face went pale. Roaring, he performed an incantation gesture, causing a divine ability to appear. An enormous magical bottle materialized in midair. It radiated boundless energy that instantly surged to envelop Meng Hao. Meng Hao's Dharma idol roared, which caused everything in the area to shake. Ripples spread out, and the magical bottle distorted. Even as the old man's face began to fall, Meng Hao's Dharma idol punched out. Booms echoed out as Meng Hao and the old man fought back and forth in midair. The blood demon grand magic appeared, a swirling blood-red vortex that turned into a blood demon head that viciously headbutted the old man. Blood spurted out of the old man's mouth, and his body withered rapidly. He fell back, his expression one of astonishment and ferocity. At this point, he prepared to unseal his cultivation base, only to be shocked to find that he couldn't. What? The old man's face flickered as Meng Hao once again turned into a huge golden rock. Blinding golden light flickered as he shot toward the old man with indescribable speed. The onlookers only heard a miserable shriek. When the golden light finally faded away, they could see that the old man's head had completely exploded into pieces. Meng Hao took his bag of holding, and before the old man's nascent divinity could escape, had his Dharma idol grab him and pop him into its mouth. An air of ferocity filled the area, and gasps could be heard in all directions. Meng Hao's body flickered as he next moved toward the Mount Sun Dao Protector. It was time to collect interest from the debts incurred by those who had ambushed him earlier. The Mount Sun Dao Protector's face flickered, and he shot backward, attempting to unseal his cultivation base. Then, his face completely fell when he also realized that he couldn't unseal it. His scalp went numb, and he fled as fast as possible. "Fellow Daoists," he screamed miserably, "join forces with me to kill this bastard." Immediately 4 or 5 people flew forward, clearly intent on blocking Meng Hao's path. However, it was at this point that electricity danced, and Meng Hao used form displacement transposition to appear directly in front of the old man from Mount Sunday. His expression was cold, and his eyes flickered with killing intent as he raised his right hand. The blood demon grand magic spun, a massive vortex that instantly enveloped the old Dao Protector. Rumbling filled the air, mixed with the old man's blood-curdling screams. Meng Hao and the old man were inside the vortex for only a few breaths of time before the 4 or 5 interlopers arrived and launched divine abilities. The blood-colored vortex faded, and Meng Hao's body flickered and reappeared off in the distance. As for the old man from Mount Sun, he was nothing more than a skeleton. All of his flesh and blood, his cultivation base and soul, had been absorbed. Join forces to wipe him out. He's on the verge of true immortality. Refine his body, and we might be able to concoct a true immortality pill. 7 or 8 people flew out, including several chosen and Dao protectors. After joining forces with the people who had just attacked, they made a force of more than a dozen that transformed into beams of prismatic light that charged toward Meng Hao. Another group of about 10 people approached from another direction. There were others who looked on with flickering eyes. They had to admit that Meng Hao was powerful, but he was only one person. In their minds, that wasn't enough to shake all of them together. Dozens of people closed in on Meng Hao, who hovered there in midair. Just as they were about to launch their deadly attacks, Meng Hao laughed coldly. The image of his father's first sword form appeared in his mind as he took a deep breath, bent his body like a bow, and raised his right hand. In the blink of an eye, he appeared to become like a black hole, sucking in all of the power of heaven and earth. Sword Qi appeared, and as the people closed in, Meng Hao's hand suddenly chopped downward. An astonishing beam of sword Qi exploded out, slashing about in all directions. Rumbling filled the air, and the dozens of attackers shot backward, faces filled with shock. There were even 2 or 3 who were directly slashed by the sword Qi, and then shattered to pieces, leaving behind only blood-curdling screams. Meng Hao used this slight pause to again utilize the lightning cauldron and form displacement transposition to close in on Fandong. Fandong or UW. Anti to kill me, right? Well, here I am. Fandonger's face fell. As of this moment, Meng Hao's power made him virtually invincible. There was no way for anyone to stand in his way. So far, Fandonga had lost an arm and been seriously injured. Although she had recovered some, the process wasn't complete, and she knew that there was no way she could win against Meng Hao. Her face fell as she retreated backward. As soon as she started backing up, Meng Hao became a golden rock that shot toward her with incredible speed. Golden light filled the air, and he was upon her in the blink of an eye. From a distance, everyone could see the beautiful Fandonger, her hair in disarray, facing up against a gigantic, golden rock, which extended its claws viciously toward her. Many of the surrounding chosen greatly admired Fandonger, so when they saw what was happening, their faces fell. There were even 7 or 8 who immediately flew out toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao, you're pushing things too far, cried Fandong miserably. Who cares? Replied Meng Hao coolly. The golden rock closed in. 1. We are in a slightly odd situation here because Renegade Immortal precedes ISSDH in terms of when it was written, and yet a lot more of ISSDH has been translated. The following information contains what could be considered some minor spoilers in terms of Renegade Immortal, but I think it's important to impart this information. Any Chinese reader who is a fan of Renegade Immortal and then read ISSDH would probably notice the following points. Both the 10th Wang clan patriarch and Wang Mu have now used this ability of calling the wind and summoning the rain. If you want to check previous times it was used by the patriarch, go to chapter 630, 647, and 679. Long story short, Wang Lin, MC of Renegade Immortal, frequently used an ability calling the wind and summoning the rain. Furthermore, in chapter 645, the 10th Wang clan patriarch mentions 3 finger attacks, created by the ancestor of the Wang clan, one of which was the extermination finger. Not only does that seem to be the same attack Wang Mu is using here, guess what? Wang Lin frequently used a move called extermination finger, the exact same Chinese characters. Obviously, there was a lot of speculation during these parts of the story by Chinese readers, linking the Wang clan of this story with Wang Lin of that story. Chapter 828. Invincible. Fandonger's pupils shrank into tiny dots, and she shot backward, simultaneously performing a double-handed incantation. Instantly, a boundless sea appeared behind her, made up of endless heavenly bodies, even suns and moons. 9th Sea God World, she cried. In response, the huge sea behind her grew exponentially in size. In the blink of an eye, it had covered the entire area. Next, the heavenly bodies inside of it all began to shoot toward Meng Hao. At the same time, the 8 chosen closed in on him. Without a face, a single word, flames of war uni. FY. As Meng Hao transformed into a golden rock and shot forward, he began to change color. He was now bright red. The blood demon grand magic appeared around him, forming a massive vortex. The vortex then turned into a face that emanated shocking, blood-colored ripples that spread out in all directions. The incoming group of chosen were instantly affected. Then, the face opened its mouth and cried a soundless cry, immediately shaking their minds. Instantly, smoke began to seep out from the tops of their heads, rising up as if from the flames of war. Shocking rumbling filled the air. Suddenly, their blood began to flow backward, and then their bodies began to fall apart. In the blink of an eye, they were covered with masses of blood and gore. Faces filled with astonishment, they coughed up blood and were forced to retreat. Sundered clouds, a bloody rain, seas that cover the sky. Meng Hao transformed into a huge, crimson rock that shot toward Fandonga and the Ninth Sea. As they barreled toward each other, sundered clouds appeared up above, and bloody rain fell, which transformed into a sea of blood. Shockingly, two massive seas were now visible in the sky up above. One was the Ninth Sea, and the other was a sea of blood. Above the Ninth Sea, Goddess Fandonga glowed with boundless light. In the sea of blood, Meng Hao's Dharma idol stood like a shocking giant. The two slammed into each other, and a massive boom echoed out. The sky shook, and the land quaked and began to split. Everyone fell back, shocked by what they were seeing. As the two seas collided, Meng Hao's rock form shot directly toward Fandonga and viciously raked out at her with sharp claws. Fandonga performed a double-handed incantation. 9 sea dragons materialized around her and roared as they moved to block Meng Hao. However, sea dragons are not really dragons, only enormous serpents. The golden rock's vicious claws ripped them to shreds. Their miserable shrieks were still echoing in the air when Meng Hao finally reached Fandonga. Sharp claws slashed at her, and blood sprayed from her mouth. She fell back yet again, her hair in disarray. Glaring at Meng Hao, she performed a double-handed incantation that caused the conch shell to appear again. Even as she began to unleash her divine ability, Meng Hao and his Dharma idol roared, and he rotated his cultivation base to full power. Shocking rumbling filled the area, and the sky went dim. The sound from the conch was unexpectedly suppressed and began to tremble violently. Fandonga coughed up another mouthful of blood. At the same moment in which she began to retreat, Meng Hao's right hand extended in the star-plucking magic. Fandonga's face fell once again, and she waved her hand, causing countless illusory, sensuous mermaids to fill the area. It took only a moment for them to organize into a huge formation that moved to block Meng Hao. Meng Hao snorted coldly, and a bright, bloody glow rose up into the
air.
The blood demon grand magic was unleashed at full power. In the blink of an eye, a blood-colored vortex appeared, fully 300 meters wide. However, as Meng Hao surged forward, all that could be seen was a gigantic blood demon head that directly headbutted the mermaid's spell formation. The resulting boom filled the entire mountain range. The spell formation collapsed, and the mermaids withered away. Meng Hao's blood demon had vanished, but he pressed forward, his body shining with bloody light. A fist descended, and a huge boom rattled out. Fandonga retreated again, blood spurting from her mouth, her face filled with astonishment. This version of Meng Hao left everyone feeling shocked to the extreme. Meng Hao's momentum was impossible to stop. Die, he said, slashing his hand toward Fandonga's neck. Just when it seemed to be on the verge of making contact, Fandonga let out a miserable shriek. Her body began to twist and distort as she transformed into a blue flood dragon. Her mouth opened wide as she shot forward to swallow up the golden rock. There was a boom, and the flood dragon collapsed. Meng Hao's golden rock also shuddered and vanished, revealed Meng Hao himself. Fandonga took advantage of this opportunity to use a secret magic. Her body suddenly experienced a rapid weakening in exchange for a burst of speed that put her far off in the distance. Then she waved her hand, causing the blue bracelet on her wrist to fly out. It shattered in midair, forming a wall of fragments that resembled heavenly bodies. It was as if the two areas she and Meng Hao occupied were now completely separated by a huge divide. Fandonga glared at Meng Hao in a way that seemed to suggest she was committing his facial features to memory. "We will meet again," she said through gritted teeth. "Next time, I'm going to kill you." She performed a double-handed incantation, after which, rumbling could be heard as a huge door began to coalesce behind her. That door led directly to the Ninth Sea God world. Killing intent flickered in Meng Hao's eyes, and he was just about to tear apart the divide composed of heavenly bodies when the 7 or 8 chosen who worshipped Fandonga moved to block his way. They shot forward with incredible speed, immediately unleashing divine abilities. The images of a true dragon and a flaming phoenix appeared, as well as a vicious golden tiger. One of the chosen waved his hand to produce 1-meter-long giant ants. More than 1,000 of them filled the sky as they moved to block Meng Hao. "There's not going to be a next time," said Meng Hao, snorting coldly. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Behind him, his Dharma idol began to shrink down in size and then superimposed itself over his body. In that instant, the immortal chi inside of him suddenly exploded out. In that instant, he was the Dharma idol, and the Dharma idol was him. The 8 people closing in on him were instantly shaken inwardly. An intense sense of deadly crisis filled their hearts, and they were suddenly overwhelmed with a sensation that Meng Hao was too dangerous to even get close to. As their faces fell, Meng Hao began to stride forward. The air vibrated, and the 2 chosen nearest Meng Hao fell back in astonishment, blood spraying from their mouths. He didn't even attack them. The mere rise in his energy injured them, causing their terror toward him to climb even higher. All of these people gasped and looked at Meng Hao in shock. Their bodies stopped in place, and they didn't dare to move forward even an inch. Everyone in the area was now beginning to back up, fully aware of how powerful Meng Hao was. Even Fan Donger's face completely fell. Meng Hao took his first step forward, and the illusory immortal meridian inside of him rotated and began to emanate scintillating light that swirled around Meng Hao. His second step took him through the air and completely into the divide. His body trembled a bit as he passed into it, and yet he was able to take a third step. At that moment, countless gasps could be heard from the surrounding cultivators. He fused with his Dharma idol. That's something only people in the immortal realm can do. He's not in the immortal realm, though he's immeasurably close to it, and yet he can still successfully fuse with it. Is he really a cultivator from the lands of South Heaven? This Meng Hao is just too powerful. If he doesn't perish in this battle, then he'll become completely famous in the 9th mountain. All of the exclamations came when Meng Hao took his third step. When that step fell, the divide began to vibrate. Clearly, he was just about to emerge from within it. By this point, the huge door behind Fan Donger was now fully visible. The door began to open, and Fan Donger let out a quiet sigh. She gave Meng Hao one final cold glance, and then turned to enter the huge door. Inky, Meng Hao suddenly said. As soon as his voice rang out from the divide, the listless eyes of the corpse that followed Fan Donger suddenly flickered. Long strands of black hair floated out and began to wrap around her. Fan Donger's face filled with panic and shock, and she nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Just when she was about to step into the door, rumbling filled the air. Meng Hao had taken his fourth step and emerged from within the divide. In that instant, his immortal chi was in full circulation, and he stretched his hand out in a claw-like gesture toward Fan Donger, who screamed shrilly. Fan Donger was already halfway through the invisible door and just about to vanish. Meng Hao frowned. He could sense an incredible feeling of peril from beyond the door, and yet didn't hesitate. He unleashed the star-plucking magic, and a gigantic, illusory hand appeared. Just in the moment when Fan Donger was about to disappear, the giant hand grabbed her by the hair. The hand yanked back viciously. In that moment, a muffled grunt would be heard from Fan Donger. She vanished, and the illusory door disappeared amidst a rumbling boom. Meng Hao was left with only a handful of hair, the roots dripping with blood, which caused his expression to darken. Meng Hao looked at the hair for a moment and then thought back to one of the magical techniques he had learned in the ancient demon immortal sect. It was a cursing magic, which he immediately unleashed, causing the hair in his hand to burn with green flames. Then, he blew out the flames and performed an incantation, which resulted in a single black hair materializing in front of him. He quickly put the strand of hair away. He now had a powerful weapon to use next time he encountered Fan Donger. Everything was silent. All eyes were on Meng Hao, and no one was speaking. As far as the Chosen were concerned, Meng Hao was incredibly intimidating. Furthermore, because the Dao Protectors were unable to loosen the seals on their cultivation bases, they were no match for him either. The shock was especially intense among the people who had fought with Meng Hao before. All of them began to edge back, hearts filled with astonishment. Meng Hao's gaze swept across the crowd until they finally came to rest on Ji Yin, who was still sitting cross-legged on the distant mountain peak. From start to finish, Ji Yin hadn't moved from that mountain and had watched Meng Hao achieve 80% of the power of a true immortal, as well as his apparent invincibility. Ji Yin, you took something that belongs to me, Meng Hao said calmly. Are you really sure you want to sow karma between us? You also took something that belongs me, Ji Yin replied slowly, looking over at Meng Hao. Meng Hao's eyes flickered with coldness as he transformed into a rock that surged with immortal chi. He flew into the air and shot directly toward Ji Yin. He moved with incredible speed, surrounded by a glow of blood. This was not a golden rock, this was a crimson rock. Taking care of you will be simple, said Meng Hao as he closed in. The words were simple, but they contained a profoundly domineering air. Anyone who heard them felt shock in their hearts. It must be said that although Ji Yin had met defeat when struggling to become Dao Child of the Ji clan, he was still a Ji clan chosen. And the Ji clan ruled the 9th mountain. Laughable, said Ji Yin coolly. Chapter 8:29, Severing vs. Hexing. The words echoed out, and Ji Yin's eyes flickered. As Meng Hao bore down on him, he slowly lifted his right hand and pointed toward Meng Hao. Ripples immediately appeared around him as 2 black fish materialized, which then twisted back and forth as they sped toward Meng Hao. As they neared, Meng Hao let out a cold snort. He waved his right hand, causing 80% of the power of a true immortal to surge out. It transformed into a shocking sound which shattered the air in all directions and then transformed into a blood-colored vortex. The vortex was like a GI ant mouth that directly swallowed up the 2 fish. In that instant, however, the fish leaped upward. Shockingly, they transformed in midair into 2 black dragons, which roared as they proceeded onward toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao snorted again and punched out. A mountain range appeared, which then rumbled through the air to crush down onto the two black dragons. A boom rattled out as the black dragons crumbled to pieces. However, there were two black strands of light that were apparently impossible to blot out. They instantly formed a sealing mark on Meng Hao's palm, and then began to sink into his flesh. In that moment, everyone who knew Meng Hao suddenly felt their minds tremble, as if there were some amorphous force interacting with the karma that existed between him and them. A serious expression filled Meng Hao's face, but a cold smile could be seen on his lips. He advanced, as if he didn't even notice the fluctuations in the karma. He appeared in front of Ji Yin and raised his right hand, within which could be seen a blood-colored vortex. He shoved his hand toward Ji Yin. Ji Yin's expression was the same as ever. However, his eyes flickered, and all of the karma that surrounded him surged, transforming into countless illusory images behind him. These were all the people who he remembered or who remembered him. Shockingly, one of those figures was Meng Hao. All of the figures had karma threads attached to them, which then exploded with energy. It was as if Meng Hao was now fighting back against all of them at the same time. Rumbling filled the air and nearby mountain peaks crumbled. Meng Hao and Ji Yin rose up into the air, and in the blink of an eye they had exchanged over 100 moves. The blood demon rumbled out, and Ji Yin frowned. However, he didn't retreat. The karma attached to him glittered, and then spread out to lock down the entire area. The glow of the confinement magic fought back against the blood demon, and was not affected in the slightest by the gravitational force it emitted. Ji Yin waved his right hand again, then performed an incantation. Then he pointed at the countless figures behind him, and the one that belonged to Meng Hao began to tremble, and then coughed up blood. Meng Hao's face flickered, and he felt a stabbing pain in his chest. However, his eyes flickered, and he forced himself to take another step forward. As he raised his hand, countless mountain ranges appeared, including the 9th mountain, which then crushed down toward Ji Yin. Rumbling filled the air as Meng Hao's blood demon head smashed forward. Wild colors flashed in the sky, and Ji Yin was forced into retreat. An incantation gesture flashed in his hand, and the boundless karma that surrounded him began to spread out and transform into threads that shot toward Meng Hao. When it comes to the Tao of Karma, you must not let yourself be contaminated. If you do, an accounting must eventually be made. As Ji Yin spoke, the karma threads began to entwine around Meng Hao. As of this moment, Meng Hao's mind was trembling, and he was secretly shocked. Seeing the karma threads threatening to bind him up, he threw his head back and roared. Immediately, his body began to expand, as if his Dharma idol were struggling to break free from the boundless karma. Karmic severing, said Ji Yin, his eyes glinting coldly. Gazing steadily at Meng Hao, he lifted his right hand up into the air and then chopped it down. As he uttered the words, the entire sky, all the lands, the whole world suddenly went deathly silent. It was as if all the natural laws had changed, or were influenced. Time almost seemed to stand still. Absolutely everything went completely silent. Meng Hao was locked down tight in midair. And yet, he still managed to lift his right hand and point toward Ji Yin. Although he said nothing, the power of the 7th demon sealing hex, karmic hexing, was being unleashed. One was the power of karmic severing, the other was the power of karmic hexing. In karmic severing, the karma threads are severed, and life becomes death. In karmic hexing, karma is restrained. The more karma one has, the more powerful the effects. The karma that swirled around Ji Yin seemed terrifying, but from Meng Hao's perspective, he was the perfect target for karmic hexing. As he was rooted there in place, countless flickering threads of numerous shades and hues of color began to emerge from within Meng Hao. These threads were all of Meng Hao's karma. They started out as a solid clump, which then spread out in all directions. Some of the karma threads were connected to nearby cultivators, but most spread out over the vast lands of South Heaven. I have been shrouded by the Tao of Karma since I was young, said Ji Yin. I will not sever all of your karma, only one thread. However, that will mean that you can never step into the immortal realm. Although his voice was calm, he was actually quite apprehensive about Meng Hao. That was why, when he finally attacked, he did so with his most powerful Taoist magic. He gestured slightly with his hand, and Meng Hao's karma seemed to ripple as if someone was flipping through them like they were pages of a book, then begin to rapidly connect to Ji Yin's karma. The scene that was playing out in front of the nearby cultivators caused the expressions of even the chosen to fill with shock. So this is the power of the Ji clan. The Tao of Karma is something nobody under heaven can fight back against. According to the legends, Lord Ji used the Tao of Karma to place the heavens overlordly. No wonder this Ji Yin was able to contend for the spot of Tao Child. I heard that there was something bizarre about his birth, that he had karma on him from the moment he appeared in the world. Supposedly, his skill in the Tao of Karma is incredible. Meng Hao is definitely dead. However, in the instant in which Ji Yin was browsing through Meng Hao's karma, his face suddenly flickered with disbelief. Although no observer could see it, all of the karma that surrounded him was suddenly thrown into chaos. Then, Meng Hao's karma threads began to separate. Not just one, but all of them. Shocking rumbling sounds filled the air as the karma threads joining the two of them began to pull apart from each other. At the same time, the karma threads connecting him and Meng Hao began to snap one after another. Each thread emitted shocking booms as they snapped, and the karmic connection between the two was rapidly broken. At the same time, the karma threads around Meng Hao slowly began to grow dim, and he was no longer locked in place, but could move normally. He hovered there in midair, staring impassively at Ji Yin. As for Ji Yin, he was trembling, and his face was filled with disbelief. His karma threads were in complete disorder, and rumbling sounds pulsed out from them. It almost seemed like countless screams were echoing out. His karma threads spread out in all directions, causing the air around Ji Yin to ripple. Then the karma threads began to merge together. Brilliant light would burst out every time one collided with another. Ji Yin was trembling. It was at this point that one of his karma threads drooped down onto him and bored into him like a sealing mark, the power of which then spread out to every corner of his body. After that, another karma thread descended onto him, bored into him, and vanished. Then another, and another. As more and more of the karma threads vanished, Ji Yin's appearance was finally becoming visible. The onlookers were shocked at this development and were unsure of what exactly was happening. Moments ago, Ji Yin had clearly been unleashing the Ji clan's karmic severing. And yet a moment later, Ji Yin was suddenly in a losing position. All of it happened in the space of a few breaths of time. Now, people were able to see Ji Yin's facial features for the first time ever. As soon as people's eyes fell onto Ji Yin, the sound of gasps could be heard, and eyes went wide. What they saw was the face of a young woman, beautiful, with pale skin. On her forehead could be seen an image depicting a pair of fish, and her entire person exuded an air of sickly beauty. She was Ji Yin. Even in the Ji clan, very few people knew that Ji Yin was a woman. Everyone looked on silently as Ji Yin was revealed. She trembled as she sensed her cultivation base fading away. The karma that she herself had cultivated was now not even under her own control. It was as if some astonishing power were interfering with it, allowing her opponent to use it to lock her down. This is impossible, she thought, her mind reeling. In the entire time that she had cultivated karma, she had never encountered a situation like this before. It left her feeling completely terrified. You. Her face was pale as she looked at Meng Hao. At this moment, the last of her karma threads bored into her body, becoming a portion of what W. As sealing her. As of now, everyone could clearly see that she was a young woman wearing a long black robe. The paleness of her face was a sharp contrast to the darkness of her robe, and for some reason, the contrast made her seem incredibly fragile. How are you doing this? She asked. Meng Hao's expression was placid, his eyes cold as he stepped forward. He stood before Ji Yin, who now had no cultivation base and was incapable of any struggle. He reached out, grabbed her, and threw her into his bag of holding. As of that moment, everyone was filled with utter shock. As they looked at Meng Hao, they wondered what unfathomable secrets he carried. The onlookers didn't really understand what had just occurred in the battle. Only Meng Hao and Ji Yin were aware of the frightening truth. Meng Hao had fallen victim to the Ji clan's karmic severing before and knew how terrifying it would have been if Ji Yin had succeeded. As for his karmic hexing, it was the bane of those who pursued the Tao of karma. The more karma someone had, the more powerful its hexing effects, which made it especially shocking when used against the Ji clan. It was at this point that a voice rang out from the crowd. Kill him. As long as he lives, he retains all the good fortune. He can't be allowed to remain alive. He already captured Tai Yongzi, Li Linger, Sun Hai, Fang Yuni, and Song Luodan. Now he has Ji Yin. This guy set a record for creating calamities. He's definitely going to end up dead. He must die. He might be strong, but he's only one person. He can fight back against the Tao of Karma, which means he's definitely hiding some precious treasure. It's probably good fortune from the immortal ancient Taoist Right Temple. As the voice drifted through the area, it was obvious that this person was trying to stir up the crowd to attack Meng Hao. People's eyes began to flicker in response to the voice. How could they not understand what this person's intentions were? After all, his argument made sense. Even as their hearts began to surge, killing intent flickered in Meng Hao's eyes. The lightning cauldron danced with electricity, and Meng Hao vanished. When he reappeared, shockingly, he was standing directly next to a man wearing a wide bamboo hat. Meng Hao's sudden appearance caused the man's face to fall. This, of course, was the person who had just spoken. He tried to retreat backward, but Meng Hao was too fast. He burst out with 80% of the power of a true immortal, causing rumbling to fill the air as he punched out 7 times in quick succession. The young man in the wide bamboo hat was crushed as easily as dried weeds and exploded into a haze of blood. Meng Hao took his bamboo hat and bag of holding, then turned to face the dozens of figures who were currently bearing down on him. Behind them were hundreds of other cultivators, all flying toward him to attack together. "You shouldn't be in such a hurry to attack me," Meng Hao said coolly. "Starting from now, and lasting until the time you leave the lands of South Heaven, we're going to play a little game. A game of cat and mouse." His body flickered as he used form displacement transposition to suddenly appear far off in the distance. Earlier, he had escaped an ambush with only 50% of the power of a true immortal. Now that he had 80, if he wanted to leave this place, there was nobody who could stop him. When everyone in the area heard his words, their minds filled with shock. Chapter 830. Evacuation. Meng Hao transformed into a beam of prismatic light that shot off into the distance. Hundreds of people trailed behind him in pursuit, but as of now, most had cultivation bases that didn't compare to his at all, and the others were incapable of releasing the seals that would make them his match. Furthermore, Meng Hao had the heaven-defying lightning cauldron and its form displacement transposition. Therefore, it only took a few hours for him to completely lose any pursuers. The hundreds of people who remained behind fell silent. After a while, some of them just decided to give up. They immediately flew up into the air to leave planet South Heaven. However, there were still quite a few who weren't willing to give in so easily. This was especially true of the sects and clans whose young lords and ladies had been captured by Meng Hao. They obviously could not leave, and had no choice but to join together to search for Meng Hao. By this point, they didn't care about the immortal ancient Taoist Right Temple's good fortune at all. It had all been acquired by Meng Hao. Therefore, it was easy to imagine how, once everyone left planet South Heaven, it wouldn't take long before Meng Hao's name was spread throughout the 9th mountain. Meng Hao now sped along silently through the mountains, wearing a wide bamboo hat. The hat was actually quite miraculous. After putting it on, his aura was completely concealed, making him completely unfathomable. He could even use the hat to change his appearance. If that were all there was to it, it wouldn't be a big deal, and the item could be considered as useless as chicken bones. After all, even after changing his appearance and hiding his aura, any intelligent person who had seen him take the hat would know it was him as soon as they saw the hat itself. However, the bamboo hat had another function. After putting it on his head, the music of a great Tao surrounded him. Although it wasn't very clear, he felt incredibly tranquil once the music entered his ears. Meng Hao felt that it wasn't a bad item, so he put it on as he began to rifle through the bags of holding he had acquired. Wang Mu's bag of holding had quite a few miscellaneous objects in it that caused Meng Hao's eyes to shine. The Tao Protector's bags were also filled to the brim.
Rich.
These chosen from outside South Heaven are all totally rich. His eyes shone as brightly as two suns. After quickly putting the bags of hoe, wielding away, his body flickered as he sped onward. 2 hours later, a boom echoed out, and the ground quaked. An enraged roar could be heard, along with a blood-curdling scream. The source of the commotion was a group from one of the 3 sects and 6 churches, the Church of the Blood Orchid. Only moments before, Meng Hao had suddenly appeared and attacked them. He didn't kill anyone but did beat them to a pulp until they were seriously injured, and then took their bags of holding. Even as he made to leave, he scanned the bags of holding belonging to the chosen of the Church of the Blood Orchid, after which his fury raged. The bags of holding weren't all empty, but were definitely much lighter than they should have been. It was almost as if someone had looted them at some point earlier in time. "Damn it," cried Meng Hao. He turned and thrashed the Church of the Blood Orchid disciples a bit more. Their Tao protectors were enraged to the point of insanity, but with their cultivation bases sealed, all they could do was endure. As for the chosen, they were forced to write promissory notes. The hatred they felt for Meng Hao is now completely beyond description. "These South Heaven people are all bandits and thieves," said one of the chosen from the Church of the Blood Orchid, a young woman who appeared to be on the verge of bursting into tears. "Don't worry," Meng Hao said grimly. "I'll help you get your revenge. Who the hell dares to steal my business?" 6 hours later, in another part of the mountain range, the ripples of magical techniques spread out in all directions from a group from one of the 5 holy lands, the Blue Lotus Sky. Their fate was the same as the Church of the Blood Orchid. Meng Hao was invincible. Booms rang out, and serious injuries were inflicted. Afterwards, Meng Hao took their bags of holding and was happy to find that they were much fuller than the last group and had not been ransacked before. In the following several days, Meng Hao roamed about, occasionally killing people, but mostly just inflicting injuries. Despite that, widespread indignation and discontent rose up among the various power groups. Many opted to just leave, and when they finally reached the starry sky outside planet South Heaven, they breathed sighs of relief. The Tao Protectors' cultivation bases were restored, and they hated Meng Hao down to their bones. However, they were incapable of setting foot back on the planet, and had no choice but to stamp their feet angrily and leave. This was an evacuation. Meng Hao had single-handedly stood up to all the chosen and Dao protectors of the various sects and clans of the Ninth Sea. Now, the mountains were being evacuated. The fate of anyone he ran into was to be picked clean after failing to escape. When he came across empty bags of holding, he would often make their owners write promissory notes. Anyone who didn't cooperate suffered the same fate as Sun Hai and were dragged around by the hair. More and more sects and clans chose to leave. Even Mount Sun and the Li clan eventually lost their courage and had no choice but to depart. Sticking around was simply a source of too much pain for them. Though the Dao protectors had higher cultivation bases than him, those cultivation bases were sealed. The fact that Meng Hao, a member of the junior generation, had defeated them was driving them mad. A few days later, Meng Hao spent an entire day searching without finding anyone left behind in the mountain range. After some thought, he came to the conclusion that everyone had left. However, it was at this point that suddenly he stopped in place and turned to look off in the distance. Because of the level of his cultivation base, he was just barely able to make out some faint ripples. There's still someone who hasn't left, he thought, surprised. During the past few days, he'd been methodically attempting to force a complete evacuation and had assumed that everyone had already chosen to leave. Unexpectedly, he now found that there were still people remaining. He disappeared in a flash as he shot off into the distance. Soon, he caught sight of a group of 4 people who were traveling along at maximum speed. One of them was Fang Xiangshan. Next to her were 2 old women, apparently her Dao protectors, and finally, an old man who was presumably one of Fang Yunyi's Dao protectors. As Meng Hao neared, the faces of these 4 Fang clan members flickered. The 2 old women stepped forward and glared at Meng Hao. As for Fang Xiangshan, hatred flickered in her eyes as she looked at Meng Hao. "Everyone else is gone," he said suddenly. "Why haven't you people?" In response to his words, Fang Xiangshan's face flickered suspiciously, and she rushed out from behind her 2 Dao protectors to charge toward Meng Hao. The old man quickly grabbed Fang Xiangshan's arm. "Young lady, let's get out of here." The other 2 Dao protectors, the old women, transformed into beams of light that shot toward Meng Hao. "Go find your clan uncle Fang Xiufeng. Then you'll be safe. Get out of here." They had been advancing with extreme caution and were obviously scared of attracting Meng Hao's attention. However, now that Meng Hao was here, there was no need to try to remain hidden, so they sped forward as fast as they could. When Meng Hao heard the words Fang Xiufeng, he couldn't hold back from coughing lightly. He was just about to say something when the 2 old women let out shrill shrieks and then attacked viciously. A cloud of poison spread out, within which were 2 skeletons that radiated mysterious light. As they passed through the air, the vegetation beneath them withered up and died. Meng Hao frowned, then punched out with his right hand. The mountain-consuming incantation caused a mountain range to materialize, which swept out to crush down onto the 2 old women. Rumbling could be heard as the 2 old women attacked with all the power they could muster. False immortal cultivation-based power exploded out as they attempted to block Meng Hao. Meng Hao snorted coldly, then waved his hand, causing his Dharma idol to appear, whose fist slammed into the ground, causing everything to quake and fissures to appear on the surface of the land. The blood demon Grand Magic appeared, and instead of chasing after Fang Xiangshan, he continued to battle with the 2 old women. After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, booms filled the air, and the old women coughed up blood. Their bodies were severely withered as they were tossed down to the ground, where they stared at Meng Hao with venomous hatred. "You're dead. We're in the lands of South Heaven, and a powerful expert of the Fang clan is stationed here. Now that you've dared to treat us this way, you're going to die beyond the shadow of a doubt. I wasn't planning to kill you, so stop tempting me," Meng Hao said coldly. With that, he turned and shot off in pursuit of Fang Xiangshan. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was something fishy going on with her. By now, everyone had left South Heaven, but she was still here. Most important of all was her reaction to his words just now. Could it be that there's still some good fortune left to be had in this place? He thought curiously. Even as he sped through the air, the 2 old women's faces flickered. Gritting their teeth, they flew after him in pursuit. Meanwhile, 9 enormous teleportation portals had opened up in the starry sky outside of planet South Heaven. Glittering light spread out in all directions as more than a dozen figures appeared in the 9 huge teleportation portals. The figures were blurry and were obviously not true selves, but rather divine will clones. Despite being nothing but divine will, for them to appear here caused ripples to spread out through the starry sky and immense pressure to bear down on planet South Heaven. The figures all began to speak at almost exactly the same time. "Fellow Taoist Fang, we can forget about what happened in the immortal ancient Taoist Right Temple. However, I only hope that you can return Ji-in of the Ji clan to us. Fellow Taoist Fang, please show some charity." Elder brother Fang, a chosen of Mount Sun, was also captured. Please allow him to be released. The Li clan has a good relationship with the Fang clan. How could Li Linger of the junior generation possibly have been taken captive here? She's a young woman, and if her purity has been compromised, the Li clan can tolerate it. However, don't forget, Fang Xiufeng, Li Linga is the future fiancé that links our clans. Elder brother Fang, my eldest son Song Luodan, was also taken captive. We became friends as soon as we met way back when elder brother Fang. Look what's happened now. Elder brother Fang, you're close friends with the Pontifex of the Church of the Immortal Emperor. AI, the Pontifex is sealed in critical meditation and can't come
out.
So, could you give us some face? Sun Hai is one of my own descendants. Big bro Fang, the patriarch is somewhat at a loss considering what happened and asked me to come talk with you. My son, your nephew, Fang Yuni, was also taken captive. As the voices echoed about in the great Tang of the Eastern lands, Xue Donglu shook his head and smiled, then vanished. Fang Xiufeng and Meng Li also chuckled bitterly. After the restrictive spells had been removed from the immortal ancient Taoist Right Temple, they had seen and heard everything that had occurred. That rascal, he's too. Fang Xiufeng sighed and couldn't help but feel that he was, indeed, somewhat in the wrong. Had the people outside of South Heaven been rude and abusive, then the situation would have been easier to deal with. However, they were very calm and polite, and they were correct to point out the relationships that existed. As a result, Fang Xiufeng felt a bit embarrassed. His wife, Meng Hao's mother, was actually beaming with joy and was clearly very pleased. They exchanged a look. Then, Fang Xiufeng muttered and then waved his hand toward the sky. Everything trembled, and an enormous rift appeared. More than 10 figures immediately flew down from up above. Even though they were still blurry, their appearance caused all of planet South Heaven to tremble from the incredible pressure that spread out. However, this was planet South Heaven, and they still needed to act cautiously. They clasped hands in greeting to Fang Xiufeng and Meng Li, and in response, Fang Xiufeng smiled wryly. Fellow Taoists, this matter, oh, never mind. I'll take you to the scene to make sure the members of your junior generation are all safe. These people were being polite because they had no desire whatsoever to offend Fang Xiufeng. In response to his words, the group transformed into prismatic beams that shot toward the mountainous location of the immortal ancient Taoist Right Temple. Chapter 831. The grown-ups arrive. All of the cultivators of the Eastern lands could see the enormous rift up in the sky, including Meng Hao, who was currently in hot pursuit of Fang Xiangshan. Suddenly, his heart began to thump, and he actually began to feel a bit guilty. However, his eyes quickly grew calm and unperturbed, and he continued his pursuit. Fang Xiangshan was up ahead. The old Tao protector continued to grasp her by the arm as he unleashed the fastest speed he was capable of. He even used secret magical arts and blood evasion techniques. Because this was already near the border region of the mountain range, before long they were able to charge out from within the mountains. They transformed into prismatic beams and shot toward the Fang clan's fortress in the Great Tang of the Eastern lands. At the same time, the two old women were anxiously pursuing Meng Hao, their hearts filled with venomous hatred. Once we find your clan uncle, all of this will be resolved, the old man said. And Hat Meng Hao will be dead for sure. Fang Xiangshan bit her lower lip and nodded. She was inwardly alarmed, but was also certain that, based on her status in the Fang clan, the clan uncle would definitely resolve the crisis. Furthermore, he would most certainly make Meng Hao pay the price for what he had done. She believed this, the old man believed it, and the two venomous old women behind Meng Hao also believed it. My clan uncle is stationed here on planet South Heaven, so if anyone dares to harm the interests of the Fang clan, he'll definitely do something to stop it. Your clan uncle might have imposed restrictions on the people entering planet South Heaven, but he's still a member of the Fang clan. This Meng Hao is malicious to the extreme, so he'll definitely be killed. All we have to do is lay eyes on the clan uncle, and Meng Hao will be dead. No matter how deep the resources of Meng Hao's sect here on South Heaven are, nothing will be able to save him. There were 2 people up front, Meng Hao in the middle, and 2 old women following from behind. 5 people whistled through the air, eventually charging out of the mountain range. It was at this point that Meng Hao extended his right hand and made a grasping motion. Rumbling filled the air as he snatched at the old man flying next to Fang Xiangshan. The old man's body trembled, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood as he evaded Meng Hao's attack. A rancorous look filled his face as he began to speed away once again. The 2 old women behind Meng Hao anxiously sent forth attacks, filling the air with rumbling sounds. Don't push things too far, Meng Hao. This might be planet South Heaven, but even so, this area is the Fang clan's jurisdiction. You're going to die today. Meng Hao gave a cold harumph and prepared to attack again. He had no intention of killing anyone, of course. He just wanted to rummage through Fang Xiangshan's bag of holding. However, it was at this point that over a dozen beams of light approached from off in the distance, moving with indescribable speed. In the lead were Fang Xiufeng and Meng Li. Behind them were the more than 10 powerful experts from various outside sects and clans. When Fang Xiufeng and Meng Li caught sight of Meng Hao, Fang Xiufeng glared at him. As for Meng Hao's mother, she seemed to have a somber expression on the surface, but a smile could be seen in her eyes. When Meng Hao saw them, the guilt he felt grew. As for the old man next to Fang Xiangshan, when he saw the approaching newcomers, his face lit up with joy. The two old women very nearly started laughing. "Clan uncle, save me," cried Fang Xiangshan. The old man couldn't contain his excitement and quickly clasped hands in greeting to Fang Xiufeng. "Greetings, Your Excellency Fang." The two old women immediately stopped in place, joy bubbling up in their hearts. They quickly circled out to seal Meng Hao's paths of retreat. Their faces flickered with killing intent. Oh them. Meng Hao is already as good as dead. After this, they clasped hands and bowed to Fang Xiufeng and Meng Li. Meng Hao slowed down and came to a stop, after which he stood there rubbing his nose. In the blink of an eye, Fang Xiufeng and Meng Li were already descending through midair. Behind them, the more than 10 powerful experts could be seen, blurry and unclear, but radiating intense power and pressure that caused even the sky to grow dim. As soon as their gazes fell onto Meng Hao, it was as if multiple mountains were crushing down around him, sealing him in place completely. "Clan uncle, it's me, Shaner," cried Fang Xiangshan excitedly. "Clan uncle, please back me up here." Now that she had caught sight of her two relatives, she found it impossible to hold back from giving vent to the humiliations she had just endured. It was at this point that the old man and the two old women glanced over at Meng Hao. Looking pleased, and eyes brimming with hatred, they began to talk as if they were speaking of a dead person. "Your Excellency Fang, this is Meng Hao. He has a sinister and vicious heart, and is unmatchably shameless. He even used despicable methods to capture Uni. You can't leave this guy alive." Not only did he capture Uni, he also humiliated Goddess Fandonger from the 9th Sea God world. Plus, he captured Chosen from the other sects and clans. He's contemptible to the maximum. Yeah, that's right. Even more excessive was that he used disgraceful tactics to steal all the good fortune of the immortal ancient Taoist Right Temple for himself. The thought of it makes your hair stand up in anger. This guy is rotten to the core. Not only did he plant landmines outside of the Taoist Right Temple, which caused injury to everyone, but after that, he posed as a Tao protector outside the immortal ancient Taoist Right Temple. He even called himself the groundskeeper. He has absolutely, positively no sense of shame. He occupied the entire immortal ancient Taoist Right Temple by himself and didn't let anyone else inside, and then used disgraceful techniques to extort and rob the rest of us. There were many fellow cultivators who were injured by him. Tears were now streaming down Fang Xiangshan's face as she looked over at Fang Xiufeng and Meng Li and bowed continuously. "Uncle, aunt, this guy chased me down and was trying to kill me. If I hadn't run into the two of you, Shaner would definitely have been buried in this place, and I would never have been able to see you again." Fang Xiangshan was not a direct bloodline descendant of the Fang clan, so she could only use an informal version of the address, uncle. If she were a direct bloodline descendant, then she would have called him Uncle Fang Xiufeng and used a more formal version of the word uncle. After all, when it came to the direct bloodline of the Fang clan, Fang Xiufeng counted as the eldest son and Meng Hao as the eldest grandson. When Fang Xiufeng and Meng Li heard the words being spoken, their faces darkened. Meng Hao felt even more guilty, and a bashful, seemingly apologetic, smile appeared on his face. The 10 or more people behind Fang Xiufeng then began to laugh coldly as they looked at Meng Hao. "So, you're Meng Hao of the junior generation.
Hou dating, Meng Hao?
You still haven't released the Chosen of our Mount Sun? You'll be coming back to Mount Sun with me to atone for your crime. You have Chosen Linger of the Li clan. To pay for this crime, you must immediately drop to your knees, cripple your cultivate base, and dig out your eyes." Song Luodan is a Chosen of the Song clan. He is honest and upright, and has an extraordinary cultivation base. What underhanded tricks did you use to capture him? You have Sun Hai, and still haven't let him go? You're obviously young and ignorant, so I'll take your father and mother's place to offer you some discipline. If Fang Xiufeng and Meng Li weren't here, anyone of this group of people could have cut Meng Hao down where he stood. Instead, they just spoke cold words that made everything feel as frigid as ice. Fang Xiufeng and Meng Li's faces were equally icy. When Fang Xiangshan saw all of the people standing behind Fang Xiufeng, her heart swelled with joy, and she instantly gave Meng Hao a spiteful look and said, "Uncle, aunt, this guy even has the immortal ancient Taoist medallion." "Ladies and gentlemen," said the old man from the Fang clan, "Your Excellency Fang. This young man not only has the immortal ancient Taoist medallion, he also has a bronze lamp. That lamp gives him 80% of the power of a true immortal." When the other people heard this, they stared at Meng Hao, who lowered his head with a bashful smile, like a little child who had just been caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Fang Xiufeng turned his head to look at Meng Hao. "Is what they said true?" he said. Meng Hao blinked for a moment, then quietly said, "It's not as incredible as they make it sound. I didn't do it on purpose. Fang Xiangshan and the others didn't notice anything unusual about the way Fang Xiufeng and Meng Hao were speaking to each other. However, among the group of 10 or more powerful experts, there were a few who felt their hearts quiver. All of a sudden, something didn't seem right. Fang Xiufeng gave a cold snort and flicked his sleeve. Immediately, the pressure weighing down on Meng Hao vanished. Although the motion appeared casual, when the onlookers saw it happen, their hearts were shaken. The expert from the Church of the Immortal Emperor narrowed his eyes. It almost seems like there's some fishy connection between Fang Xiufeng and this kid. The representative from the Ji clan looked over at Meng Hao, eyes glittering, then looked back thoughtfully at Fang Xiufeng. Fang Xiufeng frowned and looked at Meng Hao, a serious look in his eyes. Why haven't you let those people go already? He asked. Meng Hao cleared his throat. He looked hesitantly at his mother, then back at his father, who was obviously putting on a forced and phony demeanor. Finally, he sighed and patted his bag of holding. Sun Hai came out first. His clothes were in ribbons, and his expression haggard. However, as soon as he appeared, he immediately clasped hands to Meng Hao and fawningly said, "Elder brother Meng, Lil Hai pays his respects, sir." He was about to continue when he suddenly noticed everyone else in the area. He gasped, and then began to tremble excitedly. The expert from the Church of the Immortal Emperor had an unsightly expression on his face. He shot a ruthless look in Sun Hai's direction, clearly displeased with the face-losing words he had just uttered. Sun Hai's heart trembled, and yet, he couldn't hold back his excitement. Tears immediately began to flow down his face. "Uncle," he cried out loudly, using the respectful form of address. "Save me, uncle. He forced me to do it. You have no idea how brutal this shameless bastard is. He took my bag of holding and stole all of my belongings. Then, he forced me to write a promissory note. I didn't want to, but he dragged me around by the hair and did everything he could to hurt me. Look, I don't even have any clothes anymore, just rags. He forced me to do everything." From the tone of Sun Hai's words as they echoed out, everyone could sense what a miserable and terrible experience he had gone through. Meng Hao stared coldly at Sun Hai, his eyes wide. He said nothing. "Hey, what are you looking at, you little punk?" cried Sun Hai, his eyes widening threateningly. "You're dead." However, at the same time, he backed up quickly to stand next to his uncle. Once he was there, he heaved a sigh of relief as he stared at Meng Hao. Fang Xiufeng watched all of this with wide eyes and slack jaw. Meng Li blinked a few times and looked over at Meng Hao, a grin in her eyes. "Release the other ones too," said Fang Xiufeng. He looked like he might be getting a headache. "Oh, right," replied Meng Hao, then slapped his bag of holding to produce Tai Yongzi. Tai Yongzi looked miserable. His hair was disheveled, and he looked completely tattered. His eyes even looked blank, and he stood there in a daze for a moment before beginning to tremble with excitement. "Master Uncle," he said, his voice quavering with emotion from finally being able to see the light of day, as if he suddenly had seen a gleam of hope in his life again. Then, he sped over to stand next to the powerful expert from Mount Sunday. Finally, he turned to look hatefully at Meng Hao. "Meng Hao, I hope that you don't die here today. That way, one day I'll have the chance to slaughter you myself. I hereby swear that I will help you to understand what it means to live a life worse than death." Meng Hao glared back viciously at Tai Yongzi. "I dare you to say one more word," said Meng Hao, his eyes burning with murderous intent. Tai Yongzi was just about to open his mouth when he saw the look in Meng Hao's eyes, and suddenly, his heart began to tremble, and he didn't dare to speak another word. Chapter 832. Everyone is released. "What incredible gall," said the old man next to Fang Xiangshan. He snorted coldly and glared at Meng Hao. Clearly, he hadn't yet picked up on any of the clues. By this time, however, of the more than 10 people behind Fang Xiufeng, most had realized that the mood in the area was off. From the way Fang Xiufeng and Meng Hao talked to each other, it didn't seem that they were strangers. In fact, it was more like the way a father and son would talk to each other. Light gasps could be heard. By following such a path of reasoning, they quickly called to mind the reason that Fang Xiufeng and Meng Li had come to Planet South Heaven in the first place. Then, they looked at Meng Hao again, but in a different way than they had before. "Stop stalling. Release them all," said Fang Xiufeng. Inwardly, he was chuckling wryly, but also felt a touch of pride. After all, Meng Hao had accomplished something that few others could. With a long face and somewhat of a pout, Meng Hao released Fang Yuni and Song Luodan. They appeared, looking distressingly haggard. Fang Yuni's injuries seemed especially serious, and he coughed up some blood and then immediately fainted. The old man standing next to Fang Xiangshan immediately stepped forward to catch him, then looked back at Meng Hao, killing intent swirling in his eyes. Song Luodan was taciturn as he walked off. He turned his head and gave a meaningful glare at Meng Hao, but didn't say anything. When he reached the powerful expert from the Song clan, he stood there with his eyes closed. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. "Any more?" asked Fang Xiufeng. A few, Meng Hao replied. He reluctantly released 3 more people from his bag of holding. These were 3 other chosen he had captured in the past few days. As soon as they were released, they turned to look at Meng Hao with fury burning in their eyes, as well as the desire to kill. When they saw that 3 additional chosen had been tucked away in Meng Hao's bag of holding, everyone gaped, even Fang Xiufeng and Meng Li. No one could have imagined that Meng Hao would be able to snatch up so many people. This was especially true of the powerful experts from the outside sects and clans. They stared blankly at the people emerging from Meng Hao's bag of holding and couldn't help but think that Meng Hao truly was terrifying. All right, that's it, Meng Hao said, spreading his hands wide and looking calmly at the powerful experts standing behind his father and mother. In response to his words, the powerful experts from the Ji and Li clans glared back with wide eyes. Fang Xiufeng let out a cold snort. What about the chosen from the Ji clan and Li Ling? Meng Hao suddenly looked a bit startled. Li Ling? Who? I don't know her. Ji clan chosen? I never saw any Ji clan chosen. As Meng Hao rambled on, Fang Xiufeng looked back at him with a deadpan expression and finally sighed. I need to get off of planet South Heaven, Meng Hao thought to himself. It's so boring being held back here. Finally, he decided to pull Ji Yin out of his bag of holding. As soon as Ji Yin emerged, a thick mist appeared around her body, concealing her completely. Finally, she looked back at Meng Hao, a profound expression on her face. Then she turned and began to walk over to the powerful expert from the Ji clan. Don't forget that you owe me a promissory note, blurted Meng Hao. He had long since recovered his second true self and had also cleaned out Ji Yin's bag of holding. Ji Yin's pace faltered briefly, as if she was having to exert intense control over herself. After a long moment passed, she gritted her teeth and continued walking. Okay, that was really the last one, said Meng Hao resolutely. The more than 10 people behind Fang Xiufeng stood there silently. If there were any of them who hadn't yet figured out what was going on by now, then they didn't deserve to have practiced cultivation to the level that they had. The expert from the Li clan sighed, and apparently felt a headache coming on. In the agreement between the Li clan and the Fang clan all those years ago, Li Linger was supposed to be engaged to Fang Xiufeng's crippled son. From the look of things, she could tell that the crippled son from all those years ago was actually none other than the Meng Hao they were facing right now. The Li clan expert sighed and looked at Fang Xiufeng. Elder brother Fang, look. Fang Xiufeng smiled wryly, then turned to glare at Meng Hao. Release her. Meng Hao set his jaw, took a step forward and glared at Fang Xiufeng. She's supposed to be a maidservant for Mom? His wording was quite barbaric, but it actually softened Fang Xiufeng's heart. He knew that from the time Meng Hao was very young, he and Meng Li had been unable to be there for him, and he would surely react negatively to being restrained and instructed. Meng Li covered her smile with her hand, then took a few steps forward and looked at her son. Her tone gentle, she said, take her out and let me see. Meng Hao slapped his bag of holding, and Li Linger flew out, her hair a mess and her lips still smeared with blood. Her buttocks were still slightly uneven and still had a deep impression of a handprint on them, and her face was pale. She appeared to be in such pain that she was on the verge of passing out. As soon as she appeared, a vicious look gleamed in her eyes, and she spun toward Meng Hao. Her hands twisted into claws that slashed toward Meng Hao's face. Meng Hao glared at her and extended his right hand. Li Linger's heart trembled, and she instantly fell back, glaring angrily at Meng Hao. Someone as savage as you isn't suitable to be my mom's maidservant. Beat it. Meng Hao waved his hand dismissively. He was in a foul mood now considering how much he had just lost out on. Meng Hao, screeched Li Linger, so furious that she trembled. She was just about to charge forward and attack again when the Li clan expert held out a hand to block her way. She pulled her off to the side and transmitted a few words to her. Li Linger's eyes went wide, and she stared at Meng Hao, then looked over at Fang Xiufeng and Meng Li. Suddenly, her face went completely ashen, as if her entire world had gone dark. Impossible, she murmured, almost as if she had been possessed. It's impossible. Fine, that's everybody, said Meng Hao. If there's nothing else, then I'll be leaving now. He swished his sleeve and was about to leave when the old man from the Fang clan, who still hadn't picked up on what was going on, suddenly laughed coldly. You want to leave? Hand over your bag of holding, then get on your knees and beg for mercy. His body flashed as he shot toward Meng Hao. As for the 2 old women, they hesitated for a moment. Something seemed off to them, but in the end, they gritted their teeth and charged toward Meng Hao. Fang Xiangshan had not practiced cultivation for a very long time, but even she could tell that something was off, although she wasn't quite sure what. Seeing the 3 people closing in on him, Meng Hao's face immediately darkened. Who the hell do you people think you are? His right hand clenched into a fist, and he immediately punched out. A boom rang out as the 3 old Dao protectors' bodies were shaken. They fell back, and were just about to unseal their cultivation bases when, suddenly, Another cold snort echoed out, and Fang Xiufeng's voice reverberated through the air. Who the hell do you people think you are? An icy light flickered out from his eyes. It was nothing more than a gaze, but it caused the 3 old Dao protectors to tumble backward and cough up mouthful after mouthful of blood. Rumbling filled their bodies as numerous sword wounds appeared on them. They appeared to be on the verge of being sliced to pieces. The 3 old Dao protectors' faces fell as 90% of their cultivation bases were slashed away. Blood spurted about everywhere, and they were very nearly killed. Your Excellency Fang. Off to the side, Fang Xiangshan gaped. Clan uncle. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Daoists, said Fang Xiufeng, a slight smile on his lips. I still haven't been able to make the proper introductions. This is my young son. When his voice echoed out into the ears of the powerful experts, they began to smile wryly. Earlier, they had for the most part figured things, so to hear Fang Xiufeng personally speak the words came as no surprise. However, Ji Yin and all the others looked over at Meng Hao in complete shock. Li Linger was trembling, and her expression was blank. However, the most terrified of them all wasn't her, but Sun Hai. He watched blankly as the scene played out, and thought back to everything he had said earlier. Immediately, a gloomy expression could be seen on his face, as if his whole world had gone dark. By this point, Fang Yuni had regained consciousness. He and Fang Xiangshan stood there with minds abuzz and hearts filled with explosive thunder. The old man and the 2 old women gasped in disbelief. They thought about all the threatening things they had said to Meng Hao, how they had tried to use his son's own father to threaten him. Then they began to shake in their boots. I unsealed the immortal ancient Taoist Right Temple on South Heaven to provide my young son with a training ground. From a young age, he has lived a rough, unrestrained life. For the sake of my face, I hope all of you fellow Taoists will not be too offended by any of his faux pas. Laughing, Fang Xiufeng clasped hands to all the surrounding cultivators. The more than 10 powerful experts chuckled wryly and shook their heads. They then exchanged some polite words with Fang Xiufeng and Meng Li, at the same time glancing over at Meng Hao occasionally. As for the bags of holding he had snatched and all the other things that had occurred in the immortal ancient Taoist Right Temple, it was a bit inappropriate to bring them up anymore. Since all of you are here, said Fang Xiufeng, don't be in a hurry to leave. Please come back with me to my clan headquarters and allow me to entertain you. The more than 10 experts laughed to themselves. The matters of the junior generation were things they could afford to ignore. Therefore, they laughed and chatted as they followed Fang Xiufeng to the Fang clan. As for Song Luodan and all the other chosen, they hated Meng Hao just as much as before, and he them. They did nothing to conceal this fact, and neither did Meng Hao. He glared back at them hatefully, then pulled out a thick stack of promissory notes, which he then began to leaf through. Song Luodan and the others had no choice but to grit their teeth and turn to follow the members of the senior generation. Meng Hao decided not to go back home to the Fang clan, nor did Fang Xiufeng attempt to force him to. Meng Hao's mother straightened his garments and then pinched his nose. Then, in much the manner one would speak to a young child, she warned him not to get into any trouble. Finally, she turned and left. Fang Yuni and Fang Xiangshan were scared witless and were just about to follow their seniors when Meng Hao stepped forward and blocked their way. See, cousin? Fang Xiangshan stammered. Fang Yuni snorted coldly and looked away, refusing to speak. Meng Hao glared at him, then suddenly reached out and smacked him across the side of the face. Blood sprayed from Fang Yuni's mouth, and he was sent tumbling onto the ground. His Dao protector stood off to the side, head bowed, smiling bitterly, pretending like he didn't see what was happening. You, said Fang Yuni, looking up at Meng Hao. However, in the instant that the word was out of his mouth, Meng Hao's foot slammed down onto the straw. Ling Fang Yuni, you refuse to address me as brother when you see me? What kind of upbringing did you have? Meng Hao viciously kicked him a few more times, and Fang Yuni screamed. His head was now covered with blood, causing Fang Xiangshan to be frozen in fear as she looked on. Meng Hao's viciousness now caused her to remember some scenes from when she was young. If she recalled correctly, she had actually been bullied by this older cousin of hers on a few occasions.
Yeah.
I'm gonna kill you, roared Fang Yuni. Meng Hao's eyes glittered coldly and he punched out again, landing a blow directly onto Fang Yuni's mouth, shattering his teeth and making it impossible for him to speak. Blood spurted out. By now, Fang Xiangshan was trembling violently. The old man and the 2 old women were staring in shock, and yet didn't dare to interfere. Fang Yuni was being beaten senseless. His body was racked with pain, and he was on the verge of losing consciousness. Memories from his childhood floated up, and he vaguely remembered being beaten up by a certain brother and sister team. Miserable shrieks rang out as Meng Hao kicked him again. It seemed that if Fang Yuni didn't speak up and say the right words, he would be trampled to death. Filled with fear, Fang Yuni spit out a mouthful of blood and then blurted, "See, cousin." Meng Hao's foot stopped in midair above Fang Yuni's face. He slowly pulled his foot back, and then a bashful smile appeared on his face. Little bro, welcome to Planet South Heaven. Chapter 833, An Amateurish Seduction Con. Meng Hao turned to look at Fong Xiangshan, and in that instant, she produced a dilapidated bottle from her bag of holding. Cousin, this is something I found in the mountain range. It has the music of a Dao inside. Her heart stabbed with pain, but considering the fate of Fong Yuni that she had just witnessed, she didn't dare to do anything other than hand over the bottle. This was especially true considering everything she had said in front of Meng Hao's parents. When she thought about that, her scalp went numb. Likewise, how could Meng Hao forget all of the venomous things she had said just moments ago? He reached out and took the bottle, looked at it, then threw it back to Fong Xiangshan. The bottle was not unfamiliar to him. There had been many like it inside the immortal ancient Taoist Right Temple. Although it had the music of a Dao inside, that was simply because it had existed inside the temple for so long. Ignoring Fong Xiangshan, Meng Hao turned and transformed into a beam of light that shot off into the distance. When he finally disappeared, the three old Dao protectors sighed and helped the injured Fong Yuni to his feet, then took him and terrified Fong Xiangshan off into the distance. Several days passed by in a flash. During that time, Meng Hao traveled around in the eastern lands, mostly in the area surrounding the immortal ancient Taoist Right Temple Mountains. He didn't reveal his appearance or aura, but instead concealed it with the bamboo hat. As for clothing, he pulled out a long robe that had belonged to Sun Hai from the Church of the Immortal Emperor. He roamed through the area slowly, waiting for those two damned bandits. How dare they steal business from me, he thought, his expression dark. Meng Hao had long since been brooding about the two mysterious bandits who had stolen all the items that belonged to him. Unless I'm mistaken, I know exactly which bastards pulled such a shameless stunt. He snorted coldly as he flew through midair. Those two bastards fled during my battle with the 10th Wang clan patriarch, and haven't dared to show their faces since then. This time, I'll definitely track them down. For some reason, Meng Hao was certain that there was no one other than the meat jelly and the parrot who could have accomplished something that caused him to lose out on so much. Although those two little bastards aren't that strong. How could they have managed to rob so many chosen? Meng Hao was very curious about this, and it was the one thing he couldn't figure out. Did they come across some sort of good fortune? He thought suspiciously. He continued to fly through midair in the region near the mountain range. 3 days passed, until finally, he ran into one of the eastern land's walled cities. He glanced at it, then slowly and deliberately flew around in the city a few times before finally making his way off into the distance. What he didn't notice was that in one of the city's inns, 2 pairs of eyes were surreptitiously peering out at him. 2 burly fellows, tall and sturdy, were at a table slurping alcohol and chomping down on meat. One of them sat cross-legged in a chair, the other squatted down next to the table. Apparently, those were the only positions that were comfortable to these two. Even stranger, the burly fellow who sat there cross-legged would drink the alcohol in huge slurps and would toss enormous quantities of food into his mouth with each bite. As for the other man, he pecked at his food almost like a bird would.
Did you see that? Said the bird-like man.
He blinked, and then a wily gleam appeared in his eyes as he watched Meng Hao disappear off into the distance. Huh, said the other man, looking up to stare at Meng Hao's retreating figure. You idiot, said the bird-like man, smacking the other man hard across the head.
Fool.
Get a brain, would you? Lord Fifth has hauled you around for so many years now. How could you still be so stupid? What the hell? Roared the big man, food spraying from his mouth, revealing dancing electricity inside. You're being immoral. You're being shameless. This isn't right. I'm gonna convert you. Quiet down, said the bird-like man self-assuredly. Listen to me, did you see that guy with the bamboo hat? He was hiding his aura. That hat is definitely some kind of treasure. Treasure? Said the big man, his eyes lighting up.
Right.
Definitely a treasure. Based on my experience, people who carry treasures like that are usually weaklings. They're basically lambs waiting for the slaughter. Have faith in the Lord Fifth. That guy is definitely an easy mark. Furthermore, his cultivation base probably isn't very high, but his bag of holding is probably very deep. Did you see his clothes? Not too long ago, we robbed a guy who was wearing clothes exactly like that. Most important of all, he clearly doesn't want people to recognize him. That indicates he has secrets. Secrets, I tell you. The bird-like man was continuing to get more and more excited. Secrets, exclaimed the big man, his eyes glowing brightly. With secrets like that and a weak cultivation base, plus a plump bag of holding, he's definitely ripe for the plucking. Besides, a single look, and you can tell he's the kind of person who knows how to dress well. He's the perfect mark for us. Trust me, if we can clean him out, then we'll be able to live in complete comfort. The bird-like man was even more excited than before. The big man's eyes gleamed brightly, but then he hesitated. But we failed so many other times, and even almost got captured. Especially in the past few days. Whenever you take on his appearance, we end up getting chased by everyone. Wait, is he a bully?
You got it, said the bird-like man, nodding.
Of course he's a bully. He couldn't be anything else. Look, we'll definitely succeed this time. Just have faith in the Lord Fifth. All the other times were mere mishaps. Those chosen have all left, so the only people left behind have got to be easy marks. Straighten him out, said the big man, clenching his jaw and nodding his head. Fudge, Lord Third is going to set him straight. Hold on, let Lord Fifth plan this out. A person like that, there's an 80 to 90% chance that he's a ladies' man. Okay, we can't use the same tactic that we used before. This time, we'll directly implement plan number 9. Quickly, transform into a hot babe. Hashtag 9? Which one is 9? How dare you ridicule Lord Third? The big man raged. Number 3. Plan number 3, replied the bird-like man. Well, why didn't you say so earlier? All right, who should I look like? Anybody, it doesn't matter, as long as she's hot and seductive. Come, hurry up, we need to go. Hot and seductive? The big man thought for a moment, and then a popping sound rang out as he changed form. Now he was a woman, extremely curvaceous and completely alluring, with a beautiful, entrancing face and eyes that tugged at the heart and soul. If Meng Hao were here, he would instantly recognize that this was Demoness Zhixiang. Too many clothes, said the bird-like man. Come on, less clothes.
Pop.
The big man changed again. Now you're way too revealing. Why you idiot? How could you even go outside looking like that? After 7 or 8 adjustments, the bird-like man was satisfied and prodded the man out the door. The big man in Zhixiang form wore extremely revealing clothes and felt completely resentful because of it. Consequently, he started picking his nose and making big, manly strides as they walked down the road, causing the bird-like man to fly into a rage. More adjustments were made. Meng Hao had just left the city. Beneath the bamboo hat, he was frowning. After traveling around the area near the mountain range for all these days, he still hadn't run into the 2 bastards he was looking for. Could they have left, he thought. Or maybe they detected my aura? Suddenly, his face flickered, and he spun around. There, in midair not too far off, a woman was approaching him. An anxious expression could be seen on her face, as if she were being pursued. The instant the woman appeared, Meng Hao's jaw dropped in astonishment. This woman was none other than Zhixiang, which was of course the big man in disguise. She wore revealing clothing, and smelled like a spring breeze. She possessed an alluring charm and grace, and had a flirtatious look in her eyes that seemed capable of enchanting anyone who looked into them. Most people who laid eyes on her would instantly find their hearts pounding. As she passed Meng Hao, she looked over and smiled shyly. Then she made to hurry off. However, before she could get very far, she turned and looked back at him, apparently having been attracted to him in some way. She gave him an entrancing, tantalizing look, then turned and walked off, her curves undulating gently. The sight of her slender figure from behind was enough to cause any man who saw her to palpitate with eagerness. Zhixiang was not happy at all, and was inwardly muttering about how obvious things had been made, and yet the mark didn't respond at all. Instead, he just stared with a slack jaw. Finally, Zhixiang intentionally spit out a mouthful of blood. Her face went pale, and she staggered in place. "Fellow Taoist, save me," she cried, looking back at Meng Hao. Meng Hao's eyes were wide as he examined Zhixiang. Then, a virtually imperceptible smile appeared in his eyes. Grinning, he approached. "With me here," he said, "you have nothing to fear, fellow Taoist." "Someone's chasing me," said Zhixiang lightly, her voice somewhat weak and yet even more enticing than before. "As I fled, I was injured. Fellow Taoist, if you can escort me to my immortal's cave, then I'll definitely be very grateful." Inwardly, Meng Hao laughed loudly and mused about how fake this whole act was, and yet he smiled the same as before and immediately nodded. Then, he flew into the air with the woman. The two of them sped into the mountains, to an immortal's cave. The woman gestured for him to follow her inside. At this point, Meng Hao's eyes narrowed. The immortal's cave seemed extraordinary. The spell formation outside radiated a sense of danger, and based on Meng Hao's cultivation base, he knew that even he would have a tough time breaking out of it. After stepping into the immortal's cave, the woman sighed, and then stopped and turned to Meng Hao with a charming smile. "Many thanks, fellow Taoist," she said, intentionally edging closer to him. "Would you mind acting as Dharma protector for me here? Once my wounds are recovered, I'll definitely repay your kindness." "Of course, no problem," said Meng Hao, suppressing the urge to vomit. He backed up a few steps. The disguised man frowned. Things weren't going according to plan, and now he wasn't sure what to do. He quickly stamped his foot onto the ground, which instantly sent a secret notification to the bird-like man. After a few breaths of time passed, the door of the immortal's cave slammed open, and a monstrous aura surged out that gave Meng Hao quite a shock. A man emerged, wearing black robes, his features handsome. He even emanated the aura of a scholar. "So, you're back, wife," said the young man, laughing. However, when he saw Meng Hao and Ji Xiang, he suddenly stopped in place, and then his eyes went wide.
Slut.
"Why, you're actually committing adultery right here." The young man's face twisted with rage, and his aura exploded with power. Heaven and earth went dark, and everything began to tremble and seemed to be on the verge of exploding. The door of the Immortals' cave exploded, and the shocking spell formation Meng Hao had seen collapsed into pieces. A terrifying aura raged out that far exceeded the spirit realm. It was incredibly powerful, and made it seem as if an immortal was descending. The entire area was instantly locked down, causing an intense sense of deadly crisis to rise up in Meng Hao's heart. It seemed as if the person standing in front of him had an aura that could easily decide whether or not he lived or died. "Husband, this is all just a misunderstanding," said Ji Xiang. "Misunderstanding my ass. Get the hell out of my way. Since we're husband and wife, I won't kill you this day. However, this paramour of yours had better give me some compensation. I don't care what sect he comes from. When the one surnamed Meng wants a person dead, who would dare to save him?" Meng Hao's eyes flickered as he looked at the young man, and a strange expression appeared on his face. This young man looked exactly like Meng Hao himself. Of course, Meng Hao was wearing the bamboo hat, which changed his appearance in such a way that no one would be able to recognize him. Chapter 834. Take a look and see who I am. "Your Majesty, you are?" Meng Hao said. "Humph. I'm Meng Hao," said the young man, "the #1 ruler in South Heaven." His aura scintillated prismatically, and his words caused everything to shake. "#1 ruler. Do you know what that means?" "It means that in all the lands of South Heaven, nobody dares to provoke me." The young man lifted his chin, and an arrogant expression covered his face. "Quick, give him some compensation," said the Ji Xiang. "My husband is the #1 most powerful expert in the lands of South Heaven, with the exception of some of those old-timers. He's at the peak of all South Heaven, and even ended the Great Continental War." "Shut your trap," said the young man, glaring and swishing his sleeve. "When men talk, the women should stand quietly off to the side." He glared coldly at Meng Hao. "Meng Hao says what he means and means what he says. Considering that this is your first offense, I'll let you off with your life, just this one time." Meng Hao wore an odd expression as he looked at this copy of himself talking. Then he looked over at Ji Xiang and smiled. He really couldn't think of anyone other than the parrot and the meat jelly who could pull off such a mistake-ridden scam. "Presumably, you've heard of my illustrious name," the young man continued coldly. "All right, forget it. I'm not going to make things any harder for you. Just hand over your bag of holding, and I'll allow you to use material goods as your form of apology. If you dare to resist, then you will be buried here this very day." Once again, his aura burst out explosively, transforming into a tempest that swept across the land. Anyone who sensed such an aura would immediately feel incredible distress. It was as if some amorphous volcano were rumbling, and if one attempted to fight back against it, it would erupt, and one would instantly be killed. The remnants of the spell formations outside of the Immortals' cave were now completely destroyed. Sand and pebbles raged into a sandstorm, mountains collapsed, and fissures covered the surface of the land. The intense aura caused a riot of colors to flash through the sky. Even Meng Hao couldn't stop his eyes from widening. If he wasn't absolutely sure that the two fellows in front of him were the meat jelly and the parrot, if he wasn't completely familiar with the two dunces, then he would surely be thoroughly intimidated. "Hey, how do you know this is my first offense?" said Meng Hao with an enigmatic smile. The young man gaped, as did Ji Xiang. "Damn it," roared the young man. "Don't tell me this isn't your first offense? This is ridiculous." He waved his sleeve once again, causing the ground to quake and mountains to collapse as his aura surged up. He looked as if he was just about to smash Meng Hao into oblivion, but then forcibly restrained himself. Meng Hao's current manner caused the bird-like man's heart to begin to pound. Suddenly, he had a bad feeling. After exchanging a glance with the Ji Xiang, he snorted coldly. "Apparently, you still don't understand Meng Hao. Do you know who my dad is? He's Feng Xiufeng." Inwardly, the bird-like man was quite pleased with himself for assuming a role that was essentially the most powerful in all of South Heaven. In recent days, after assuming the visage of Meng Hao, he had learned about Feng Xiufeng from some other members of the Feng clan. "Scared yet?" he said. Meng Hao cleared his throat, then blinked some. "What, bashfully? Are you really Meng Hao?" Meng Hao, would never change my surname or my given name," the young man said proudly. "Of course I'm Meng Hao." Meng Hao shook his head. "I heard that Meng Hao can stomp his foot down so hard that the ground shatters."
Can you do that?
"I don't really believe that you can." "You don't believe?" raged the young man, glaring at Meng Hao. "I don't," replied Meng Hao decisively. "Damn it. You actually don't believe." Howling, the young man stamped his foot onto the ground. Shockingly, the Immortals' cave collapsed, the ground quaked, and a huge fissure spread out. Well, what about that? Believe me now. That's just one single fissure, Meng Hao said with disdain. I'm talking about shattering the earth and making a huge crater. Meng Hao can do that. What about you? Forget about it. I know you can't. Agak, you're really pissing me off. You really don't believe? Damn it. Alright, pay attention. Watch and see whether Lord Fifth, Meng Hao can do it or not. The young man's eyes were completely bloodshot. There was nothing he hated more than people disbelieving him, nothing dismayed him more than a provocation. He suddenly flew up into the air, then slammed back down into the ground, instantly causing a huge hole to appear. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he looked at the ground in front of him, and then compared it to the vegetation off in the distance. A moment later, the young man flew out pompously from within the hole. Believe me now. It's not deep enough, sighed Meng Hao. The young man flew into a rage. His body flickered as he once again slammed down into the hole. A huge boom echoed out, and the land quaked. It almost seemed as if the hole would extend all the way down to the center of the planet. In fact, subterranean fire even shot up out of the hole, along with the young man. He glared at Meng Hao. From the look in his eye, if Meng Hao refused to believe him, he was willing to tear a hole all the way through the lands of South Heaven. Meng Hao coughed lightly. All right, fine, I'm scared. I have a total of 10 bags of holding. How many do you want? All 10. 3. I want 3, cried Jixiang, whose eyes glittered brightly. Moron. We want 10. You're the moron, the big man roared back. 3 is the biggest number. We want 3. It seemed like a fight was about to break out as Jixiang glared at the young man. You idiot, 3 bags of holding is a lot. Why you want 10? How many is 10? Is it bigger than 3, huh? You idiot, howled the young man. Of course 10 is more than 3. 3 is nothing. We want 10. The big man stared in shock. Meng Hao sighed and decided to switch conversation partners. AI, Miss Fellow Taoist, for some reason I get the feeling that this husband of yours is acting a bit too much like a bully. No matter how you look at him, he definitely seems to be a bully. Bullies like that should really be convert. Edition. I really feel sorry for you. To any other cultivator, these words would be incredibly childish and essentially wouldn't have convinced anyone. It was so obvious that he wanted to stir up dissension that he might as well just have told them to fight each other directly. Of course, the big man and the young man didn't pick up on anything strange at all. That was especially true of the big man. Once he heard Meng Hao say the word bully a few times, his eyes went wide and filled with a vicious gleam. Bully? Damn it. That's exactly what you are. You can't do this. You're immoral. You are far too shameless. I'm going to convert you. Howling, the big man pounded toward the young man. The young man nervously shot backward, letting out an equally enraged shout. However, he was slightly quicker on the pickup and suddenly turned to look at Meng Hao. Hold on. Oh well, third, wait. Something seems off here. We can't start fighting amongst ourselves. Something fishy is going on. Something's not right. This guy just said a few random sentences, and suddenly we're fighting. Murmuring to himself, the young man looked closely at Meng Hao and only seemed to grow more surprised. Meng Hao was smiling the same as before as he stood there. He looked at the expression on the young man's face and couldn't help but muse that the parrot actually wasn't that stupid after all and had finally picked up on the clues. It was at this point that the young man suddenly cried out, I've figured out his identity. He saw through the flaws in our scam. He used only a few words to get us to fight each other. He's obviously Patriarch Reliance. The young man let out a roar of rage, and the big man began to tremble. A popping sound could be heard as Jixiang disappeared, and the big man reappeared. He gasped and staggered backwards several paces. Your Patriarch Reliance, blubbered the big man. You can't blame me. He forced me to change forms. He's the one who changed into Meng Hao. Meng Hao's face darkened. No longer in the mood for fooling around, he gave a cold snort and then removed the bamboo hat. You two morons, open your eyes wide and see exactly who I am. The instant the bamboo hat left his head, his aura changed completely, and his appearance became clear to the young man and the big man. When they saw Meng Hao's face, the big man let out a shriek, and a pop could be heard as he transformed into the meat jelly. It's him, he cried, flying away at top speed. It's Meng Hao. He's caught up to us. Finished. We're finished. We're dead for sure.
Dead.
It's all your fault. Your fault. The young man shivered and let out a piercing shriek. A pop could be heard as he transformed back into a colorful parrot, within whose claws was gripped a black feather. His wings began to flap furiously as he apparently prepared to use all the power he had left in his body to make his getaway. Damn it. How could you possibly show up here? This is impossible. How could we run into you? Everything was in complete chaos. The parrot and the meat jelly shrieked and tried to flee at top speed. As soon as they attempted to make their escape, the land in the area distorted and returned to how it looked before. There was no fissure in the ground, no hole, no immortal's cave, not even any fearsome restrictive spells. There had never been an immortal's cave in the area, only a valley. Everything had been an illusion, a very realistic illusion. The source of the entire illusion was the black feather that the parrot gripped in its talons. The feather gave off a bizarre, flickering glow, a power that would influence the area around it and create illusions. Meng Hao watched as the parrot and Meat Jelly attempted to flee. He made no move to pursue them, but instead stood there and coldly said, "I'll give you 3 breaths of time to get back here. Whoever returns first will be exempt from punishment. The other will receive double punishment for abandoning me in my moment of crisis that year." As soon as his voice rang out, the Meat Jelly and the parrot came to a stop in midair. Damn it, thought the parrot. That Meat Jelly has a completely one-track mind. That idiot will definitely be fooled by this. That means that the safest thing is for Lord Fifth to be fooled first. Immediately, he turned around and shot toward Meng Hao as fast as he could. The Meat Jelly trembled. That parrot is completely crafty. He was the cause of all of this. He was the one who incited me to flee in the first place. There's no way I'll take his punishment for him. Almost in the same instant that the parrot turned around, the air surrounding the Meat Jelly began to crackle with lightning. He employed all the power he could muster to shoot back toward Meng Hao. "I surrender."
Fudge.
"I also surrender." The parrot and the Meat Jelly shot back toward Meng Hao urgently. Meng Hao gave a cold snort and suddenly lifted his right hand up into the air, within which appeared the copper mirror. The parrot squawked, transforming into a beam of light that shot into the mirror. As for the black feather, it floated down into Meng Hao's hand. The Meat Jelly was trembling as it began to cry out, "Master, Lord Third has missed you to death. It was that damned parrot who dragged me with him when he left that year. It's his fault, Master. Let's convert him together." Meng Hao slapped out with his right hand, hitting the top of the Meat Jelly's head. A boom could be heard as it shrank down into a tiny ball that Meng Hao grabbed in his hand then tossed down toward the ground. The ground trembled as a huge crater appeared. The Meat Jelly let out a miserable shriek as it bounced up and Meng Hao grabbed it again. As he proceeded forward, he bounced the Meat Jelly down again and again, causing it to let out continuous screeches. "Quit faking," said Meng Hao, causing the Meat Jelly's screams to instantly turn into entreaties. Chapter 835. Pill. El Demon's Tribulation. For the following several days, the Meat Jelly spoke non-stop of all the bad things the parrot had done. From the Milky Way Sea, all the way down to their bandit days in the Eastern lands, it revealed everything, complete with highly embellished details. It even voluntarily handed over 3 bags of holding that contained all of its portion of the spoils they had taken. Meng Hao had constantly smashed it into the ground over and over during the past few days, and it feared further reprisals. Furthermore, Meng Hao's cultivation base was now incredibly high, and if he felt like it, he could use a strand of immortal qi to seal its mouth and prevent it from speaking even a single word. To the Meat Jelly, that was the most terrifying thing that could happen. As far as the parrot was concerned, Meng Hao didn't ask it any questions at all. He kept it sealed inside the copper mirror, with no chance whatsoever to even see anything that had fur or feathers. That was the greatest punishment which could possibly be inflicted on it. After studying the black feather for a while, Meng Hao was shocked. The feather brimmed with transformative power, which was why the parrot had been able to release such an astonishing aura. It was all thanks to the feather. According to the Meat Jelly, the feather had simply fallen from the sky when the two of them were on their way from the Milky Way Sea to the Eastern lands. Meng Hao wasn't quite sure that he believed this, but after putting the feather away, he returned to the Fong clan. By this time, the members of the sects and clans from the Ninth Mountain and Sea had long since departed. The lands of the southern domain had now quieted down. Unfortunately, Meng Hao's older sister still hadn't emerged from secluded meditation. An entire month had soon passed by. During that time, word of Meng Hao began to spread in the world outside of South Heaven, in the Ninth Mountain and Sea. Of course, the stories told about him were always accompanied by gnashing teeth. Soon, many people in the Ninth Mountain and Sea knew that on planet South Heaven, there was a shameless fellow who went by the name of Meng Hao. He had monopolized the good fortune of the immortal ancient Taoist Right Temple, had caused the corpse of a woman to become attached to Fandonger, had captured numerous chosen, had defeated Ji Yin in one move, and most excessive of all was his unusual habit of forcing people to write promissory notes. No one could figure out that last matter, or guess why Meng Hao had such a strange hobby. There was another matter that shook the Ninth Mountain and Sea during that month and caused a huge stir among countless cultivators. Many clans took special note of the event. The 3 great Taoist societies, which consisted of the Sublime Flow Sword Grotto, the Immortal Ancient Taoist Rite, and the Ninth Sea God World, were holding a disciple recruitment event open to all cultivators in the Ninth Mountain. In and Sea, anyone of the nascent soul stage or higher, but below the immortal realm, could participate. Furthermore, Members of the 5 Great Holy Lands, the 3 churches, and 6 sects would all participate so that this disciple recruitment event would be as grand as possible. Any rogue cultivator from the 4 planets and all over the 9th mountain and sea would be able to participate regardless of their age or heritage, as long as their cultivation base met the requirements. To most cultivators, it represented a chance to make great advancements in a single leap. This was especially true of the cultivators who normally had no way of leaving their respective planets. It was a chance they had to seize, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that would change their fate if they were successful. A disciple recruitment event such as this was something that might happen only once in a period of tens of thousands of years. Now that the event was underway, it was impossible to say when it would happen again. In the 9th mountain and sea, the 4 great planets contained many cultivators of the appropriate cultivation base to participate. There were even more such cultivators who actually resided on the 9th mountain itself. Then there were the various meteor-like islands in the 9th sea, which were also inhabited by numerous cultivators, as well as various other smaller worlds attached to and dependent on the 9th mountain and sea. It was easy to see that an enormous number of people would be participating. There were to be 3 levels of recruitment during the event: nascent soul, spirit severing, Tao seeking. The participants from these 3 different stages would all compete in different areas and would have no contact with each other. Even more shocking was the news that anyone who got first place in any of the 3 stages would not only just be able to join one of the 3 great Taoist societies, but they would immediately become a conclave disciple and would be rewarded with precious treasures. That even caused the chosen of the various great clans to be excited. Clan cultivators were not required to remain within their respective clans, but often went out to join other sections. The clans generally did not force their members to stay. When it came to the 3 great Taoist societies, they had existed for countless years and apparently had histories that stretched further back than the current era. That was one of the reasons why the 3 great Taoist societies were so aloof and rarely involved themselves in any sort of conflict. Actually, the only enemies the 3 great Taoist societies had were themselves. Most important of all, they never participated in various clan struggles. For instance, in the year Lord Ji altered the heavens, the 3 great Taoist societies did not interfere in any way, seemingly because they had already seen far too many changes occur throughout the long years of their existence. In this particular disciple recruitment event, the 3 great Taoist societies were each looking to recruit only one disciple. From all the vast crowds of cultivators from the 9th mountain and sea, they would be the only 3 who were formally recruited. From this, it could be seen that whoever those 3 people were, their lives and destinies would soon be completely changed. As for those who didn't end up being recruited by the 3 great Taoist societies, it was still possible that the 5 great holy lands or perhaps the 3 churches and 6 sects would select them from within the competition. News of the matter spread like wildfire throughout the 9th mountain and sea, via the mouths of innumerable cultivators. Even the 4 great planets, including planet South Heaven, were informed. In fact, Lord Ji issued a Dharmic decree to planet South Heaven, which the Ji clan there sent throughout all the lands. In the blink of an eye, all of the cultivators on planet South Heaven who were of the nascent soul stage or higher were filled with excitement. There were many among them who hadn't even been aware that other worlds existed outside in the starry sky. When they found out, their hearts trembled. As for those who already knew about these other worlds, they were filled with even more intense anticipation. The whole 9th mountain and sea was in a spectacular stir. The recruitment event was the subject of almost every conversation in every location. It was at just about this time that Meng Hao received a jade slip from Grandmaster Pill Demon. Return to the Violet Fate sect immediately. The message was short, but Meng Hao could sense immortal will within its words. Feng Xiufeng stood next to Meng Hao. He wasn't looking at the jade slip, but rather, up into the sky, as he said, "Your master is about to attempt to transcend his immortal tribulation." Meng Hao's heart trembled. He was well aware that true immortal ascension was a very difficult matter. Furthermore, he knew that when the true immortal destiny appeared on planet South Heaven, it would not be his. The true immortal destiny came once every 10,000 years, and as to which of the 4 great planets it would appear on, that only became detectable in the few hundred years before it appeared. Furthermore, only people born on that planet would be qualified to acquire the destiny. Since Meng Hao wasn't born on planet South Heaven, the true immortal destiny did not belong to him. True immortal destiny, said his father said calmly. Immortal tribulation approaches. Your master will be competing with people who intentionally arranged for their male heirs to be born on planet South Heaven. They will come to try to seize the immortal destiny. There will also be other peak Tao-seeking experts from South Heaven who will choose that moment to strike. Your master showed great kindness to you, and that kindness will be paid back. I will act as his Dharma protector during the true immortal tribulation. I will not allow anyone from the outside to enter planet South Heaven. As for the lands of South Heaven themselves, I will leave that to you. Meng Hao took a deep breath, then stood and faced his father. Feng Xiufeng flicked his sleeve, and the air around them began to distort. Ghost images sprang up in front of them, which then formed into the image of a map of the lands of South Heaven. Fang Xiufeng stepped forward, followed by Meng Hao, and the two of them stepped into the illusory map. Meng Hao's eyes swam, and when his vision grew clear again, he could sense the aura of the southern domain. In one instant, they traveled from the Fang clan in the eastern lands to the Violet Fate sect in the southern domain. The Violet Fate sect's grand protective spell formation had long since been activated. A soft glow spread out in all directions, and the enormous statue of Reverend Violet East emanated a bright glow as well. If you looked closely, you would be able to see that immortal chi swirled around it. Shockingly, a person could be seen sitting cross-legged on the very top of Reverend Violet East's head. It was Pill Demon. He opened his eyes from meditation and turned his head to look at Meng Hao and Fang Xiufeng. A kind smile broke out on his face, and he waved his hand, causing an opening to appear in the grand spell formation. A beam of light extended out toward Meng Hao. "You go," said Fang Xiufeng. "Father will wait here for the immortal tribulation to start, and then act as Dharma protector." He nodded to Meng Hao, and before Meng Hao could even enter the spell formation, sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Meng Hao took a deep breath and then stepped onto the flowing light. In a flash, he appeared directly in front of the statue of Reverend Violet East and Pill Demon. "Master," said Meng Hao softly, his heart filled with nervousness and worry. He already had a cultivation base with 80% of the power of a true immortal. His path was different from Pill Demon's, but he could still faintly sense that when he reached 100% of the power of a true immortal, his own tribulation would descend. That tribulation would be even more terrifying than Pill Demon's true immortal tribulation. In true immortal tribulation, the chances of making it through alive were small. "You should be happy for your master," said Pill Demon, smiling kindly. He looked at the disciple who had kowtowed to him 3 times, binding their destiny as master and apprentice. Now, his own apprentice was already stronger than him, and that made Pill Demon happy. "Your master has prepared for true immortal destiny for 2 lives. In my last life, I was Reverend Violet East. At the peak of Tao seeking, I refused to become a false immortal. I desired true immortality, so I reincarnated to re-establish my cultivation. In this life, I started out as a medicinal pill, which refined a strand of consciousness, and then formed a body. Finally, I have reached this day. Regardless of whatever destiny or tribulation there is, the next step must be taken. Even if my Tao vanishes and my body dies, I will have no regrets." Pill Demon sighed softly, then looked up into the heavens. His eyes gleamed with stubbornness and determination, as well as anticipation. It was anticipation regarding the Tao, and the determination to become immortal. "I had thought of giving up before. Not because I didn't dare to make the attempt, but because of you. When immortal destiny descended, how could I possibly fight over it with my own apprentice? But now, everything is clear. This immortal destiny belongs to your master." As Pill Demon spoke, his energy surged, and immortal chi flourished. "Immortality Shan. 1 man run, and 1 mountain sun. In immortal ascension, a Tao corroboration mountain is required. The mountain statue from my first life is that Tao corroboration. It represents my Tao heart. I shall stand atop my first life, to search for immortality in my second." Pill Demon turned to look at Meng Hao and carefully said, "Whether I succeed or fail, the next few days will be an interesting experience for you. Pay close attention. What you see happening will be extremely important to you in your coming true, immortal tribulation. I have your father to act as Dharma protector, which is good. As for the other old-timers from the lands of South Heaven, they have the same mindset as me. You don't need to interfere with them. If Master isn't confident enough to contend with them, then how could I become a true immortal? You stay here and just watch as your Master transcends true immortal tribulation to become a true immortal." Pill Demon's voice rang out, and Meng Hao took a deep breath. He looked at his master, and could sense the determination he had to corroborate his Tao and pay any price to achieve his goal. He did not fear death. He only feared not achieving true immortal ascension. Chapter 836. The Door of Immortality Descends. Meng Hao's mind trembled. Seeing his master like this, and hearing the determination in his voice when he spoke of immortal ascension, caused his heart to twinge. He offered no words of advice, but rather sat down cross-legged, an enlightened expression on his face. "If you wish to achieve immortal ascension," said Pill Demon, "you must possess incredible willpower and ambition. Fuse them into a Tao heart, which searches for immortality. That Tao heart represents a lifetime of obsession that will cause you to feel regret to your dying day if you cannot achieve true immortality." Pill Demon smiled slightly, then closed his eyes. In only a few days, the true immortal tribulation would descend. During that time, he needed to preserve his calm mind and keep himself at the absolute pinnacle of readiness. Then, He could be ready to meet the immortal tribulation that he had been waiting for 2 lifetimes to see. Time passed. More and more immortal chi began to circulate through Pill Demon's body. The Violet Fate sect's grand protective spell formation was in full rotation, and all of the sect's disciples sat cross-legged reciting scriptures. Their will poured out, forming together to create a bizarre power that bolstered the statue of Reverend Violet East. As a result, the statue appeared to grow more and more lifelike. Chu Yuyen was in the crowd. She saw Meng Hao and then closed her eyes. She could sense that the gap between the two of them was only continuing to grow more vast. Meng Hao was almost an immortal, and she was still in the nascent soul stage. It was as if a vast ravine existed between the two of them that cut off any future possibilities. The atmosphere in the lands of the southern domain was gradually becoming oppressive. Patriarch Song came, along with the south-cleaving sentinels of the western desert, as well as countless other cultivators. They did not approach the Violet Fate sect, but rather took up positions around the perimeter to stand guard and act as Dharma protectors. Anyone who had been shown favor by Pill Demon throughout the years appeared to pay back his kindness by acting as Dharma protectors. At the same time, in the vast eastern lands, as well as in other secret locations throughout South Heaven, people who had suppressed their cultivation bases and gone into secluded meditation began to awaken. These were people who had been waiting their entire lives for true immortal ascension. They stepped out into the various mountains in the wilderness that housed their places of secluded meditation and used varied methods to approach the lands of South Heaven. They didn't interfere with the Violet Fate sect, but rather chose nearby locations to set up their own restrictive spell formations, within which they sat cross-legged, rotating their cultivation bases as they waited for the chance to fight for immortality. On this occasion, all the cultivators in the lands of the southern domain who wished to fight for immortality would appear. This was the reason that the experts from the northern reaches had originally decided to wage war on the southern domain. They had wanted to occupy the key position in the fight for immortal destiny. The sky gradually grew murky. Even at nighttime, it was still not completely black. The heavens were in a perpetual state of evening. Furthermore, a shocking pressure weighed down on all of planet South Heaven. The mortals all slipped into comas, and the vegetation seemed to fall dormant and become devoid of life. The animals all lay prone on the ground in hibernation. The highest of mountains no longer seemed high, and the rivers ceased to flow. No waves could be seen on the Milky Way Sea. It was as flat and smooth as a mirror. It was at this point that countless beams of light appeared outside of planet South Heaven. Numerous teleportation portals popped up, sending ripples out in all directions. People hurried toward South Heaven, from locations all over the Ninth Mountain and Sea. These were people who, by various methods, had left clan members behind on the planet who were now emerging to fight for immortal destiny. It was only natural for their relatives to return at this critical juncture. However, as they neared the lands of South Heaven, a beam of sword chi rose up into the starry sky and encircled the entire planet. Feng Xiufeng's voice then resonated out. Planet South Heaven is now sealed. Fellow Taoists, please take your leave. When the people rushing through the starry sky heard the echoing voice, their faces flickered. Many of them transmitted requests to step foot onto the planet, along with promises and pledges of various sorts, but Feng Xiufeng ignored them. He continued to sit with his eyes closed outside of the Violet Fate sect, using divine sense to control the sword chi that had sealed all of planet South Heaven. He knew that such actions directly cut off the path of immortality for many. He also knew that numerous other sects and clans would be displeased by the matter. Although it wouldn't affect him very much, it wasn't a good thing for Meng Hao. Feng Xiufeng had previously explained these things to Meng Hao, who hadn't said anything in response. The determination glowing in his eyes said all that needed to be said. That's exactly how my son ought to be, thought Feng Xiufeng. Kindness should be repaid, and enmities should be avenged. Planet South Heaven was sealed, making it impossible for the crowds on the outside to enter. They could only look on nervously. Some of them gritted their teeth and transformed into beams of prismatic light that tried to force their way in. However, before they could even get near, the sword chi swept out, and they were sent flying back, blood spraying from their mouths. That was just a warning, said Feng Xiufeng, his voice cold. From now on, any trespassers will be executed immediately. The people on the outside were both resentful and, at the same time, filled with fear. 3 days later, the lands of South Heaven were filled with rumbling sounds that emanated not from the planet itself, but from the starry sky overhead. It was almost as if a giant were roaring from outer space, roaring out to cause a character to appear. That character was the character Immortality. As the sound echoed out, it seemed as if everyone in all the Ninth Mountain and Sea would hear it, and yet it was only audible on planet South Heaven. At the same time, the starry sky outside South Heaven trembled, and countless shards appeared that began to form together into an enormous door. The door emanated boundless antiquity. It appeared to be made of bronze, and was carved with countless totemic patterns. Although it was impossible to clearly make out all the details, the archaic air of the door made it seem as if it had existed since the beginning of heaven and earth. The door was somewhat dilapidated, as if it had experienced horrifying wars. Black stains could be seen on its surface that appeared to be blood, and it radiated a powerful, terrifying aura that was virtually impossible to describe. As for the size of the door, it was matchlessly gargantuan, seemingly large enough to prop up the starry sky itself. Even Feng Xiufeng was mentally shaking after sensing the door and its aura. Were this thing a magical item, it would surely be able to suppress all living things once its power was unleashed. When it appeared in the starry sky, the crowds of cultivators outside, who were incapable of entering planet South Heaven, looked on with shock and couldn't help but cry out in surprise. The door of immortality has appeared. True immortal destiny has arrived. Damn it. Feng Xiufeng is blocking the way so that we can't get in. Don't tell me that we're just going to have sit idly by and watch the good fortune get taken away. Does Feng Xiufeng really think that he alone can stop all of us? Let's storm the place. The eyes of all the onlookers were completely bloodshot. At the same time, gusts of immortal mist began to emanate off of the door of immortality, which then flowed directly toward planet South Heaven. It covered all of planet South Heaven in the blink of an eye, making it seem like a planet of mist. Next, the door began to move forward, passing through the crowds to enter those mists, then sink down toward the lands of South Heaven. As of this point, the cultivators on the outside were going crazy, and they began to charge South Heaven. In response, Meng Hao's father sent his icy divine will out. Sword Qi rumbled, sweeping across the crowds that wished to descend onto South Heaven. Rumbling echoed out, and the starry sky trembled. Miserable screams could be heard, and blood showered down like rain. The sword Qi swept about, making it impossible for even a single person to pierce through to the lands of South Heaven. Down on South Heaven, the sky was a mass of roiling immortal Qi that replaced the previous perpetual evening. Rumbling filled the air, the result of the mists chafing against each other. This was immortal thunder. There were also lightning bolts that danced about within the mists. Every single lightning bolt that appeared filled the onlookers with shock, and they felt as if their souls were about to shatter. Immortality. An archaic voice spoke from within the mists, and the word echoed throughout all the lands of South Heaven, to be heard in the minds of all Dao-seeking cultivators. That character became a key that opened the path of immortality to any who were qualified. Immortality. Pill Demon looked up and opened his eyes, which shone with intense determination. Slowly, he rose to his feet. At the same time, there were all the other Dao-seeking experts who were now in the southern domain, be they from the eastern lands, be they experts who had suppressed their cultivation bases for an entire life, or be they cultivators like Pill Demon who had re-established their cultivation. All of them were waiting for this true immortal tribulation. Simultaneously, all of them opened their mouths and began to speak the word immortality. Then, they began to fly up toward the source of that ancient voice in the mists. Meng Hao's mind trembled, and he rotated his cultivation base. His blood began to circulate faster. Just now, the immortal Qi in his body had been stimulated, and even he had almost began to call out immortality. However, he was not born in the lands of South Heaven, and was not part of the group to whom this destiny belonged. Therefore, he endured. However, everything that was happening up in the sky left him with an indelible impression. Next, the mists began to churn. More thunder rumbled out, and countless bolts of lightning danced as a gigantic door began to descend. The ancientness of the door was impossible to describe, as if it had existed from the beginning of heaven and earth. It was incredibly old, perhaps even older than the 9 mountains and seas. Its emergence made it seem as if the lands below were nothing in comparison. The carvings on its surface were stained with blood, and the aura it emanated left everyone breathing raggedly. It was almost as if looking at this door was looking back into the lost pages of history. Where did it come from? Thought Meng Hao as he looked at it. How come it can turn people into true immortals? Suddenly, the bronze lamp in his bag of holding began to vibrate, as if there were some resonance between it and the bronze door. Pill Demon lifted his head up and laughed. The door of immortality descends. This is true immortal tribulation. There is no tribulation for false immortals. They only need a dharmic decree from a true immortal, and then they can achieve false immortal ascension. However, if a true immortal dies, then his false immortals will also die. That's not the path of a cultivator. That's charity. What cultivators cultivate defies the laws of heaven. It is a path of freedom. How could a cultivator become an immortal enslaved to another? Step onto the Dao Corroboration Mountain, break open the door of immortality during immortal tribulation. That is true immortal ascension. If the door of immortality doesn't open, and the immortal tribulation does not dissipate, then what does it matter if you die? Beneath Pill Demon's feet, the mountain that was the statue of Reverend Violet East uprooted itself. Rumbling rose up as a soft and gentle power spread out, pushing Meng Hao away from the enormous statue. At the same time, the same bizarre power caused the statue to rise up into the air and head toward the door of immortality. Simultaneously, 7 completely unique mountains suddenly appeared throughout the lands of South Heaven. Of those 7 mountains, the largest resembled a needle-like sword, and the smallest looked like a burial mound. Each one was different, but all 7 of them belonged to ancient beings who would contend with Pill Demon over the immortal destiny. These were the Dao Corroboration Mountains of powerful Dao-seeking experts. In much the same fashion as Pill Demon, those powerful experts stood on their respective mountains as they rose up into the air toward the door of immortality. Chapter 837. Mistaken? I'll still do as I said. Beneath the feet of each person was a mountain that was their own Dao Corroboration Mountain. One person run one mountain sun that was an immortal Shan. 8 people, 8 immortals, flying through the air. The true immortal tribulation was not something that would eventually fade away. No, it would only grow more and more intense until, in the end, it would be strong enough to destroy any cultivator in the spirit realm. Even cultivators of the immortal realm or the ancient realm would all be destroyed when facing that level of power. The key to transcending the tribulation was attacking the door of immortality. Only by breaking open that door could the tribulation be dispersed and successfully transcended. Almost in the same instant that Pill Demon and the other 8 began to fly up on their respective mountains, the immortal mist up above churned, and 8 bolts of lightning shot down. Each bolt of lightning was as thick as an arm and moved with incredible speed. They contained enough power to easily eradicate any normal peak Dao-seeking expert. A massive boom rang out from the direction of each of the 8 cultivators. The ground quaked, and the sky churned. Magical items were utilized and divine abilities unleashed. All 8 cultivators roared and forced their way through the lightning as they continued on toward the door of immortality. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he hovered there in midair. He could clearly tell that of the 8 bolts of lightning, his master Pill Demons was somewhat different from the others. That particular lightning bolt seemed to possess intelligence and personality. Although initially it seemed similar, upon closer examination, it was clearly different. That's the main bolt of lighting, while the other 7 are auxiliary, he thought. Right. Father mentioned that the true immortal destiny of this lifetime belonged to my master. Considering the level of Father's cultivation base and his vast experience, he wouldn't randomly say such a thing. It goes to show that the immortal destiny of this lifetime has selected master. Therefore, the main bolt of lightning sought him out. However, the others could still seize the main position and take his place. Killing intent flickered in Meng Hao's eyes. He had experienced many things in his time as a cultivator and had long since developed a decisive and ruthless personality. He didn't know these 7 people, but since they were just about to fight his master over the true immortal destiny that made them Meng Hao's enemies, he snorted coldly, and killing intent glittered in his eye. Yes. He flew out and began to head in the direction of one of the old men, circulating the immortal chi, which existed inside of him, as he prepared an explosive attack. Up in midair, Pill Demon was charging toward the door of immortality along with the other 7 cultivators. Hauer, get back, he shouted, his tone serious. Master will fight alone for the immortal destiny. Stand down. Of course, he was also concerned that considering Meng Hao's current state, participating in this immortal tribulation might have an influence on him in the future. Therefore, he instructed Meng Hao to hold back. Meng Hao stopped in place. He could hear the urgency and care in his master's words, and he didn't want to cause any distractions. Therefore, he clenched his jaw and ceased his charge. However, 80% of the power of a true immortal surged out explosively. Instantly, a wind whipped up, and the 7 old men who were about to contend for the immortal destiny trembled. Listen up, you 7, said Meng Hao, his eyes glittering. Do your best to fight with my master, and I won't interfere. But if any of you try any tricks, then don't blame me for attacking. And let's make another thing clear. Even if you succeed in getting the immortal destiny, well, I've killed a few false immortals, and I'm itching to try to slaughter a true immortal. The first statement was intimidating, and the second was outright threatening. His goal was to sow chaos in the hearts of the 7 contenders, to thoroughly distract them on their path to fighting for immortality. Immediately, 2 among the 7 spoke, their voices cold and sinister. The immortal destiny is descending on planet South Heaven, and anyone born here qualifies to fight for it. What the hell gives you the right to say something like that? Humph. You're playing with fire, kid. Immortal destiny is good fortune, and anyone can get it. If you dare to interfere, then you'll be fighting against the door of immortality. I'm also curious to know why the hell you think you can interfere with immortal destiny. Clearly, these 2 people had been in secluded meditation for far too long, and had no idea what had happened recently in the outside world. The only reason they emerged was because of the immortal destiny, and they had no idea who Meng Hao was. Of the rest of the 7, 4 were from the eastern lands, and didn't say anything. What the hell gives me the right, said Meng Hao, flicking his sleeve. How about my father, who's preventing people from all over the Ninth Mountain and Sea from returning to South Heaven to help the offspring they planted here on South Heaven? How about the fact that if they managed to return, you would have no chance of fighting for the immortal destiny? How about the fact that the Southern Domain is my home? Who cares about all that? Responded one of the old men among the seven. Immortal destiny is in front of us, and we all have the chance to get it. Your master's been waiting for a long time, but so have we. Even if we steal the immortal destiny, what's so wrong with that? Meng Hao's face darkened. Looking over the seven, he continued, You're right, there's nothing wrong with it. My mistake. However, even if I'm mistaken, I'll still do exactly as I said. The old man, who had just spoken, made no retorts. Not only could they sense the massive ripples of the huge battle being fought in the starry sky outside, they could also feel the determination in Meng Hao's words. A second round of lightning descended. Booms rang out as Pill Demon and the others were shaken, and came to a stop. A third round of lightning bolts then materialized and slashed down like flying swords. Rumbling filled the air as Pill Demon and the others unleashed divine abilities and magical items. Even still, blood sprayed from their mouths. However, they continued to press on toward the door of immortality. By the time the sixth round of lightning descended, they were there. They arrived at almost exactly the same time and immediately began to levy attacks against the door of immortality itself. Massive booms rattled out, and yet Pill Demon and the others, despite unleashing the full powers of their cultivation bases, could not budge the door even the slightest bit. It didn't even crack open, which caused all the hearts of all 8 to begin to thump. Down below, Meng Hao's face was anxious. More waves of lightning crackled down. The sky churned as the 9th wave fell. These lightning bolts were as thick as water buckets, and illusory flood dragons could be seen inside of them. As soon as they appeared, wild colors flashed, and a massive pressure weighed down. The flood dragon that shot toward Pill Demon had a long horn, and was clearly different than the other 7 flood dragons. The booms that rattled out caused the land to quake and the air to shatter. Pill Demon coughed up blood, and the magical items he had just been using collapsed into pieces. He trembled and fell back a few paces. As for the other 7, they also coughed up blood. However, they seemed to have taken less damage than Pill Demon. They gritted their teeth and resumed their attacks on the door of immortality. And yet, the door still would not budge. It was at this moment that Pill Demon raised his head and roared. Immortal chi swirled around his body, almost as if he were on fire. Beneath him, the statue of Reverend Violet East was also wreathed in flames, and the statue's eyes shone with bright light. It almost seemed as if the statue were coming to life. As for Pill Demon, he stood on the head of the statue, performing a double-handed incantation. Then he pointed out at the door of immortality. Instantly, the statue trembled and, carrying Pill Demon with it, flew up directly through the lightning to appear directly in front of the door of immortality. The statue then clenched its right hand into a fist and punched out at the door. Pill Demo. And also clenched his hand into a fist and punched out. This was the combination of 2 lifetimes worth of cultivation, all coalesced into a single strike. The blow coming from the statue of Reverend Violet East almost seemed to be coming from 10,000 years in the past, traveling through time to appear here to join with the power of a second life and create an indescribable force. Immortality, shouted Pill Demon, and his voice echoed out in all directions. The other 7 cultivators were shocked to see the punch slam directly onto the surface of the enormous door of immortality. Crashing sounds filled the air as the door of immortality finally moved. The combined attack of Pill Demon and the statue of Reverend Violet East caused the door to open by a tiny, tiny sliver. In the instant that the sliver-like opening appeared, Pill Demon coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. Beneath him, the statue trembled and almost looked as if it might collapse into pieces. However, in that moment, the immortal chi within Pill Demon suddenly grew denser. Tribulation lightning descended again. As for the other 7 cultivators, 1 lightning bolt descended on each of them. In contrast, 3 bolts of tribulation lightning fell toward Pill Demon. Seeing this caused the 7 others' faces to flicker and their hearts to tremble. We can't let him continue to attack. We have to kill him. He's already opened the door by a sliver. If he keeps going, the immortal destiny will belong to him. Stop him.
Kill him.
The only way for us to keep fighting for immortal destiny is for him to die. Meng Hao's threat had been somewhat effective before, but now that the good fortune was clearly visible and everyone had the chance to get it, how could the other 7 continue to act rationally? Killing intent flickered in their eyes. They had practiced cultivation in hiding down to this very day. They were paragons of their generation, and this caused determination to flicker in their eyes. There were 3 in particular who charged directly toward Pill Demon. He has the aura of immortal destiny on him. Whoever kills him will be wresting away destiny. As the three closed in on Pill Demon, 3 lightning bolts also descended. Blood sprayed from his mouth, and his face was pale. He seemed to be just on the verge of collapsing. From his position down below, Meng Hao looked up, his eyes bloodshot. 80% of the power of a true immortal exploded out. His Dharma idol materialized, and his energy rocketed up. He flickered, appearing in front of Pill Demon, and punched out at the incoming 3 cultivators. "Don't force me to kill you," he said, his voice echoing like thunder. His voice, backed by 80% of the power of a true immortal, transformed into a destructive attack that slammed into the 3 men. Instantly, their faces filled with shock, and blood sprayed from their mouths. There was even one among their number, whose arms exploded in a haze of blood. A blood-curdling scream echoed out, and a vicious gleam appeared in the old man's eyes. His eyes began to bleed black blood, and 2 beams of black light shot out from them. The 2 beams seemed capable of defiling anything and everything as they shot toward Pill Demon. "You're looking to die," shouted Meng Hao, his body transforming into something like a hurricane as he whistled forward through the air and let out another punch. This punch shook the sky and rocked the land. The armless old man was simply too slow to dodge to the side. He didn't even have time to produce one of the magical items he had prepared to help transcend the tribulation. In the end, he was simply at the peak of Dao seeking. Despite the fact that he was participating in immortal tribulation, he had still not achieved immortal ascension. "You dare to interfere with immortal destiny," he screamed as he died. "You will be punished." Then he exploded, completely destroyed in body and spirit. Meng Hao snorted coldly and turned away. In that instant, the mist up above seethed, and a sound like a roar of rage could be heard as a lightning bolt descended that was clearly different than all the other lightning bolts. This lightning bolt was crimson, and it tore a rift into the air as it shot down toward Meng Hao. This was the punishment for interfering with immortal tribulation. Chapter 838. "So, you're a thief too." "Howard," cried Pill Demon anxiously, and was just about to assist him. Meng Hao looked up and took a long, deep breath. As he did, his Dharma idol was sucked inside of him. He performed an incantation gesture and then pointed up toward the red lightning bolt. Flashes of color swept across the sky and land. Mountains crumbled, and the land shattered. Massive rumbling filled the air as Meng Hao was shoved downward several paces. Blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth, but the red lightning bolt vanished. "That was the punishment," said Meng Hao, looking up. "Master, don't worry about me. You keep blasting that door of immortality. Apprentice will act as your Dharma protector." Pill Demon knew that his apprentice was powerful. After all, he had completely suppressed all of the experts from the northern reaches and had transformed over 100,000 cultivators into felon citizens. The mountain called Sin of the North still stood, within which were 5 peak Dao-seeking experts whose spiritual energy was being used to replenish the southern domain. Pill Demon took a deep breath. He saw the determination in Meng Hao's eyes, and it filled his heart with warmth. He smiled, and then his expression turned decisive. His body flickered as he once again used the power of 2 lifetimes to attack the door of immortality. Pill Demon knew Meng Hao, but when it came to the 2 remaining old men among the group who had attacked Pill Demon, this was their first time encountering him. Their faces fell, and their scalps went numb. The red lightning bolt that had fallen just now was clearly far more powerful than any of the other lightning bolts that had descended during the immortal tribulation. Had they been the subject of such an attack, they would surely have been killed. And yet, the young man in front of them directly fought back against it with his own might. He didn't even use magical items, and most importantly, the only thing that happened as a result was a bit of blood seeping out of his mouth. In their view, that made Meng Hao completely inhuman and caused their breathing to come in ragged pants. However, they did not retreat. If one did not succeed in immortal tribulation, the result was death. "If you don't do anything to interfere with my master and simply struggle normally to acquire the immortal destiny, then I won't do anything to you," said Meng Hao. He hovered in midair, looking at the 2 men in front of him, as well as the other 4 who were still nearby. The 6 men exchanged looks. Even the cultivators from the vast eastern lands who knew the might of Meng Hao's status didn't care about that by now. Struggle normally to acquire immortal destiny? Killing the lucky one and taking his destiny is the normal way. There's no going back now. There is no enmity between us, and you block our path to immortality? That makes us irreconcilable foes. There is no going back. Defeat means death. Only by killing this guy with 2 lifetimes can we have the chance to reach immortal ascension. Considering their hearts were filled with the desire to transcend the tribulation, how could they possibly fear death? Killing intent flickered within the 6 men's eyes as they suppressed their dread of Meng Hao and shot toward him. Meng Hao stood there silently. He wanted to block their way and had no desire to kill any of them. However, when it came to the path to immortality, there was no right or wrong. Blocking the path to immortality truly did make them irreconcilable foes. Meng Hao hovered by Pill Demon. Not making his stand in this way would be the wrong thing to do. However, from the perspective of the other 6 men, Meng Hao's actions were an unforgivable sin. "There is no enmity or hatred between us," said Meng Hao, his voice profound. "Perhaps blocking your way to immortal ascension and cutting off your path to immortality will result in karma. If so, I will do my best to accept it." A cold gleam flickered in his eyes. As the 6 men closed in, Meng Hao's body flickered and suddenly shone with boundless golden light. He transformed into a golden rock that shot screaming toward one of the incoming enemies. From a distance, it was possible to see the golden rock swooping down, with talons sharp enough to slice metal and rock. It slammed into the old man, who was employing all of the divine abilities he could summon, as well as magical items. None of it made any difference. The gap between him and Meng Hao was too great. In a few short breaths of time, he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. At the critical moment, his eyes filled with madness and he suddenly reached out his right hand, within which appeared a jade slip. The jade slip pulsed with immortal qi and emanated a feeling of nameless danger that caused Meng Hao's eyes to widen. "Die!" cried the old man, crushing the jade slip. This was an object he had prepared for use in a critical moment when transcending tribulation. However, considering he had been pushed into a corner, he didn't hesitate to use it now. Rumbling spread out as something like a sun materialized in front of the old man. Boundless rays of blinding light shot out from the sun as it hurtled toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao remained silently in place. He could have used the lightning cauldron and form displacement transposition. However, out of respect toward these people and their struggle for immortality, he did not wish to use tricks to kill them. The jade slip unleashed incredible power, such that even a false immortal would be shocked by it. Back when Meng Hao only had 50% of the power of a true immortal, he would have had no choice other than to dodge. Now, though, he had 80% of that power. As soon as the sun began to explode, he lifted up his right hand, causing magical light to surge up around him. He shot forward, stabbing directly into the sun. As it exploded, Meng Hao pointed his finger toward the old man's forehead. The old man's eyes went wide with disbelief at what he was seeing. The item he had specially prepared to assist him in transcending this tribulation unexpectedly was incapable of doing anything against this terrifying figure in front of him. Smiling bitterly, the old man's eyes began to grow dim. Suddenly, however, a gleam could be seen in them once more, as if in looking at Meng Hao, he had suddenly realized something. His eyes went wide, and he laughed loudly. "So, it turns out you are a thief too." A boom could be heard as the sun exploded. Before the ripples could even begin to spread out, Meng Hao was back in his original position. As for the old man, none of his aura could be sensed anymore. Meng Hao waved his hand, and the old man's corpse began to peacefully float back down to the ground. The immortal mist up above began to rumble loudly, and a red bolt of lightning even bigger than the previous one suddenly began to fall. It moved with incredible speed, giving Meng Hao almost no time to react. A rumble could be heard as Meng Hao's golden rock collapsed into pieces. Meng Hao himself reappeared, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Then he took a deep breath and shifted his gaze toward another of the incoming old men. The old man's face was pale white and filled with the utmost astonishment. "After all my years in secluded meditation, how could someone so inhuman have appeared in the lands of South Heaven?" he exclaimed bitterly. "Just who is this man? Tribulation lightning can't kill him, and he's already killed 2 of us. Don't tell me this how our tribulation will end." The old man wasn't willing to give in. His eyes gleamed with venomous madness, and, knowing that he couldn't hide or flee, he slapped his bag of holding to produce a bottle of blood. He placed it against his lips and consumed the entire bottle, and his energy suddenly began to flow in reverse. At the same time, a bloody mist began to emerge from the top of his head. His face distorted, and veins bulged out on his face as he let out a vicious roar like that of a wild animal. "Blocking my path to immortality is the same as cutting off my chance at life. If I can't achieve immortal ascension, then I am certain to die. Therefore, it doesn't matter whether I die by the immortal tribulation or by your hand. There's no difference." Face filled with bitterness, the old man charged Meng Hao. Simultaneously, lightning crashed as immortal tribulation lightning bolts descended one after another. They grew stronger and stronger, causing everything to shake. Pill Demon once again neared the door of immortality. Surrounded by rumbling sounds, he focused the power of 2 lifetimes, braced himself against the immortal tribulation, and attacked the door of immortality again. Blood sprayed from Pill Demon's mouth, and the door of immortality trembled as it opened slightly further. However, it was in that instant that the remaining 4 old men unleashed divine abilities and magical techniques in a direct attack against Pill Demon. It was a moment of grave crisis. Pill Demon was already seriously injured, and was fighting back with everything he had. Not only was he forced to fight these 4 people, but lightning continued to fall on all of them. Everything was shaking as Meng Hao battled against the beast-like old man. The old man roared as he fought. He wasn't a match for Meng Hao, but in his heart, he was prepared to die and didn't care about defending himself. He attacked with full power, causing Meng Hao to sigh as he lifted his right hand and utilized the star-plucking magic. A gigantic hand appeared out of thin air and crushed down on the old man, whose body was smashed into pieces as he screamed. Meng Hao did his best to keep the body intact as it floated back down toward the ground. Then he shot toward the remaining 4 old men who were attacking Pill Demon. Up above, a third red lightning bolt formed within the roiling clouds. This time, the lightning also contained blackness, which made the entire lightning bolt appear violet. As it slammed into Meng Hao, his body trembled, and he coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood before he managed to continue onward. He transformed into a golden rock that shot toward the remaining cultivators who were fighting Pill Demon. At the same time, lightning descended onto Pill Demon. Blood sprayed from his mouth, and the mountain beneath his feet seemed on the verge of collapsing. Magical light swirled around Meng Hao as he closed in, transforming into a cyclone. Rumbling filled the air as he attacked the 4 old men, forcing them into retreat, blood spurting from their mouths. They smiled bitterly, and at the same time, their desire to kill grew even stronger. "All of you, stop forcing my hand," said Meng Hao, standing firm in front of Pill Demon. Pill Demon's face was pale, and he appeared to be on the verge of collapse. He consumed some medicinal pills, and then attacked the door of immortality once again with all the strength he could muster. The door trembled, and the crack opened wider. More immortal tribulation descended. The glittering glow of lightning covered the land, and Meng Hao stood between Pill Demon and the 4 other cultivators, almost like a massive, uncrossable ravine. There is nowhere to turn back to. Unless we kill this cultivator with 2 lives and steal his destiny, there is no way we can break open the door. Death lies on the left and the right. Life only exists straight ahead. If we die, we'll die fighting. We have waited for this day for too long. Now that it is here, it seems it truly is a tribulation. The 4 men began to laugh loudly. Their hearts were focused on striving for the Tao, a desire that had not lessened even now. Laughing, they transformed into beams of colorful light, burning their cultivation bases to achieve the absolute pinnacle of power as they shot toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao's expression was complex. Silently, he took a deep breath as the 4 cultivators bore down on him. His Dharma idol suddenly began to expand, transforming into a giant that stepped toward the 4 incoming old men. It became something like a wall that the 4 of them then slammed into. A huge boom rattled out, and everything shook as an astonishing shockwave spread out. However, because of the Dharma idol, none of the ripples interfered with Pill Demon. Pill Demon looked over at Meng Hao silently. Although he said nothing, it was clear that everything that was happening was being etched deeply onto his soul. "If this Sao's karma," he murmured, "then I refuse to allow my apprentice to bear it. Let their souls be entangled with mine for all generations to come." With that, his body flashed as he attacked the door of immortality yet again. The statue beneath his feet seemed to be on the verge of collapse, and his own body appeared to be at its limit. However, the attack shook the door, which was now opening even wider than before. At the same time, however, the tribulation lightning was getting even stronger. Meanwhile, the 4 old men on the other side of the Dharma idol were like lamps with little oil left in them. Laughing bitterly, they all suddenly flew straight up into the air. They did not wish to die by Meng Hao's hands, but rather chose to die by immortal tribulation. They flew up, and the immortal tribulation descended. Booming sounds rang out as all of them were destroyed in body and soul. Although Meng Hao didn't kill them himself, they had died because of him. In the same moment that they died, the mist in the sky above seethed, and something like a roar of rage echoed out. Massive quantities of red lightning bolts began to form together, transforming into a sea of lightning that then shot down toward Meng Hao. From a distance, the massive quantity of lightning looked almost like a huge hand that wished to crush Meng Hao to death. Chapter 839, True Immortality is a Challenge. Despite the level of Meng Hao's cultivation base, the massive lightning hand that descended caused him to feel a sense of impending doom. Almost as soon as it began to fall from the sky, Meng Hao's eyes glinted with madness. He raised his hand, and the blood demon grand magic surged with full power. Rumbling filled the air, and his entire body radiated magical light. In the blink of an eye, all existence was illuminated by the glow of his magic. At the same time, the blood demon grand magic vortex roared like a beast from ancient times. All the cultivators in the Violet Fate sect could clearly see a red horn protruding from the middle of the vortex. Next, a gigantic head appeared, the head of a blood demon that then hurled itself directly toward the glittering lightning hand. When they met, the resulting explosion caused all creation to shake violently. The blood demon head's horn shattered, after which, the entire head collapsed into pieces. The blood-colored vortex shattered, as did Meng Hao's Dharma idol. As for the lightning hand, it was also shaken. One finger after another collapsed, until all that remained was a single finger that continued to jab viciously down toward Meng Hao. Just when it was about to slam into him, Meng Hao's body began to shine with boundless golden light. He became a golden rock, which flapped its wings, sending him speeding off into the distance. As the palm raced after him in pursuit, Meng Hao rotated his cultivation base and then unleashed another divine ability. He pointed directly toward the incoming palm. A huge crash could be heard, and the lightning palm vanished. Blood sprayed from Meng Hao's mouth, and he staggered backward to a position nearly 3,000 meters away. After coughing up 7 successive mouthfuls of blood, he finally came to a stop. His face was pale, and his body was racked with trembling. Sparks of electricity continued to dance around his body, and he had lost more than half of his qi and blood. There was a massive wound in his chest, which burned with intense pain. Meng Hao gritted his teeth and looked up. His eyes shone with a boundless, intense light. He had completely surpassed the Tribulation Lightning's punishment. As of this moment, all of the Southern Domain cultivators who had come to act as Dharma protectors for Pill Demon were left in complete and utter shock. What they had just witnessed exceeded anything they had ever seen before in their lives. They had the impulse to rush to help Pill Demon in his true, I am, orbital tribulation. However, the massive pressure that weighed down not only filled them with awe, it made it impossible for them to even fly into the air. They could only look on as Meng Hao acted, and his intense strength only deepened their impression of him. In the Violet Fate sect, all of the disciples' minds were shaken. Everything that Meng Hao was doing caused their gratefulness to him to become even more intense. Were it not for Meng Hao's presence, Pill Demon might still have been able to avoid death during this tribulation. However, it definitely would have been much more difficult to acquire the true immortal destiny. And if he had failed, he would have perished, and his soul would have been dispersed. Meng Hao wiped the blood from his mouth and looked up into the sky. He saw his master Pill Demon standing on the damaged statue of Reverend Violet East, once again combining the power of 2 lifetimes to strike the door of immortality. He struck the door again, and it continued to open wider and wider. At the same time, more immortal tribulation lightning descended, with increased intensity. By now, all of Pill Demon's magical items were in use, and the immortal tribulation had reached a shocking level of intensity. The Violet Fate Sect's grand spell formation was activated to the fullest extent to help Pill Demon fight back against the immortal tribulation. However, the immortal tribulation was growing more intense, and the door of immortality was only 40% open. There was still another 60% to go. Fellow Taoist Pill Demon, use this magical item of mine. Senior Pill Demon, take my magical item. Pill Demon, this is a treasure I prepared to help you transcend the tribulation. Many among the crowds down below began to produce various magical items. They severed their own connection with them and then tossed them up into the sky. The magical items transformed into countless beams of glowing light that shot toward Pill Demon and then swirled around him. These were all lightning-resisting items, and all of them were extremely valuable. At this moment, they didn't hesitate for even a second to give them to Pill Demon. Pill Demon trembled, and his heart filled with appreciation. Now was not the time for words, though. He took a deep breath, clasped hands to the crowds below, and then waved his arm, causing the hundreds of magical items to emit a boundless glow that fought back against the immortal tribulation. Meng Hao hovered off in the distance, watching the scene. He also waved his hand, sending a magical item out, his beast claw. It emitted an incisive glow that, when it joined the other magical items around Pill Demon, transformed into a bizarre light. Meng Hao's eyes gleamed with the anticipation of being able to bear witness to his master becoming a true immortal. Bolt after bolt of immortal tribulation lightning slammed down, without end.
Soon they were so numerous that
they became a lake of lightning. It was almost as if a hole had been ripped into the sky, and lightning was falling like rain in a violent downpour. Pill Demon's figure was submerged in the lightning to the point where onlookers couldn't see him clearly. Only Meng Hao was just barely able to see him. The blasts against the door of immortality continued. 50%, 60%. The magical items surrounding Pill Demon were beginning to shatter. In the instant that the door opened by 60%, even Meng Hao's beast claw collapsed into pieces. By the time all of the magical items were destroyed, Pill Demon was like a flickering lamp about to be extinguished. He laughed bitterly and looked up at the tribulation lightning, then at the door of immortality, which was only 60% opened. Then he sighed. True immortality really is a challenge, he said, his voice filled with pain. A chance that comes once in 10,000 years, and is incredibly difficult. Despite my best efforts, I fell short by 40%. The sky rumbled, and the lake of lightning screamed. It seemed to cover everything, filled with destructive power as it bore down onto Pill Demon, who stood in front of the door of immortality. However, at this moment, Meng Hao's eyes glittered, and he smacked his bag of holding. The meat jelly appeared, and Meng Hao threw it into the air before it could even react. It shrieked as it became a beam of prismatic light that shot toward Pill Demon and the heavenly tribulation. "Master, keep battering that door," yelled Meng Hao. As soon as the meat jelly reached the lake of lightning, it let out a curse and then opened its mouth. It began to inhale, and the lake of lightning trembled, then began to move toward the meat jelly. Popping sounds rang out from the meat jelly, and it turned completely black in the blink of an eye. "Meng Hao, you bastard, you bully! You've gone too far. Why you? Lord Third is gonna convert you." Pill Demon trembled, but didn't hesitate for a moment to lash out toward the door of immortality with all of his power. The meat jelly continued to consume the lake of lightning, and currently, no more immortal tribulation lightning fell. Pill Demon went all out, combining 2 lives worth of good fortune to break open the door of immortality. 70%. 80%. When the door opened by 80%, a boundless glow of immortal light spilled out, as well as thick immortal chi. Instantly, the sky became like an immortal paradise, and the air filled with the music of great Daos, as well as the sound of scriptures being chanted. The cultivators down below, and the disciples of the Violet Fate sect, were bathed in the light of immortality. Their cultivation bases instantly began to rotate as they acquired good fortune. However, it was in this moment that the meat jelly let out an agonized shriek. It trembled, and countless rips spread out across its body. Although it was capable of consuming immortal tribulation lightning, it could only withstand so much. Finally, it screamed and flew away, unable to hold on any longer. The lake of lightning once again rumbled down, enveloping Pill Demon. Pill Demon roared and caused his cultivation base to explode at full power to fight back. His entire body shook violently, and the statue of Reverend Violet East was starting to collapse. Meng Hao was getting very worried. However, something suddenly occurred to him, which caused him to take a deep breath. Without any hesitation, he summoned his second true self. He extended his hand and pointed, and his second true self began to tremble. His eyes grew dim as his soul flew out of the top of his head. This was a true immortal soul. In the past, Patriarch Blood Demon had mentioned that this soul would be strangely effective when transcending tribulation, most especially when reaching true immortal ascension. Meng Hao wasn't sure if the soul of the true immortal would be of any help in this situation. No matter how he had contemplated it or observed it in the past, it didn't seem useful for anything. Having no other options, Meng Hao extracted the soul itself. In the instant in which the true immortal soul emerged, all of the lightning that was striking toward Pill Demon suddenly stopped in place. Then it abruptly left Pill Demon and shot toward Meng Hao, or, more accurately speaking, toward the soul of the true immortal. This soul could actually attract immortal tribulation. Rumbling filled the air as the lightning shot forth. It rapidly surrounded the true immortal soul, as if it violated some heavenly decree and deserved to die a horrific death at the hands of the lightning. With no lightning striking him, Pill Demon, his eyes completely bloodshot, went all out. Both he and the Dharma-protecting cultivators below had expended all the resources they could. This was the critical moment. If there was no success now, the result would be death. Pill Demon roared, and his body burst into flames. He was burning his life force, as was the statue of Reverend Violet East beneath him. This was the power of 2 lives' worth of cultivation base. Within the flames, Pill Demon turned into something like a shooting star that sped toward the door of immortality. He would blast into it with all of the power of his life force. A huge boom rattled out through the entire southern domain, and, in fact, through all the lands of South Heaven, as the door of immortality was knocked open even more. 90%. Massive rumbling could be heard as the statue of Reverend Violet East collapsed. Pill Demon had aged dramatically, and he looked as if he were at the very end of his life. However, he was not willing to give up. Roaring at the top of his lungs, he used the power of his life force to once again strike against the door of immortality, like a moth drawn to the flame. The sound shook all of planet South Heaven and even rolled out into the starry sky, to be heard by all of the people outside who were trying to fight their way past Meng Hao's father. When they heard the sound, everyone felt as if their minds were reverberating with the tolling of bells. The door of immortality was 95% open. Only a tiny sliver, and it would be completely open. However, it was in this moment that the sky churned, and a wind sprung up in the seething mists. This was a spirit extermination tribulation wind, the second stage of tribulation that came after the tribulation lightning. When the wind blew, Pill Demon, who was already like a sputtering candle, whose statue of Reverend Violet East had already been destroyed, began to fade away. He had failed. In this moment, all the lands went quiet, and everyone who was watching the scene felt waves of sorrow rise up in their hearts. The sound of wailing began to drift out of the Violet Fate sect. Pill Demon's body began to rapidly vanish. Behind him, the door of immortality started fading away. It was 95% open, with only a tiny bit left to go. Pill Demon sighed. He felt no bitterness. However, his reluctance to part with the world could be seen on his face. He did not wish to leave the people he knew down below. He did not wish to say goodbye to his apprentice. Nor did he wish to abandon his Tao. But he had reached the end. Pill Demon wanted to say something, but by this point, he couldn't speak. His body was growing illusory, and half of it had already transformed into ash and been destroyed. The rest of his fleshly body was now continuing to turn into ash. His skin fell off, and he began to vanish into the air. He could only use his gaze to offer his blessings to all of the crowds of people down below. Meng Hao was trembling, and his eyes were shot with blood. Seeing that the door of immortality was fading, and that Pill Demon was on the verge of death, he couldn't hold back. He shot forward. Master, I'm coming to help. Chapter 840. The path ahead lies in the stars, not on this planet. Spirit Extermination Tribulation Wind was the second form of true immortal tribulation, and was far more powerful than the tribulation lightning from earlier. Once the wind blew, the fleshly body would scatter, and the soul would vanish. In the instant that Pill Demon's body began to fade away, Meng Hao unhesitatingly shot forward. There was no time to consider the danger he may be facing, nor was he thinking about how his actions might benefit him in the future. In this moment, the only thing he was thinking about was how kindly his master Pill Demon had treated him. That kindness had originated in the days of the Violet Fate sect, and had grown with all the little things that happened after that. It was the relationship of a master and an apprentice. Back when he didn't know where his father and mother were, back before his father-son experience with Kuyunhai, Pill Demon had been the only parental figure in his life that had cared about him. Because of that, Meng Hao charged in without hesitation. As soon as he entered the Spirit Extermination Tribulation Wind, his fleshly body began to vanish, his soul began to get blurry, and his spirit began to gradually disappear. However, he didn't care about any of that. Time seemed to stretch out, but Meng Hao was filled with determination, and as he closed in on Pill Demon, he used all the power he had to fight back against the agony that the deadly wind sent through him. Then, he grabbed Pill Demon and rammed the door of immortality himself. Head first. The door of immortality had been on the verge of fading away, but now it trembled. That tiny bit that had remained unopened was now thoroughly gone. The door was completely open. Rumbling filled the air, and majestic immortal light poured out. Meng Hao had used every scrap of strength he could muster to push Pill Demon into the door of immortality. Blood sprayed from Meng Hao's mouth, and his entire body became incredibly withered, almost completely fading away. Now he was shooting down toward the ground at rapid speed. Everything happened so quickly that the people down below didn't even have time to react. Meng Hao slammed into the ground and flopped over a few times. His body was virtually in pieces, his flesh decayed, his aura incredibly weak. However, his eyes shone brightly, completely devoid of any regret as he looked up into the sky. Up above, Pill Demon could be seen within the door of immortality. His eyes were somewhat blank at first, but as soon as he entered the door, his entire body surged with boundless immortal chi. It rapidly swirled around him, reforming his body anew. At the same time, the tribulation mist up above no longer sent down tribulation, but rather swirled toward the door of immortality. At the same time, boundless immortal light rose into the sky. Immortal chi surged, and Tao music floated about. Pill Demon was surrounded by swirling lights as the aura of a true immortal came into being around him. In my previous life, I was Violet East, and in this life, Pill Demon. For a lifetime, I focused everything on cultivating the Tao of alchemy. Now, I am a true immortal and have formed true, immortal Pill Chi. This Chi contains my life force, and I won't restrain it inside of me. Instead, I will give it to my apprentice. Pill Demon looked down at Meng Hao down below, and his expression was one of kindness and gratitude. He extended his right hand, and suddenly, a beam of green Chi flew out toward Meng Hao. As it flew through the air, flowers bloomed, sleeping animals awakened, and rainbows filled the sky. All the lands filled with a majestic medicinal aroma. This was the life force Pill Chi formed as Pill Demon became a true immortal, and it exceeded even an immortal pill. Meng Hao couldn't refuse this Pill Chi even if he wanted to. In the instant it fused into his body, all of his injuries began to heal up.
Furthermore, his
Eternal Stratum, which had never fully recovered, was now completely restored. With his Eternal Stratum fully returned, Meng Hao's body filled with roaring sounds. His injuries healed completely, and he rose to his feet. He looked at his master up in the sky, and then clasped hands and bowed deeply. As Pill Demon stood within the door of immortality, more and more immortal chi began to gather. Everyone present felt some of that chi washing over them, like a baptism, and their cultivation bases experienced advancement. There were even some who made cultivation-based breakthroughs because of it. The aura of a true immortal around Pill Demon became more and more intense. After the space of about 10 breaths, rumbling filled the air, and Pill Demon began to radiate a mighty pressure similar to that of Meng Hao. True immortal. As his energy surged, true immortal will became even more apparent, although it was different than Meng Hao's. Boundless light radiated off of Pill Demon. His soul became the soul of a true immortal, and his Tao became the Tao of a true immortal. His body became the body of a true immortal. In this instant, he was thoroughly, in all aspects, a true immortal. The door of immortality also rumbled. Apparently, there was an entire world inside of it, a world that others could not see. Even Meng Hao could barely make out any details. Only Pill Demon could see it clearly, and when he looked at that world inside the door of immortality, his body trembled. Next, a beam of immortal light emerged from inside the door, within which was a scroll. When the scroll unfurled, one could see that countless names were written upon it. Some of the names were dim, as if the people to whom those names belonged were now dead. But others shone with light as bright as the sun. It was impossible to see exactly how many there were. These were all of the true immortals who had existed in the boundless history of the great 9 mountains and seas. There seemed to be many, but in actuality, when compared to the vast population of cultivators in the 9 mountains and seas, true immortals were as difficult to find as phoenix feathers or Qilin horns. After all, the 9 mountains and seas would only produce 9 true immortals every 10,000 years, one for each of the mountains and seas. Of course, there were also the immortality illumination vines, which meant that the number was larger than that. Even so, the number of true immortals that appeared in the 9 mountains and seas in any 10,000-year period would not exceed 100. And as of now, a new name appeared on that scroll. Pill Demon. This meant that as of now, Pill Demon was a true immortal in all respects. Furthermore, in the following 1,000 years, there would be chosen in the 9 mountains and seas who used immortality illumination vines to also become true immortals. Their names would also appear on the scroll, although no one would be there to see that happen. Only after another 10,000 years had passed, and someone else acquired immortal destiny and achieved true immortal ascension, would anyone be able to see them. The door of immortality faded soundlessly, transforming into a beam of light that shot up into the sky and out into space. As for all the crowds in the starry sky, the ones trying to get into planet South Heaven, they sighed and stopped in place. None of them said anything as they slowly turned and left, filled with regret. Of course, it would be difficult for them not to harbor resentment toward Fang Xiufeng and the person down below who had succeeded in becoming a true immortal. It was at this moment that an enormous teleportation portal suddenly appeared in the starry sky. Boundless light spread out to cover everything, and an old man materialized, mounted on a white deer. The old man's features were ordinary, and he wore a smile. The white deer he rode had a vicious set of antlers, and its eyes shone with a savage glow. It was only a white deer, and yet, it emanated a completely shocking aura. When the old man made his appearance, everything trembled, and the starry sky went dim. Among the departing crowds were people who recognized the old man and instantly gasped. Taoist Kunlun from the Kunlun Society.
1.
The Kunlun Society is one of the most mysterious of the 3 churches and 6 sects, and Taoist Kunlun is their sect leader. I can't believe that he actually showed up here. That white deer must be the fiendish deer that wreaked havoc in the 9th mountain 50,000 years ago. Fang Xiufeng's eyes glittered, and his pupils constricted a bit. Greetings, Taoist Kunlun. Despite how powerful he himself was, Meng Hao's father clasped hands and bowed deeply to Taoist Kunlun. Xiufeng, replied the old man with a smile, I'm here to get my apprentice back. He inherited my teachings via a dream of mine, and his name is Violet East. Now that he has achieved true immortality, the time has come for him to return. Everyone in the area looked on in shock. Many people's eyes widened, and the hatred they had been feeling toward the person who had just become a true immortal vanished completely. The Kunlun Society was one of the 3 churches and 6 sects, and were shrouded in mystery. They kept their secrets to themselves. Furthermore, had they lent their assistance to Lord Ji when he altered the heavens, the Kunlun Society would have become a holy land, and there would now be more than 5 holy lands. Fang Xiufeng's eyes widened, but he said nothing. Taoist Kunlun did not pressure him, but instead smiled. A moment later, the image of Fang Xiufeng that had materialized outside of planet South Heaven stepped aside, then gestured for Taoist Kunlun to enter. Taoist Kunlun smiled and nodded. I will not forget this kindness, he said. Everyone watched as the white deer approached planet South Heaven and then appeared in the Violet Fate sect in the southern Domai.
N.
When Meng Hao caught sight of the old man riding the white deer, His jaw dropped. Up in midair, Pill Demon saw the old man, and an absent-minded expression could be seen on his face, as if he had suddenly recalled something. He approached the old man, clasped hands, and bowed deeply. "Do you remember now?" said the old man, smiling. "I remember. Greetings, master. In the childhood of your previous life, I appeared in your dreams to offer guidance in your cultivation, pointing the way to the Tao of alchemy. In that life, before your nirvanic rebirth, I left, and you asked when we would meet again. At that time, I said that when you reached true immortal ascension, that you would become my legacy apprentice. Today, I'm here to accept you." The old man smiled. Pill Demon took a deep breath, then bowed once again. "Master, my own apprentice, he has his own path. Come, it's time to leave. Who knows, you may meet him again soon in the future. However, there are a few people within the sect you founded that have the necessary latent talent, and we can bring them along too." After a glance and nod at Meng Hao, Taoist Kunlun's eyes swept over the rest of the Violet Fate sect. He raised his hand, and 7 or 8 people, including Chu Yuyan, slowly flew up into the air with stunned looks on their faces. "Let's depart. You shall walk the path of Kunlun, and speak of the Tao of Kunlun. From now on, your cultivation will leave with the desire to prostrate yourself before Kunlun." Taoist Kunlun chuckled, then waved his sleeve, sweeping up Pill Demon, Chu Yuyan and the others as he turned to leave. Pill Demon looked back at Meng Hao with an encouraging look in his eyes. Chu Yuyan also looked back, but she looked as confused as ever. Complex emotions could be seen in her eyes as she looked at Meng Hao, but then, her eyes grew calm. She nodded at Meng Hao, and then turned away. Meng Hao looked on in shock as Pill Demon, Chu Yuyan and the others were taken away by Taoist Kunlun. Gradually, they disappeared off into the starry sky. Then his father appeared next to him. "Planet South Heaven is too small," he said softly. "You and your master, and even that little girl, all have your own paths to tread out in the stars, not on this planet. Don't waste time missing them. The 9th mountain isn't a very big place either. You'll see them again one day." 1. Kunlun is a pretty famous part of Chinese mythology. Check out the Wikipedia article here. Chapter 841, The Ancient Road of Trial by Fire is opened. "The next time we meet," murmured Meng Hao, "it will be out in the starry sky." The departure of Pill Demon, Chu Yuyan and the others was too sudden and left him feeling empty. He thought back to his hundreds of years of cultivation, and it seemed like there were many people who had ended up departing and were no longer in the lands of South Heaven. Patriarch Reliance was gone. Su Qing was gone. Pill Demon was gone. Chu Yuyan was gone. Thankfully, Fatty, Chen Fan, and the others were still there. There were some people Meng Hao wasn't sure about. The 10th Wang clan patriarch, for example, Han Bei from the former Black Civ sect, and of course Dong Hu, who had joined the Reliance sect at the same time as him. Meng Hao sighed. He did not leave the southern domain along with his father. Instead, he went to the Golden Frost sect. He and Fatty drank together. Fatty sent his more than 100 beloved concubines away, and he and Meng Hao sat on top of a mountain, drinking and talking about the past. They talked about the state of Zhao and about Yunjie County. They talked about the Reliance sect and everything that had happened there. Eventually, evening fell, and the stars slowly came out. It was impossible to tell how much exactly they had drunk. "I'm going to join the disciple recruitment event held by the 3 great Taoist societies of the 9th Mountain and Sea," declared Fatty, tossing aside his alcohol flagon and looking determinedly over at Meng Hao. "I don't want to be stuck in the lands of South Heaven for the rest of my life. I want to go out into the starry sky." Meng Hao looked back at Fatty. He himself had heard from Zhixiang about the 3 great Taoist societies' disciple recruitment trial by fire. News about the matter had now spread throughout the entire 9th Mountain and Sea, even here to planet South Heaven. Fatty gazed at Meng Hao with an expression of determination. "You don't need to say anything," Fatty continued. "I know that you won't stay in the lands of South Heaven for much longer either. Your path exists in the starry sky. Well, we're brothers, so if you go, then I won't stay behind. I'm going to give it a shot." Meng Hao didn't respond at first. He simply lifted his wine flagon and took a drink, looked at Fatty, and smiled. Then he said, "Considering those teeth of yours, you'll definitely get some good fortune." Fatty laughed uproariously, then grabbed a flying sword and began to file at his teeth. The two of them laughed together, and then continued to chat until the sky turned bright. Meng Hao stayed with Fatty for a few days before leaving. The next stop on his journey, through the southern domain, was to visit Chen Fan. Chen Fan sat, as he always did, next to the mountain boulder. Meng Hao meditated silently next to him. Chen Fan no longer drank alcohol, but the stubble of a beard was still visible on his chin. An abstruse gleam could be seen deep in his eyes, but most of his time was spent gazing at the boulder, as if he were immersed in memories. Meng Hao didn't interrupt him, but rather sat next to him for an entire night. When the sky grew bright and the time had come for Meng Hao to leave, Chen Fan suddenly said, I've decided to go to the trial by fire held by the three great Taoist societies. Meng Hao nodded and left. His next stop was the Blood Demon sect. He saw Wang Yukai, who, much like Fatty and Qin Fan, was interested in the trial by fire. He also decided to participate to take a chance for his future. Meng Hao didn't see Patriarch Blood Demon. Outside of Patriarch Blood Demon's Immortal's cave, Meng Hao could sense a dense aura of death. He stood there for a long time before finally clasping hands and bowing deeply. Senior, I will never forget your kindness in helping me to sever the devil and seek the Tao. He bowed again. The aura of death was the same as ever as Meng Hao finally turned to leave. Off in the distance, he could see the valley where he and Su Qing had spent their final days together, as well as the location where they had been married. It was a mountain, on one side of which were the beautiful memories of Su Qing, on the other side of which was carnage and battle. That was where he and Su Qing had been married. As he gazed at the location, Meng Hao suddenly felt very lonely. After staring for a long moment, he finally left. Now, he wasn't sure where to go in these sprawling lands. All he could do was look up into the starry sky. Perhaps it's time for me to leave as well. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Meng Hao went to the Milky Way Sea, to the Western Desert, to the Northern Reaches, and finally to the Eastern Lands. Eventually, the day came when the sky began to rumble, and the music of a great Tao spread out in all directions. 3 enormous, multicolored vortexes appeared in the sky. The 3 vortexes' rotation caused a sound to echo out that could be heard by all cultivators in the lands of South Heaven. Be they in the Western Desert or the Southern Domain, in the Northern Reaches or the Eastern Lands, in that instant they could all see the 3 bizarre vortexes up above. They looked like they were up in the sky, but actually, they existed in everyone's eyes. Regardless of where the cultivators were located, as long as their cultivation bases met the requirements, and they had the desire to seek the Tao and find good fortune, then all they had to do was take a step forward and enter the vortex. At the same time the vortexes appeared, an archaic voice echoed out from within them. Everything trembled, and no natural law could prevent the voice from echoing out as if from ancient times, striking fear into the hearts of all. The trial by fire was founded by the 3 great Taoist societies, the 5 great holy lands, and the 3 churches, and 6 sects. Anyone in the 9th mountain and sea may participate, regardless of background, regardless of age, as long as the cultivation base requirement is met. The 3 vortexes are for the nascent soul stage, the spirit-severing stage, and the Tao-seeking stage. First, walk upon the ancient road. The 10,000 people who reach the end the fastest will be able to participate in the honorable trial by fire. Of those 10,000 people, 7,000 will be from the nascent soul stage, 2,000 from spirit-severing, and 1,000 from Tao-sea.
King.
Cultivators of the 9th mountain and sea. Let the trial by fire begin. Planet South Heaven trembled. Everyone knew that the enormous disciple recruitment trial by fire held by the 3 great Taoist societies was now underway. Countless cultivators were prepared to participate. Their blood boiled at the possible good fortune in front of them. Without becoming immortal, it was impossible to tread through the starry sky. Therefore, if they could seize this opportunity, they could have a meteoric rise and be like a fish leaping from the sea into the heavens. Simultaneously, similar vortexes appeared on planet North Reed, planet East Victory, and planet West Felicity, along with an identical voice with identical words.
It was the same in the 9th sea and the 9th mountain.
Throughout all locations in the 9th mountain and sea, the voice echoed out, and 3 vortexes appeared. The 9th mountain and sea was completely abuzz, and countless cultivators were filled with determination and hearts that wished to search for the Tao. They flew up toward the vortexes from innumerable locations. More than 10,000 people flew up from the lands of South Heaven alone. Most were nascent soul cultivators who flew into the nascent soul vortex to tread the ancient road of the nascent soul. There were a smaller group who flew into the spirit-severing vortex. The smallest group was that which walked the ancient road of Tao-seeking. If you looked at the 9th mountain and sea as a whole, it was really impossible to tell how many people tread the ancient roads. This was a grand event for the entire 9th mountain and sea, so the 3 great Taoist societies, the 5 great holy lands, and the 3 churches and 6 sects all sent people to stand guard over the 3 ancient roads. These 3 roads had a long history. They might be called ancient roads, but in truth, they comprised an ancient set of crumbled ruins within the 9th mountain and sea. Within those ruins existed uncountable good fortune, and they had supposedly existed longer than the 9th mountain and sea. In truth, the 3 roads were only a small portion of the larger set of ruins that the 3 great Taoist societies exercised control over. The fact that the roads were opening now aroused ambitions in countless hearts in the 9th mountain and sea. This was especially true because these ruins were called the ruins of immortality, and in the past, people had discovered immortality illumination vines there. That was what had changed the entire structure of true immortality in the 9th mountain and sea. Furthermore, the other 8 great mountains and seas had similar ruins in them. Most areas inside of the ruins were restricted areas. This was especially true in the depths of the ruins. If you entered those places, you would almost certainly die. Throughout countless years, only the most powerful of experts had ever dared to travel into the depths of the ruins of Immorta Lighty, and virtually no one had ever emerged alive. Rumor had it that Lord Li had traveled into the depths of the ruins, but as for what had happened there, no one knew. They only knew that the Dharma clone he had left behind issued the Dharmic decree regarding returning fate to the heavens. It was because of that Dharmic decree that, in following days, Lord Ji replaced the heavens, which in turn drew the support of most of the powers within the Ninth Mountain and Sea. There was another rumor that in the Great Nine Mountains and Seas, regardless of which mountain or sea, anyone who could gain enlightenment regarding the secrets of the ruins of immortality would become the overlord of all the 9 mountains and seas. Although this was a generally acknowledged point, no one could actually accomplish it, not even Xitigarbha, the lord of the 4th mountain and sea. Now that the trial by fire had begun, countless figures vanished into the 3 vortexes. Fatty, Chun Fan, Wang Yukai, and others all decided to take a chance to try to get some good fortune. As for Meng Hao, he sat cross-legged underneath a towering tree in the Fong clan of the Eastern Lands, looking up at the 3 enormous vortexes. After sitting there quietly for a moment looking at the flashing vortexes, a strange light gleamed in his eyes. You have the Immortal Ancient Dao Medallion, so if you want to join the Immortal Ancient Daoist rite, then you don't have to participate in the trial by fire. The voice came from Meng Hao's father, Fang Xiufeng, who strolled up from behind him. He stood behind Meng Hao and continued, "Furthermore, there is always the danger of perishing in the trial by fire.
Aren't you scared of that?
Other than the chance to join one of the 3 great Taoist societies, is there any other good fortune to be had?" asked Meng Hao. "Of course there is," replied his father. "If you get first place, then you can acquire a precious treasure. Considering the resources at the 3 great Taoist societies' disposal, even I would be excited at the prospect of getting a magical item from them. Furthermore, father can tell you another secret. In addition to the founders of the 3 great Taoist societies, the founders of the 4 great clans, the 5 holy lands, and the 3 churches and 6 sects all previously walked the ancient roads of the ruins of immortality. It was there that they acquired the unimaginable good fortune that allowed them to found their various clans and sects. It was the same with the Fong clan ancestor. That was where he acquired the bloodline that has ensured that the Fong clan stands tall in the 9th mountain and sea. That, of course, is the Fong clan's 4 lives awakening." "Dad, did you go there?" asked Meng Hao. Fang Xiufeng didn't respond at first. After a long moment, he shook his head. "Originally, your mother and I planned to wait for you to grow up, then we planned to take a trip there." When he looked at his father, Meng Hao could sense that some amount of regret existed in his heart. He glanced back up at the 3 vortexes, and then a gleam of determination appeared in his eyes. "Dad, I want to go." "If you want to go, then go. We cultivators should never be afraid of dying." Fang Xiufeng looked at Meng Hao, and the love in his eyes was clear, as was the look of encouragement. "At the end of the ancient road are the arena matches. Actually, I hope that you do participate in this event. Do you know why your father's name is known throughout the 9th mountain and sea, and is even known in other mountains and seas? That's because even when I was in the spirit realm, I never shrank from a fight with anyone in the same stage as me. I fought and killed my way to the place I am now. I passed up all the members of my same generation, suppressed them, and seized destiny. That is how to become powerful. Never forget, the word cultivation Zhouxing is made of 2 characters, Shou, which implies studying and practice, and Sheng, which implies action. It is not enough to just have Shu, the studying and learning. You must also have Xing, action. You must always strive forward. That is the way to reach the pinnacle of power." Meng Hao coughed dryly, and a bashful smile appeared on his face. "Dad, I can't really identify with your path. I think getting all of the chosen in the 9th mountain and sea to owe me money is the ideal way." Fang Xiufeng's jaw dropped as Meng Hao chuckled, and then flew into the air. His body flashed as he flew toward the Dao-seeking vortex. He took a deep breath, and without any further hesitation, entered. Chapter 842, Just a Misunderstanding. The vortexes in the sky rotated, sending rumbling sounds echoing out in all directions. In virtually all regions of the 9th mountain and sea, people were flying up into the vortexes. However, many of those people took steps to change their appearance upon entering. They had various reasons for not wanting others to know who they truly were. After all, a grand event like this would draw the attention of the entire 9th mountain and sea. As soon as Meng Hao entered, he immediately sent some divine will out to the meat jelly. Moaning and groaning, the meat jelly helped Meng Hao to change his appearance to that of Fong Mu from back in his days in the Violet Fate sect. Meng Hao was attending this event only for the trial by fire, and considering how he had flaunted his abilities in the immortal ancient Taoist Right Temple on planet South Heaven and was now making his way alone off planet, he figured it would be much more convenient to rely on a second identity. Furthermore, there would be no better opportunity to become famous under a second identity than this trial by fire hosted by the three great Taoist societies. It's too bad my second true self is temporarily incapacitated because the true immortal soul was damaged by the immortal tribulation, he thought. But that's not such a bad thing. Meng Hao's eyes glittered brightly after making the transformation, and he looked out at the pitch blackness surrounding him. He could just barely make out a vortex spinning around him, with faint beams of light occasionally coming into view as they spun around him. The sensation of being pulled along grew even stronger, and he felt increasing pressure weighing down on him. After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, a bright light became visible up ahead in the darkness. It grew brighter, and soon, completely enveloped Meng Hao. When his vision grew clear once again, Meng Hao found himself looking out at a void, which was densely packed with countless platforms. Some were 30 meters wide, others 300, and some 3,000. The sizes varied, and in the center of each of the platforms was a stone stele, upon which could be seen a map. Beneath each stone stele was a candle holder. The candles were unlit, leaving the maps on the stone steles cloaked in darkness. As for how many platforms there were, it was impossible for Meng Hao to count. His divine sense was under incredible pressure, making it impossible to send it out very far. As Meng Hao looked around, more and more people came into view. Much like Meng Hao, they stared out in shock at all the platforms. All of them had peak Dao-seeking auras, and there were even a few who didn't quite measure up to the chosen he had encountered before, but were very close. They all wore different clothing and bore different appearances. There were men and women, old and young. Some weren't even humanoid, but looked like beasts. From what Meng Hao could tell, there were several hundred in his immediate vicinity, with more and more people appearing off in the distance. It was hard to tell who it was that flew out first, but soon, one of the 3,000-meter platforms was occupied by a cultivator. After that, all of the cultivators who materialized in the void shot out toward the platforms at full speed. Each person who appeared occupied a single platform. Fighting broke out, but it was controlled. After all, there was no reason to unleash vicious fighting the moment they entered the ancient road trial by fire. It wasn't worth it. Furthermore, any ownerless platform apparently created a bond to whoever set foot on it first, and the unlit candle would then begin to burn, illuminating the map on the stele. As such, there wasn't very much fighting. As the saying goes, first come, first served, so anyone who was beaten to a particular platform would quickly leave in search of another. Meng Hao's eyes glittered. The 300-meter and 3,000-meter platforms were relatively far away from him, and the closest one to him was a 30-meter platform, so he quickly made his way toward that one. However, just when he was about to step foot onto it, someone else nearby apparently had the same idea as he did. It was a tall, hulking man with ripple spree odding out from beneath his feet which, if you looked closely, resembled illusory seawater that contained 3 swimming fish. Overall, it made the hulking man seem incredibly impressive. He and Meng Hao were both about to step onto the platform at exactly the same time when the hulking man snorted coldly. Killing intent flickered in his eyes. "Screw off," he said. With that, his right hand made a hurling motion toward Meng Hao. The fish began to swim through the water at incredible speed, and an intense power surged out, transforming into an illusory sea dragon which shot toward Meng Hao, mouth gaping open to consume him. Meng Hao's expression was as calm as ever, but he moved with explosive speed as he dodged past the sea dragon and then set foot onto the platform one breath of time before the hulking man. In that instant, the candle on the platform burned to life, sending light spreading out in all directions. The hulking man's face was very unsightly as he glared at Meng Hao, and he let out a cold snort as he shot toward another nearby platform. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever, and he completely ignored the hulking man as he sat down cross-legged in front of the stone stele to examine the map. The map encompassed a huge area, but roughly 90% of it was covered in darkness, leaving only about 10% clearly visible. Within that small visible area, he could see numerous narrow roads spreading out, the origin of which was the location he was in now. The end location of all the roads was a place near the dark area on the map. Out in the void, more and more candles were springing to life. Apparently the number of platforms here was equal to the number of people who had arrived. Before long, all of the cultivators had occupied a platform. Unfortunately, a handful of unlucky cultivators ended up dying in the fighting. As for the hulking man from earlier, he had managed to secure a platform to the right of Meng Hao. He looked over at Meng Hao occasionally, his eyes glowing with killing intent. The spat between the two of them had obviously left him irritated. Apparently, Meng Hao didn't notice the man and focused intently on studying the map. After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, everything grew quiet. Finally, an archaic voice boomed out through the void. "I am Ling Yunzi of the 9th Sea God World. As of now, the Dao Gate has opened, and the ancient road stretches out. All of you must traverse the road, use it to corroborate your Dao, and to corroborate your destiny."
1.
The road is well lit, but is filled with danger. Any who tread it must do so with utmost caution. As of this moment, if you turn back, you still have a chance to retreat. But once you step forward, when you look back, there won't even be the safety of a shoreline. His voice rang out over all the platforms, filling the entire area. All of the Dao-seeking competitors in the trial by fire could hear him. When Meng Hao heard He Ninth Sea God World mentioned, he looked up. It instantly made him think of Fan Donger, and he felt a bit apprehensive. He reminded himself that he had changed his appearance, but still didn't feel any less nervous. He quietly took out the black feather the parrot had acquired and placed it in an easily accessible location in the front of his robe. You may now enter the road. This is a trial by fire, and anyone with unsuitable latent talent will be eliminated first, leaving behind only the most suitable candidates. After that, you shall not simply walk as you wish along the road. At every stage along the way, you will be tested. Depending on your performance in the tests, I will arrange for you to proceed a certain number of steps. Everything you do here is visible to observers on the outside, so you need not fear that I will be unfair in my decisions. And now, let the first stage begin, the stage of combat. You may use any means fair or foul, even deadly means, to snuff out as many candles as you can in the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Anyone whose candle is snuffed out will lose the qualification to continue. Anyone who is killed will automatically be considered to have their candle extinguished. As soon as they heard Ling Yunzi's words, all the Ninth Mountain and Sea cultivators in the Dao-seeking trial by fire felt their hearts tremble, and their killing intent exploded up. Everyone had assumed that all participants would be allowed to enter the ancient road, and that the fastest 1,000 among them who reached the end would be able to proceed. They had never imagined that the trial by fire would actually begin in this way. The point of the first stage was to prevent one's candle from being extinguished, and at the same time, put out the candles of the others. In the blink of an eye, people began sending out Dharma clones to charge toward other platforms. Instantly, fierce fighting broke out. Divine abilities and magical techniques caused everything to rumble and shake. The entire area was thrown into chaos, and roaring filled the ears of everyone present. It only took a moment before screams of death rang out. Even as Meng Hao's eyes began to glitter coldly, the hulking man off to his right, who had been glancing at him murderously, gave a vicious laugh and waved his right hand. Instantly, a feng shui compass flew out, which then transformed into a glittering spell formation that spread out to protect his candle. Then the man flew out toward Meng Hao. I've killed lots of peak Dao-seeking experts, he said. Since you dared to compete with me, then you'll be the first person I kill in this trial by fire. The illusory seawater swelled beneath his feet as he stepped onto Meng Hao's platform. He quickly performed an incantation gesture, causing a sea dragon to roar toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao was sitting cross-legged next to the candle, and when he looked up his face was calm. There wasn't even a cold gleam visible in his eyes. He looked placidly over at the hulking man, then waved his hand through the air in a snatching motion. Shockingly, the star-plucking magic was unleashed. The first thing that it grabbed was the sea dragon, which was completely incapable of fighting back, and although it struggled for a moment, Meng Hao simply pinched his fingers together, and it collapsed into pieces. The hulking man's eyes widened. He was well aware that the sea dragon had materialized with roughly 80% of his total power. Normally speaking, there were few peak Dao-seeking experts in the Ninth Sea who could possibly evade the sea dragon. However, he had just watched as his opponent casually waved a hand and crushed it to pieces. In that instant, the hulking man's scalp went numb, and he was very nearly scared out of his mind. Not good, he thought. Don't tell me this is one of those inhuman freaks from one of the sects or clans. Impossible. I've seen all of those people from afar, but I've never laid eyes on this guy before. The man's face fell, and he immediately cried out with a loud voice. Misunderstanding. Fellow Daoist, this was just a misunderstanding. As he spoke, he retreated at top speed. However, Meng Hao's star-plucking magic bore down on him and snatched up him. The hulking man's face filled with fear, but Meng Hao's was expressionless as he gently squeezed down. Before the hulking man could even let out a blood-curdling scream, his body was crushed into pieces, and he was destroyed in spirit and body. When he died, his candle immediately snuffed out. After making his deadly attack, Meng Hao pointed toward the feng shui compass that covered the hulking man's candle. It trembled, and was just about to fly back toward Meng Hao when a black beam flew toward it. The beam turned into a black-robed youth, who reached out to grab the feng shui compass. However, almost as soon as his hand latched onto the item, Meng Hao's cold snort echoed out. When it entered the young man's ears, he began to tremble violently and subconsciously looked over at Meng Hao. When their gazes locked, his mind filled with a roaring sound. To him, Meng Hao's gaze felt like two sharp swords, stabbing into his eyes and threatening to slash his mind into pieces, stabbing into his brain and down into his soul. The young man's face fell, and he coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and he ceased all attempts to grab the feng shui compass. Fellow Daoist, he cried urgently in a raspy voice. Pardon my offense. 1. Ling Yunzi's name in Chinese is Ling Yunzi. Ling is a surname which also means rise high. Yun means cloud, and Zi means son or child. Also, Lingyan is a word which means soar to the skies. Therefore, his name contains a bit of clever wordplay. Chapter 843. Fight for Supremacy. The entire way, Meng Hao didn't immediately slaughter the young man. He calmly beckoned with his hand, causing the feng shui compass to fly over and settle onto his hand. Because the hulking man was dead, the item was currently masterless, so after Meng Hao sent some divine sense into it, it was branded to him. It's definitely mysterious, he said, but unfortunately, not very powerful. He waved his hand again, causing 2 ultra-high-grade spirit stones to fly out from his dwindling collection. He pushed them onto the feng shui compass before their aura could spread out and be detected. In the blink of an eye, the feng shui compass changed. Although it looked normal, it now exerted a spell formation which was far mightier than it had been before. It was worlds apart. Meng Hao quickly placed it down next to him, whereupon its glow spread out to cover the candle. Unless someone like Tai Yanzi or one of the other chosen show up, this should hold out for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Ordinary peak Dao-seeking cultivators won't be able to break through it. He rose to his feet and looked around. By now, half of the time was already gone, and he had only extinguished 1 candle. There were others off in the distance who had snuffed out 7 or 8. Perhaps some people even further off had extinguished even more. In the same moment that Meng Hao left his platform, people in the outside world, in the 9th mountain and sea, were looking up at what had once been merely swirling vortexes, but now contained enormous viewing screens. Those screens displayed everything that was happening on the ancient roads, although the images were very small. Of course, if one's cultivation base was high enough, it was still possible to clearly see each and every individual despite how small they were on the screen. Countless people in the 9th mountain and sea were watching the screens. There were people from the 3 great Taoist societies, the 4 great clans, the 5 holy lands, and the 3 churches and 6 sects, as well as various powerful rogue cultivators. The various sects were paying especially close attention. They were not clans, and therefore had to recruit disciples from outside. Therefore, they would be paying close attention to the trial by fire. Many would not wait until the end of the event was reached, but would select disciples to recruit throughout the process. Of course, numerous conversations could be heard among the crowds throughout the 9th mountain and sea. The 3 great Taoist societies have created 10 stages within the 3 ancient roads in the ruins of immortality. Each stage involves a different test, which will allow them to slowly filter out the competitors and leave behind only the future chosen. It's possible that some of the people who get eliminated might have great potential, but were just unluckily knocked out. Look, the current leader on the ancient road of the nascent soul has already extinguished 39 candles. Although the nascent soul cultivators' cultivation bases aren't very high, they have an intense will to fight. The highest number of extinguished candles on the ancient road of spirit severing is 27. Who is that masked young man on the ancient road of Dao seeking? He's already extinguished 19 candles. The ancient road of Dao seeking is the most interesting after all.
See that one guy?
He's probably a disciple of the Li clan. He's changed his appearance, but you can recognize who he is from the divine abilities he's using. He's already put out 15 candles. Even as the discussions were going on outside, Meng Hao flew out toward a 30-meter platform on the ancient road of Dao seeking. As soon as he set foot on it, an enraged roar echoed out, and an old man with disheveled hair appeared. A will of madness radiated out as he charged toward Meng Hao. Die, he cried, performing an incantation gesture that caused a fissure to appear, which then transformed into a broadsword. Void severing, he cried, causing some others in the area to look over in shock and then backpedal. Meng Hao turned, his expression calm as he gazed at the incoming void-severing attack. He did not retreat, but instead utilized the golden rock transformation. At the same time, he used the powers of the black feather inside his robe, so that the golden rock actually looked like a pitch-black vulture instead. The vulture sped through the air toward the incoming void-severing attack. When they slammed into each other, a huge boom echoed out, and the void-severing blade collapsed, completely incapable of phasing Meng Hao in the slightest. When the old man saw this, his face filled with shock, and he fell back. However, before he could get very far, a blast of wind gusted against him as Meng Hao swooped down in vulture form. Claws slashed out, and a splattering sound could be heard as the man's head was crushed. This was a trial by fire, a fight for good fortune. If you didn't kill your opponent would kill you. Meng Hao had experienced much gory brutality, so he was used to things like this. He wouldn't allow such a thing to affect him inwardly. When the old man died, his candle went out, and Meng Hao proceeded to the next platform. If nobody blocked his path, he would merely extinguish the candle. If people tried to kill him, he would return the favor and end their lives. In a brief moment, Meng Hao swept across the entire area. No one could offer any resistance for longer than the space of a single breath, and ended either with a death or an extinguished candle. Meng Hao proceeded along as if he were walking across dried-up weeds, his intense energy allowing him to rapidly rise up above the others. 3 candles. 4 candles. 5 candles. Meng Hao attacked viciously and decisively. Currently, of the dozen or so people in his vicinity, there were 4 or 5 who were concealing their cultivation bases. When Meng Hao attacked them, their power exploded out. Although none of them seemed to be on the level of Taiyang Zi and the other chosen, they still possessed unique Yui and exceptional divine abilities. There was even one person who controlled powers which resembled those of Liu Bai, the chosen from the northern reaches who used a time divine ability. When this person attacked, he could seemingly lock down space and time in shocking fashion.
1.
Any other peak Dao-seeking expert who went up against people like this, especially the one who could control space-time, would most certainly perish. However, Meng Hao possessed 80% of the power of a true immortal and could even eradicate false immortals. Each and every attack he made either killed someone or snuffed out a candle. Booms rattled out constantly. The only time he didn't instantly attack with lethal force was when he faced the old man who could control time. After a bit of observation, he realized that this Dao of time was the same type he had gone up against when he fought Liu Bai. At the time, it had definitely tantalized him, but was something that until now he still couldn't quite understand no matter how much he contemplated it. When he attacked, he paid close attention to the results. Considering he had 80% of the power of a true immortal, he was able to pick up some clues. As they fought, the old man grew more and more shocked, until finally, he was virtually scared witless. From his view, he was fighting what appeared to be an ordinary youth, one that still somehow appeared to be analyzing and even imitating his Dao of time. At a certain point, he even seemed to be utilizing some of the same power, which left the old man completely shocked. Inhuman. This guy must definitely be one of those legendary chosen. The old man's heart trembled, and it was without hesitation that he suddenly extinguished his own candle to ensure that he could continue to live. Meng Hao's eyes glittered in response to the old man's decisiveness, and he made no further attacks. After the candle went out, he gave the old man a glance and simply teleported past him and continued onward. Roughly a third of the amount of time it takes an incense stick to burn remained, and Meng Hao had already extinguished 19 candles. Most of the platforms in the area were empty. As for the people whose candles were extinguished but who were not killed, one by one, they faded and were teleported away by the power of the ancient road, having lost any qualifications to continue with the trial by fire. Many people were shocked by this. It didn't matter if you died or simply lost the qualifications. You were eliminated either way. This was a heavy blow to anyone who had placed high hopes in coming here and skating through some of the tests. So that Dao of Time is similar to the power of time that I wield. There are similarities, but they're actually different. Meng Hao's eyes were calm, but a thoughtful flicker could be seen in his pupils. The battle just now had not been short, and Meng Hao had actually benefited quite a bit.
2.
As of now, he stood on one of the PLA forms, and his eyes swept about the area. Finally, his body flickered, and he flew off in a different direction. It was at this point that the archaic voice of the ninth sea god world's Ling Yunzi suddenly echoed out again. Of that one incense stick's worth of time, there are now less than 100 breaths of time left. After those 100 breaths of time, the first stage will be complete. Those of you who extinguish the most candles during that time, and also prevent your own candle from being extinguished, will receive a special reward. This announcement caused the entire ancient road of Dao seeking to boil with excitement. Similar announcements were made on the ancient road of the nascent soul and the ancient road of spirit severing. The participating cultivators' killing intent immediately soared upward. Meanwhile, in the outside world, vast crowds were paying close attention to the 3 screens visible in the giant vortexes. The ancient road of the nascent soul was a mass of chaos. On the ancient road of spirit severing, the fighting was more orderly. The ancient road of Dao seeking was unique. On the screen, what was clearly visible were over 10,000 locations in which a powerful expert had completely cleared out all of the candles nearby, making something like a vacuum for themselves. Of those 10,000 or so areas, some were large and some were small. However, if you could rise above the field of competitors like an awl poking through a sack, it proved that you were a powerful expert. Soon, the experts began to fight among themselves. There's already someone who's extinguished 70 candles on the Dao-seeking road. There's not much time left. This trial by fire is completely brutal. So many people have already been eliminated. The outside world was abuzz. Back on the ancient road of Dao seeking, many people were so agitated that their eyes were completely red. Some were attacking with deadly force, and some had already made significant achievements and were just stalling, waiting for time to run out. Meng Hao looked around, then barreled into a nearby area where 8 people were all fighting each other at the same time. All of these people were powerful experts who had already cleared out the other nearby areas. Shockingly, one of them was a fierce pangolin, a wild beast whose bright eyes revealed that it was no less intelligent than any human. There was also a woman whose body appeared to be young, but whose face was covered with wrinkles. A pink, illusory image, which was clearly the early form of a Dharma idol, could be seen behind her. All of these 7 or 8 people fought with vicious attacks that sent booms rattling out in all directions. However, none of them seemed capable of overcoming the others, and in fact, some of them appeared to have joined forces. As soon as Meng Hao neared, they looked over at him. None of them knew him, nor each other. They were all from different locations in He Ninth Mountain and Sea. They were here to fight for good fortune, so the instant they saw Meng Hao, the pangolin flashed through the air as it charged toward him. A few of the others also charged Meng Hao, their eyes flashing. No matter how much we fight, we can't overcome each other. Instead of wasting time fighting each other, let's go kill some other people. The good fortune will go to whoever is lucky enough to land the killing blow. Yeah, this guy showed up here after us. His battle prowess is obviously ordinary, otherwise he would have already wiped everyone in his own region out. He's just unlucky. Kill him. The 7 or 8 people charged with killing intent in their eyes. Of course, despite their words, they were still on guard against each other. They might seem to have joined forces to attack someone else, but that didn't mean they were any less likely to attack each other. As the 8 people closed in, Meng Hao's expression was calm, and he stopped in place. There were now less than 61 breaths of time left before the conclusion of this stage. Time was running out quickly. In the blink of an eye, the 8 people were upon him. The pangolin's numerous scales lifted up as a divine ability rumbled out, seemingly powerful enough to break apart a mountain. The woman also waved her hand, causing a pink aura to spread out behind her, which transformed into a pink skull. The others also unleashed various divine abilities as each and every one leveled astonishing attacks. Meng Hao looked on calmly, then clenched his right hand into a fist and punched out toward them through the void. When the punch landed, an indescribable blast rose up, sweeping across the 8 attackers. Their faces fell as Meng Hao made his move. 1. Lu Bai was introduced in Chapter 720 and appeared in several following chapters. He and Meng Hao entered the world underneath the ancient Dao Lakes, and he was last seen trying to fight his way up the tower as Meng Hao left. 2. The abilities of Lu Bai and this old man are described with different Chinese characters than the power that Meng Hao uses. However, both have the same meaning, time. The characters of Meng Hao's time powers carry more of a sense of years as in aging. Chapter 844. First place in the first stage. He transformed into a wind. A whirlwind. The intense whirlwind swept out in all directions through the void, filled with crackling lightning. It was like a windstorm that swept across everything as it shot toward the incoming 8 cultivators. When the windstorm hit them, their divine abilities were shaken, and their expressions became that of shock. Their hearts trembled with astonishment. All of these people had slaughtered their way out of their own respective zones among the platforms, and were essentially the strongest people from those areas. In the outside world, they could be completely domineering in all the spirit realm, to the point where it was even difficult for the to outdo each other. No one had ever been able to stand up to them, or outdo them in terms of power. And yet, Meng Hao's one punch left them feeling as if they had run into a windstorm. This was a windstorm they couldn't fight back against nor resist. This windstorm contained the might of heaven and earth, limitless destructive power that could rip them to pieces as easily as dried-up twigs. This was a completely and thoroughly crushing power. Intense rumbling rose up, and the whirlwind screamed, filled with never-ending bolts of lightning as it hurtled at top speed toward the 8 cultivators. The 8 cultivators' minds filled with roaring sounds and intense light. The incredible scene instantly drew the attention of other people on the larger battlefield. In that moment, everyone outside in the 9th Mountain and Sea who was watching the trial by fire stared fixedly at the 3 vortex screens. On the ancient road of the nascent soul, massive carnage was visible. The ancient road of spirit severing was similar. Fatty could be seen there, soaked in blood, roaring as he pounced forward to latch his teeth onto the neck of an enemy. His eyes were bloodshot, and his teeth glittered brightly. He howled as his opponent's candle was extinguished. Even Fatty didn't realize how ferocious and even savage he appeared. He had already drawn the attention of quite a few sects. Then there were Chen Fan, Wang Yukai, Li Shiqi, and others who Meng Hao knew from the lands of South Heaven. They were all on the ancient road of the nascent soul. Some died, some were disqualified, others fought until the very end. Chen Fan held a sword in his hand. His expression was gloomy, seemingly without the slightest bit of life in it whatsoever. He seemed empty and dark, which affected his attacks, causing them to be filled with a similar gloominess. However, A black aura swirled around his sword, and anyone who encountered it would feel their emotions suddenly being affected. Therefore, Chun Fan was also distinguishing himself on the ancient road of the nascent soul and drawing quite a bit of attention. Fatty and Chun Fan had both been noticed, as had many others. This was merely the beginning of the event, and if they could continue to perform so stunningly, or even take first place on the ancient road of the nascent soul, then they would definitely have a chance at good fortune. Of course, what drew the most attention was the ancient road of Dao Seeking. The fighting there had given rise to a foul wind and a bloody rain, and, having come to its most critical juncture, was definitely the focal point for most of the audience. It was easy to see the contrast with the chaos of the ancient roads of the nascent soul and spirit severing. The ancient road of Dao Seeking was filled with a shocking murderous aura. Of the previous 10,000 or more areas, each one was now controlled by a single powerful expert, all of whom were now fighting each other vicious. As they attempted to extinguish each other's candles. Victory or defeat was determined within the space of a few breaths in battles like that, and soon, massive changes to the situation on the battlefield could be seen. 93 candles extinguished. Who is that? I've never seen anything like it. Look at that guy in the mask. He's put out more than almost anyone else. He's the first to extinguish more than 100. Look, the chosen from the Li clan has extinguished more than 100 too. Everyone was in an uproar and was crying out loudly. 200. The person in first place has put out 200 candles. Things are happening too fast. The suspense is killing me. The guy with the mask, he's actually exceeded 300. He's the only one who's exceeded 300. The next 4 people behind him have around 200 or more. Those 5 are definitely the most powerful people in this stage. Time's almost up. The sound of the uproar filled the air. Back on the ancient road of Dao Seeking, there were 5 people who had attracted the most attention from the other cultivators. The cultivators from the 3 sects and 6 churches, the 5 great holy lands, and the 3 great Taoist societies watched the vortex screens, eyes filled with strange gleams. All 5 of those people shared something in common. They stood completely alone in their respective areas, surrounded by emptiness. Of those 5 people, the most prominent was the young man wearing the pitch-black mask. His black hair floated around him, and he wore a black robe. He looked almost like a shadow, and he exuded a cold, desolate, and deadly aura. His attacks were incisive, and he didn't even seem to use any divine abilities. The simple wave of a finger would cause the divine will of other peak Dao-seeking cultivators to be destroyed, and their nascent divinities would be shattered and perish. There was another person among the 5, a young woman. She wore a gauzy violet gown that made her look like the flower of the same name. Her face was obscured by some unknown technique, making it impossible to tell exactly what she looked like. She seemed charming and gentle, but attacked with complete ruthlessness. She was surrounded by countless violet flower petals, and upon each one could be seen a drop of blood.
It was an astonishing sight.
The third among the group of 5 was a boy. He was skinny and virtually hairless, but possessed of remarkable speed. Furthermore, his body was covered with countless blue-colored decorative patterns that looked like sealing marks, which appear to have formed naturally, as opposed to having been added later. He exuded a wild and barbaric aura that he concealed as best he could. However, as his blood flowed through his veins, the aura seeped out, and it made him seem like he wasn't a cultivator, but rather some savage beast from the wilderness. The 4th person was a middle-aged man. His expression was cold and haughty, and he wore a white robe. He was surrounded by a cloud of brown mosquitoes, each one of them the size of a fist. Their mouth parts were long and pointed, and buzzing could be heard as they circled around him. The sight was enough to cause anyone's scalp to go numb. The mosquitoes' bright red eyes and savage bloodthirsty appearance left everyone trembling from fear. The 5th person was extremely peculiar. Sometimes he looked old, sometimes he looked middle-aged, and sometimes he looked like a teenager. It was as if his age were in constant flux. Every time he changed, his battle prowess would surge. He clearly cultivated some strange and bizarre Taoist magic. These 5 people were currently the focus of most of the attention on the ancient road of Dao Seeking. Each one of them had extinguished more than 200 candles, and the masked young man had put out more than 300. Ranked behind them were many other chosen, who weren't the focus of as much attention. However, this was only the first stage, so it was really impossible to say how things would turn out in the end. There are less than 30 breaths of time left. These people are the mightiest amongst the mighty. With only 30 breaths of time left, it would be hard to change the outcome. The first stage is essentially over. The results are set. Most people were thinking this way. Even the cultivators from the major sects felt the same way. It seemed like time was about to expire, but just at this moment the whirlwind created by Meng Hao's fists swept over the 8 people who were attacking him. "Impossible," cried the woman. Her eyes shone with disbelief, and she performed a double-handed incantation in an attempt to fight back. All of the power she could muster transformed into a mist that blocked the windstorm. However, the mist was instantly shattered, and the woman let out a blood-curdling scream as she first began to vibrate and then was ripped to shreds by the windstorm, destroyed in spirit and body. The windstorm spread out, accompanied by her shriek. 3 more people went all out with their cultivation bases, and yet were incapable of standing up to the crushing power of the windstorm. Popping sounds rang out as they were exterminated. The remaining 4 people were scared out of their minds and wanted to flee, but couldn't. The windstorm surrounded them, and the shadow of death loomed up. Their original intent was to slaughter Meng Hao, but his deadly counterattack left them trembling, minds filled with terror. They were about to plead for mercy, but the windstorm overwhelmed them. 2 of them had no time to even speak, and were shattered into fragments. Their candles winked out. "I refuse to accept this," roared the beast cultivator, the pangolin. His fleshly body was the most powerful among them, but even he could only hold out for a single extra breath of time before his scales were ripped off and his flesh shredded by the windstorm. In an instant, he was nothing more than a skeleton. All 8 cultivators were dead. In that moment, Meng Hao's count of extinguished candles broke past the 100 mark and began to climb toward 200. The windstorm did not fade away. Meng Hao remained in the center position, his expression calm as he punched downward 3 more times. Then he took a deep breath and punched another 3 more times. Rumbling filled the air as the windstorm experienced a 3-fold increase in size. Massive amounts of lightning crackled about, and the sound of thunder was deafening. The gigantic windstorm swept out in all directions and reached a size of 3,000 meters in the following 10 breaths of time. By now, even the people on the outside world had noticed the enormous, lightning-filed windstorm on the vortex screens. "I didn't notice that before. Where did that huge windstorm come from? Heavens! That windstorm is still growing." It wasn't just the crowds who were now paying attention to the windstorm. Even Ling Yunzi from the 9th Sea God world was eyeing it. By now, there were only 3 breaths of time left before the first stage ended.
3, 2,
1.
boom.
Boom. Boom. In the same instant in which the stage concluded, Meng Hao's windstorm spread out to a size of 30,000 meters. Simultaneously, it exploded, accompanied by numerous miserable shrieks, cries of alarm, and roars of defiance. Furthermore, the number of candles listed next to Meng Hao's name rose rapidly.
200,
300, 400, 500. All of the cultivators caught up in the enormous 30,000-meter windstorm were completely wiped out. In the blink of an eye, the entire area of the windstorm was swept completely clean. The only person remaining was Meng Hao. He stood in the middle of the windstorm, his hair whipping about, his expression calm. However, even the outside audience could sense that deep within the calmness was a vicious ruthlessness. In that instant, the entire ancient road of Dao Seeking went completely quiet. The audience outside stared at the vortex screens, eyes wide with disbelief at the sight of Meng Hao standing there, surrounded by complete emptiness. He had come up from behind at the last minute to clinch first place in the first stage. Chapter 845, Rising Star. As of this moment, all eyes were on Meng Hao. It wasn't just the people watching in the outside world. The remaining cultivators on the ancient road of Dao Seeking couldn't help but look over at Meng Hao. Although everyone was separated by large distances, within the void of the ancient road of Dao Seeking, he was the only one who had been able to clear out everyone within 30,000 meters. The sight was enough to shock everyone. Even the person who had previously been in first place, the masked young man, had only been able to clear an area around 20,000 meters wide to call his own. As of now, the high-level members of the 3 sects and 6 churches, the 5 great holy lands, and even the 4 great clans, were all inwardly shaken. Their eyes glittered brightly, and many voices could be heard. Use any means necessary to send that man a message. Whatever his requirements are, get him to join the Burning Incense Stick Society. Getting first in the rankings during the first stage doesn't say too much. There are quite a few more stages to go, so there will certainly be others who rise to prominence. I'm afraid the person who came in second place won't be shown much interest at the moment. However, the first place winner, even if he doesn't do well in the following stages, showed such amazing strength in the first stage that we, the Church of the Immortal Emperor, must have him as a disciple. Send word down immediately. His battle prowess is astonishing, and his temperament ruthless. A person like that is perfectly suitable to join us in the Church of the Blood Orchid. Quite a few of the powers who made up the 3 churches and 6 sects were instantly attracted to Meng Hao because of his flashy display of power. As for the 5 great holy lands, the 4 great clans, and the 3 great Taoist societies, although they were astonished, none made any such proclamations. However, they definitely looked at him differently than the others. Also watching the ancient roads on the vortex screens were Meng Hao's parents. They were in the Fong clan in the vast eastern lands, looking up at the spectacle. Meng Hao might have changed appearances, but Fang Xiufeng and Meng Li could still recognize him instantly. When they saw that he had taken first place in the first stage, both of them smiled. They were smiles filled with pride and anticipation. Of course, Meng Hao's mother's smile also contained a bit of concern. However, she knew that Meng Hao's path was his own to tread. In the Kunlun Society, Grandmaster Pill Demon was watching the Dao-seeking vortex screen. Although nobody else might recognize Meng Hao, how could Pill Demon not be able to identify that person who had once been called Fang Mu? Chu Yuyan stood next to Pill Demon, looking on silently. There were emotions in her heart which she would never be able, or even willing to forget. After all this time, she had grown used to watching Meng Hao from a distance. She was Pill Demon's apprentice, but in the Kunlun Society, Pill Demon had been directly accepted as Daoist Kunlun's apprentice and had instantly become a blazing sun. Because of that, Chu Yuyan also had a unique position. It only took a short time for her to become acquainted with many of the chosen there. Furthermore, because of her incredible beauty, countless Kunlun Society disciples began to pursue her. Her worldview was now completely different. There was no sky above her head now, but rather stars. What she saw when she looked around were not towering mountains, but rather a sea of heavenly bodies. Despite all of that, though, the memories of everything that had happened on planet South Heaven were etched deep into her soul. The first stage was over. Vast numbers of competitors had been eliminated from the ancient roads of the nascent soul, spirit severing, and Dao seeking. Those who had made it through now waited for the second stage, exhausted and anxious. Next, archaic voices spoke out in the 3 different ancient roads. The words spoken were different, but the meaning was the same, as the voice notified everyone that the first stage was over, and at the same time, announced how many steps each competitor would be able to take. Those who extinguished 50 candles or less in the first stage may go forward 3,000 paces. 100 candles or less, 5,000 paces. 200 candles or less, 7,000 paces. 300 candles or less, 9,000 paces. 500 candles, 10,000 paces. For the first time, Ling Yunzi of the Ninth Sea God World appeared personally in the ancient road of Dao seeking. He was thin and wore a long green robe. He had white eyebrows, and a blue mark could be seen on his forehead that seemed to contain an entire ocean. He stood there, his aura pulsing with monstrous power, as if he himself were made of a sea of stars. Shockingly, the illusory image of a 9-headed sea dragon could be seen behind him. Although it was illusory, when Meng Hao looked at it, he felt as if he were looking at some celestial force. Ling Yunzi could be considered one of the top most powerful experts in the whole 9th mountain and sea. His eyes swept the area, lingering for a moment on Meng Hao. After he finished speaking, Ling Yunzi waved his sleeve, causing everyone in the ancient road of Dao seeking to disappear as they moved forward beyond their own control, traveling an exact amount of steps in accord with the explanation that had just been provided. Step by step, they advanced, encountering no candles or platforms along their way. They floated through the void until they reached a stretch of endless ruins. The crumbled remains of buildings could be seen, as well as ancient statues, dried-up forests, rivers, and mountain ranges. They were now in the 9th mountain and sea's ruins of immortality. The void they had just been in was simply the entrance. The only words that could be used to describe this area were lifeless, archaic, ancient, mysterious, silent, and enormous. Those were the 6 words that floated in the minds of all the competitors as they laid eyes on the ruins of immortality for the first time. The last word was actually the most prominent feeling that they experienced. It was almost impossible to tell that this was a road of any sort. The one thing that stood out were the countless altars that stretched off in a line off into the distance. They seemed to be filled with an air of time and ancientness. They were carved with complex magical symbols that were impossible for anyone to understand. The altars further off in the distance were covered even more thickly with magical symbols than the nearer ones, and gave off an air of incredible mystery. If you had to call this place a road, then perhaps the way the altars stretched out made the shape of that road visible. It was impossible to tell how many altars there were. They extended out endlessly off into the distance. Upon first glance, the altars didn't seem very big. However, they were actually incredibly enormous. In fact, the smallest of them were about 30% of the size of the entire void they had just been in. Each and every one of the altars was simply gargantuan. From this, it can be imagined how shocking the ruins of immortality were. From the feeling Meng Hao got, it was as if this place had not been constructed for use by cultivators, but some enormous race of giants. But then, he suddenly changed his mind as he thought back to what he had seen in the immortal ancient Taoist Rite Temple in the mountains in the eastern lands. In his vision, he had seen many things that seemed to indicate that many such things existed ancient times. Perhaps giants and cultivators were actually one and the same. The group that stopped at 3,000 paces was relatively small. They all ended up on one of the altars, and there was no crowding whatsoever. The largest group was made up of those who could go 5,000 paces. Despite the large number of people, each person still had a large area to call their own on that particular altar. Next were those who could move 7,000 paces. There were fewer in that group, and they quickly spread out across the altar, eyeing each other. When it came to 9,000 paces, there was only the masked young man and the person who could change his age. Currently, he had changed from being an old man to being young. He and the masked youth shared one enormous altar. As for Meng Hao, he was the last person to come to a stop in the lead position. He was the only person to occupy an entire altar all by himself. Similar scenes were playing out on the ancient roads of the nascent soul and spirit severing. The second stage is the stage of killing, said Ling Yunzi, his voice cold. The first stage was a test of your ability to engage in magical combat. Cultivators practice cultivation to be able to fight. We fight people, we fight the heavens, we fight earth. Only by fighting can we hew out a heaven-defying destiny. This second stage of killing tests exactly how powerful you are in the Tao-seeking stage. This stage seems similar to the first stage, but is actually very different. In the first stage, you all fought different opponents. Some were weak and some were strong. There was no way to objectively determine exactly how powerful you are. In the second stage, you will all be fighting exactly the same enemy. To us cultivators, the Tao is of utmost importance. Our magics are prepared to protect our Taos. Without sufficient magic, how can we achieve our Tao? Therefore, all of you must unleash all the power you can in this second stage. In this stage, the time limit will again be set at 1 incense stick. This test is not regarding the number of fatalities you can inflict, but rather, how fast you can kill. Kill everything that you see. Anyone who cannot complete the task in the time it takes 1 incense stick to burn will be eliminated. In this second stage, your lives will be at risk. If you wish, you may turn and leave of your own volition right now. Ling Yunzi's eyes swept across the crowd, but no one chose to withdraw. His expression cold, he swished his sleeve, and immediately, the magical symbols on the altars began to shine brightly. Rumbling filled the air, and brilliant light swirled everywhere. The light quickly spread out to cover the entirety of each altar, completely enveloping each and every person. 1,000 paces behind Meng Hao, the masked young man stood there, staring at Meng Hao as the light enveloped him. His eyes shone with a fierce gleam as he watched Meng Hao disappearing. You won the first stage, but the second stage will not belong to you. The old man with the age-changing ability was now a teenager, and his eyes shone with a similar light. Behind them were all the other contenders who had earned top marks in the first stage. Each one was looking at Meng Hao's disappearing figure, their eyes filled with stubborn gleams. Earlier, he obviously used some trick at the last minute. This time, he'll be forced to show his true colors. At the same time, on the ancient roads of the nascent soul and spirit severing, everyone was also being covered up by the brilliant light. Soon no one was visible at all, and the only thing that could be seen within the glowing light was a list of names. After each name was a number that indicated how many fatalities they had inflicted. Back on Meng Hao's altar, a cold voice suddenly rang out in his ear, asking his name. Meng Hao's face flickered slightly, and after muttering to himself for a moment, he responded with Feng Mu. In the blink of an eye, the characters Feng Mu appeared in the altar's light. Immediately, everyone in the 9th mountain and sea could see it. His name is Feng Mu. Could it be possible that he's connected to the Feng clan? Although, there are tons of people surnamed Feng who aren't connected to the Feng clan. Feng Mu. He got first place in the first stage. I wonder how he'll perform in the second stage. Don't think too much of it. There's no way somebody could take first place in the first stage and then again in the second stage. I suspect that he used some sort of forbidden Taoist magic at the very last minute. Otherwise, he would never have come to the fore in the first stage. That's why he suddenly jumped into the spotlight at the last minute. Be that as it may, if he takes first place again, it would be totally heaven-defying. The sects would be thrown into an uproar. Chapter 846, Fastest. The 3 ancient roads were filled with splendorous light that covered everyone. The only thing visible were the lists of names, some of which were real and some assumed. Soon, the only thing Meng Hao could see was bright light, and then everything around him changed, even the sky. The altar seemed to become a massive, glowing spell formation. It didn't last for very long, only the space of a few breaths of time, and then the light vanished. Everything around him had changed. There was no sky up above, only stars. There was no ground beneath his feet, only a gigantic 3,000-meter-long, ancient beast. It was an enormous python, completely pitch black in color, its body covered with scars and wounds. It was even possible to see its bones in some places, and in other locations you could see all the way through its entire body. It appeared to be just on the verge of death, its life force fading, with barely enough energy left to even fly. Although it seemed to be just barely clinging to life, there was still a terrifying aura surrounding it, the power of which shocked even Meng Hao. Were it to explode out, even a true immortal would likely be killed by the blast. Meng Hao was standing on the head of the ancient python, and it appeared to connect it to him, as if he could control it. After staring in shock for a moment, Meng Hao looked down to find that he was wearing a suit of armor. The armor seemed brand new, and it radiated a mild energy. Overall, he seemed to physically be in this place, but at the same time his body also seemed to be illusory. Furthermore, up ahead of him was a planet. It was much, much smaller than planet South Heaven, and in fact, might not even have been large enough to actually call a planet. Perhaps it was nothing more than a large asteroid. It also seemed completely unstable, filled with chaos. Almost as soon as Meng Hao laid eyes on the black planet, innumerable dots of light appeared that looked like eyes. All of the eyes opened and looked straight at Meng Hao. An intense sense of crisis filled Meng Hao, and his mind trembled. Suddenly, whistling sounds could be heard, and, astonishingly, 1,000 beams of light shot toward Meng Hao from the planet. Figures could be seen within these beams of light, figures that weren't cultivators, but rather puppets. Meng Hao was not the only one to be seeing this. Each and every one of the cultivators on the ancient road of Dao seeking was in a unique world of their own. What they were seeing and experiencing was exactly the same as Meng Hao. Meng Hao's eyes glittered coldly, and he didn't instantly spring into action. Instead, he took advantage of the time it would take for his opponents to reach him, to further study the ancient python. It appeared to be severely wounded, and on the verge of death, although it clearly had the power to make one final attack. Such an attack would surely leave the beast completely dead in spirit and body. However, that final attack would surely be shocking, that much Meng Hao could tell. He frowned and sent his divine sense out, then sighed. All of the puppets flying out from the PLA. Net had peak Dao-seeking auras, though not one of them was comparable to a false immortal. Just then, however, 5 auras suddenly exploded out from the planet, 5 auras that were all of the false immortal stage. If that were all there were to it, it wouldn't be a big deal. But in that moment, yet another aura, even stronger than the others, exploded out. The planet shook, and ripples spread out in all directions. The energy rose up, growing more and more powerful. It was very similar to the asteroid-like planet, completely filled with a will of chaos and madness. Meng Hao's face sank, and his eyes widened. It was a true immortal. 1,000 puppets, 5 false immortals, and 1 true immortal, so this is the trial by fire? According to what Ling Yunzi said, I'm supposed to kill all of these enemies within the time it takes an incense stick to burn. That's the only way to pass the stage. Ordinary attack methods would never be able to accomplish such a thing. Meng Hao muttered to himself as the more than 1,000 puppets whistled ever closer to him. There's no way that this trial by fire will eliminate almost all the competitors in only the second stage. Meng Hao's eyes flickered as he looked down at the ancient python beneath his feet. This ancient beast is powerful. The last attack it makes before dying will be powerful enough to kill all those 1,000 peak Dao-seeking puppets. Or, if I wait a bit, I could kill the 5 false immortals with it. If I wait until the very end to use it, then I could kill the true immortal. I only have one shot. That's the choice we competitors are being given. The light of understanding flashed in his eyes. In the various other worlds in which the cultivators on the ancient road of Dao seeking all faced the same scenario, everyone was hesitating regarding how to stick out from the crowd. There were many chosen hidden among the competitors, and they were all intelligent people. It only took them a moment to come to the exact same conclusion Meng Hao had about the crux of this stage. The masked young man looked out with flickering eyes. Without hesitation, he shot out to fight the more than 1,000 peak Dao-seeking puppets, intending to use the ancient python's final attack to kill the true immortal. Such a decision was audacious and required incredible self-confidence. As for the old man with the age-changing transformation ability, his eyes flickered as he chose the same tactic. There were, however, quite a few cultivators who chose to use the ancient beast's powerful attack first, rumbling out and slaughtering the 1,000 peak Dao-seeking puppets. After the puppets had been completely wiped out, the cultivators would step forward themselves to fight against the 5 false immortals. There were multiple cultivators who made each of the various choices. Shortly, the echoing sound of booms and the glow of magical abilities rocked heaven and earth within each of the Vario Us worlds. However, the actual scenes playing out within these worlds was hidden to the observers out in the 9th mountain and sea. The only thing they could see was the list of names and the numbers representing the kill count next to each name, which were quickly soaring. As for the high-level patriarchs from the 3 great Taoist societies, 4 great clans, 5 great holy lands, and the 3 churches and 6 sects, they were all sitting cross-legged in an enormous palace in the starry sky, staring at an enormous ancient mirror. The mirror was split into 3 sections, within which could be seen clear images of everything that was happening on the 3 ancient roads. That masked young man chose the hardest path, but from that, You can see that his heart is as resolute as a boulder. He definitely has potential. That cultivator with the age transformations is most likely an apprentice of Patriarch Mirage. He might also be a rogue cultivator, but in any case, it's quite rare to see cultivators of the Dao-seeking stage who practice time transformation magic. There are many potential stars in this trial by fire. From the 3 choices given them, we can learn about their personalities. Although, it doesn't matter which choice they make, as long as they pass the stage, they can be considered chosen. The old patriarchs discussed the matter calmly, occasionally glancing at the ancient roads of the nascent soul and spirit severing to identify people they deemed worthy of notice. Meng Hao, naturally, also received some attention. And yet, on the outside, there were currently no numbers displayed next to the name Fangmu. Meanwhile, the patriarchs were continuing to discuss the matter. That young cultivator with the mosquitoes is the first one to make an unexpected move. There's also that kid in the yellow robe. He didn't make any of the obvious choices either. All eyes in the palace were fixed on one of the scenes playing out on the mirror surface. The young man with the mosquitoes waved his hands, causing his mosquitoes to fly toward the python, whereupon they stabbed their mouthparts into it and began to absorb its blood. Another image depicted a young man who had performed unremarkably in the first stage. His body suddenly went blurry and he fused down into the python. He quickly took control of it and set it to fighting, hoping to use it to kill both the puppets and the false immortals. Not too much time passed before other cultivators also began to use various unorthodox methods that did not conform with the 3 obvious choices. None of the members of the crowd in the palace seemed to find this unexpected and, in fact, had apparently predicted that such a thing would happen. This is excellent. There are far more people doing the unexpected than in the last trial by fire. From ancient times until now, there are always competitors in the Ancient Roads trial by fire who make breathtaking achievements in their later days. This group of cultivators is not bad at all. How come that Fangmu hasn't done anything yet? Amidst their chatting and laughing, some people had been paying attention to Meng Hao all along. Instantly, all eyes turned to the image portraying Meng Hao. He stood atop the head of the python, seemingly in a daze as the more than 1,000 puppets bore down on him. They were now only about 300 meters away. That Fangmu most likely doesn't have any plan at all. It's not uncommon for cultivators to struggle when it comes to making decisions. That's too bad. I'd hope to see if he could perform exceptionally well in the second stage too. For someone to take first place in 2 stages in a row isn't unheard of, but isn't very common either. Unfortunately, I'm afraid he's not the type that can do it. As the puppets whistled toward him, Meng Hao's eyes glittered, and his lips turned up slightly into a cold smile. The 3 choices seem different, but in fact, they are the same. Perhaps by using some unexpected tactics, it would be possible to introduce some degree of variation in the results. However, even if you were able to wipe all of these things out, that would be overlooking something even more important. And that is that planet. His eyes shone with a strange light as he looked at the planet. In truth, this python has another function other than its one attack, and that is the power of flight. Before I proceed, though, I need to test out whether or not this body is real. Eyes glittering, he suddenly reached his right hand out and then slapped it down hard onto his chest. A boom rang out, his body trembled, and his eyes began to glow with a brilliant light. He'd felt like something was off as soon as he'd entered this place. Although everything seemed real, after experiencing the illusory world of the ancient demon immortal sect, he had a much deeper understanding of such things. In all the other worlds, everyone was already in the midst of furious fighting. In Meng Hao's world, the puppets were closing in. Meng Hao suddenly sat down cross-legged and then stretched his hands out to rest on the ancient python's head. The python's eyes turned bright red, and it let out a roar. Then its body burst into flames as it used the last scraps of its life force to shoot forward at blinding speed. The puppets scattered as the python swept through them. Even the 5 false immortals were incapable of blocking it. It moved with shocking speed as it carried Meng Hao directly toward the planet. As soon as it reached the planet itself, the python collapsed into bits of ash that vanished. At the same time, the aura of a true immortal exploded out from within the planet. A figure flew out, wreathed in golden light, moving with astonishing speed toward Meng Hao, who had just stepped foot onto the planet itself. Its energy soared, and it looked like a windstorm as it bore down on Meng Hao. However, even as it neared, a vicious expression appeared on Meng Hao's face, and he unleashed the star-plucking magic. A huge hand appeared that grabbed onto the golden figure, after which Meng Hao closed his eyes. With ruthless decisiveness, he caused his cultivation base to detonate. The power of the self-detonation was channeled directly into the golden figure through the star-plucking hand. It didn't matter how incredibly powerful this figure was. Its body was filled with roaring, and, because its aura was chaotic to begin with, the power of the self-detonation compelled its inner aura to become even more turbulent, such that the figure was also forced to self-detonate. A massive boom rattled out as both Meng Hao and the figure self-detonated together. The entire planet was then thrown into instability, causing it to shatter into countless pieces. A massive destructive power was unleashed as the fragments then transformed into a black hole, which began to suck everything in. The puppets and false immortals had no time to fight back. They were instantly swallowed up by the black hole. In the palace, in the starry sky, the members of the crowd looked on in stupefaction. Chapter 847 Talent. Cultivation.
Age.
Crowds and locations all over the Ninth Mountain and Sea were watching the events on the vortex screens. However, regardless of location, the eyes of every spectator suddenly went wide with disbelief. On the ancient road of Dao Seeking, Feng Mu's name had previously had no number next to it. In the blink of an eye, there was suddenly a number. 1006. The number appeared so quickly, so suddenly, that people didn't even have a chance to register it mentally before both the number and Feng Mu's name disappeared. The light that covered the altar upon which Meng Hao stood slowly faded away, to reveal Meng Hao, sitting there cross-legged. He was the first person to pass the stage. That's impossible. What just happened? I remember that just now, Feng Mu didn't have any numbers next to his name at all. That means he hadn't even killed a single enemy. Then I blinked my eyes, and he passed the stage. A bunch of numbers appeared just now, and then they vanished, and Feng Mu passed the stage. Is it possible that he used only one move to kill all of the enemies? Heavens! He got first place in the second stage, too. Hardly any time has passed, not even 100 breaths. He got first place in the first stage, and now first place in the second stage. Everyone out in the Ninth Mountain and Sea was completely shocked. Cries of astonishment rang out in all of the locations where people were watching, and the buzz of conversation immediately rose up. In the vast eastern lands, Fang Xiufeng and Meng Li were gaping at the scene. Even they weren't too sure exactly what Meng Hao had done. Pill Demon and Chu Yuyen were also looking on with wide eyes, staring dumbly at Meng Hao on the screen. The crowds out in the Ninth Mountain and Sea were in an uproar. That Feng Mu, he's definitely the star of this whole trial by fire. How powerful is he exactly? He actually killed all of the enemies with one move. I want to see how exactly he did it. It must have been breathtaking. Meanwhile, not too far away from Planet East Victory, an enormous turtle floated in the starry sky, carrying an entire continent on its back. He was staring in shock at the 3 vortex screens down below on East Victory. Damn it. It must be him. Even if he transformed into dust, the Patriarch would still recognize that little bastard. But what exactly did he do? He got first place in the blink of an eye. This gargantuan turtle was of course none other than Patriarch Reliance. At the same time, in another location in the starry sky, a figure could be seen sitting cross-legged on an asteroid, hair disheveled as he looked up at 3 vortex screens. His expression was taciturn, but a brilliant light glittered in his eyes. How could I have imagined that I wouldn't die? Meng Hao, Planet South Heaven was only the first half of my life. I have to thank you for helping me understand so much. In the remaining years, I will definitely find a way to pay you back. Even as everyone in the Ninth Mountain and Sea was shaken, back in the palace among the stars, silence reigned. The patriarchs of the various sects and clans, even the representatives from the 3 great Taoist societies, were all watching with wide eyes and slack jaws. After a long moment, one of the old men chuckled wryly and said, "That's cheating." These people were the only ones who could clearly see what had actually happened. The fact that he came up with a way to seize victory like that might be considered cheating, but it's amazing nonetheless. He didn't hesitate to kill himself along with the enemy. Fervor like that is what clinched the victory. Compared to this Feng Mu, all the others couldn't even be considered to be using unorthodox tactics. His methods are truly astonishing. To self-detonate with such decisiveness and furthermore, to control it so ingeniously, we can be certain that Feng Mu was the first person to realize that the second stage was an illusory world. Even still, he should be disqualified. Fraudulent methods like that are a complete disgrace. Oh please, you want him disqualified so you can secretly go recruit him. That's not cheating. The other competitors just didn't think of that idea, or perhaps couldn't pull it off. That's just weakness on their part. This Feng Mu has definitely cleared this stage. As the discussions continued in the palace, one of the 3 elders from the 3 great Taoist societies who sat at the head of the group suddenly opened his eyes, filling the palace with endless light. Feng Mu. Stage cleared. He spoke only 4 words, but they echoed out from the palace into the starry sky, and then, by means of a special technique, echoed through, about the ancient road, and then out into the rest of the Ninth Mountain and Sea. Suddenly, a ranking list appeared in the ancient road of Dao Seeking, and in first place was the name Feng Mu. Every spot beneath it was blank. The Ninth Mountain and Sea was abuzz, and many of the patriarchs seated in the palace pulled out jade slips to transmit information to their sects, ordering them to attempt to recruit Feng Mu. It was at this point that Meng Hao opened his eyes. At first, they seemed blank, but then quickly grew bright. His expression was calm as he sat there cross-legged and unmoving. The second stage was a complete illusion, and the so-called risk to the lives of the competitors was false. However, because of the brutality of the first stage, the other competitors subconsciously assumed that the second stage would be exactly the same. By now, roughly half of the prescribed time period had passed. Shockingly, a blue-robed young woman from the group who had proceeded 3,000 paces suddenly became visible from within the light that surrounded her. Her eyes brimmed with confidence as she looked over at the ranking list, and then suddenly went wide with shock. He was actually faster than me, she thought. I possess the Tao of Souls, allowing me to take control of the puppets. And yet Feng Mu possesses some more powerful divine ability. Just what is it? More people began to clear the second stage after the young woman. It didn't take long for enough time to pass for an incense stick to burn. Roughly a third of the competitors didn't manage to clear the stage. As for those who did, they used a variety of methods to succeed. When it came to the true immortal, most of them chose to use the python to destroy it in a single blow. No one used the same method as Meng Hao. As people emerged from clearing the stage, they looked over at the ranking list and were shocked. Feng Mu took first place in the first stage, and now he took first place in the second stage too. Damn it. The masked young man was one of the last to emerge from the second stage. Behind his mask, his face was extremely unsightly. His previously high aspirations had been dealt a heavy blow. As for the old man with the age transformation powers, he also looked ashen-faced and was frowning. Most of the cultivators who distinguished themselves in the first stage did not fare very well in the second stage. Meanwhile, on the ancient roads of the nascent soul and spirit severing, the second stage had likewise concluded. Fatty, Chen Fan, and Wang Yukai had all succeeded. Chen Fan put on the most astonishing performance, and although he didn't take first place, he was in the top 100, which was quite an accomplishment. As for Fatty and Wang Yukai, they ended up in the top 1,000. Li Shiqi ranked toward the bottom, and had barely been able to pass. It was only the second stage, but the previously large number of competitors had already been whittled down by roughly half. Of course, Meng Hao's performance caused a huge stir in the Ninth Mountain and Sea, and the name Feng Mu was now planted thoroughly in everyone's minds. Many people were now looking forward to the third stage, to see if he could take first place yet again. On the ancient road of Dao seeking, Ling Yunzi of the Ninth Sea God World stood there in illusory form, looking out at the crowds. This time, his gaze lingered on Meng Hao for a bit longer than it had last time. Without another word, he then waved his hand, causing everyone to disappear. When they reappeared, they were further along down the ancient road. They still stood on altars, although everyone's positions were now changed. Some who were in the lead were now sent further back, whereas some who had been far in the back had now caught up. Only Meng Hao was alone, far up ahead of everyone on his own altar. Behind him were all the other Dao-seeking cultivators, staring at his back, faces filled with the desire to do battle. The previous two stages tested your battle prowess, Ling Yunzi said coolly. You will now pass through the third, fourth, and fifth stages simultaneously. They will test your latent talent, the depth of your cultivation base, and also your true age. The higher your latent talent, the deeper your cultivation base, and the younger you are, the more outstanding your results will be. This is a composite test. Even if you did not perform well in the first two stages, if you do well in this third stage, you can still rise above the other competitors. With that, he waved his hand, causing everything to flash with bright colors and a wind to pick up. Suddenly, 3 enormous stone steels rose up out of the altars in front of each competitor. Each stone steel was inscribed with a single large character.
Talent.
Cultivation.
Age.
Place your hand onto the stone steel and allow its power to enter into you. Let the testing begin. The majority of the cultivators on the ancient road of Dao seeking stepped forward and placed their hands onto the talent stone steels. In the blink of an eye, columns of light began to rise up from the stone steels, each one reaching a different height. Most reached a height of approximately 30 meters. However, there was one that suddenly shot up to 60 meters, drawing quite a bit of attention. To any sect, the latent talent a cultivator possessed was actually more important than battle prowess. Next, a 90-meter column of light appeared, then a 150-meter column, a 180-meter column, and even a 300-meter column. That one belonged to the young woman who had emerged from the second stage right after Meng Hao. She looked at the column of light, her expression as calm as it usually was. Behind her, more 300-meter columns appeared. Among the other cultivators who possessed 300-meter columns were the masked young man and the cultivator with the mosquitoes. Those two, along with the young woman, were known to the audience by now. The others Ho's columns reached 300 meters were all people who hadn't attracted much attention in the previous two stages, but were now making a spectacular showing. A 300-meter column of light shows an incredible level of latent talent. I never imagined that there would be 7 people with such latent talent in the Dao-seeking division of the Trial by Fire. There are 9 in the Spirit-severing division. There are even more in the Nascent Soul division. A total of 17 300-meter columns. I wonder how Feng Mu will perform. While the crowds outside discussed the proceedings, the patriarchs in the palace who represented the various sects and clans were looking on with glittering eyes. They eyed the various cultivators with exceptional latent talent, and of course, were looking at Meng Hao. Meng Hao hesitated for a moment. He had never really paid much attention to his latent talent, but he lifted his hand up and then placed it onto the stone steel. As soon as he touched it, a gentle power spread out into his body from the stone steel. It quickly flowed into his qi and blood passageways, eventually swirling out through his whole body. However, it was at this point that the illusory immortal meridian created by the bronze lamp suddenly quivered. Then, it began to emit a gravitational force that instantly sucked up the gentle power from the stone steel. Meng Hao's eyes went wide. Chapter 848. Senior, bring another. On the ancient road of the nascent soul, glittering light rose up. Fatty stared blankly at the stone steel in front of him. The beam of light that rose up was only 90 meters tall, although there were still quite a few others that weren't as tall as his. Fudge, he thought, his eyes blazing with fury. Why the hell isn't my latent talent the best? That doesn't make sense. All those years ago, the Golden Frost sect told me that my latent talent was unequaled in the whole world. He was especially depressed when he looked over and saw that Wang Youcai's column of light was 150 meters tall. Then he looked over at Chen Fan, and Fatty's eyes went wide with disbelief. Chen Fan's beam of light was actually among the 300-meter columns. Li Shiqi's wasn't quite 300 meters tall, but was still tall enough at 250 meters. On the ancient road of Dao Seeking, as the competitors placed their hands on the stone steels, radiant light shot up, filling the area with scintillating brightness. Only Meng Hao's stone steel was completely without any light whatsoever. He smiled wryly. It was impossible for the stone steel to emit any light whatsoever, because the gentle power that was the source of the light never returned from Meng Hao's body into the steel. Instead, it had been swallowed up by the ethereal immortal meridian inside of him. Right now, the audiences in the outside world were all abuzz. Much importance was attached to the latent talent stage of the event. After all, latent talent was an important foundation for cultivators, and A.L.'s sects paid close attention to it. As for the cultivators who displayed unusual amounts of latent talent, they were immediately taken note of. There were quite a few people who looked over at Meng Hao. He had taken first place in the previous 2 stages, which put him directly in the limelight. Many people were waiting in anticipation to see if he would take first place in the 3rd stage as well. Of course, there were also others who looked on with cold smiles, just waiting to ridicule him. By now, all of the stone steels were lit up, be they on the ancient roads of the nascent soul or spirit severing, or the ancient road of Dao Seeking. Now, all attention was focused on Meng Hao. This was especially the case because after taking first in the first 2 stages, he was now ahead of everyone on the ancient road. There weren't even any other cultivators around him, which made his position even more conspicuous. What is Feng Mu up to? There's no light coming from the stone steel at all. What's wrong? He can't possibly be completely devoid of latent talent. Even if it's poor, there would still be some light, right? Maybe he didn't actually start the analysis yet. But hold on, his hand is clearly resting on the steel. Soon, everyone on the outside was looking over at the image of Meng Hao on the vortex screens and were astonished. The powerful experts from the various sects were also watching, as was everyone in the palace up the starry sky. Everyone from the 3 churches and 6 sects, the 5 great holy lands, the 4 great clans, and even the 3 great Daoist societies, was now looking at Meng Hao and his lightless stone steel. What crafty scheme is that little bastard pulling off? Thought Patriarch Reliance, his face twisted with fury. Although he had a complex relationship with Meng Hao was the sole intersect disciple from the Reliance sect. Therefore, the scene that was playing out right now left Patriarch Reliance feeling quite disgraced. Back in the vast eastern lands, Fang Xiufeng and Meng Li were also staring in shock. They knew exactly what kind of latent talent Meng Hao had. Although he'd experienced the 7th-year tribulation, he was also the first person in the entire Fang clan in years to actually experience a 2nd, and even a 3rd lifetime. Because of that, they knew that his bloodline ran especially strong. A cultivator's bloodline was one of the aspects of their latent talent, so they couldn't understand why the stone steel in front of Meng Hao did not shine with light. Meng Hao cleared his throat and looked around at all the other people and their columns of light. Feeling all the eyes boring down into his back, he slowly lifted his hand up and then pressed it down again onto the stone steel. The gentle power appeared once again, but just like the last time, the immortal meridian swallowed it up. It was at this point that Meng Hao noticed that after absorbing the power, the immortal meridian was a bit different. He casually lifted his hand up again and then pushed it down, causing more of the gentle energy to spread out inside him. The spectators looked on in shock as Meng Hao continuously attempted to activate the light. After trying 7 or 8 times, he realized that the Immortal Meridian had absorbed too much of the gentle power, and now there wasn't any emanating out from the stone steel at all. However, the Immortal Meridian inside of him had changed from its previous illusory state. About 10% of it had solidified. This development caused Meng Hao's heart to pound with wild joy and excitement. He knew that the moment the Immortal Meridian was complete, he would step into true immortality. Suppressing his excitement, he plastered an expression of surprise onto his face and then pushed his hand down onto the steel a few more times experimentally. He glanced around, then looked up, apparently frustrated, and called out into the void. "Senior Ling Yunzi, are you there? This stone steel is broken. Can I have another? Actually, sir, it would be best to bring out several, just in case there are any other broken ones. That will save you some frustration in the long run." He gazed up into the starry sky, an expression of eager anticipation on his face. Everything was silent. The other cultivators on the ancient road of Dao Seeking all looked on silently. In the starry sky palace, the patriarchs from the various sects were all frowning. However, they knew that the ruins of immortality were veiled in mystery. Even though the 3 great Taoist societies held control of the 3 ancient roads, there were many things about them that they didn't understand. After a long moment, the patriarch of the 9th Sea God world said, "Fellow Taoist Ling Yunzi, give him another." The voice echoed out into the ancient road of Dao Seeking, and Ling Yunzi materialized out of the void. He looked down indifferently at Meng Hao, then waved his sleeve, causing the stone steel in front of him to vanish, as if had been teleported away. Moments later, it was replaced by another stone steel. Meng Hao's eyes gleamed as he quickly reached his hand out and pushed it down onto the stone steel. "Shine," he bellowed. The gentle power once again entered his body and began to flow about. At the same time, an imperceptible flicker appeared in Meng Hao's eyes as he used both the meat jelly and the black feather to conceal anything that was happening inside of him. The Immortal Meridian quickly sucked in every last bit of the power, although it didn't seem to have a very drastic effect on the meridian itself. Meng Hao blinked. Then, as Ling Yunzi looked on wide-eyed, he dramatically inspected the stone steel and tried to place his hand onto it several times. Soon, all the power from the steel was sucked away by the Immortal Meridian. Ling Yunzi wasn't the only person who was paying close attention to what was happening. The people in the Starry Sky Palace were also observing closely, and their frowns deepened. There's something wrong. The stone steel isn't effective. Even though everything seems normal, there's actually something strange going on inside of his body. He must cultivate some unique Taoist magic. As the discussions buzzed in the palace, an old man wearing a long crimson gown suddenly rose to his feet. "There's no need for any testing," he said. "Ladies and gentlemen, Mount Sun would be happy to dispel any doubts for you. I will recruit him to join Mount Sun, and then all disputes will be resolved." Laughing heartily, he began to walk forward, but then his path was suddenly obstructed. There's no need for the Holy Land of Mount Sun to go to that trouble. The Burning Incense Stick Society is more than willing to take the risk of recruiting him. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere in the palace was completely astir. As they verbally sparred over the matter, Meng Hao stood on his altar on the ancient road of Dao Seeking. Sighing, he looked up at the grim-faced Ling Yunzi. "Senior, this one's broken too. Why don't you give me a few more?" Ling Yunzi stared at him silently for a moment, then waved his hand. Rumbling echoed out as 4 stone steels with the character, talent, inscribed on them suddenly appeared. Meng Hao's heart thumped, and he coughed lightly again and began the assessment. This one's broken. This one's broken too. Damn it. Heavens. Who would have thought that this one would also be broken? I can't believe it. This one's broken too. Meng Hao looked up with a sheepish, pained expression, as if the heavens were playing a cruel joke on him. Ling Yunzi looked back with an extremely unsightly expression. Of course, inwardly, Meng Hao was extremely excited. Although the 5 stone steels from just now had not been incredibly effective, they had pushed his Immortal Meridian from being 10% solid to 20%. Of course, all of the crowds looking on in the 9th mountain and sea weren't sure whether to laugh or cry. Although Meng Hao was no longer in first place, he was actually even more a center of attention than before, when he had placed first. "Senior, why don't you give me another 10? Meng Hao said expectantly. Ling Yunzi's eyelids twitched. With a cold harumph, he waved his hand, then apathetically announced the first-place winner of the 3rd stage. After that he said, "The next stage assesses cultivation base. Let the assessment begin." As his words rang out, the talent stone steels vanished. The first-place winner of the 3rd stage glared at Meng Hao in frustration, but could do nothing except wallow in anger. "Senior." Meng Hao cried out in distress. "Hey, Senior. I'm not done with the assessment. This isn't fair." Ling Yunzi completely ignored Meng Hao, and in fact, vanished into thin air. Nobody paid any attention to Meng Hao's complaints whatsoever. At the same time, everyone else on the ancient road of Dao Seeking stepped forward toward the cultivation stone steels. The patriarchs in the starry sky palace up above looked on with glittering eyes. Although they had been bickering moments ago, it was all in accord with the various plans they had. As for the crowds in the Ninth Sea, they had originally had high expectations for the third stage, but after what had happened with Fangmu, the mood was completely different. This is so unfair, grumbled Meng Hao. He walked forward to the cultivation stone steel, reached out his right hand, and was delighted to find that the gentle power, although somewhat different than the power from before, was actually slightly more powerful. As soon as it entered his body and began to circulate around, the immortal meridian trembled and then thirstily spread out to absorb all of it.
Damn it.
How could this one be broken too? Exclaimed Meng Hao, seemingly furious. As all of the other stone steels around him shone with bright light, Meng Hao continued to attempt to get his to work, looking as though he refused to believe it wouldn't. After the 7th or 8th attempt, he had absorbed enough power from the stone steel to solidify his immortal meridian to 30%. His cultivation base, with its 80% of the power of a true immortal, actually experienced some advancement. Licking his lips, Meng Hao once again called out loudly. This really isn't fair. Senior Ling Yunzi, please, let me switch steels. Ling Yunzi materialized and, his expression dark, looked at Meng Hao and waved his arm. The cultivation, stone steels vanished, and then Ling Yunzi's annoyed voice echoed out. Pipe down. Any more chatter from you, and you'll be disqualified. Next stage, the age assessment. Meng Hao blinked. Feeling slightly guilty, he proceeded toward the age stone steel and pushed his hand down onto it. Chapter 849, Creativity. On the ancient road of the nascent soul, everything was normal. The cultivators on the ancient road of spirit severing had made incredible progress. These 3 stages of talent, cultivation, and age assessments tested one's foundation, and as such, were of great importance to the various sects and clans. There were already quite a few people from both the ancient road of the nascent soul and spirit severing whose names had been recorded by the sections. As long as they continued to perform well in the following stages, their future good fortune was essentially guaranteed. Chun Fan was just such a person. Unfortunately, Fatty and the others had not yet made it onto any of the lists. In contrast, the ancient road of Dao Seeking was in complete chaos. It wasn't that the proceedings themselves were chaotic, but rather, there was a feeling of unpredictability because nobody was paying attention to who would take first place in the assessments of talent, cultivation, and age. All sorts of conversations were playing out throughout the 9th mountain and say, just what kind of latent talent does Fangmu have? And what cultivation base? How old is he? I can't believe the stone steels didn't work. They even changed steels several times. There's obviously something special about Fangmu. Oh right, who took first in the talent and cultivation assessments? I wasn't really paying attention. I'm just wondering whether the age-assessing stone steel will be effective on Fangmu. Back on the ancient road of Dao Seeking, Meng Hao was like an unwelcome guest whose style and actions took the wind out of everyone's sails. He was now, once again, the focus of all attention. Although he wasn't in first place, the current first-place competitor was being completely ignored. More and more sects were becoming interested in Meng Hao, and in fact, his name had already been recorded by all of the 3 churches and 6 sects. Furthermore, it was in first place on all of those lists. Meng Hao bashfully placed his hand on the age stone steel, sucked in the energy, solidifying his immortal meridian to 40%. He felt that it was quite a pity that Ling Yunzi was so stingy. Sighing wistfully to himself, he thought of yelling out another complaint about how unfair it all was, but managed to keep his mouth shut. He said nothing, but rather, stood there gauging the other competitors' columns of light. No matter how high any of those columns were, everyone's faces were extremely unsightly. The age-assessing stage is concluded, announced Ling Yunzi with the flick of a sleeve. Everyone except for Meng Hao vanished and reappeared on altars further off in the distance. Meng Hao had now gone from first place to dead last. This development caused everyone who was competing in the trial by fire on the ancient road of Dao Seeking to be very agitated. Virtually, all of them turned to glare back at Meng Hao, inwardly musing about how benevolent Ling Yunzi was. In their minds, someone like Meng Hao should obviously have been disqualified immediately. He obviously just doesn't have enough latent talent, so he used some insidious technique to disable the stone steels. How shameless. There must be something weird about his cultivation base that he doesn't want anyone to know about. To use such methods to skirt the issue is really detestable. You know, he should be disqualified. Merely getting sent to last place is really showing him mercy. Punish him to sate our anger. Everyone on the ancient road of Dao Seeking was furious at Meng Hao, especially those who hadn't made a name for themselves in the previous 2 stages. Those who had excelled in the assessments of talent, cultivation, and age were especially angry. This isn't fair, yelled Meng Hao. Not fair, replied Ling Yunzi, glaring back at him. You didn't earn any marks in the last 3 stages, you wasted several stone steals, and even depleted some of the valuable resources of the ruins of immortality. You're lucky to not be disqualified.
I
Dare you to keep yapping. Anyone else who was in Meng Hao's position that received such words and such a gaze from Ling Yunzi would instantly be filled with awe, fear, and concern over the consequences of their words. However, as far as Meng Hao was concerned, he hadn't come here to join any sect. "Oh, great and powerful senior," he said, "I know that I was in the wrong. Listen, how about this? Just give me 3 more stone steals to try out. If they don't work, then Junior will resign himself to his fate." Ling Yunzi gaped at Meng Hao, so angry that he almost felt like laughing. Were it not for Meng Hao's previous performance having attracted the attention of all the spectators outside, he would definitely disqualify him immediately. Meng Hao was turning into a real headache. In the end, Ling Yunzi just pretended he didn't hear him. The 6th, 7th, and 8th stages will assess your divine sense, willpower, and intuition. In response to Ling Yunzi's words, Meng Hao blinked. Inwardly, he vowed that the next time he saw Fan Donger, he would definitely show her who was boss and vent his anger toward Ling Yunzi on her. You will pass through these 3 stages simultaneously. Each of you will find yourself in your own world, filled with unique and strange phenomena, which you will use to create your own divine ability. Depending on the results of your creation, you will be presented with a certain number of. At this point, Ling Yunzi faltered for a moment before speaking the final 2 words. Stone steals. When Meng Hao heard the words stone steals, his heart began to thump, and his eyes shone brightly. Ling Yunzi waved his hand, causing all of the altars began to tremble. Massive amounts of fog began to accumulate, covering over everyone present. Then, the power of teleportation spread out, and everyone disappeared. Outside in the 9th mountain and sea, everyone settled their chi and calmed their minds, then focused on the scenes playing out on the vortex screens. It could be said that the first 2 stages tested fighting, and the 3rd through 5th stages tested the foundation. In that case, the 6th, 7th, and 8th stages tested creativity. For cultivators, creativity required divine sense, willpower, and, of course, intuition. Every time the 3 great Taoist societies held a recruitment event, shocking and peerless individuals would create divine abilities in these 3 stages that would become incredibly famous. Everyone was watching with keen anticipation. In the Starry Sky Palace, the patriarchs were no longer squabbling, but instead, were watching with rapt attention. The 5 holy lands, the 3 great Taoist societies, all of them were closely examining the screens and the cultivators on the ancient roads of the nascent soul, spirit severing and Tao seeking. The people who had ended up on the name lists of the various sects were the subject of special scrutiny. As long as they maintained good posit ions during these 3 stages, then there was no question about whether or not they would eventually be recruited. As for the rest of the people who hadn't made it onto the name lists, if they performed spectacularly in these 3 stages, they would surely be noticed, and their names would be added to the lists. Up in the palace among the stars, everyone was sighing emotionally. Creating a divine ability is not a simple thing. It's very difficult. I can't wait to see what stunning divine abilities we will see. In any other place, it would probably be easier to find a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn than to find someone in this group who could create a divine ability. However, the ruins of immortality are a special place, with a unique power. There are astonishing things here that would normally be very rare or even non-existent in the outside world, things that can inspire the competitors and influence them inwardly. That's right, on the ancient roads, it will be much easier for them to create divine abilities. If they can't make one here, it shows that their future path will not stretch very far. Divine abilities must be created, a process that stems from the intuition of the creator. Willpower could be considered part of intuition, whereas divine will act as a Tao protector. In the final analysis, the same objects and the same source of inspiration will be viewed differently by different people and can lead to different forms of enlightenment. From ancient times until now, the Taoist societies have held this trial by fire on several occasions. The most powerful person to ever participate was Sir Fan from the 9th Sea God world. When he created his divine ability that year, he caused 19 stone steals to appear, which is a record that stands to this day. He created the Mortal Sea Becomes Immortal, which was eventually developed into a Taoist magic, one of the most powerful ever.
1.
Meanwhile, as the people in the Starry Sky Palace were sighing in emotional reminiscence, all of the people being teleported opened their eyes as the scenery around them became clear. A tremor ran through Meng Hao as he looked around at completely unfamiliar lands. Everything around him was a mass of black soil that stretched out as far as the eye could see. It was blazingly hot, and 9 suns could be seen high up in the sky, almost like 9 mighty immortals looking out across the lands. This place was a wasteland. Scattered structures were visible off in the distance, half sunken into the soil. Those that remained above the surface were in a state of collapse. However, Carvings of auspicious beasts could be seen on their surfaces, harkening back to their former glory. A moaning wind blew through the land, brushing against the black soil, causing what sounded like a sad melody to spring up. It filled one with the desire to go searching for whoever might have listened to such a song in the past, but as it floated across the land, it seemed to be drifting through countless ages of time and ancient memories. Meng Hao stood there, completely alone in this vast stretch of land. The only thing to accompany him was the murmuring wind, the black soil that stretched out in all directions, and the ruins that could be seen off in the distance. Being in such a location caused Meng Hao's mood to sink, and his eyes flickered with a strange light. So, this place can influence the emotions, he thought, sending his divine sense spreading out. It swept the area, and in addition to everything he had already seen, he could now sense a faint pressure weighing down on him. If he hadn't sent his divine sense out, he would have never detected it. Furthermore, he was only aware of it within the range of his divine sense. Meng Hao's expression slowly changed as he carefully examined his surroundings using divine sense. Now he could sense that there were actually different ranges of pressures, some strong, some weak, coming from all the various ruins lying about. It was at this point that Ling Yunzi's voice echoed out to everyone on the ancient road of Dao seeking. It almost sounded like it was coming from a different world that overlapped with this one.
6th stage, divine sense.
7th stage, willpower. 8th stage, intuition. The world you are in contains 99 ruins, as well as a virtually intact immortal pavilion. The pressure is different in each area, and you will find different forms of enlightenment in each location. The more powerful your divine sense is, the more immortal ruins you will be able to sense, and the greater your enlightenment will be. After you find each immortal ruin, your willpower will determine whether or not you can stand up to the pressure there. Your intuition will decide your final type of enlightenment and how it becomes a divine ability. Ling Yunzi's archaic voice echoed about in the wasteland. It almost sounded like he was a figure from ancient times, that his voice was being affected by the agedness of the ruins and then transmitted through time into the ears of the competitors. The wind whimpered, and the land looked as ancient as ever. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he sent his divine sense out and found that it was impossible to cover the entire world. He could only see 7 sets of ruins. The nearest was about 3,000 meters away, and it appeared to be a dried-up well, surrounded by a broken-down wall. Meng Hao strolled over, and when he was about 300 meters away from the well, he could sense pressure pushing down on him. It was powerful, like a windstorm. The windstorm bore down on him, accompanied by a voice that, when compared to Ling Yunzi, truly did seem to come from ancient times. Whenever I see it, I think of you. To anyone who hears my voice in the future, have you felt the same way as I do? Do you also have an object that makes you think of someone? 1. Sir Fan's surname in Chinese is Fan Fan, a surname shared by Fan Dong, which means ordinary or mortal. In the divine ability he created, the word mortal is the same character, a play on words. Chapter 850. Can the leopard change its spots? Meng Hao stopped in place and stared blankly at a vague illusion that suddenly appeared in front of him. He saw a middle-aged man wearing a long white robe, sitting cross-legged in front of the well. The wall surrounding the well was suddenly intact, and a simple hut could be seen attached to it, the sides of which were covered in bottle-gourd vines. The middle-aged man seemed to be gazing eternally at the well, as if he were locked in a single moment for all eternity. It was a simple vision, almost ordinary, but Meng Hao felt himself trembling. The voice in his ear penetrated into his mind and echoed through his soul. He thought of many things, many people, many objects. He wasn't sure when, but at some point, he had walked up, sat cross-legged in front of the well, and started staring at it. His mind filled with perplexity and struggle, as if the ancient voice from just now was allowing the dilapidated ancient ruin here to interfere with his willpower and make him lose himself. Inside, he was fighting against the pressure, and based on the intensity of his willpower, he was able to maintain a scrap of consciousness that prevented him from losing himself. After 2 hours passed, the perplexity in Meng Hao's eyes slowly faded away and was replaced with a bright light. What an incredible Dao projection, thought Meng Hao. Sweat pouring down his forehead, he took a deep breath and thought back to the days he had just been in, and it frightened him. If there were any deadly forces in this area instead of just good fortune and chances for enlightenment, then Meng Hao would have been in great danger just now. Divine sense will allow me to find more of these immortal ruins, and my willpower will enable me to fight back against the pressure. As for intuition, that is what I need to gain enlightenment. That is what leads to creativity. After a moment of silence, Meng Hao continued to sit there cross-legged, recalling everything he had just seen. There must be an object which, when I see it, will make me think of someone, he murmured. He opened his bag of holding and swept it with his divine sense. Suddenly, he paused, and his eyes flickered awkwardly. He hesitated for a moment, then pulled out a stack of paper from his bag of holding. Every time I look at this particular promissory note, I think of the resplendent Taiyangzi. And this paper makes me think of Ji Xiaoxiao. This one makes me think of Song Luodan. And this one,
Li Linger.
this one is Sun Hai. It's too bad I don't have a promissory note from Fan Dong. Ji Yin didn't write one either. After looking over the promissory notes, he smiled wryly and realized that the enlightenment he had experienced didn't seem to be the same as that of the middle-aged man in front of the well. The man obviously missed an old friend or acquaintance, or perhaps a significant other. Meng Hao's experience was quite different than that. Sighing, Meng Hao put the promissory notes back in his bag of holding and rose to his feet. After looking at the ruins one last time, he flickered off into the distance. I don't think the enlightenment of that place suits me, he thought, shaking his head. If it did, how come I would think of promissory notes in a place that was clearly designed to make one think of old friends? He turned into a beam of light that shot off into the distance. Of course, his divine sense was backed by 80% of the power of a true immortal, so when he sent it out to search for another ruin, he quickly found one, and then flew in that direction. What he found was a dried-up old river. The only thing left behind was an empty riverbed, and pressure once again radiated out as Meng Hao neared. This time, there was no voice, only pressure, and this pressure was stronger than that which he had experienced at the well. He sat down cross-legged in the riverbed and wrestled against the pressure for about an hour. When he returned to his normal state, he was panting, and more sweat poured down his forehead. If there are 99 sets of ruins like this, plus an intact immortal pavilion, then that means that the more enlightenment I gain, the better my results will be when I create my divine ability. However, I'm only at the second ruin, and it's already so difficult. I wonder how many ruins some of the others have reached enlightenment in. Meng Hao frowned and looked at the riverbed. Fighting back against the pressure with his willpower, he began to experience a vision. He saw water flowing up into the sky, and boundless waves. This river seemed capable of shaking heaven and earth. As it flowed upward, it cut a huge rift through the sky. I bet if I can understand this river, he murmured to himself, I'll be able to create a divine ability that has to do with flowing water. When I unleash it, a celestial river would appear all around me that would sweep over everything. After thinking about it, he decided that such a divine ability would definitely be powerful. Therefore, he continued to sit there cross-legged, silently trying to reach enlightenment. However, after 6 hours flowed by, he opened his eyes in frustration. After all that time, he wasn't even able to organize his thoughts. When I look at the river, I know that it can lead to enlightenment about a divine ability, but I can't stop thinking about the river beneath Mount Daqing, the bottle gourd I threw into it, and the slip of paper that was inside. Scratching his head in puzzlement, he remembered how he had written down his great aspiration onto that note, and how he still hadn't achieved that goal. He couldn't help but sigh.
1.
It seems this place doesn't suit me either, he thought. Standing, he sent his divine sense out to look for Mo. Ruins. Meanwhile, everyone out in the ninth mountain and sea was watching the various scenes playing out on the ancient roads of the nascent soul, spirit severing, and Tao seeking. Of course, everything was quite blurry. Not even the patriarchs from the various sects up in the starry sky palace could clearly see what was happening. After all, these immortal ruins were filled with incredible power. It wouldn't be until the various participants created their final divine ability that everyone outside would be able to see what was happening. However, the audience was able to see the 3 ancient roads and knew that all of the participants were trying to gain enlightenment from the ruins. Up in the starry sky palace, the various patriarchs were discussing the scenes on the screen. It seems most of the competitors are still immersed in studying their first immortal ruin. I wonder what type of enlightenment will be gained by the person who studies the most. Well, whoever that is, they will definitely be able to create an incredibly powerful divine ability, that much is certain. That's right, Sir Fan from the 9th Sea God World gained enlightenment from 91 of the immortal ruins. That was how he managed to create the stunning and peerless mortal sea becomes immortal. In the end, he got 19 stone steals. Creating divine abilities has a lot to do with one's disposition. Grand and magnificent people create divine abilities that match their personality, whereas people with narrow thinking tend to make extreme divine abilities. Different personalities, different divine abilities. It was at this point that the patriarch from the Burning Incense Stick Society suddenly looked over at Meng Hao's screen. Huh? Fong Mu has already gained enlightenment from 2 immortal ruins. Shockingly, 2 brights could be seen on Meng Hao's screen. Meanwhile, on the ancient road of the nascent soul, Fatty was sitting next to a woodpile, seemingly in a daze. The woodpile seemed ancient, as if it had existed for countless years, and was over 300 meters tall, towering above the lands. At the very top of the woodpile was a magic fungus. It was an enormous magic fungus shaped like a millstone, completely violet in color and emanating a fragrant aroma. Fatty swallowed, and then his eyes began to shine brightly. That thing is a treasure. Just smell it, and you can tell it's some heavenly material or earthly treasure. He immediately produced a flying sword from his bag of holding and sent it flying toward the magic fungus. The sword trembled as it neared, then was hit with a jolt that sent it flying back. The mushroom did not move one iota. Fatty's eyes shone with determination, and he produced some more magical items, then pushed out hard with his cultivation base. After an hour passed, he had not even succeeded in breaking the magic fungus skin. "I don't believe it," he said, leaping to his feet. Gritting his teeth, he flew up to the mag. Icy fungus, and then opened his mouth ferociously and bit it. When he bit down, he couldn't help but scream out in pain as he tumbled backward. Stars swam in his eyes, and his teeth felt as if they might shatter. Tears flowed down his cheeks, and his expression was much the same as that year back in the Violet Fate sect when Meng Hao had concocted a special medicinal pill for him to eat. "I won't back down," he roared, flying forward again and using all the power he could summon from his cultivation base and focusing it on his treasure-like teeth. Once again, he bit down viciously onto the magic fungus. Pain washed over him, but Fatty endured it and surged with even more energy. "There's nothing that Grandpa Fatty can't bite through," he cried, his eyes shot with blood as he bit down even more viciously. It was fortunate that no one was here to witness what was happening, otherwise they would have been dumbstruck. If someone were to paint the scene, it would depict Fatty, looking much like a wolfhound as he tore at the magic fungus with his teeth. After biting it over and over again for an hour, Fatty let out a roar of rage and finally was able to bite a tiny chunk out of the magic fungus. His eyes were bright red as he chewed the magic fungus viciously and then swallowed it. He was just about to continue with his efforts when suddenly a tremor ran through him and he flopped over onto his back, unconscious. After lying there unmoving for 2 hours, he finally opened his eyes and they looked blank. "What a dream," he thought. "I saw myself creating a divine ability." After a moment, his eyes began to shine with a bright light, and he resumed ripping at the magic fungus until he tore off another chunk, after which he passed out again. The cycle repeated itself over and over again, so many times that even Fatty was unaware of how long it had been going on. Eventually, he had managed to eat about half of the magic fungus. Also on the ancient road of the nascent soul was Chen Fan, who stood silently next to an enormous boulder. A brush could be seen in his hand, and his expression was blank, as if he were submerged in a reverie. Finally, he extended his hand and began to draw the image of a woman. It was none other than his wife, Shan Ling. "My spirit has darkened," he murmured, "but I won't forget love. Not for the rest of my life." In another location was Wang Yukai, in front of whom was an enormous bronze mirror that looked completely and utterly ancient. He sat there cross-legged, staring at the image of himself in the mirror. A vicious expression could be seen on his face, which was sometimes replaced by blankness, and then other times, an expression of enlightenment. He had already been sitting there for a long time. His voice was hoarse as he said, "When I look at the world, when I look out at heaven and earth, I see the future, and I see the past. However, I know that these eyes of mine can see more than that."
He almost
appeared to be on the verge of going mad. When Meng Hao, Dong Hu, and Wang Yukai had joined the Reliance sect that year, Meng Hao could be described as quick-witted, Dong Hu as somber, and Wang Yukai as stubborn. 1. In Chapter 1, Meng Hao put a piece of paper in a gourd and then threw it into the river. It was never explained what specifically was written on the piece of paper, but now we have a clue.